Chapter 1. Rebirth in a different world in the depths of a dense primeval jungle. A dim purple glow emanated from a cave nestled in the cliff, accompanied by a heavy stench of blood that wafted from within. A shadowy figure stood silently at the cave's entrance, cloaked in black, rendering their features indistinguishable. An aura of mystery and terror enveloped the entire scene. As the scent of blood intensified, the dark figure began to recite an obscure incantation instantly. The purple luminescence within the cave grew more brilliant, as if it sought to consume all that surrounded it. Amidst the dazzling light, a colossal silhouette gradually materialized. The cloaked figure felt an indescribable strangeness. The peculiar creature, summoned by the array before him, did not resemble the divine beings depicted in literature. The entity exuded an aura of malevolence. Its eyes flickering with an eerie crimson light from the youth's chest, it extracted a blood-soaked heart, emitting a deep, satisfied growl before vanishing into the radiance. The cave returned to its previous tranquility, leaving behind a pool of blood and the still beating heart. Is it futile? The sinister array of purple light dissipated, the stench of blood growing ever more potent. When the blood ceased to drip, the frail youth, with tears streaming down his face, was filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance, ultimately collapsing in a state of stillness. Time passed quietly, and as night fell, the boy, who should have become a cold corpse, felt his fingers twitch slightly. A sharp, piercing electronic tone suddenly echoed in Zhang Yu's mind. Life signs of the host detected. Binding to the Hokage OL system. This unexpected proclamation struck him like a bolt of lightning, abruptly awakening the slumbering Zhang Yu. What's happening? Wasn't I dead? Is there really such a benefit after being struck by a truck? Zhang Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he spoke to himself. He was merely an ordinary worker in the new century, leading a monotonous life from 9 to 6 after graduation. Like many others, he fell into the cycle of the 996 work culture. A seasoned recluse, he had few hobbies beyond his job, spending his evenings gaming and indulging in anime after eagerly anticipating a holiday to pull an all-nighter and achieve a high score. He was tragically struck down by a speeding truck. Could it be that truck drivers are the standard for travelers? Or perhaps this month's performance metrics for the Transmigration Bureau were lacking, and they used me to meet their quota? Zhang Yu shook his head with a wry smile, deeming his thoughts somewhat absurd. The reality before him compelled him to accept this new existence. He seemed to have truly traversed into another realm and inexplicably bound himself to a Hokage OL system. Ah, well, why dwell on it? Zhang Yu forced himself to halt his wild imaginings at that moment. A voice resonated in his mind. Greetings, host, please select your character card for binding promptly. System? Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Yu snapped back to attention as he focused. A familiar lottery interface appeared before him. Wasn't this the very game he had cherished? A certain Hokage game he loved to play? Gazing upon this familiar scene, Zhang Yu could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He muttered to himself, what an extraordinary coincidence. Could it be that the developer of this system shares a surname with that company's owner? Ma? The thought elicited a chuckle from Zhang Yu. Yet simultaneously, he was enveloped in curiosity and anticipation regarding this enigmatic system. After all, traversing to another world and possessing extraordinary abilities was something he had never dared to dream of. Now, with the opportunity laid bare before him, how could Zhang Yu possibly resist? He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, focusing his mind to delve into the intricacies of this so-called character card binding. The moment his consciousness gently pressed the lottery button, he was engulfed in darkness, followed swiftly by an overwhelming wave of dizziness. When he reopened his eyes, a blinding golden light suddenly illuminated the space around him. Concurrently, a deep, slow voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the SS-level character template, Impure World Reincarnation. Uchiha Madara. Zhang Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment. Uchiha Madara? The legendary powerhouse? This was akin to reaching the pinnacle in one fell swoop. With the power of the Rinnegan, Hashirama cells, and infinite chakra, who could stand against him? A multitude of thoughts flooded Zhang Yu's mind. He found himself murmuring, the bad news is that I have crossed over. The good news is that I am now invincible. As he pondered, he initially chuckled softly, but soon his laughter grew louder, transforming into a boisterous guffaw. Ha! Zhang Yu stared wide-eyed at the so-called Hokage OL system, a wave of doubt washing over him. Could this truly be effective? Its interface was alarmingly simplistic and crude, lacking a marketplace for selection or tasks to complete, presenting only a solitary display of reputation, wealth, and points, all marked as 0 below. There were merely buttons for summoning characters and spirit beasts. As Zhang Yu contemplated these matters, the system seemed to read his thoughts and suddenly spoke. Host, all characters produced by this system, including the host character. Card, come equipped with the complete skills and levels of their respective characters. Please do not conflate this system with those utterly worthless ones. At this, Zhang Yu felt a flicker of excitement. After all, if the recruited Hokage characters truly possessed the formidable strength depicted in the original series, perhaps he could navigate this world with ease. Furthermore, the system indicated that any items, currency, or equipment in this world could be exchanged for various types of recruitment scrolls. Then, the system informed Zhang Yu that as a new user benefiting from the system binding, he could now redeem a top-tier SS recruitment scroll for free. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he clicked the redemption button as a radiant beam of light flashed. The precious SS recruitment scroll materialized in his hand. The scrolls are classified into various tiers: C, B, A, S. With the pinnacle being SS, each of these distinct levels corresponds to the ranks of ninjas in the world of Naruto. At this moment, the system inquired whether the host wished to draw a character. Immediately, Zhang Yu responded without hesitation. Draw accompanied by a shimmering golden light. A character card began to flip almost instantly. The system's deep, measured voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-Rank character. Pain of the 6 paths. Due to the unique nature of this character, it will be regarded as an independent card, distinct from the other S-Rank character, Nagato. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy within him. Swiftly clicking to extract the card in an instant, a plume of white smoke billowed forth, gradually dissipating. Amidst the smoke, the figure of the 6 paths, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, began to materialize. They knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, "Leader, we pay our respects to Pain of the 6 paths." With a light and graceful stride, Zhang Yu approached the Deva path. He extended his hands, gently resting them upon the shoulder of this charming young girl. No, rather, he should refer to her as the animal path. "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality," Zhang Yu said with a warm smile. He then turned to address the others, assigning tasks. "Erase the plan. You may all roam freely in the surroundings, but remain vigilant. I have just been resurrected and require time to assimilate the memories of this body Zihua. Stay with me. Should anything arise, I will summon you all back immediately." After delivering these words, Zhang Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate, delving into the past experiences and memories embedded within this newly acquired vessel. Indeed, speaking of summoning, one cannot overlook how summoning beasts are classified by their ranks. As if attuned to Zhang Yu's inner query, the system's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Based on the varying abilities of the summoning beasts, they could be categorized into different ranks of summoning beast cards. Additionally, various types of items can be exchanged using item cards. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yu acknowledged and accepted this framework. Subsequently, he sat in quiet contemplation, closing his eyes and focusing intently, attempting to absorb the memories of the original owner of this body. Gradually, a strange yet captivating scene unfolded in his mind. It was a world remarkably reminiscent of the Western fantasy novels of his past life. In this realm, individuals partake in a national awakening ceremony upon reaching the age of 18, organized uniformly by the state. Through this ceremony, they have the opportunity to join one of 5 conventional professions: the valiant knight, the compassionate cleric, the powerful mage wielding formidable magic, the agile ranger, or the stealthy assassin skilled in subterfuge. Moreover, these professions possess an intricate system of career trees, replete with various advancement and mutation branches. Our protagonist can be characterized as an unfortunate soul. He possesses no knowledge of his biological father. Not even a recollection of his visage's childhood memories have faded into obscurity, the only vivid recollections being the arduous years spent wandering alongside his mother, devoid of a stable home. Eventually, mother and son found solace in City C, where his mother, through her exceptional talents, secured a professorship at the premier magic and martial arts university. She single-handedly toiled to raise him. Enduring countless hardships long ago, she had suffered a grievous injury, which significantly diminished her strength. Yet she possessed an extraordinary depth of knowledge and a wealth of experiences that surpassed even those of ordinary professors. In his youth, the protagonist would often attend his mother's lectures, unaware of any impropriety in doing so. However, as he matured and grew curious about his origins, he would inquire about her past and the identity of his father. Each time, his mother could offer no answers, only tears and apologies, which ultimately led him to refrain from further questioning, unable to bear her anguish. The protagonist himself was an academic prodigy, excelling in his studies. Unexpectedly, during the awakening ceremony, he displayed no affinity for any career type. In simpler terms, he was deemed utterly worthless. This revelation struck him as a devastating blow, compounded by the fact that his girlfriend of 3 years had taken refuge in the arms of a loathsome rich heir. Furious, the protagonist confronted the wealthy scion, and their altercation quickly escalated into a physical brawl. Although Wang Fei had awakened as a rare and precious knight varying the sky knight, was still an inexperienced youth, and prior to leveling up, he bore little distinction from the average individual. In contrast, the protagonist had long been devoted to physical training. Boasting a robust physique with years of conditioning, he easily overpowered Wang Fei, whose body had been ravaged by vice, leaving the arrogant rich heir battered and missing 2 front teeth. Undoubtedly, this outcome led to the protagonist being summoned to the local security bureau for questioning. Wang Fei's father held a prestigious position as the commander of the Southern Military District's Knight Regiment in the Xiluan Empire, and both father and son were far from virtuous. Wang Fei, the debauched scion, had set his sights on the protagonist's girlfriend, Chao Lily, while his equally unscrupulous father, Wang Gang, had fixated on the protagonist's mother, Zhang Yu, who had come to bail him out. They first orchestrated a scheme that resulted in Zhang Yu losing her job. Subsequently, they employed various tactics to coerce her into submission, but she remained resolute. As threats and temptations proved ineffective, the Wang family resorted to threatening Zhang Yu with her son's life. When Zhang Yu prepared to escape the Xiluan Empire with her son, the protagonist wished to see Chao Lily one last time. This decision would haunt him with regret and guilt for the rest of his life. Chao Lily, accompanied by Wang Fei and members of the Southern Military District, captured him. Undeterred by her injuries, his mother unleashed her formidable prowess as an 8th-tier abyss mage, breaching the military camp's prison to rescue her son. However, during her escape, old wounds resurfaced. To protect the original host, she bravely confronted Wang Gang and the 1st Cavalry Corps of the Southern Military District. Ultimately, she was captured and, unable to endure the humiliation, chose to self-destruct. After the original host fled into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, she evaded capture for nearly a year. Alas, a useless person remains useless. No miracle would occur, and heaven would not favor one so ineffectual. Desperate, the young man placed his hopes on an ancient forbidden tome that spoke of a sacrificial ritual to various malevolent deities, capable of fulfilling any desire. With a heart long shattered by despair, the original host resolved to offer everything she had in vengeance against this filthy world, to retaliate against those despicable individuals. Zhang Yu touched her still throbbing heart. Is this your memory? Is this your wish? Has everything of the past faded into obscurity, leaving only hatred deeply seared into your mind? I feel your pain. I sense your heart, so desperately broken by despair. Fear not. Leave it to me. What you are powerless to accomplish, I shall achieve in your stead. I, too, am a dead soul. I shall carry your will and continue forward. As her words faded, Zhang Yu's heart ceased its torment. The suffocating tension that had long burdened her heart gradually dissipated, and she gazed up at the sky. May your journey be smooth. With a thought, Zhang Yu immersed herself in the SS class character card that resided within her mind. The formidable figure of Madara Uchiha vividly emerged on the card. System: bind character card. Receive character Edo Tensei Madara Uchiha, binding now a torrent of memories, various ninjutsu techniques, and the life experiences and combat prowess of Madara flooded Zhang Yu's consciousness, reshaping her mental landscape. In the outside world, a night had passed. The sky gradually illuminated with the light of dawn. Zhang Yu felt the surging chakra within her body and rubbed her aching head. Perched upon a tree, the hydrangea received the leader's will and bit her finger, slapping her hands against the tree, summoning jutsu. As the hydrangea's cool voice resonated, white smoke dissipated. The 6 paths of pain regrouped. Zhang Yu concealed her emotions, revealing neither joy nor anger upon her face. Her eyes began to glimmer with a crimson hue. 3 blood-red tomo slowly materializing and spinning as the tomo continued to rotate and connect. An air of noble purple emerged in her blood-red, murderous Sharingan. Waves of patterned ripples expanded around her pupils. The purple Rinnegan reflecting no emotional turbulence, only boundless depth and darkness. Zhang Yu's voice, cold and detached, echoed. Your magnificent and grand life, was it not also a complete failure? The kin you devoted your life to protecting refuse to follow you. Conversely, without these misfortunes and regrets, you could never behold what in this world is perfect. I have witnessed your tumultuous yet flawed existence. Now, how far can I see with this Rinnegan? Pausing briefly, Zhang Yu retrieved the Akatsuki robe from the system space and donned it, turning to face the rising sun. The 6 paths of pain followed closely behind. Now, let the game begin. Chapter 2. The start of Revenge City. C, akin to a brilliant jewel, radiates an endless luminosity, gracefully perched at the easternmost edge of the Western Empire. It serves as a vital strategic hub, linking the Western Empire with the Eastern Sea Federation and facilitating the region's eastern trade endeavors. This bustling metropolis, adorned with towering skyscrapers, boasts streets that intertwine like a spider's web, thrumming with the pulse of the crowd and illuminated by resplendent lights. Such vibrancy evokes a sense of exhilaration and longing. Nestled within the illustrious Academy Square at the southern gate of City C lies the Empire's first Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. With a rich history spanning over 5 centuries, the institution is enveloped by a 7th-tier magical barrier. Its architectural style is imbued with an enchanting essence, featuring castle-like spires that reach towards the heavens, while the walls shimmer with a mysterious glow of various magical arrays. The grand entrance of the Academy, crafted from immense, centuries-old oak, is adorned with intricately carved magical runes. The influx of students, bustling to and fro, infuses this ancient and venerable institution with a vibrant spirit of youth. The First Knight Order of the Southern Military District of the Empire has been assigned to garrison around the Academy. Zhang Yu and the hydrangea soared through the city gates, effortlessly leaping over them and gliding along the streets before finally descending in the Academy Square, clad in black robes adorned with crimson clouds. Their peculiar attire and flamboyant entrance captured the attention of the First Knight Brigade stationed nearby. Zhang Yu gave a slight nod to the hydrangea. Spirit summoning. As the white smoke dissipated, the 6 paths of pain stood in a straight line. Zhang Yu spoke. The Academy is guarded by 4 great gates: the human realm, the heavenly realm, the realm of hungry ghosts, and the realm of Azurus, each responsible for safeguarding these entrances, ensuring that not a single soul may exit or enter. The Hell Realm operates freely, always ready to provide assistance. The realm of beasts will accompany me. Now, let the operation commence. Let this world experience the profound impact of dawn. As Zhang Yu's voice faded, the heavens slightly bowed their head and addressed the various pain. Disperse. The 6 paths of pain vanished in an instant, embarking on their respective missions. At this moment, Captain Wang Ba of the First Knight Brigade dared to step forward. He regarded the unfriendly Zhang Yu with trepidation, swallowed hard, and performed a knightly salute. Then, he spoke slowly. This is the first Magic and Martial Academy in Sea City, West Lurin Kingdom. I am Captain Wang Ba of the 3rd Squad of the 1st Knight Brigade in the Southern Military District. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Zhang Yu surveyed his surroundings and the vigilant members of his knightly order, slowly removing his wind chime hat. I shall ask but once, where is Wang Fei? Where is Wang Gang? Wang Ba fixed his gaze upon the pair of pale purple eyes opposite him, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He thought to himself that he had never encountered such eyes, noble and elegant in their purple hue, enigmatic and profoundly deep. The owner of those eyes regarded him with an indifference that felt more like condescension. The instinct honed over 3 decades of life and death struggles warned him. Should he make a move, he would perish. The aura emanating from this individual was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding a suffocating pressure that seemed to solidify the very air around them. What business do you have with our leader and vice leader? Wang Ba inquired, forcing himself to suppress his inner dread. Zhang Yu's dwindling patience finally wore thin as he slowly raised his right hand. Universal attraction. Before Wang Ba could react, he found himself standing before Zhang Yu, whose right hand gripped his throat. At that moment, Wang Ba finally heard Zhang Yu speak, his voice measured and deliberate. I am pressed for time, so I shall answer your question first. My purpose here is simple: vengeance. As for the misunderstanding you mentioned, there is none. Wang Gang murdered my mother, and I have come to exact retribution upon his entire family. It is as straightforward as that. Wang Ba let out a long sigh. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked the garment beneath his armor. This was a quest for vengeance against the family head, and it seemed unlikely that this matter would resolve amicably. Just then, a figure suddenly soared out from within the academy. 7th-tier magic, lava fire dragon. Amidst the intricate array of spells, a colossal form, composed of magma, emerged from the vortex. Its body, entirely formed of molten rock, shimmered with a dark red luminescence, radiating an unbearable heat of thousands of degrees. As if it sought to incinerate everything in its path. Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon the newcomer, a tempest of uncontainable rage surging within him, yet he swiftly subdued it. Mylin Arthur, a 7th-tier fire mage of the Arthur family, the vice dean of the Magic Engineering Department at Sea City's Martial and Magic Academy, and a legitimate heir of the Imperial Arthur lineage. It was he who, in collusion with Wang Gang, had unjustly expelled the original master and his child from the institution under the ludicrous pretext of personal misconduct. Zhang Yu casually cast aside the Wang Ba in his hand, turning his gaze towards the impending fire dragon that was about to collide with him. The old man truly relished engaging in such underhanded tactics. The power of a 7th-tier magic spell was already comparable to the missiles of the original world. My Lin suppressed the fear swelling within him as he watched the direction of the magical onslaught. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the unfolding events nearby. And when he saw Zhang Yu remove his hat, he admitted to being startled. Wasn't this Professor Zhang's son? What transpired next exceeded his comprehension. The 6th-tier knight, Wang Ba, was effortlessly seized as if he were a mere chick, a feat my Lin believed he lacked the strength to accomplish. Adhering to the principle of striking first, my Lin decisively launched his most formidable attack. Within the realm of magic, fire mages are renowned for their high damage and explosive power. My Lin was confident that, in a surprise attack, the 7th-tier magic he had meticulously prepared would be sufficient to obliterate Zhang Yu. Even an average 8th-tier expert would find it challenging to withstand the direct onslaught of the fire dragon, let alone Zhang Yu. Why did my Lin not entertain the thought of a 9th tier? What? You say he is a 9th tier? Please, how many 9th tier experts exist in the entire nation? Each one is a treasure of the realm. Zhang Yu's age is inconsequential. In his eyes, Zhang Yu is merely a worthless being. To label him as an 8th-tier individual is already a rather cautious estimation. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon has collided with Zhang Yu. Yet, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion and searing wave of heat did not ensue. Zhang Yu extended his right hand forward, invoking the sealing technique, absorption. Mylin's expression contorted into one of grotesque disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" Zhang Yu brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire and spoke slowly. "Your knowledge and experience have constrained your imagination. It is indeed commendable that you have the audacity to challenge me. Yet that is the only merit I can attribute to you." As his words resonated, Zhang Yu leaped into the sky, where a colossal blue skeletal structure gradually materialized around him. Unprepared, my Lin was seized by the blue skeleton and brought before Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's expression remained composed as he spoke slowly. "Many years ago, you looked down upon the bond between my mother and me. Wielding your authority to expel us from the academy, I hold no resentment towards you for that. Yet, why must you slander my mother's reputation?" The skeletal giant's hand tightened relentlessly, despite my Lin's desperate struggles. The instinct for survival compelled him to unleash 4th-tier magic to resist the fiery rings and to envelop himself in 5th-tier molten armor. Alas, all his efforts proved futile. For the skeletal giant's grip continued to exert pressure. My Lin felt as though his bones were shattering, and his internal organs suffered varying degrees of injury. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly begged for forgiveness and mercy. Zhang Yu did not experience the thrill of vengeance. Instead, he found it exceedingly mundane. "Very well. I shall grant you a swift resolution." As soon as Zhang Yu's voice faded, the skeletal form of Susanu's second state effortlessly crushed the 7th-tier archmage, akin to squashing an ant. At that moment, a notification from the system resounded. It indicated that the host had slain a 7th-tier archmage, and corresponding system points had been allocated to the host's inventory. The sudden emergence of the system notification momentarily startled Zhang Yu. Yet he had no time to dwell on it. At that instant, Zihua arrived, riding a colossal spirit bird, and approached Zhang Yu. "Chief, all the main gates of the academy have endured significant assaults. The situation on the heavenly Dao front is somewhat stable, but the realms of the hungry ghosts, Azurus, and the mortal world are struggling to hold their ground." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had underestimated the heroes of the world. Merely relying on the 6 paths of pain proved to be somewhat inadequate in halting an entire school's faculty and students. Zhang Yu dispersed Susanu and returned to the earth. Let this be the end. The time for warm-up has concluded. Zhang Yu surveyed the surroundings, observing the 1st Cavalry Regiment still in a state of bewilderment. Before clasping his hands together, would release, the forest realm descends. Mighty branches and trunks erupted from the earth, gradually enveloping the century-old academy. Zhang Yu's figure soared into the sky, surveying the faces of the teachers and students of the Magic Martial Academy below. Calmly, he proclaimed, "I apologize, but you cannot leave at this moment. Please cooperate until I have completed my business." The Griffin, a formidable magical beast capable of reaching the 5th tier upon maturity, naturally possessed the ability to manipulate wind and thunder. As the standard mount of the First Knight Order, it had long been a pivotal weapon for the kingdom of Shiluan in external conflicts, achieving remarkable feats during the Second War against the Southern Allen Federation of the continent. At this moment, the members of the 1st Cavalry Corps finally reacted, forming a phalanx and charging forward. Wang Ba, mounted on his sixth-tier griffin, led his subordinates towards Zhang Yu at a rapid pace. I acknowledge your formidable strength, but your arrogance is a blatant disregard for the First Knight Order. You openly violate the laws of the Kingdom of Shiluan by employing powers above the third tier within the city, attacking the nobles, the academy, and the military. Even if you're a ninth-tier powerhouse, I assure you that you cannot withstand the wrath of the Shiluan Empire. The Griffin, as the ruler of the skies wielding the power of wind, possessed a flight speed that few creatures could rival. Before Wang Ba could finish his words, he and his comrades were already upon Zhang Yu. The Griffin's claws, sharp as steel and imbued with lightning-infused magical energy, combined with the kinetic force from its charge, meant that even the most resilient ninth-tier Earth Knight would hesitate to withstand the cavalry's onslaught. No matter how formidable that peculiar blue skeleton armor was, it would not withstand the charge of numerous Griffin Knights. Wang Ba contemplated this, yet he noticed that Zhang Yu's expression bore no trace of tension or panic. As the two sides drew near, Wang Ba heard Zhang Yu slowly raise his right hand. Divine law of heaven's judgment. An irresistible repulsive force surged forth, scattering the Griffin Knights in disarray, with some of the swifter knights crushed into pulp by the sudden onslaught of repulsion. Griffins, mingled with the bodies of the first cavalry soldiers, flesh and blood, rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the charge of the first cavalry corps had collapsed into chaos. Wang Ba's griffin was reduced to mere mush as it approached Zhang Yu, but fortunately, the high-tier enchanted armor he invested in saved his life. As the blood rain fell to the ground, Wang Ba sat dazed, devoid of fear or anger, only filled with confusion. Once an unstoppable force, the cavalry's charge could effortlessly tear through any obstacle. Yet, before this young figure, the power they relied upon proved utterly feeble. What kind of strength was this? Just as the repulsion was about to tear through the crowd of the academy, an elderly man at the forefront slowly stepped forward. Eighth-tier magic, Sigh of the Wind. The spirit of the wind emerged from the magical array, its hollow gaze fixed upon the approaching invisible repulsion. With a swift strike, it cleaved through the force, causing the ravaged schoolyard to regain its tranquility. The president of the Magic and Martial Arts University, Ol, soared into the sky. As the sole 8th-tier mage in the institution nearing the 9th-tier divine mage level, he felt a surge of helplessness when confronted by Zhang Yu. Even after enduring a divine descent, observing the tree realm that enveloped those present, he acknowledged that even numerous 8th-tier spells could not achieve such magnitude. Turning his gaze back to Zhang Yu, he spoke slowly. "Child, I remember you. You are Professor Zhang's son. Am I correct? Why do you?" Zhang Yu interrupted Aolai, saying, "Old principal, I have come here solely for one purpose." Zhang Yu gazed at the crowd gathered in the academy square, their fearful eyes fixed upon him, and continued, "I hold no concern for this assembly. Return to your positions. Once the matter is resolved, I shall depart." At that moment, a creature flitted to Zhang Yu's side and announced, "Chief, Wang Fei and Chao Lily have been captured. The heavenly path is now escorting them towards us." Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards the horizon, where griffins appeared like a dark tempest, swiftly approaching the academy. Feeling the tumultuous beating of his heart within, his expression spiraled into a visage of rage. "You wretches, I apologize for the wait. You have finally arrived." Chapter 3. Who are you really? At this juncture, 6 paths of pain materialized behind Zhang Yu, perched upon the branches of the descending tree realm, with the heavenly path gripping the thrashing Wang Fei, while the human path bore the unconscious form of Chao Lily upon his shoulder. Zhang Yu gazed towards the realm of mortals, fixating on the very source of all tragedies. Is this the young woman whom the original owner longed to meet, even in the direst moments of escape? Her petite visage, fair and smooth, is adorned with a finely sculpted nose. Chao Lily, in a state of unconsciousness, has her lips slightly parted, her beautiful fox-like eyes, framed by elegant brows, remain tightly shut. With her tall and voluptuous S-shaped figure, she indeed possesses a semblance of beauty, which explains why the original owner was utterly captivated by her charm. Zhang Yu cast his gaze upon Wang Fei, who was ensnared by the grasp of the heavenly principles. The two exchanged glances, while Lu Fei looked on in terror at Zhang Yu, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can it be you? You are nothing but a mere fool. How could it possibly be?" Zhang Yu approached with a smile, and Wang Fei, gazing at the face so near, noticed that although she was smiling, there was no trace of joy on Zhang Yu's face. Her peculiar light purple eyes emanated an unsettling aura, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Zhang Yu grasped Wang Fei's hair, his stunned and bewildered expression perfectly reflected in the Rinnegan. "Greetings, Wang Fei. It seems we meet again. There is no need for haste. Allow me to first deal with your deceased father. We have ample time to indulge ourselves." Zhang Yu cast aside Wang Fei's head and turned to observe the heavenly path. "Keep a close watch on these individuals below. If they fail to comprehend the current situation, we shall deal with them collectively." The Pain members nodded in agreement. The heavenly path then hurled Wang Fei towards the human path, and the five formed a circular formation, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Zhang Yu turned away. And as he passed by Principal Liu, he leaned in and spoke. "To be honest, old principal, I once held you in high regard. I harbor no particular feelings towards this school. Having come here, I have found the person I sought. As for the others, they are of no concern to me. I am in good spirits at the moment. You take care of them, and I shall depart once my matters are resolved." Upon concluding his remarks, Zhang Yu gently patted the old principal's shoulder, paying no heed to the remarkable expression on Liu's face. The opinions of these individuals held little significance. None present posed any threat to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu shifted his body slightly, casting his gaze towards the approaching 1st Cavalry Regiment of the Southern Military District. Now, let the battle commence. At last, he could engage in a proper fight. The exhilaration surged within him. This was the essence of true combat. Zhang Yu swiftly soared towards the distant sky, where a battalion of griffins approached, his hands rapidly forming seals. "This is your first grand gift, Wang Gang. You must receive it well." Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of immense chakra erupted from Zhang Yu's mouth, transforming into searing flames that ignited a tempest of fire in the sky, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The oncoming Griffin Legion, caught off guard, faltered in their rapid advance, scattering in disarray to the flanks. Those unfortunate enough to be caught unawares were vaporized by the great fire annihilation, along with their mounts, leaving no trace behind. Wang Gang had only heard of the Academy's assault and the formidable foes they faced. In haste, he led his men to the scene. As they drew closer and discerned the identity of the assailant as Zhang Yu, a flicker of disbelief crossed his face. Wang Gang glanced back to see over 10,000 Griffin Knights of the 1st Knight Brigade at his side. At that moment, Wang Ba flew to Wang Gang's side. "Captain, this individual possesses formidable strength. A 7th-tier mage of the Murlin cannot withstand even a single move from him. My subordinates are limited in ability and failed to impede him. The brothers of our squad have perished defending our nation." Zhang Yu's figure approached with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. He had traversed the distance and stood before the formation. A spectral blue half-body, Susanoo, materialized instantaneously, raising its hand to unsheathe its blade, effortlessly shattering countless griffin riders and disrupting the once orderly ranks of the knightly order with the force of its swing. Wang Gang leaped forward, intercepting Zhang Yu's second strike aimed at the knights. "To my surprise, the Dark Forest did not claim your life. One must concede that your fortune is indeed remarkable. Regardless of your past tribulations or current prowess, since you dared to confront me today, there is no escape." The Susanoo retracted its blade as Zhang Yu, ensconced within its form, addressed Wang Gang. "Come, wield your utmost strength to entertain me." As his words fell, the second strike, imbued with the might to cleave mountains and part seas, surged forth. Wang Gang, shedding his initial disdain for this youth, felt his countenance grow increasingly grave. Truth be told, upon hearing Wang Ba's description of Zhang Yu, he had assumed it a mere excuse for Wang Ba's own incompetence. Now, having parried Zhang Yu's strike, he recognized that the formidable presence exuded by this peculiar blue giant far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-tier practitioner. A complex summoning array ignited beneath Wang Gang's feet, and a resounding dragon's roar, laced with fury, echoed from the other end of the array. A colossal claw emerged, swatting away the descending Susanoo blade. As the array expanded, a gigantic black dragon materialized before the onlookers. Renowned as the mightiest and most formidable among the 5-colored dragons, the black dragon was legendary across the continent. Known for its volatile temper and cunning disposition, the 5-colored dragons possessed a pride unique to their kind, each exhibiting its own malevolent traits. As the black dragon matured, the skin around its horns and cheekbones gradually hardened into a tough keratin layer. At hatching, its scales were thin and diminutive, smooth to the touch, yet with age, these scales grew larger and thicker, darkening in hue and facilitating the dragon-esque concealment. The weighty scales not only provided exceptional defense but also naturally conferred immunity to magical forces. As a legendary creature that could reach the 9th tier upon maturity, the dragon was born a sovereign of the food chain. Wang Gang, Are you prepared to awaken the esteemed Kralna from its slumber and offer the requisite tribute? Wang Gang placed his hand upon his chest, performing a knightly salute. Your Grace Kralna, it has been far too long. He removed the storage ring from his finger and tossed it to the dragon. The dragon, scanning the treasures piled within, was satisfied and stowed the ring in its own storage space. Wang Gang ascended onto the dragon's back, unlocking his riding state. A purebred adult black dragon could reach lengths exceeding 70 meters, and among the 5-colored dragons, the black dragon was renowned for its formidable physique. The overwhelming aura of the dragon enveloped him, accompanied by the caustic breath of the black dragon. Zhang Yu reminisced about the memories of the dragon race embedded in the consciousness of his former self. On this continent, dragon knights are regarded as the most formidable beings among the 9th-tier professionals. A 9th-tier knight, combined with a pure-blood dragon, possesses extraordinary physical and magical immunity, terrifying offensive capabilities, and unparalleled physical prowess. In any confrontation, whether in a one-on-one duel or on the battlefield, they are an overwhelming presence. A pure-blood black dragon, this is your formidable ally. The acrid breath, laden with corrosive venom, surged forth, dissolving half of the Susanu's outer layer and skeletal structure. Klaurna, with its colossal frame exceeding 70 meters and weighing over 10,000 tons, propelled by Wang Gang's high-tier knight skill, fearless charge, struck with staggering speed, obliterating Zhang Yu's half-body Susanu in a single blow. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Gang materialized before Zhang Yu, invoking the 9th-tier knight skill, Divine Judgment. The massive knight's lance radiated a luminous, pale holy aura, and as the highest damage-dealing single-target skill of the knight profession. Wang Gang was confident that this thunderous strike would instantly slay Zhang Yu. In the blink of an eye, Wang Gang, wielding the enormous knight's lance, surged towards Zhang Yu, piercing through the invisible shockwave of the divine array. The immense wind pressure swept Zhang Yu's hair back. The colossal lance impaled Zhang Yu's body, and Wang Gang's heart surged with joy, believing he had succeeded. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. The body pierced by the lance gradually fragmented into the semblance of a wooden figure. Zhang Yu rose from the ground in the distance, gesturing to dissuade the eager Pain and his companions from intervening, and slowly spoke. Focus on your own tasks. Do not disturb the battle that is rightfully mine. Substitution technique. Wang Gang's gaze sharpened, intrigued yet aware that such a tactic would be of no use to him once employed. Zhang Yu crossed his arms, summoning the colossal Susanu, a massive figure that ascended from the earth, its ethereal blue form gradually adorned with armor. The Susanu drew its blade and slashed diagonally. Wang Gang maneuvered the black dragon to evade, yet the Susanu, wielding a katana over 60 meters in length, pursued relentlessly as if possessed of life. Wherever it passed, it left devastation in its wake. The Griffin Knights could not impede Zhang Yu in the slightest. As Zhang Yu drew ever closer, Wang Gang had no time for contemplation and summoned all his strength to deploy his defensive skills. To his astonishment, the might of the whirlwind proved overwhelming, swiftly breaching his defenses. With no other option, Wang Gang could only retreat with the black dragon to avoid the onslaught. In his heart, he pondered, where did Zhang Yu acquire such formidable techniques? Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Yu relentlessly pursued, denying Wang Gang any respite. He commanded the colossal Susanu, wielding a massive katana, each strike imbued with boundless might. Wang Gang, weary from the onslaught, continuously directed the black dragon to evade. However, Zhang Yu's attacks were inescapably close, leaving him with no avenues of retreat. Wang Gang invoked the high-tier knight skill, Shield of Glory, upon himself and the black dragon, granting them a fleeting breath of relief. Seizing this opportunity, the black dragon, Kralna, unleashed an ancient dragon language spell, Roar of the Dragon, which momentarily ensnared Zhang Yu in a state of disorientation. The tide of battle shifted rapidly. Wang Gang bestowed the black dragon with the Iron Cavalry trample status, significantly enhancing both its defensive and offensive capabilities. Gathering his magical energy into his left hand, which gripped the spear, he proclaimed, "This time, let us see how you withstand the Radiant Blade." A high-tier attack skill of the 9th rank knight, imbued with penetrating attributes. Zhang Yu, regaining his composure, wondered if he could indeed shatter me with a single blow. If so, let us see if you possess such prowess. The clash between the black dragon and the Susanu blade created a sonic boom, accompanied by a shockwave that sent the members of the Knightly Legion, who were incessantly casting spells to besiege Zhang Yu, soaring through the air. Seizing the moment, Wang Gang leapt forward, thrusting his lance forcefully towards Zhang Yu's head. Success, he thought. as a sense of accomplishment surged within him. However, just then, Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon Wang Gang, his violet Rinnegan exuding an unsettling calmness that filled Wang Gang with a sense of foreboding. Zhang Yu cast a mocking smile at Wang Gang, who felt an ominous presence looming over him. Aware of the impending danger, he desperately endeavored to command the black dragon to shield him. An invisible assault struck Wang Gang, rendering him eerily immobilized, leaving him bewildered by the nature of the attack. The peculiar ability perplexed him, but salvation arrived when the black dragon, Kralna, unleashed a powerful dragon's guardian spell, liberating Wang Gang from the grasp of control. Zhang Yu detached from the Susanoo, and the colossal Susanoo dissipated on the spot, unleashing a dragon flame song towards Wang Gang. Caught off guard, Wang Gang was struck directly by the dragon flame song, letting out a scream as he plummeted from the sky. Observing this, the black dragon unleashed the most formidable single-target secret technique of its kind, the Dragon Fist, roaring as it charged towards Zhang Yu in an attempt to safeguard its bonded companion. A slight smirk graced Zhang Yu's lips as he swiftly evaded the black dragon's assault. In a swift counter, he unleashed another Wheel Tomb's edge, delivering a ferocious blow to the black dragon. The creature recoiled in pain, its powerful physique momentarily faltering under the grip of the Wheel Tomb's edge, a technique typically wielded by the Reincarnation Eye. As Zhang Yu observed the black dragon attempting to break free from its restraints, he formed hand seals. A terrifyingly attractive black sphere gradually ascended from his hands, soaring into the sky. The Earth-exploding star's most formidable sealing technique, the Rebirth Eye, was unveiled for the first time before the inhabitants of this otherworldly realm. The ground trembled and cracked, unable to withstand the overwhelming gravitational pull, relentlessly drawn towards the ominous sphere above. The members of the Griffin Knights in the sky were met with a gruesome fate, continually ensnared by the gravitational force of the Earth-exploding star. Crushed into pulp by the massive rocks and debris that were thrust into the air, nearly facing total annihilation. As the primary target of the Earth-exploding star, Kroner, already drained of energy, found himself unable to resist the sphere's allure, struggling as he was gradually engulfed and buried beneath the colossal stones. When the dust settled, the crowd gasped in awe as a gigantic sphere materialized in the sky adjacent to City C, obscuring the sun's radiance and casting a dark shadow over the populace. The power of the dragon was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Zhang Yu averted his gaze from the Earth-devastating star. Wang Gang, having lost his final bastion of hope, looked at Zhang Yu with despair. Zhang Yu advanced step by step towards Wang Gang, his gaze imbued with a sense of cold indifference and resolute determination. This battle was his to claim. A melodious and ethereal female voice resonated, asserting that this force was unlike any he had ever encountered. It bore no resemblance to magic, nor the natural powers wielded by elves, distinguishing itself from all forces within this realm. You do not belong to the abyss nor the divine realm. Who then are you? Chapter 4. The High Priestess of Shiluan Kingdom, a fleeting figure clad in white suddenly materialized before Zhang Yu, standing as a barrier between him and the unknown. Her exquisite visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Her features were picturesque, exuding an innate nobility and elegance that radiated a regal aura. Her beautiful countenance was adorned with deep, clear eyes that conveyed an extraordinary blend of grace and wisdom. Despite Zhang Yu's exposure to the overwhelming influences of the modern internet, he could assert with certainty that he had never encountered a woman of such breathtaking beauty. The woman regarded Zhang Yu with keen interest, while he remained vigilant, observing the mysterious newcomer. The ability to approach undetected was beyond what a so-called ninth-tier powerhouse in this world could achieve. As for the realms beyond the ninth tier, Zhang Yu found no mention of them in the memories of the original owner. It appeared that even the power of the revered deity was not entirely invincible in this world. Zhang Yu could perceive a subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from the other party, a sensation that could not possibly be conjured by a mere ninth-tier powerhouse like Wang Gang. Should a confrontation ensue, given his mastery over the art of impure soil dissolution, Zhang Yu harbored no fear of his opponent. Initially, Wang Gang stood behind the woman, his expression one of utter despair. However, upon catching sight of her, a flicker of hope ignited within his eyes. Are they allies? Zhang Yu pondered, sensing that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Just as Wang Gang prepared to greet the woman, Zhang Yu unexpectedly struck. Caught off guard, Wang Gang clutched his heart tightly. The avatar of the underworld tightened its grip on Wang Gang's heart, crushing it mercilessly. A ninth-tier knight, the commander of the First Knight Order of the Western Military District of the Empire, met his demise on an ordinary afternoon. Wang Gang felt his life ebbing away slowly. Such a fatal wound, with his heart crushed, could not be salvaged even by a ninth-tier priest. Memories flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. If only he had discarded his dismissive attitude at that moment and had not hesitated to kill the youth before him. If only he had not been so indulgent towards his son. If only, even in death. Wang Gang could not comprehend how he dared to strike after her arrival. A ninth-tier knight. The commander of the First Knight Order of the Western Military District of the Empire perished on an ordinary afternoon. The woman furrowed her elegant brows, while Zhang Yu remained vigilant, watching the figure in white who hovered in the air, wary of her potential attack. Such a peculiar ability, akin to having someone from another realm fight alongside you, made it difficult to perceive. Is this your avatar? Is this also a power belonging to your eyes? The woman's barrage of questions left Zhang Yu somewhat bewildered. He thought to himself, does this woman possess a touch of ferocity? Noticing Zhang Yu's silence, the woman's beautifully shaped brows knitted even tighter. At that moment, Zhang Yu finally spoke. May I ask who you are? Perhaps not anticipating such a response, Charlotte momentarily froze. Her expression one of endearing surprise. You don't recognize me? No wonder. It seems I was not mistaken. You are indeed not from this world. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charlotte Claire, the current High Priestess of the Kingdom of Siren. Zhang Yu finally dredged up his memories of the woman before him. The current High Priestess of the Xiluan Empire, the youngest legendary ninth-tier powerhouse in history, and the elder sister of the reigning Emperor Ward Claire. It is worth noting that a ninth-tier powerhouse who bears the title of legendary carries immense weight. Individuals like Wang Gang pale in comparison. Moreover, who knows what realm such a figure has attained, having secured a place in educational texts. Zhang Yu observed Charlotte's calm demeanor, which was tinged with a hint of intrigue. Out of respect for someone who is at least a legendary tier powerhouse, I am inclined to discuss why you took such drastic measures against the soldiers of our Xiluan Empire's southern military district and the reasons behind your attack on our ninth-tier knight following my arrival. Zhang Yu felt a profound apprehension towards the newcomer. The aura emanating from Charlotte was undeniably that of a formidable adversary, not easily vanquished. Yet, what difference did it make? Zhang Yushi sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his left hand, exuding an air of relaxation. After succinctly elucidating the circumstances surrounding the matter with Wang Gang to Charlotte, he fell silent, gazing at her intently. Charlotte's elegant brows knitted in concern. This issue should have been under the jurisdiction of the military region. She had come to Sea City to address the reassignment of the Bishop of the Radiant Church, only to find herself entangled in such a predicament. Casting a troubled glance in Zhang Yu's direction, she felt a wave of frustration. The two remained silent for a while, and just as Zhang Yu's patience began to wane, Charlotte finally spoke. Indeed, Wang Gang's actions were unjustifiable. From your perspective, seeking vengeance for grievances is entirely understandable. However, Wang Gang is a soldier of the Empire, belonging to the 1st Knight Brigade of the Southern Military District, under the Empire's jurisdiction and protection. Thus, your current actions can be construed as a provocation against the Xylan Empire. Zhang Yu interrupted Charlotte, who was about to continue speaking, and stated, in this world, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. Wang Gang is not at fault, nor are you. Only the weak bear the original sin, much like the former Zhang Yu, who, powerless and insignificant as an ant, had everything he cherished crushed by Wang Gang's indifference. In his despair, he relinquished all and implored the heavens. Yet it was only I who responded to him. I was already a dead man. Since I have been granted a second chance at life through him, I shall carry forth his hatred and his suffering, severing the ties of cause and effect in this world. The only legacy that can endure is that of hatred. Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment, slowly rising to his feet. He brushed the dust from his clothes, gesturing towards Wang Gang's lifeless body as he continued. Confront the reality before you. This world is rife with disappointments. Everything under the heavens mirrors this duality. Where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Where victors arise, so too must there be vanquished. In the pursuit of love, hatred will invariably follow. This is an inseparable cause and effect relationship. Hence, I have come and, without hesitation, extinguished his life. Every action you take necessitates a corresponding consequence. Without experiencing similar anguish, one cannot truly comprehend the suffering of others, even if understanding is achieved. Mutual empathy remains elusive. This is an immutable truth. Now, let us cease this idle chatter. Pain and his companions should have completed their tasks by now. Long before Zhang Yu engaged in fierce combat with Wang Gang, he had dispatched Pain to handle the aftermath. At that moment, Pain appeared behind Zhang Yu. with the Deva path announcing, "Leader, everything has been taken care of." Casually tossing a bloodstained bag, he revealed the severed heads of Chow Lily's family within. The human path unceremoniously discarded Chow Lily onto the ground. Zhang Yu seized her hair, forcing her to meet his gaze. Her beautiful eyes were now brimming with fury and despair. Zhang Yuxuan casually picked up the severed head lying on the ground, compelling Chow Lily to gaze at it. "You see, when my mother passed away, I felt a rage far surpassing yours. This very expression, this profound anguish, is something you now share. Our debts have been settled." Zhang Yu gazed at Wang Fei, whose face was etched with despair and numbness. With a casual motion, he summoned a sword from the battlefield, which swiftly pierced Wang Fei's heart. "Our debts are settled," he remarked. Chow Lily, witnessing Wang Fei's demise before her eyes, succumbed to an overwhelming wave of despair and lunged at Zhang Yu. "Why didn't you die outside with your mother? Why did you return? Why treat me this way? I will kill you." The realm of the human world intervened, positioning itself before Zhang Yu. With a resounding slap, Chow Lily was sent sprawling, her shattered teeth mingling with blood. Zhang Yu turned his gaze toward the realm of the underworld, which received its directive and conjured the spectral figure of the King of Hell. The human realm seized the souls of Chow Lily and Wang Fei, casting them toward the King of Hell. "Go to hell and repent." As he watched their souls being drawn into the maw of the underworld, Zhang Yu exhaled a heavy sigh and looked skyward. "Rest easy. I have severed these ties of karma for you." It seemed as though a voice from the heavens whispered a thank you, and Zhang Yu felt an unexpected lightness in his being. He turned his attention toward Charlotte, observing her increasingly grim countenance. With a hint of resignation, he said, "I have concluded my matters, and I am grateful you did not intervene. Now, it is time to address your issues. How shall you proceed, Miss Charlotte?" Noting her somber expression, Zhang Yu spoke with a sense of indifference. Charlotte sighed, her voice laced with resignation. "This matter is beyond my control. You must accompany me to the capital. The specific course of action requires the Emperor's approval, and decisions will be made in consultation with the ministers." Zhang Yu gazed at the other person with a gentle smile, locking her eyes onto those captivating orbs. "What if I choose not to go?" Charlotte's expression faltered, as she was not adept at navigating such matters. Had the worst outcome truly come to pass? She was reluctant to confront Zhang Yu, particularly after understanding the intricacies of the situation. The reigning emperor was her younger brother. With her involvement, she believed that he would handle the current predicament judiciously. "Trust me, if you refrain from going to the capital, the situation will only deteriorate further." Zhang Yu scoffed. "So now are you threatening me?" Charlotte's expression stiffened. Being inept at navigating interpersonal relationships, she found herself at a loss for how to respond to such an inquiry. Just as Charlotte was lost in her thoughts, a voice filled with fury rang out. "Whether you go or not is not up to you. If you refuse to go, then remain here and offer your life as an apology to the soldiers of my southern military district." Chapter 5. The furious Guster. Zhang Yu and Charlotte simultaneously turned their gazes toward the approaching figure. As Charlotte beheld the newcomer, a sense of unease gripped her heart. The situation had escalated into a predicament. The visitor was none other than Gust, the commander of the southern military district, a paragon of epic and demigod-level prowess and swordsmanship. Gust had merely heard rumors of disturbances within the academy, and while Wang Gang had already dispatched personnel to address the matter, he had not given it much thought. Who could have anticipated that his esteemed First Knight Legion would face total annihilation here? Had it not been for the cacophony that ensued, he might have remained oblivious to the chaos. Upon arriving and witnessing the devastation laid before him, his fury surged uncontrollably. Then, hearing the ringleader's audacious declarations, an enraged Gust lost all semblance of composure, neglecting to offer Charlotte a customary greeting. With a swift thrust and a lethal strike, he appeared before Zhang Yu in an instant, delivering a decisive blow without uttering a word. However, the embodiment of divine intervention manifested before Zhang Yu, deflecting Gust's attack with a formidable barrier. Zhang Yu cast a glance at the furious Guster and mused, "You wish to leave me here? Very well. I shall indulge you for a while." With a graceful gesture, he made way for Tiandao, who stepped aside. Turning to the pain, Zhang Yu spoke softly. "You must keep a vigilant watch on her and do your utmost to delay her. I shall resolve matters over there swiftly and return to address this situation. Furthermore, within the Earth Explosion Star, a black dragon is sealed. It could prove to be a formidable ally. The Beast Path can spare some time to forge a contract with it." The Pain nodded in agreement, and Zhang Yu turned to face Guster directly. Suddenly, the ground erupted violently, and in an instant, Zhang Yu launched himself towards Guster, delivering a swift kick. Guster raised his sword to parry, executing the swordsman's skill, Shadow Slash. which unleashed 3 consecutive waves of sword energy aimed at Zhang Yu. An ethereal blue skeletal structure manifested around Zhang Yu, absorbing the impact of the sword energy, which detonated violently against the Susanoo skeleton. Zhang Yu utilized the force of the explosion to propel himself backward, evading further harm. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Charlotte, with a desire to intervene in the fierce battle, found her path obstructed by the pain, whose intentions were unmistakable. Tiandao scrutinized Charlotte warily, ready to thwart any potential interference. He cautioned, "Miss Charlotte, please refrain from disrupting the battlefield of our leader. Once the conflict is resolved, I am confident that our leader will provide you with an explanation." Although the emperor was indeed his younger brother, Zhang Yu was also the pope of the Holy Light Church, and thus did not belong to the upper echelons of imperial power. Guster was not one to be easily commanded. With a resigned sigh, Charlotte contemplated intervening, but ultimately decided against it. After Zhang Yu released the force of the Shadow Slash, he continuously formed hand seals, unleashing a dragon flame that surged forth like a song, bombarding the ground where Gust stood. His Susanoo ascended, towering over 200 meters. Manifesting before all, the Susanoo drew its blade, aiming a downward slash at Gust, who had just emerged from the dragon flame's vicinity. Armed with a sword, Gust stood resolute, empowering himself with a break armor sword buff to enhance his penetrating capabilities. In an instant, his sword shadow split into 4 clones to intercept the Susanoo, while his original form nestled within the crystal at the Susanoo's head. With the explosive flame sword slash, Gust had honed his skills to perfection through countless battles. He understood the formidable defenses of this blue giant, akin to a celestial being, without a shred of doubt. Yet, with the added power of the break armor sword slash, he was confident that concentrating the explosive force at the blade's point of contact with the Susanoo would shatter the defenses, obliterating the one he so despised within. As anticipated, the moment the sword tip met the Susanoo, Gust summoned his magical energy, focusing the explosion at that precise contact point. Cracks appeared in the crystal of the Susanoo's head, which subsequently shattered under the force of the blast. However, the ensuing explosion was entirely absorbed by Zhang Yu's sealing technique. Gust chose not to pursue further. It was not from a lack of desire, but rather from sensing 4 highly dangerous figures within his domain. One had just brushed past him, and had he not swiftly drawn his blade to defend, he would have suffered considerable discomfort, leaving him at a disadvantage in the ongoing battle. After the previous skirmish, his anger subsided, and he gradually regained his composure. The combat awareness of this young man, along with his troublesome skills, was indeed impressive. Gust sighed inwardly, realizing he had acted impulsively and should not have engaged directly. He glanced toward Charlotte, noting that the 6 subordinates surrounded him in a protective formation. Relying on Charlotte's assistance seemed unrealistic now, as he felt trapped. It appeared that unless he showcased his true capabilities today, there would be little hope for resolution. Observing Zhang Yu's tranquil countenance, Gust could not help but grumble internally. This Wang gang certainly knew how to stir trouble. How had he managed to provoke someone he might not even be able to contend with? The situation was indeed dire. Upon landing, Zhang Yu formed hand seals to summon 6 wooden shield clones and charged forward. A flurry of martial arts attacks ensued. Gust, wielding his sword, parried, deflected, and countered with slashes, continuously neutralizing Zhang Yu's onslaught. Zhang Yu seized the moment when Gust was preoccupied with fending off his doppelgangers, gripping Gust's throat and forcefully slamming him to the ground, executing a devastating Shinra Tensei at point-blank range. This surge of force propelled Gust out of the encirclement of his clones, causing him to expel a mouthful of accumulated blood. The domain of the Blade Storm, a mastery attainable only at the legendary stage, unfolded instantaneously, shattering the advancing wooden shield doppelganger and granting him a fleeting reprieve. The recent close-quarters combat had inflicted considerable wounds upon him, particularly the close-range Shinra Tensei delivered by Zhang Yu, which nearly shattered his bones. Had he not leveraged the force to escape the encirclement, the outcome could have been disastrous for him. Zhang Yu gazed in the direction where Guster had retreated. The momentum coalesced, guiding his chakra to surge forth, summoning the wood release, the flower tree realm. Towering trees adorned with delicate pink blossoms erupted from the ground beneath Guster, intertwining and encircling him in an instant. The blossoms unfurled, releasing a toxic pollen that enveloped Guster. He sensed his consciousness blurring, the flow of his magical energy becoming sluggish. Is this the effect of the pollen? Guster pondered. If this continues, it will be disastrous. He must escape the reach of this technique swiftly, or he would truly face defeat. With that thought, Guster summoned his immense magical power, channeling it entirely into his greatsword, unleashing a massive explosion of flame that struck the ground. In an instant, the tree realm was engulfed in a sea of fire. Gust manifested his form, transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall, launching a lightning-infused sword thrust into the sky, distancing himself from the confines of the flower tree realm. He no longer wished to entangle himself with the young man before him, although he was reluctant to admit it. Continuing this battle could result in a more unfavorable outcome for him. Yet, having come this far, Guster found it difficult to utter any kind words to the youth. He couldn't help but glance at Charlotte, surrounded by pain. Was this the reason you did not act immediately, Miss Charlotte? It seems you were indeed correct. Impulsiveness can lead to one's downfall. A bitter feeling surged within Guster, but he quickly steadied his gaze upon Zhang Yu, resolute. Young man, do not underestimate others. The nearly 200-meter-tall manifestation of Guster charged toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, however, did not summon the ethereal blue-armored giant. Instead, he formed hand seals and unleashed the wood release technique, the wood dragon jutsu. A slender wood dragon burst forth from the earth, swiftly propelling itself towards Guster. As a legendary swordsman, Guster's void severance, activated through his technique, failed to cleave the peculiar wood dragon. The great sword strike lodged itself within the dragon's form, only to be dislodged by its immense inertia. The wood dragon encircled Guster tightly, beginning to siphon the last remnants of his magical energy. Guster realized then that he had lost. Charlotte had maintained her focus on Zhang Yu since the onset of the battle. Unfazed by the encirclement of the 6 paths of pain, including the animal path's summoning of the black dragon, she understood that with the wood dragon binding Guster, the outcome was already determined in his defeat. Observing that Zhang Yu showed no intention of halting his assault, she recognized that she must intervene. The pain entities had been closely monitoring Charlotte's condition, and upon noticing her intent to act, they lunged towards her. The Deva Path unleashed the universal pull, striking Charlotte yet yielding no discernible effect. She dismissed the pains with indifference. Had she wished, she could swiftly dispatch them all. However, Charlotte chose a different course. Parting her crimson lips, she summoned the corona of judgment, a ring of searing, milky white divine flames that erupted around her, rapidly pushing outward. The pains found themselves unable to withstand the force and were flung aside, yet the Deva Path sought to press on. With a flick of her wrist, Charlotte unleashed divine retribution, effortlessly slamming the Deva Path into the ground with a bolt of milky white lightning. She then declared, I do not wish to kill you, so it would be wise not to impede me further. Following this, she soared towards the battlefield with remarkable speed. Zhang Yu had long since realized that Charlotte had begun to take action. He was well aware of Pain's abilities. Yet he was taken aback by how effortlessly she seemed to render him powerless. Zhang Yu was compelled to turn and face the newcomer. Charlotte swiftly appeared before him, her expression one of exasperation as she surveyed the situation, before stating, He is the commander of the Shiluan Empire. You cannot kill him. Zhang Yu remained indifferent, stating that a killer is always pursued by death. If one's skills are inferior, one should humbly retreat. If he seeks to stand out, then it is only natural for me to eliminate him. Charlotte sighed, questioning the benefit of his demise to you. Zhang Yu's smile grew even more radiant. No. I would find great joy in killing him. That is the advantage. Charlotte promptly shook her head and replied, Zhang Yu, spare his life. I shall take responsibility for the chaos you caused in the Southern Military District on behalf of my brother, and I will not pursue this matter. What do you think? I can propose a business arrangement to you, and I assure you that the compensation will be most satisfactory. As long as you can let Guster go, what say you? Chapter 6. The End, Yet a New Beginning. Zhang Yu gazed at Charlotte, observing the swirling magical energy around her that was on the verge of liquefying. He shrugged and retracted his own restless chakra, relinquishing control over the wooden dragon. The creature gradually dissipated, and Gust fell weakly to the ground. Approaching him, Zhang Yu playfully patted Gust's face, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Begone, consider yourself fortunate. He then turned to Charlotte and inquired, What business do you propose? Let me assess whether it is sufficient to bargain for his life. However, let me make it clear that my price is not inexpensive. Should I find your offer unsatisfactory, the consequences will be far more severe than today, and many will perish. After speaking, Zhang Yu fixed his gaze upon Charlotte. She paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with a radiant smile, her expression akin to the brilliant stars, radiating an enchanting glow. Rest assured, I cannot reveal the specifics of the task just yet. However, concerning the compensation, you may propose a figure or specify the type of treasure you desire. Provided you can successfully complete the task, you may choose freely from the royal treasury of the Soren Empire. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Trust me, The Akatsuki organization is a professional mercenary group, and you shall be satisfied. The two of them walked side by side towards Gust, where Zhang Yu gestured for Pain to lower his guard against Charlotte, allowing them to relax. Charlotte coldly addressed Gust, stating, "I shall report General Gust's conduct to His Majesty today. I hope that in the future, the general will think carefully before acting impulsively." Gust, adjusting his luggage, gave a sheepish smile and nodded in agreement. It was no jest. He had narrowly escaped with his life. The intense murderous aura had been palpable, and the imposing figure before him had indeed seemed ready to take his life. Had it not been for the presence of Bishop Charlotte, he might have ended up accompanying Wang Gang and his son today. Whatever you say, he thought to himself, though his gaze at Wang Gang's corpse grew increasingly hostile, and the profanities he mentally uttered were known only to Gust himself. Upon returning to the entrance of Sea City's Monster University, the surroundings were in disarray due to the devastation wrought by the Tree Realm's arrival. At this moment, Principal Olai had also deactivated the protective barriers surrounding the school. Observing the wreckage of various buildings, Olai felt a pang of distress. Fortunately, thanks to the barrier's protection, the casualties among the students were not too severe. Zhang Yu indeed kept his promise and harbored no thoughts about Magic Martial University. Charlotte turned her gaze towards the direction of the earth-shattering star and addressed Zhang Yu, saying, "Please take care of that thing. It's rather terrifying suspended on the outskirts of the city." Zhang Yu expressed his agreement as the heavenly path, accompanied by the beastly path, soared to the edge of the exploding star. The heavenly path skillfully manipulated the Rinnegan to disperse the core gravitational sphere of the exploding star, controlling the surrounding stones to descend gently. The pure-blooded black dragon, Kralna, was once again graced with the light of day. Like Gust, Kralna silently conveyed countless greetings to the ancestors of Wang Gang through the ages. While he had been peacefully slumbering at home, he was abruptly dragged here by a contract and received a beating, nearly losing his life in the process. Had it not been for the dispelling of that terrifying sphere, he might have been sealed within the exploding star for eternity. Adorned in a black cloud robe, the hydrangea flew to the black dragon's head, pricked her finger to activate a summoning technique, and forged a contract with the dragon. Kralna sensed a chakra that differed from magical energy, instinctively realizing that this was not a contract of equality. Upon signing the contract, he would be reduced to a mere servant of this little girl before him. Yet, the proud dragon did not resist the infiltration of this power into his soul. How absurd! With his life hanging by a thread. Pride was a luxury he could scarcely afford. He was not like those foolish metal dragons who lacked foresight. The noble Kralna wished to preserve his life and enjoy the existence of a dragon. As he gazed upon the charming visage of the beastly path, Kralna's thoughts raced like lightning. He repeatedly reassured himself that he was merely enamored with the beautiful little girl, not out of fear of death. Were it not for the vigilant presence of the heavenly path nearby, Kralna might have truly succumbed to his own self-deception. Damn it, I am afraid of dying. If word of this were to reach Dragon Island, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Those fellows would certainly mock me mercilessly. The thought of such embarrassing scenarios tightened his dragon claws unconsciously. The beastly path paid no heed to Kralna's complex expressions, swiftly completing the contract with the black dragon before using the summoning technique to transport him back to his lair. As Zhang Yu observed that matters were nearing resolution, he watched Charlotte, who was busy comforting the academy's crowd, and felt no urgency himself. He casually found a tree to sit beneath alongside the 6 paths of pain, patiently awaiting the calm that had momentarily settled over the turmoil. With this respite, Zhang Yu took the opportunity to untangle the complex information swirling in his mind. Ever since he had merged with the memories of Uchiha Obito and the original host, his thoughts had been in a state of disarray. In other words, he found it somewhat difficult to discern his own identity. As his recollections deepened, Zhang Yu began to clarify the 3 distinct strands of memory within his mind. Gradually, the memories belonging to the Zhang Yu of Blue Star shifted from a blur to clarity. The memories he cherished most dearly slowly surfaced in his thoughts. In his past life, he had been merely an ordinary office worker, bound to the relentless grind of a 996 schedule, lacking the grand narrative of Uchiha Obito's existence, and devoid of the profound enmity that the original host, Zhang Yu, harbored. He had led a commonplace life with a typical job and an unremarkable family, and he couldn't help but ponder the fate of his parents, who might now be mourning his departure. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that he had never been able to do anything significant for his parents before his demise. For over 20 years, he had only added to their burdens. The surging memories weighed heavily on Zhang Yu's emotions, and a wave of longing for his parents washed over him. Just then, a hand gently patted his shoulder. and someone settled down beside him. "What are you thinking about?" Charlotte inquired. Having resolved the issues concerning the academy and calmed the emotions of the faculty and students of Magic Martial University, turning to face Zhang Yu. She noticed him sitting on the branch with a sorrowful expression, for reasons she couldn't quite articulate. She had felt an innate curiosity about this man from the moment they met. Perhaps it stemmed from his formidable and enigmatic power, though she was uncertain of the exact cause. Zhang Yu composed himself, gradually speaking, merely lost in thought. Nothing to worry about. Zhang Yu would never display his vulnerabilities before anyone. Emotions arise swiftly and dissipate just as quickly. It is far better to live in the present than to dwell on the past. If parents were aware that their child had been reborn in another world, they would likely prefer not to witness their offspring perpetually engulfed in sorrow. Zhang Yu leapt down from the branch and turned to Charlotte, saying, "The matter here is concluded. Let us depart." "How shall we reach the Imperial capital?" Charlotte replied. "I arrived with the procession of the Holy See. However, given the urgency of the situation, we must set off for the Imperial capital without delay. This issue must be resolved swiftly. It cannot be postponed." Zhang Yu nodded, instructing the beast to summon Kralna, who had just returned home. Poor Kralna had scarcely settled in before being dragged away to toil. Despite the countless invectives he had hurled at Zhang Yu in his mind, he dared not betray a hint of dissent on his face. After all, the memory of that man's previous brutal beating lingered painfully in his thoughts, and even now, he could feel the remnants of discomfort coursing through his body. The esteemed black dragon asserted that he was not afraid. Rather, he possessed the admirable virtue of resilience, a quality rare among dragons. With this thought, Kralna rubbed his hands together and, with a fawning demeanor, inquired, "Your Majesty Zhang Yu, how may Kralna be of service to you?" Zhang Yu gazed at the black dragon before him, bemused. Was it not said that dragons were inherently proud beings? It was difficult to fathom that this creature, rubbing its small hands together and grinning with an air of lewdness, could be a pure-blood dragon. Observing Zhang Yu's scrutinizing gaze, the black dragon, Kralna, felt a twinge of anxiety. This human had summoned him and was now appraising him in silence. Was he contemplating the demise of the great black dragon Kralna, intending to flay him for high-tier dragon materials to forge equipment? Or perhaps he coveted the wealth Kralna had amassed over centuries, requiring tribute for his very survival? Should I comply or resist? Kralna's heart was torn. Having narrowly escaped a brush with death, now forced to endure humiliation and subservience. Was there truly no escape from this fate? As Kralna's thoughts raced, Zhang Yu observed the dragon's expression shift rapidly, a bewildering spectacle of emotions. It was evident that this dragon lacked intelligence. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "I preferred your proud demeanor when we first met. Try to regain that." Kralna, taken aback by such an unexpected request, had assumed he was on the brink of demise. To his astonishment, Zhang Yu's words were far from threatening. He forced a flattering smile and replied, "All right, my friend. Had I known, I would have spared myself the fright." With a flourish, he patted his face and resumed his lofty, proud posture, looking down upon the gathered crowd with an air of superiority. Zhang Yu leapt onto the back of the colossal dragon, followed closely by the others. Charlotte, observing the interactions between the dragon and its rider, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Joining the group atop the black dragon, Zhang Yu addressed Kralna, "My Lord Kralna, to the Imperial capital." Kralna turned to Zhang Yu, who nodded in affirmation. With a powerful flap of its wings, Kralna soared into the sky, vanishing at the entrance of the Magic Martial University in City C. Only then did President Olay breathe a sigh of relief. The harbinger of calamity had finally departed. He had witnessed the entire battle today, and had it not been for Her Highness Charlotte's presence in City C, he dared not speculate how events might have unfolded. Dispersing the remaining onlookers gathered in the square, the president commenced the arduous task of reconstruction. In the realm, dragons are among the fastest flying creatures, a fact that initially prompted Zhang Yu to summon Kralna. The dragon's speed eclipsed that of the swiftest jet fighters on Earth. However, those seated upon its back felt no turbulence from the rapid ascent, as Kralna had kindly cast a protective spell to shield them from the wind's pressure. After all, should their esteemed companion become displeased, it would likely result in greater discomfort for them. With this thought, Kralna further accelerated its flight. Zhang Yu stood atop the head of the black dragon, gazing down at the swiftly passing scenery below. The landscape rushed by in a blur, and Charlotte approached Zhang Yu, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "Kralna flies swiftly. In approximately 4 hours, we shall arrive at the Imperial capital. When we do, I will enter the palace first to meet His Majesty, while you should find refuge at the headquarters of my Radiant Church for the time being." Charlotte was wary of allowing such a dangerous individual to roam freely in the Imperial capital. The potential consequences of any untoward incident were too dire to contemplate. Zhang Yu offered a nonchalant response, stating, "You may arrange it as you wish. I have no preference." As Kalorna continued its flight, a magnificent city gradually emerged from the horizon, revealing a glimpse of its majestic grandeur. Zhang Yu crossed his arms and gazed toward the capital, murmuring, "Capital, here I come." Chapter 7. Arrival in the capital, a new member on the continent. Dragons are amongst the fastest flying creatures in existence, which is precisely why Zhang Yu initially summoned Krauner. The dragon's speed far surpasses that of the fastest jet fighters on Earth. However, those seated upon its back were blissfully unaware of the immense pressure that accompanies such rapid flight. Krauner thoughtfully cast a barrier spell, ensuring comfort against any discomfort that might arise from his illustrious passenger. With this contemplation in mind, Krauner accelerated his flight even further. Zhang Yu stood atop the black dragon, gazing down at the swiftly receding landscape below. Charlotte approached and stood beside him. Krauner is flying at a rapid pace. In approximately 4 hours, we shall arrive at the Imperial capital. When we do, I will first enter the palace to meet His Majesty. You should take refuge at the headquarters of my radiant church for the time being. Charlotte dared not allow such a perilous individual to roam freely in the Imperial capital. The consequences of any mishap were too dire to contemplate. Zhang Yu, without much contemplation, replied nonchalantly, "You may arrange it as you see fit. I have no strong preferences." As the Krauner continued its flight, a magnificent city gradually emerged from the horizon, revealing a mere glimpse of its grandiose silhouette. Zhang Yu crossed her arms and gazed towards the capital city, murmuring to herself, "Capital, I am coming." As she drew nearer, the distant metropolis gradually unveiled its grandeur before her. Towering skyscrapers stood tall alongside countless observation platforms, while buildings reminiscent of medieval castles exuded an air of solemn magnificence. This ancient capital bore the weight of the West Luan Empire's millennia-old glory and history, radiating a unique and profound allure. Zhang Yu was escorted by Charlotte to the headquarters of the Church of Light in the Imperial capital, nestled in the heart of the city. The three-story white cathedral stood majestically, with its soaring spires and grand doorways. A solemn statue of the goddess of light graced the expansive clock tower, where numerous devotees gathered to pray, seeking redemption from the divine and to hear the teachings of the light god. Within the hallowed halls of the church, clerics, priests, pastors, and cardinals welcomed the steady stream of worshippers. An atmosphere of sanctity enveloped the cathedral, instilling a sense of tranquility, peace, and hope. Charlotte exchanged a few words with the cardinal, entrusting him with the task of settling Zhang Yu and the others, while she hurriedly made her way to the palace. It was imperative to report the recent events in City C to the emperor and the multitude of ministers in the cabinet without delay. In the guest room on the top floor of the church, Zhang Yu sat idly on the large sofa by the window, his thoughts drifting into his spiritual realm as he began to review the system notifications. He had already taken note of the system alerts back when he defeated Milan, but subsequent events had unfolded one after another. In a moment of distraction, Zhang Yu found himself with little time to peruse the incessant notifications from the system. Upon revisiting the interface, he was astonished to discover that his previously barren reputation had surged to nearly 14 million. Beside it, the gold count remained a conspicuous 0. However, his points had soared to an astonishing 300 million. Shortly thereafter, the system emitted a mechanical voice, elucidating the functionalities of reputation, points, and gold. The explanations were straightforward and unembellished. Gold was interchangeable with global currency at a 1-to-1 ratio, serving as a means to purchase character recruitment scrolls and summoning scrolls. Reputation was derived from the influence of the organization to which the host belonged, enabling the enhancement of the abilities of recruited ninjas, including the illustrious Uchiha Madara character that Zhang Yu possessed. As for points, they were accrued from the defeats of all recruited ninjas, convertible at a 1-to-1 ratio into either reputation or gold. Through this brief introduction, Zhang Yu gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the system's capabilities, epitomized by 4 words: simple and unadorned. Zhang Yu gazed at the figures displayed on the system interface, a sense of astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated that his act of retribution in City C would garner such considerable acclaim and points. The outcome of this endeavor was indeed substantial. He mused to himself about the possibility of undertaking an even grander scheme in the future. However, he swiftly quelled this perilous notion. In this land, where myriad factions intertwine, he recognized that although he stood among the elite few at the pinnacle of power, The adage of drawing fire by standing out was not lost on him. Zhang Yu began to focus his attention on the character summoning interface of the system. The summoning scrolls provided by the system are relatively reasonable. For points, a first-tier powerhouse corresponds to 1,000 points, while the system only offers summoning scrolls of 5th tier and above, with the corresponding prices being 10,000 for the 5th tier, 100,000 for the 6th tier, 1 million for the 7th tier, 10 million for the 8th tier, 100 million for the 9th tier, 1 billion for legendary tier, and an astonishing 100 billion points or gold for epic tier. Zhang Yu glanced at the modest wealth in his pocket, a mere 3 melons and 2 dates, and couldn't he help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Out of the over 300 million points, the deceased Wang gang had contributed a substantial 100 million, while the remaining members of the Griffin Knights had managed to scrape together just over 200 million. It appeared that this meager fortune was still far from achieving a comfortable life. At present, he lacked the ability to summon legendary figures, and relying solely on pain seemed inadequate to uphold the overall framework of the Akatsuki organization. After all, as a man who only engaged in high-level battles, not everyone could serve under him. Those with slightly lesser strength would likely be obliterated by the AoE effects on the fringes of the battlefield. In that instant, Zhang Yu clarified his strategy. The Akatsuki must prioritize quality over quantity. Individuals below the 9th rank were simply not worth his recruitment efforts. With his resolve firmed, Zhang Yu turned his gaze back to the recruitment button. As the recruitment animation concluded, his attention shifted to the 2 concealed character cards. Upon unveiling the first card, a cold, mechanical voice from the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new character, Deidara. Note, Deidara will not perish upon self-detonation, but will enter a state of weakness lasting 3 days. Deidara, indeed, was a commendable addition as a rogue ninja capable of single-handedly defeating Gaara." His artistry had left a profound impression on Zhang Yu, particularly that technique. Art is an explosion, which epitomized the philosophy of equality among all beings and the harmony of heaven and earth. Given that the first character card revealed Deidara, it would be rather surprising if the second card did not feature him as well. As the next card slowly turned over, a figure clad in the Akatsuki's signature cloud-patterned robe revealed his true form to Zhang Yu. As expected, the character card depicted the scorpion of the red sand, vividly brought to life. There is a saying in the Naruto universe, it is not the puppet master who is weak, but merely Kankuro, the scorpion of the red sand. As the pinnacle of puppet mastery showcased formidable strength that was evident throughout the anime, with his illustrious feat of single-handedly defeating the 3rd Kazekage justifying his status as an S-rank character. With a single thought, Zhang Yu chose to summon characters. As the summoning array rose, white smoke dissipated, revealing Scorpion and Deidara before Zhang Yu, who bowed respectfully and said, "Scorpion and Deidara, at your service, leader." Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, signaling a greeting and casually informing Scorpion and Deidara that they need not feel constrained. They could rest when there were no tasks at hand and manage their time as they pleased. He encouraged Deidara and Scorpion to relax. Noticing Deidara beginning to meander around the room, exploring left and right, Scorpion also commenced fiddling with his puppets. Zhang Yu redirected his attention back to the system. Chapter 8. Uchiha Fan. Upon accessing the system's reputation interface, a plethora of character cards emerged, representing all members produced by the system, ranked by their levels as follows: Uchiha Madara, Edo Tensei, level 110, 6 Paths Pain, level 90, Scorpion of the Red Sand, level 90, Deidara, level 90. Each character card featured an upgrade button below, with the requisite reputation points for each upgrade amounting to 10 million. While Uchiha Madara's staggering requirements soared into the hundreds of millions, Zhang Yu originally believed that the rank of summoned characters was fixed. However, he was astonished to discover that it could be elevated through reputation. Notably, the members of the Akatsuki organization correspond to ranks above the 9th tier in this realm. While Zhang Yu himself has ascended to the pinnacle of legendary strength, he yearns to continue his ascent. Zhang Yu's thoughts flowed like a river, contemplating that to ascend further, he must swiftly amass wealth on the continent and rapidly accumulate substantial prestige across various regions. Consequently, warfare often emerges as the most expedient means of accumulation. However, reflecting on the current dynamics among the major empires surrounding him, he realized that initiating a direct conflict was likely impractical, as his present strength was insufficient to sustain an aggressive expansion through external warfare. Zhang Yu repressed his increasingly perilous thoughts, for he held no interest in dominating the continent or establishing a lineage. Rather, as a player hailing from a humble village in his past life. He possessed an innate obsession with leveling up and enhancing his combat prowess. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Wasn't the Akatsuki originally a band of mercenaries driven by their own ideals? By bringing the Akatsuki into this realm, he could continue their mercenary pursuits, which held no inherent drawbacks. Engaging in work for remuneration would also facilitate a swift accumulation of prestige. Why should he seek distant aspirations when the path before him was so evident? Having reconciled these thoughts, Zhang Yu no longer lingered in doubt, redirecting his focus towards the matter of elevating his prestige. How might he effectively enhance his current standing? Zhang Yu gazed upon the Uchiha Madara template, noticing that, unlike other character cards, it was emanating a pulsating crimson glow. Zhang Yu curiously inquired about the workings of the system. Due to the fusion of the Uchiha Madara template with the host, the corresponding character has not materialized in this realm, and the character's weapon has not been directly transported to this world. It is necessary for the host to provide prestige points for upgrades and unlocks. Upon gaining insight, Zhang Yu fell into deep contemplation regarding the value of the prestige he possessed, meticulously devising a plan for its utilization. Zhang Yu opted to elevate his rank by 1 level. With this ascension, the Uchiha fan, adorned with the mesmerizing tomo of the Sharingan, appeared gracefully beside him on the sofa, while a dark, ominous scythe, radiating a chilling aura, lay quietly nearby. Zhang Yu gently grasped his weapon, a wave of familiarity washing over him. The techniques for wielding the round fan and the sickle instinctively emerged in his mind. Zhang Yu felt an unparalleled affinity with the weapon, as if it had been meticulously crafted just for him. Various techniques began to slowly materialize in his mind. Among them, the most renowned was undoubtedly the technique of rebounding the tailed beast ball, Uchiha Rebound, where an absolute defense would thwart incoming attacks and transform them into a wind release to counterattack the adversary. Just as Zhang Yu was eager to further experiment with his newly acquired weapon, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in," Zhang Yu beckoned. The door creaked open, revealing a cardinal clad in red. He respectfully bowed to Zhang Yu and announced, "Mr. Zhang, Lord Charlotte has sent me to inform you that she has returned from the palace and is currently awaiting you in the meeting room downstairs." "Very well, I understand." Zhang Yu nodded, rising to his feet. Zhang Yu followed the cardinal downstairs to the conference room. There, Charlotte sat at the head of the table, her attractive features marred by a hint of solemnity. "What has transpired?" Zhang Yu inquired as he pulled out a chair and seated himself. Charlotte let out a sigh before replying. "His Majesty and the ministers of the cabinet are deeply divided over the situation in City C. I am in agreement with His Majesty that the Empire should not pursue the matter further, provided you accomplish one task for the Empire. Of course, this is merely to appease the court. However, some ministers hold a different perspective." Zhang Yu rested her hand on the table, propping her chin with her palm, as she turned slightly to gaze at Charlotte. Charlotte, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced sideways at Zhang Yu, observing the unfocused gaze in her eyes. With a hint of frustration, she inquired, "Zhang Yu, were you even listening to what I just said?" Zhang Yu's pupils began to focus as she smiled and jested, "It matters not. If anyone wishes to seek me out, let them come. After all, I find myself with ample leisure." Zhang Yu observed Charlotte, her tiny fist clenched tightly, and promptly retracted his playful demeanor, adopting a serious tone. "Miss Charlotte, I have been listening to your previous remarks. What I require is merely your stance, along with that of the royal family. That is sufficient. The opinions of others hold little significance." His words left Charlotte momentarily taken aback, enveloped in a silence that followed. Yet, after a brief pause, she found herself reluctantly countering Zhang Yu's assertion. "Zhang Yu, the situation in the Shirin Empire is far more intricate than you might envision. Primarily, there exists the faction led by General Arthur, advocating for direct action against you through military suppression. Meanwhile, the decision of the aristocratic political faction, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, remains uncertain. In any case, the court has erupted into a cacophony over your matter." Zhang Yu casually rested her legs upon the round conference table, the resultant noise disrupting Charlotte's attempt to continue her discourse. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yu began to sway her chair, nonchalantly remarking, "Miss Charlotte, do you recall what you said to me that day in City C? I placed my trust in you, which is why I accompanied you to the capital. In other words, I found you rather agreeable, hence my presence here. You are my employer, and I am your employee. Simply instruct me on your requirements, and ensure my remuneration is provided. As for other matters and individuals, well, that is of little concern to me." Zhang Yu paused momentarily, ceasing his rhythmic rocking of the chair, and turned his stride towards the door. Thus, my course of action hinges entirely upon Miss Charlotte's desires. As for the others, they are of no concern to me. Just as I was savoring my time in the Southern Military District, should anyone wish to engage in a friendly contest, I would not hesitate to assist your brother in managing these subordinates. With that, Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, preparing to retreat to his quarters for a night's rest. As Zhang Yu was about to depart, the silent Charlotte rose, a surge of immense magical energy enveloping her, manifesting a barrier. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a surge of magic, closing the grand door before Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, perplexed, felt a surge of displeasure rise upon her face. She turned to Charlotte and inquired, "Priestess Charlotte, what does this mean?" Chapter 9. A hot potato. Charlotte gazed at Zhang Yu, yet remained silent, her expression awash with complexity. The two locked eyes for an extended moment, and just as Zhang Yu could no longer contain herself and prepared to take her leave, Charlotte rose. Her gaze lingering on Zhang Yu, and slowly articulated, "Zhang Yu, I am uncertain whether I should place my trust in you. The intention of His Majesty and myself is to solicit your assistance in investigating a matter. Should you succeed, both the Empire and the Church of Light will owe you a favor." Zhang Yu no longer leaned against the door. He rose and approached Charlotte, gazing into her captivating eyes. "Given the significance of this matter, why not enlist the assistance of your trusted subordinates? Surely, a colossal entity like the Shiluan Empire would not lack individuals capable of aiding you in this endeavor. Moreover, is there not also your Radiant Church?" Charlotte sighed, resigned. "If matters were so straightforward, there would be no need for your intervention. It is important to recognize that, more often than not, the favor of a near-epic powerhouse is far more valuable than the majority of things on this continent. This task is one that neither the monarch nor I can undertake. The Empire's intricate web of power is fraught with complexities, and countless eyes are watching both the monarch and me in secret, to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass. We must rely on outsiders to accomplish this task. The number of eyes surrounding the monarch and myself is beyond my own reckoning. In the past, we attempted to investigate this matter discreetly, but any hint of progress would inexplicably vanish. I suspect that both the Radiant Church and the monarch have their agents in proximity to one another." Charlotte retrieved a jade tablet from her storage ring and handed it to Zhang Yu. "If you are willing to assist me, this jade tablet will elucidate the matter. Once you read it, you will understand." Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Zhang Yu felt a wave of confusion. According to Charlotte's description, this matter involved numerous complexities, leaving Zhang Yu uncertain about whether to accept this jade slip. After finishing her explanation, Charlotte fell silent, extending the jade slip towards Zhang Yu with one hand. Patiently awaiting his response, Zhang Yu gazed into the hopeful eyes of the woman before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of agitation rising within him. After a considerable pause, just as Charlotte was about to retract the jade slip, a smile graced Zhang Yu's face. The more entangled the situation became, the more intriguing it turned out to be. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Yu seized the jade slip from Charlotte's hands, his mental energy penetrating its depths as he began to examine its contents. Charlotte appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, her expression reflecting a sense of anticipated certainty as she quietly awaited Zhang Yu's analysis of the jade slip. The information contained within was not overly complex. It consisted of several images recorded by the reflection stone. To Zhang Yu's astonishment, each image depicted a peculiar magical array, alongside the corpses of individuals whose hearts had been violently extracted. A chilling realization washed over him. The original owner had also perished within this very array. The original owner had come to learn about this array through the ancient texts borrowed from the library of the Sea City Demon and Martial Arts University. What does this signify? It implies that this organization boldly placed such sacrificial arrays, expressly forbidden by the Empire, within the library of one of the top 5 universities in the Western Luan Empire. Moreover, the information contained within this jade slip was even more daunting, revealing the presence of this array from the military down to local officials, from ordinary citizens to regional nobility. Through Charlotte's research on the array, it was discovered to be a summoning array connecting to a place known as the Abyss. Additionally, the unique patterns of the array continuously emitted radiation that influenced the surrounding environment, a common tactic employed by the Abyss to ensnare minds. If this persists, individuals would unknowingly succumb to its influence, ultimately becoming fervent devotees of the Abyss. The expressions of the deceased, devoid of any fear in the face of death, were instead marked by an unsettling fervor. Zhang Yu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Upon his arrival in this unfamiliar world, he had not given it much thought. as his previous life was filled with narratives of such traversals. However, he began to wonder if his presence here was due to. Just then, the system interrupted Zhang Yu's musings, its frigid mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Host's traversal is entirely unrelated to this formation. The host was in a state of death prior to traversal, and the physical vessel cannot be brought into this realm. This body has been randomly selected by the system, being the most compatible with the host and bears no connection to the abyss. Please do not worry. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Charlotte, observing the myriad of emotions flitting across Zhang Yu's face, noticed his previously grave demeanor returning to normal. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "What is the matter? You looked rather unwell just now. If you are unwilling to assist with this, I can certainly understand. I can seek alternative solutions." Zhang Yu raised his hand to interrupt Charlotte, stating, "It is not as you perceive. If I had any reservations prior to this moment, after examining this jade slip, I am resolute in accepting this task. It is not solely to address the repercussions this matter holds for you and the Empire, but also for my own sake." Charlotte appeared somewhat bewildered. Observing her confusion, Zhang Yu continued, "Do you recall the tale I shared with you during our journey to the Imperial capital? I recounted the story of my previous life and how I came to inhabit this realm. However, I concealed the matter of the system from you." Realization dawned upon Charlotte, and her expression grew grave. "Are you suggesting that when your soul merged with Zhang Yu's body, it was also due to this formation?" Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively, then shook his head. "After my arrival, the remnants of the magical array on site bore an uncanny resemblance to the information contained within the jade slip. I invested considerable effort in mending this broken vessel that had lost its heart. The system's restoration could be considered a self-repair, for the system accompanied me into this realm, intrinsically linked to my being." Contemplating this, Zhang Yu continued, "You still fail to grasp the crux of the matter. I am quite certain that I do not hail from the dimension you refer to as the abyss. My homeland lies in a distant place, perhaps so far that even the deity of light you revere cannot reach that realm." Originally, Zhang Yu, due to his mother, could freely enter and exit the library of the Sea City Magic and Martial Arts Academy. It was within this library that he discovered the summoning array leading to the abyss. Now, do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he calmly gazed at Charlotte, who was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread upon grasping the crux of the matter. If Sea City Martial Arts University serves as a nurturing ground for the future generation of the Empire, then the fact that an ordinary student like Zhang Yu could access such a forbidden book is indeed alarming. One cannot fathom how many students have already borrowed and disseminated this tome, while the widespread circulation among the populace poses a challenge. It pales in comparison to the fury evoked by the potential impact on the Empire's next generation. These students, once graduated, will become the backbone of the West Luan Empire for the next 50 years, if not longer, permeating various strata of society. This is tantamount to undermining the very foundations of the Empire. The urgency of this matter has eclipsed any concerns regarding how to handle Zhang Yu. Charlotte could not afford to ponder other issues. She needed to rush to the palace to report to His Majesty. The gravity of the situation had far exceeded her expectations. Hastily, she thanked Zhang Yu and prepared to make her way to the palace that very night. As she reached the door, she grasped Zhang Yu's hand and urged anxiously, "In times of urgency, we must act decisively. Come with me." Zhang Yu, still in a state of bewilderment, was abruptly seized by Charlotte, who whisked him away towards the Imperial Palace. Chapter 10. Consultation in the Imperial Palace of the Shiluan Empire. Ward gazed at the two figures before him with a look of utter disbelief. Each day, he toiled tirelessly through state affairs, and at last, in the dead of night, he had hoped for a moment's respite. Yet here he was, at 2:15 in the morning, confronted by his dear sister, who had stealthily infiltrated his chambers with an unfamiliar man in tow, having subdued his guards. What sort of audacity was this? Were it not for the strong bond of trust cultivated over many years with his sister, Ward Clare might have uttered a despairing cry of resignation. His uncle, the legendary warrior Sad, charged with his protection, had nearly been struck dead on the spot. He was perplexed at how this intruder had managed to breach the palace's defenses without triggering any alarms. The ease with which he had been confined was alarming until he finally discerned the identity of the intruder, Charlotte. His niece was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what compelling matter could have prompted her to clandestinely enter the palace at such an hour. Charlotte gestured to Ward to dismiss the others, and then erected a barrier. Within the confines of his chamber's enchantment, she established an additional layer of mental fortification. Emperor Ward rose, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the side of his sister still clasping the hand of the man beside her. Unable to suppress a teasing remark, he quipped, "Sister, what is this?" Charlotte, following Ward's line of sight, suddenly realized she was still tightly holding Zhang Yu's hand. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as embarrassment washed over her, transforming her into a flustered maiden. Zhang Yu had long noticed that Charlotte was holding his hand, yet he made no effort to withdraw it. Why would he? The delightful sensation of being escorted by a stunning beauty through the palace at night was far too pleasant to relinquish. Ward signaled to Sad to pour tea for the guests. Turning his gaze to Zhang Yu, he presumed this must be Mr. Zhang Yu, and indeed, he was a man of remarkable stature. Following the adage of not striking a smiling face, Zhang Yu nodded respectfully in return, acknowledging, "I have the honor of meeting your majesty, Ward." He then directed his attention to Charlotte, taking a sip of tea before inquiring, "Sister, what brings you here at this late hour?" Charlotte proceeded to elucidate the circumstances to Ward, who, upon hearing her, furrowed his brow. He drained his cup in one go, taken aback by the extent of the abyss's influence that had developed to such a stage. In the current political arena, one could only speculate how many were already ensnared by the abyss. His gaze shifted back to Zhang Yu. "Mr. Zhang, since your sister accompanied you, you must be well informed about the unfolding events. Although the court appears peaceful on the surface, beneath it lies a tumult of hidden currents. The Empire has planted numerous spies who have relayed much information. My dear distant cousin has already forged connections with the Arthur family, led by the Marshal. They have been the most ardent in advocating for the use of force against you. It remains unclear who among them acts as the lackeys of the abyss. Even within this palace, there are many eyes of these so-called noble families, including those in my harem, who are products of entwined interests. Your sister's illuminated church is likewise under constant scrutiny from these watchful eyes. Both my sister and I are acutely aware of many matters. Until we can confront them openly, I can only turn a blind eye to some. This is the Empire's most lamentable choice. Ambitious figures are restless, and the abyss lurks with a predatory gaze. These are our internal troubles. Each year, northern tribes covet the fertile lands of the Xiluan Empire, representing our external threats. Under such internal and external pressures, any slight disturbance in the Xiluan Empire could yield tremendous consequences." As he spoke, Ward could not help but sigh. It was indeed a constraining position for an emperor. "Yesterday, my sister returned and shared much with me. She expressed her belief in you, and therefore, I am inclined to trust you as well. Your presence, Mr. Zhang, truly alleviates my urgent predicament. Since you have chosen to accompany my sister to my palace, it implies that you are willing to assist me. Is that not so?" Having pondered on the journey, Zhang Yu had already determined how he ought to proceed regarding this matter. Zhang Yu nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, I am willing to assist you in investigating this matter. However, as you are aware, the complexity of this situation is quite considerable. Even though I owe a favor to Charlotte, the compensation must be sufficient for me to take action." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's response, Ward felt a surge of delight within. Zhang Yu's message was unequivocal. He was willing to help, but only for the right price. As the esteemed leader of the mighty Xiluan Empire, Ward was confident that he could easily meet this requirement. Elated by Zhang Yu's willingness to undertake this task, he promptly inquired, "I am deeply grateful for your support." "Your Grace, might I ask what you require in return?" "Anything within my means shall be yours." Zhang Yu smiled and stated that his request was quite simple, 1 billion gold coins. Ward was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that Mr. Zhang Yu was indeed straightforward and refreshing, which he appreciated. Ward had anticipated that Zhang Yu would demand high-level scrolls, rare materials, or top-tier magical beasts, but to his surprise, the only thing Zhang Yu sought was gold coins. Although the figure of 1 billion coins seemed extravagant, equivalent to nearly a decade's worth of tax revenue for the Xiluan Empire, it was important to note that the common currency among the populace was merely copper coins, with 100 copper coins equating to a single silver coin, and 1 gold coin being valued at 100 silver coins. Achieving an annual income of 10,000 gold coins was already an unattainable goal for many small and medium noble families. However, compared to the treasures accumulated over generations in the Imperial treasury, gold coins could be earned again if lost, while those treasures, once relinquished, could not necessarily be repurchased, even with money. Additionally, I also require access to the intelligence network of the Xiluan Empire. Zhang Yu continued, expressing his thoughts. Ward hesitated, casting a glance at Charlotte. After all, the intelligence system pertains to the core secrets of the nation. As an outsider, Ward was reluctant to fully unveil the intelligence apparatus to Zhang Yu. Charlotte also turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu, stating that since she had promised to assist him, it was only natural for her to possess sufficient authority to mobilize resources. Moreover, having just arrived in this realm, her subordinates were insufficient for extensive intelligence gathering within the Exilin Empire. She merely sought to borrow resources, not to compromise the interests of the Exilin Empire. Zhang Yu discerned the concerns of Ward and Charlotte and offered an explanation. After a moment of contemplation, Ward gazed at Zhang Yu, whose demeanor exuded sincerity, prompting Charlotte to turn to Ward and assert, "I trust him." Ward then scrutinized both Charlotte and Zhang Yu before ultimately acquiescing to Zhang Yu's request. "Very well, I shall grant you the necessary permissions. However, you must bear in mind that your actions now reflect not only your own character, but also that of my sister, Charlotte Claire. Had it not been for her endorsement, I would never have entrusted the Empire's intelligence apparatus to you. I hope you will honor the faith my sister has placed in you." Zhang Yu replied, "I understand. As the leader of the Shao organization, I have no desire for our group's inaugural mission to be marred by the stigma of betraying our employer." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, confirming their decision. Ward rose from his seat, noting that it was getting late. "Your Highness, Zhang Yu, it would be prudent for you and your sister to return and rest early. We can arrange the remaining matters tomorrow." He continued, "It is not convenient for me to host your Highness, so I asked my sister to assist in accommodating Mr. Zhang. Should there be any shortages, feel free to draw from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. With so many people around, I shall refrain from seeing you off." Charlotte stood, bowing in farewell. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhang Yu also rose to bow in return. Chapter 11. Dawn Organization, assembling by the time Zhang Yu and Charlotte returned to the church. It was nearly 5 in the morning. After escorting Zhang Yu to his room and exchanging good nights, Charlotte was about to leave when Zhang Yu, pondering throughout the journey, could not fathom why Charlotte had such faith in him. He turned and asked, "Why do you trust me so much? Are you not afraid that I might exploit the Empire's intelligence channels to harm your brother?" Charlotte did not turn around but responded lightly, "You would not." Zhang Yu was even more perplexed. "Do you really trust me so easily?" Charlotte turned back, her gaze unwavering. "Because my intuition tells me that you are a good person." Charlotte's smile was enchanting, and in that moment, it solidified Zhang Yu's resolve, his fist clenched with newfound determination. Zhang Yu was taken aback by the woman's response, rendered momentarily speechless. "You are the good person. Your entire family is composed of good people." Charlotte paused slightly, then responded with a smile, "All right. It's time for you to rest." With that, Charlotte departed. Zhang Yu stood still, savoring the words that Charlotte had just uttered. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, muttering, "That foolish woman." Upon returning to his room, Zhang Yu pondered his strategies, gradually formulating a preliminary plan. Everything hinged on acquiring that 10 billion gold coins. As dawn broke, its gentle light pierced through the delicate mist, casting a soft glow upon the city's streets and alleys. In the distance, the towering skyscrapers emerged from the haze, resembling a splendid inkwash painting. On the streets, early risers commenced their day's endeavors, while horse-drawn carriages flowed continuously along the thoroughfares. The breakfast stalls by the roadside had already opened for business, and those who had risen early for prayer began to stream into the church. Zhang Yu awoke early. When the cardinal brought breakfast, he informed Zhang Yu that Charlotte had already departed for the morning assembly. He mentioned that a resolution regarding Zhang Yu's matters in City C would be forthcoming after the morning meeting, urging Zhang Yu to remain patient. Zhang Yu summoned pain, and after breakfast, they prepared to head to the church's library to research some materials. As for why Scorpion and Daedara were not invited, Zhang Yu explained that Daedara, unable to remain idle in the early morning, had dragged Scorpion out to the streets in pursuit of art. After spending the entire morning immersed in the library, he gained some understanding of the various families, both large and small, across the empire. In short, the current situation in the Western Lyran Empire, aside from the royalists who have consistently supported the Clare family, is dominated by 3 interest groups, the one led by the Prime Minister, the military overseen by the Grand Marshal, and the princely faction led by Renaud Clare, the younger brother of the previous emperor and the current emperor's uncle. These 3 factions control the empire's finances, taxation, appointments of officials, and military affairs, intertwining with royal authority to shape the present political landscape of the Western Lyran Empire. The cardinal approached Zhang Yu and softly remarked, "Your Grace, the Pope has just returned and is now waiting for you in the reception room." Zhang Yu placed the book aside and rubbed his weary eyes. In the reception room, Charlotte poured him a cup of hot tea and tossed him a storage ring alongside a token. Here is your reward, as well as the token from the Empire's intelligence agency. I have brought these for you. Regarding Wang Gang, His Majesty has decisively resolved the matter today. Externally, you will need to assume a position as a royal worshipper of the Shiluan Empire. This will serve as your accountability to the Shiluan Empire, placing you within the bureaucratic framework of the Empire. This matter can only be regarded as an internal family issue of the Empire. The ministers will have their share of prestige and recognition. However, you must remain vigilant concerning General Arthur, the southern military district, where Wang Gang is stationed, is under his direct command. This incident is a blatant affront to him. While he may not openly retaliate, you should be wary of potential retribution in the shadows. Zhang Yu nodded nonchalantly, indifferent to the matter at hand, thinking that he would accompany him in whatever way he desired. Charlotte chose not to pursue the topic further. But with a hint of concern, she inquired, regarding the Abyss, how do you intend to address this situation? It is likely that news of the Abyss has already spread extensively throughout the Western Luan Empire. You must act swiftly. Zhang Yu nodded. Rest assured, I have some preliminary thoughts on this matter. Once my team is assembled, I will promptly set about addressing it. I will keep you informed as soon as there are any developments. Charlotte felt a wave of relief wash over her. After sharing a few of her ideas with Charlotte, Zhang Yu returned to his room, preparing to utilize the 1 billion gold coins to recruit personnel. Summoning the recruitment interface of the system, he washed his hands. May the omnipotent Master Ma bless me. As 100 million gold coins were deducted, a character summoning card appeared within the system's space. Come on. Let us draw a miracle. As Zhang Yu's mental energy touched the card, the first card revealed its true form. With emerald eyes and a slightly alluring, fiery gaze, cascading waist-length red hair held up in an adorable bun, and long legs clad in fishnet stockings beneath a fitted blue gown. The system's voice echoed, Congratulations, host. You have recruited 5th-generation Mizukiage Terumi Mei. Although he had greatly admired Terumi Mei in his previous life and would have been thrilled to recruit her at any other time after all, who wouldn't appreciate a gentle and beautiful older sister? He had just spent 100,000 gold coins on her. What he truly needed were specialized talents from the Akatsuki organization to assist him in navigating this intricate situation. Zhang Yu gazed at the remaining 900 million gold coins, contemplating how he would manage the situation if he failed to summon the desired individual. Charlotte certainly appeared to embody the persona of a wealthy woman, however. The prospect of asking her for a loan felt rather humiliating. Perhaps it would be best to proceed with the summoning first and see what unfolds. Zhang Yu contemplated and drew 2 more cards. As he gazed upon the vividly depicted figures, he gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. His attention settled upon the 3rd character card, adorned in a black robe with crimson clouds, its features obscured by darkness. Yet a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes radiated a crimson glow, slowly swirling. It was Uchiha Itachi, the most formidable illusionist in the realm of Hokage. Undoubtedly one of the most beloved characters, Itachi's prowess is unquestionable, particularly his signature ability, Tsukuyomi, which was precisely what Zhang Yu required at this moment. Lacking proficiency in illusions himself, he needed Itachi's Tsukuyomi to unearth the individuals entangled in the matter after catching a glimpse of the opponent's exposed tail. Itachi's Tsukuyomi possessed just that capability. Turning to the 2nd card, he recognized Itachi's old partner, the tailless beast Kisame Hashigaki. Now, it was time to seek another pivotal character. Zhang Yu directed his gaze towards the remaining cards, took a deep breath, and chose to continue drawing. As the card came into view, it depicted a sage clad in a robe of auspicious clouds. An intriguing prospect, indeed, although he did not draw the character he desired. Having Zetsu around for errands and minor tasks was still a welcome addition. Zhang Yushuan decisively opted to continue drawing, swiftly clicking twice, revealing the cards. A brilliant yellow flash illuminated the scene, presenting the fastest man in the ninja world, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Following closely was the divine messenger, Conan. Zhang Yu gazed at the character cards, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He had already exhausted 600 million coins. Yet he still had not drawn the character he desired. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Was he truly considering borrowing money from Charlotte? The mere thought of such a predicament made him instinctively curl his toes in apprehension. Perhaps it was better to embrace the inevitable, whatever the outcome may be. With her eyes closed, Zhang Yu chose to continue drawing. As the system deducted 20,000 gold coins, 2 character cards materialized in the realm of her mind. Chapter 12. An unexpected conflict. With only 200 million gold coins remaining, it signified that she had but 4 opportunities left. Should she fail to acquire the desired brothers, Without resorting to borrowing, the most crucial aspect of her plan would remain unfulfilled. Zhang Yu nervously flipped open 2 character cards, then let out a long sigh. System. You truly love me. Upon unveiling the cards, the immortal duo from the Akatsuki organization that Zhang Yu required came into view. Fortunately, after spending 800 million gold coins, he finally managed to summon the personnel he needed. As Zhang Yu clicked in succession, with the dissipating white smoke, 8 ninjas gradually materialized before him. After Zhang Yu greeted the new members, he briefly contemplated the current personnel configuration of the Akatsuki organization and began to outline the mission at hand. In this operation, he would assign identities to both Minato and Conan, who were to infiltrate the Magic and Martial Arts University in City C as guest lecturers. While gathering intelligence on suspicious individuals, Kakuzu and Haydn were tasked with the widespread dissemination of the cult's doctrine, conducting investigations based on the list of dubious characters provided by Minato and Conan. Should they ascertain that an individual's identity was indeed tainted by the aura of the abyss, Zhang Yu granted Haydn permission to offer that person as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity. Ju would remain in the shadows, responsible for transmitting information, while Itachi would need to employ Genjutsu to extract the desired intelligence once the prime target made his appearance. As Zhang Yu mentioned Haydn and Kakuzu's mission to preach in City C, Haydn was so moved that he shed tears on the spot, declaring his professionalism and unwavering commitment to fulfilling the leader's directives. Terumi Mei, somewhat discontent, interjected, "Leader, why haven't you assigned me a task? I am capable of infiltration or intelligence gathering. If necessary, I could also engage in preaching." Haydn, immediately displeased, retorted, Hey, what's wrong with you? The leader undoubtedly has his own arrangements. It's not as if you can do whatever you please." He scrutinized Terumi Mei, suggesting that perhaps the leader had no confidence in her abilities, which was why she was overlooked for a task. Terumi Mei, incensed by the insinuation, rolled up her sleeves, preparing to demonstrate why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Zhang Yu intervened to separate the two who were on the verge of confrontation, and explained to Terumi Mei that the current mission did not require such a large contingent. In the Imperial capital, I plan to establish a base for the Akatsuki organization. The abilities we employ do not belong to this continent. The body flicker technique is superior to yours, making it challenging to remain inconspicuous while teaching in City C. As the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, you are a qualified administrator who has passed rigorous evaluations, and thus I need you to stay in the Imperial capital to assist me with the establishment of the Akatsuki's operations here. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's patient explanation, Terumi Mei felt a surge of joy and embraced his arm. Upon closer inspection, the leader was quite the handsome figure. She felt the pressure emanating from his arm, and it was undeniably impressive. Though not as exaggerated as Tsunade's, it was still remarkable. Realizing the proximity between them and noticing the teasing glances from those around, Terumi Mei felt flustered and blushed, reluctantly releasing her hold on Zhang Yu's arm. Zhang Yu was preparing to seek out Charlotte to inform her of his plans. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the distant city. Zhang Yu immediately turned to gaze in the direction of the blast. It seemed that something had gone awry with Deidara and the others. Zhang Yu addressed the members of the Akatsuki organization surrounding him, instructing everyone to conceal themselves. Except for Koyomi Mei, the rest were to remain hidden until the mission was accomplished, ensuring that their association with the Akatsuki remained undisclosed. "I will step out for a moment," he declared, "and we shall discuss further upon my return." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yu's figure swiftly departed. He then focused his mental energy, propelling himself toward the location where Deidara and the others were situated. The explosion site was a large square at the east gate, and upon arrival, Zhang Yu found the area in disarray. He searched for signs of Deidara and eventually discovered the injured Deidara and Sasori amidst the ruins, surrounded by Imperial soldiers. With a decisive kick, he dispatched a man approaching Deidara and turned to inquire what transpired here. Placing a hand firmly on Deidara's shoulder, he quelled the tumultuous chakra threatening to spiral out of control. Deidara, gasping for breath, pointed at the soldiers sprawled across the ground and exclaimed, "We were merely enjoying a leisurely stroll when this old man, seemingly deranged, ordered his men to apprehend us, when they proved incapable of subduing us." The old man took matters into his own hands. "Do not underestimate him, leader. He possesses a measure of strength." Zhang Yu followed Deidara's gaze, observing a figure clad in resplendent armor adorned with various precious gemstones, a knightly longsword hanging from his waist, its hilt embedded with a magnificent ruby. The man was tall and imposing, his hair neatly slicked back, revealing a broad forehead, and his eyes were deep and piercing. Zhang Yu could sense the scrutiny of the other's gaze upon him at that moment. After concluding the morning assembly, Lei Yin had intended to return to his estate but was unexpectedly confronted by members of the Akatsuki organization in the East Square. Noticing the striking black garb embellished with clouds worn by his adversaries, Lei Yin contemplated capturing the two individuals and bringing them back to his residence in order to discern the nature of these people and their organization, who dared to slaughter his Griffin Legion in the southern military district of the West Luan Empire. It was well known throughout the empire that the southern military district was akin to his private garden. The various knightly legions within the district were no different from his personal guard. The loss of an entire Griffin Legion was tantamount to a grievous wound inflicted upon Lei Yin himself. Moreover, Zhang Yu's actions were nothing short of a public affront. To his astonishment, the powerful anti-magic stone formation he had commissioned at great expense proved ineffective against these two individuals. While his formation was not as formidable as the colossal array capable of restraining epic-level beings in the Imperial capital, it should have been sufficient to hinder typical legendary tier warriors. Coupled with the formation established by his personal guard, even the pinnacle among 9th-tier warriors would have struggled to escape its grasp. However, witnessing his meticulously assembled personal guard being swiftly dispatched by the two adversaries was disheartening. The Imperial city lay under the Emperor's jurisdiction, and Lei Yin was wary of causing a disturbance that would necessitate his immediate intervention. He had not anticipated that he would be unable to subdue these two formidable foes in a short span. One could manipulate multiple peculiar puppets, while the other resembled a walking explosive, constantly hurling various types of bombs. As the battle dragged on without resolution, Lei Yin's temper flared. The exceptional prowess of his semi-epic strength manifested as he unleashed his domain, instantly overwhelming Deidara and Scorpion with the pressure emanating from it. Observing the two approach with audacious strides, dragging along the anti-magic shackles towards him, Deidara realized he could not afford to be ensnared by such restraints. Reflecting on how he had merely ventured out to explore the customs of this foreign realm, he felt an indignation rising within him at the old man's unprovoked aggression. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to gather his chakra. You think you're impressive? Is this domain truly capable of suppressing me? Let me unleash this C0 explosion. Let us see if you can stop it. Lei Yin was taken aback by the destructive energy radiating from Deidara. One must recognize that this is the Imperial capital, a colossal metropolis with a population nearing 300 million. Should this device detonate here, even if one were to survive, it would likely spell the end for the Imperial commander. Witnessing the activation of the capital's defensive array, Lei Yin felt a surge of despair. The situation had escalated dramatically. He intended to rush forward and utilize the anti-magic stone to contain Deidara's impending explosion, only to be abruptly kicked aside. Upon observing the strikingly youthful visage of his assailant, he experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. However, upon seeing the individual successfully subdue the horrifying surge of destructive energy emanating from Deidara, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward the newcomer. Chapter 13. The first encounter with the Imperial commander. Upon comprehending the sequence of events, Zhang Yu felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly frustrating that her group of members was inexplicably ambushed during a simple outing. Had she not arrived promptly, who knows what might have transpired? Zhang Yu was determined to take action and help his brother reclaim his honor. A tremendous pressure enveloped the eastern square of the Imperial capital, causing all present to feel as though their connection to the mystical forces of the universe had been violently severed. Zhang Yu sensed a sudden stagnation in the flow of chakra within his own body. Lei Yin understood that the magic suppression array of the Imperial capital had been triggered, and resolved to eliminate the adversary before proceeding further. Drawing his sword from his waist, he lunged forward with a swift thrust aimed directly at Zhang Yu. Scorpion, cursing the opponent's treachery, maneuvered the third-generation wind shadow puppet to shield Zhang Yu from this formidable strike. Zhang Yu drew forth the immense fan strapped to his back, using its face to deflect a strike from Lei Yin. Due to the imprint of his status as the Grand Marshal of the Empire still recorded within the array, he remained unbound by the magic suppression. His sword strike had been delivered without restraint. It was astonishing that this individual, under the constraints of the array, could withstand his blow. Just as Lei Yin was grappling with disbelief, Zhang Yu's icy gaze bore into him as he coldly uttered, Uchiha rebound. With the fan radiating a brilliant white light, the absorbed sword energy was wholly transformed into a supremely high-pressure, searing wind technique, sending Lei Yin hurtling away. The intense wind pressure rendered Lei Yin unable to halt, and he was swept away by the gusts, colliding with numerous buildings along the street before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, The Imperial Royal Knights Brigade arrived belatedly, encircling the scene. The captain, Sikong Fu, surveyed the chaotic aftermath with a growing sense of dread, observing the demeanor of both parties involved. The captain felt certain that he must have neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out that day. Who could explain why the leader of the Akatsuki had engaged in conflict with Commander Lei Yin in the East Square? This situation had surpassed the jurisdiction of his role as the captain of the Royal Knights Brigade, and even his direct superior, Lord Sod, would likely be at a loss for how to address it. According to Imperial law, disturbances in the capital involving magic power above the third tier necessitated arrest and detention, with sentencing depending on the severity of the incident. Yet, who among them would dare to apprehend these two formidable figures? Sikong Fu glanced at the members of the Knights Brigade surrounding him. They exchanged uncertain looks, unsure of how to proceed. Cease at once, Sikong Fu commanded loudly, utilizing his town defense insignia to intensify the suppression of the magic array over the crowd in the square. Observing the visibly agitated states of the two powerful figures, he recognized the potential danger they posed. A mere moment of displeasure could lead to disastrous consequences for his humble rank of an 8th-tier knight. Thus, he opted to heighten the pressure of the magic suppression before promptly sending a message to his superior, Sod. Feeling the weight of the pressure upon him, Lei Yin realized he could no longer engage in hostilities. He chose instead to sit opposite Zhang Yu, gazing intently at him. If I am not mistaken, you are the esteemed Zhang Yu, the subject of much discourse within the court these past few days, are you not? Although phrased as a question, Lei Yin's tone was laden with certainty. He disregarded Zhang Yu's apparent disinterest as he continued, the 1st Knights Brigade you annihilated in City C was my direct military faction. Do you not owe me an explanation, Mr. Zhang Yu? And what of my nephew, whom you so mercilessly slain? What grievance could possibly warrant such enmity? At this juncture, Sikong Fu stepped forward, bowing to both individuals, and remarked, Gentlemen, have you considered the consequences of your brawl in the capital? I have already informed Lord Sod of the situation. Until his arrival, I suggest you both take a moment to cool your tempers. With that, he positioned himself beside them, remaining vigilant to prevent any further escalation of hostilities. Although the power of the magic suppression array currently imposed upon the two individuals has been maximized, according to Sikong Fu's understanding, both are formidable experts nearing the epic tier. Even under the weight of the suppression array, they will not entirely lose their capacity for resistance. He must remain vigilant and attentive to their movements at all times. Zhang Yu stowed away her fan and calmly fixed her gaze upon Lei Yin. The man before her, whether in terms of strength or authority, was undeniably one of the paramount figures in this realm. Yet, Zhang Yu felt no trepidation in his presence. She was far from being a pushover. She slowly spoke, the vengeance for my mother, entrusted to me by others. Is this reason sufficient, Your Excellency? After uttering these words, she fell silent, maintaining her steady stare at Lei Yin, who sat cross-legged. The two held each other's gaze, neither willing to break the silence. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. As reinforcements from Lei Yin's estate arrived, the ambience became subtly charged. Behind Zhang Yu, Daedara began to stuff clay into his hands incessantly. Scorpion also withdrew from the crimson flow and cast a scroll, summoning the 100 machines clad in red. The elite guards behind Lei Yin commenced to form their formation. Sikong Fu swallowed hard, though the two spoke not a word. They had already begun to channel their magical energy to resist the pressure exerted by the anti-magic array. The strain imposed by these two individuals, both nearing the epic level, was indeed formidable. Sikong Fu could already sense the pressure feedback from the token within the array. The formation was on the verge of collapse. As Zhang Yu and Lei Yin bore the brunt of the pressure, the others could now mobilize their magical energy within the array. The steward of Lei Yin's estate took the lead, rallying the knights to charge forward. Daedara unleashed his C2 clay dragon, soaring into the sky while perched atop its head. Scorpion maneuvered the 100 machines to assault the knights. In an instant, dust swirled anew, and the battle erupted into chaos. Although Zhang Yu's faction is relatively small in number, both Scorpion and Daedara are distinguished among the 9th-tier champions, capable of turning the tide against even the most formidable legendary warriors in one-on-one encounters if one is not vigilant. In contrast, on Lei Yin's side, his elite guards are seasoned veterans, having fought alongside him on countless battlefields. Bolstered by a steward of equal 9th-tier strength who is adept at diverting attention. As a 9th-tier ranger, the steward occasionally unleashes a silent arrow, causing considerable distress to both Scorpion and Daedara. The elite guard corps suffers losses as members are incapacitated by clay bombs, diminishing their combat effectiveness. Scorpion's puppets, equipped with unpredictable mechanisms and poison needles, ensure that any injury inflicted results in immediate incapacitation. As Daidara's clay continues to dwindle, Scorpion's puppets are systematically destroyed. Reinforcements from the command post surge forth incessantly. The Royal Knights find themselves in a precarious position, neither able to intervene decisively nor stand idle. Si Kung-Fu is at a loss, helplessly observing as the reinforcements pour in. The scales of victory appear to be tipping in favor of Lei Yin. Just then, a powerful shout echoes from afar, demanding everyone to cease hostilities. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Si Kung-Fu breathes a sigh of relief. In the distance, Charlotte and Sod soar through the sky, with Charlotte casting a divine summons towards the two, compounded by the oppressive forces of the formation, which ultimately overwhelms both Zhang Yu and Lei Yan's defenses. The pressure from the formation descends upon the crowd, rendering the command's elite guards helplessly pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, the steward, along with Daidara and Scorpion, struggles to maintain their footing as ninth-tier warriors, barely managing to remain standing. Zhang Yu and Lei Yin, as the primary targets of the Grand Formation, now found themselves enduring a colossal force akin to 10,000 tons with the mere movement of their fingers, let alone the manipulation of chakra and magic. Both were acutely aware that it was no longer feasible to continue their struggle. This unexpected conflict concluded rather abruptly. Chapter 14. Entering the palace again, Charlotte placed the high-concentration anti-magic stone armor upon the two, and as the mechanisms of the armor activated, it enveloped them completely. She then stepped aside, instructing the Royal Knights to restrain all participants of this conflict and escort them to the dungeons for confinement, awaiting their fate. Sod cast a stern glance at the slowly rising figures of the two, his tone unyielding. "Please, gentlemen. His Majesty is awaiting you in his study." Zhang Yu gestured for Daidara and Scorpion to remain calm and turned to follow the members of the Imperial Knights towards the palace. In the palace, within the study, a servant reported to the Emperor that Commander Sod was waiting outside the study with his men. Ward nodded, signaling to summon the others inside. He cast a glare at the two individuals bound by the anti-magic stones, his anger rising to a boiling point. Who can elucidate this situation? Ward tossed a scroll before the two, revealing a report detailing the damage inflicted upon the Imperial capital during today's battle, along with the casualties incurred. His gaze fell upon Commander Lei Yan, his tone frigid as he demanded, "Commander Lei Yan, could you provide an explanation for this matter?" Lei Yan saluted and spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, my personal guards observed two individuals behaving suspiciously on the street. Upon approaching them for routine questioning, they unexpectedly resorted to violence, leading to the current predicament." Zhang Yu let out a scornful laugh, for the circumstances were evident to all present. Was it truly a matter of suspicious behavior? Or was it merely an attempt to vent personal grievances upon seeing my organization's ceremonial robes? Lord Lei Yin was well aware of the truth. With a cold snort, he asserted, as the commander of the empire, that his scrutiny of these two individuals was both rational and lawful. Their refusal to cooperate and subsequent armed resistance raised doubts about whether Mr. Zhang Yu had ulterior motives in sending these two subordinates. Zhang Yu's expression grew colder as he retorted without reservation, "Indeed, you are not mistaken. I have undertaken a task wherein the employer demands the annihilation of your entire family. Coincidentally, preparations are already underway for action tonight." Before Zhang Yu could finish, Lei Yin could no longer contain himself, erupting with fury. "Come and try." "Enough." The Emperor's voice, filled with wrath, interrupted their escalating argument. "Do you treat the laws of this empire as mere trifles? One of you is a commander of the empire, and the other a legendary powerhouse. Since you both have such a penchant for brawling, let Commander Lei Yin handle the barbarians in the northern territories of the empire. You may return to the Imperial capital only once those savages, who have been raiding southward, have been dealt with. Lord Zhang, the situation in City C has not yet settled, and now you dare to stir up trouble in my capital. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" Before he could finish, Ward discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly grasped the meaning. Zhang Yu was acutely aware that, from the government's perspective, the foremost priority was to maintain public tranquility. The events of today had already spread throughout the Imperial capital, and the populace demanded an explanation from the court. The laws of the empire were unequivocally clear. Should everyone emulate the actions of the two individuals in question, the vast Imperial capital would become redundant, and the government's standing among the people would be irrevocably tarnished. The individual before him could be considered a prospective employer, and thus, Zhang Yu felt compelled to provide a graceful concession. With these thoughts in mind, he inclined his body and spoke, "Your Majesty, I shall abide by your arrangements." Within the palace resides a guardian beast that once forged a pact with Zhang Yu's ancestors, having endured considerable tribulations in numerous campaigns. Every millennium, the World Tree, home to the dark elves of the abyss, bears a divine fruit capable of healing the ancient wounds afflicting the guardian beast. I require you to accompany the Imperial team during your ascension to the epic tier, aiding the Empire in acquiring one of these divine fruits. Of course, this endeavor will be met with appropriate remuneration. Regardless of the outcome, the matters concerning you in the Imperial capital and City C will be considered settled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, finding no issues, and thus nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled." Afterward spoke. Noticing that neither party was inclined to continue their argument, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to their respective homes. He then turned away to resume his duties in managing state affairs. As the group exited the palace, the carriage from the commander's office awaited them at the palace gates. Lei Yin drew back the carriage curtains and, as if a sudden thought struck him, turned to Zhang Yu and his companions, speaking in a subdued tone, "Zhang Yu, this matter will not simply be brushed aside." Zhang Yu's footsteps were relentless, his voice gradually resonating. "Is that so? I await your arrival." By the time Zhang Yu retrieved Deidara and his companion from the city guard's dungeon and returned to the illuminated church, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After a simple dinner with the members of the Akatsuki organization, everyone exchanged brief introductions. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yu stepped out of the room and sought out the church staff to inquire about Charlotte's whereabouts. He then made his way to Charlotte's office, pushing open the grand door. At that moment, Charlotte sat poised at her desk, her focus unwavering, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the light of intellect as she diligently immersed herself in her work. Her lovely visage was etched with seriousness, while the pristine quill danced gracefully under her delicate fingers. The slight furrow of her brow beneath half-moon spectacles added an enchanting charm to her demeanor. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's entrance, Charlotte paused her tasks, turning her attention to him. Zhang Yu approached the desk, drew out a chair, and seated himself. "Today's events have certainly caused you some trouble," he remarked. Charlotte shook her head, responding, "You cannot place the blame on yourself. Lei Yin is rather concerned with his reputation. After you decimated one of his legions in City C, he will undoubtedly continue to create difficulties for you as long as you remain in the Imperial capital. This is precisely why His Majesty has dispatched him to the Northern Territories today. As for matters concerning His Majesty, you need not overly concern yourself. Simply regard it as a contractual obligation. When the time comes, depart with the team and merely fulfill the necessary formalities. Rest assured, the remuneration will be duly provided." Upon finishing her words, Charlotte rose to pour a cup of coffee for Zhang Yu and inquired, "Surely, you did not come to see me merely to discuss this?" Zhang Yu shook his head and mentioned that he was about to commence the matter discussed previously. Charlotte, intrigued, turned her gaze towards Zhang Yu and waved her hand, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the two of them in an instant. "Do tell," she said, taking a seat opposite Zhang Yu and sipping her coffee, awaiting his elaboration. "I intend to commence my inquiries along the line of Sea City University. The intelligence gathering conducted by my organization has been quite exceptional. I will dispatch individuals to initiate investigations within the university. Once we acquire a list of suspicious individuals, I will have people conduct targeted inquiries under the guise of a missionary endeavor. This will provoke those lurking in the shadows to reveal themselves." Zhang Yu took a sip of coffee, finding it rather bitter. "Within my organization, there exists a figure nearly legendary in his mastery of illusion. And should he dare to reveal his true nature, I would be able to follow his lead and extract all the significant players involved." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Charlotte adjusted her glasses and regarded him, acknowledging that your plan is sound and quite reasonable. However, the members of this organization are fundamentally marked by their souls. And should anything go awry, this mark would shatter their very essence. This is also the reason why the Empire's intelligence department has made such slow progress despite their lengthy investigation. The crux of the matter hinges on whether your so-called master of illusion can extract information while simultaneously circumventing the shackles of the opponent's soul. Zhang Yu chuckled, expressing his unwavering confidence in him. In the realm of Naruto, Itachi is indeed the progenitor of illusionary arts, not to mention, within the domain of Tsukuyami, time and space are entirely at Itachi's command. Charlotte gazed at Zhang Yu, who spoke with such conviction, and found herself intrigued by the illusionist he mentioned. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Given your description, I find myself quite eager to meet this expert in illusionary techniques. Would it be possible? Zhang Yu nodded and, through a mental link, summoned Itachi to join them. He arrived promptly. The two of them sipped their coffee, awaiting Itachi's arrival. Chapter 15. Tsukuyomi before long. Itachi entered the room, casually shutting the door behind him. Leader, High Priest, he greeted, standing behind Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and remarked, Itachi. The High Priest is quite curious about your mastery of illusion and wishes to witness it. Itachi glanced up, noting Charlotte's gaze upon him, and nodded slightly, forgive me. Your Grace. Charlotte waved her hand dismissively, indicating no offense was taken. As they locked eyes, Itachi's pupils transformed to blood red. 3 black tomos swirling into the unique kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan. Charlotte, intrigued, inquired of Zhang Yu, is it the same as yours? The patterns seem different. Is there a distinction? A wave of discomfort washed over Charlotte's mind, an instinctive warning of impending danger. So, have I already fallen into an illusion? What an intriguing ability. She mused. With a flick of her wrist, she cast judgment, a milky white energy coalescing into a blade that swiftly pierced through the figure of Itachi, who had emerged from behind a chair, kunai in hand. Her intuition cautioned her that this would not conclude so easily. Itachi's form morphed into a crow, gradually splitting into 4 shadows that encircled Charlotte. The quartet descended upon her with malevolent intent, and a fireball technique erupted from Itachi's mouth, hurtling toward her. Charlotte summoned an angelic shield, for ethereal guardians enveloping her as she prepared herself for the confrontation. As her magical energy surged, she activated Eclipse, unleashing a wave of superheated, ionized magic that radiated outward. The 4 figures transformed again into crows, narrowly escaping the blast. In the fleeting moment of their reformation, Itachi locked eyes with Charlotte, his left eye now marred by crimson veins. Tsukuyomi commenced. Charlotte felt herself being drawn into a mysterious realm of illusion, her once proud abilities rendered impotent within this ethereal domain. Suddenly, Itachi, wielding his blade, emerged from all directions, instilling a primal sense of unease within her. In response, her formidable mental energy surged forth, a torrent of magic pulsating around her, shattering the barriers of the illusionary world. At last, she sensed her own magic coursing through her, the disturbance from their duel attracting several cardinal bishops of the Church of Light. Outside the conference room, the bishops knocked incessantly, inquiring about the situation within. Charlotte explained to them, dissipating their gathering. Turning back, she regarded Zhang Yu and Itachi. Quite an impressive illusion, she acknowledged. Even I could not evade being ensnared in this realm. I can see that your members' illusionary techniques are indeed formidable. Yet I find your claim that one can bypass the soul's imprint to extract information somewhat dubious. Zhang Yu exchanged a knowing smile with Itachi, both gazing at Charlotte in silence, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Zhang Yu gestured toward the window, and Itachi, alongside him, playfully directed their attention toward her. When she turned her head again, she found no trace of the two on the chair. The barrier array she had set up still enveloped the entire room perfectly, and the documents that had been swept away by her magical energy now lay undisturbed on the table. Was that also an illusion? Unable to contain her curiosity, Charlotte inquired, while Itachi retracted his Tsukuyomi and stood quietly beside her. Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging the statement. Charlotte marveled. Indeed, it is quite powerful. Thus, your proposed plan poses no issues. She then inquired, when do you intend to commence preparations? It is prudent to act swiftly. I intend for them to depart this very night. Charlotte nodded in agreement, eagerly awaiting your good news. By the way, do you have any matters to attend to in the capital during this period? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yet there was nothing of great concern. They were planning to establish a base for the Akatsuki organization in the Imperial capital. Remaining perpetually within the confines of the Church of Light was rather undesirable. You are quite familiar with the Imperial capital. Do you have any recommendations for suitable locations? Charlotte returned to her desk and pondered for a moment. Currently, there were hardly any grand estates within the city. However, I recall that before my brother ascended to the throne, his princely residence was situated adjacent to my princess mansion. Since his ascension, he rarely returns to reside there. I shall inquire with him at the palace tomorrow, requesting that he allocate that estate to you. Let's not entertain that notion. My financial standing cannot accommodate your brother's estate. I appreciate the thought, Zhang Yu jested with a smile. Fear not. Tomorrow I shall have him issue an imperial decree to transfer the estate directly to you. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Yu and the figure behind her, Itachi, were momentarily stunned. Goodness, one cannot help but admire a sister so generous. Is your brother aware of your magnanimity? Perhaps you should consult that unfortunate lad, Ward, tomorrow. Charlotte then recalled something, her face brightening with a smile. No worries. Just await your move into the estate. He has no need for it, and since you agreed to assist him in retrieving that item from the abyss today, consider it a resolution to a significant dilemma and a preemptive reward for your efforts. With this, Zhang Yu refrained from further refusal. After summoning the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization who had yet to rest, she commenced outlining the forthcoming plans for City C. With Minato marking everyone with the Flying Thunder God technique, all preparations were complete. Zhang Yu sought the imprint of the Grand Formation from Charlotte, ensuring that the members of the Akatsuki organization would not disturb the various nodes and the vigilant city defense while moving stealthily. Thus, under the cover of night, they departed the city, heading directly to City C without alarming anyone. After arranging matters, Zhang Yu ascended to the rooftop of the Radiant Church, a jug of wine in hand. For days had passed since his arrival in this world, and the richness of these days surpassed the brevity of his previous life in ways he could scarcely comprehend. Yet, in moments of tranquility, an emptiness within repeatedly whispered to him that he longed for home. In this melancholic state, Zhang Yu found himself consuming glass after glass of a nameless red wine, casually taken from the display cabinet in Charlotte's conference room. Truth be told, he felt that the red wine of this other world was not nearly as commendable as the modest bottles he had once enjoyed in his former life. As Zhang Yu pondered, Charlotte, who had been standing behind him for some time, approached and placed the exquisite wine she had brought beside him, adjusting her pristine white gown. She gracefully settled onto the beam beside Zhang Yu. "What troubles you, sitting atop the roof in the dead of night?" she inquired. "Nothing in particular." "When one finds themselves idle, the mind tends to wander into trivial thoughts," Zhang Yu replied, finishing the last of the wine in his glass. Observing the empty vessel, he chose not to refill it, instead taking another sip directly from the bottle. Charlotte, following suit, uncorked her own red wine and tilted her head back, pouring it into her mouth. "So, what is it that weighs on your mind? Do share. It is far better than keeping it all bottled up." "I certainly do not wish for my employee to carry emotions into their work," Charlotte remarked, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu took another large sip of wine, remaining silent for a considerable time. "It was nothing significant, merely a pang of homesickness. I tend to be rather sentimental." On this tranquil night, the moonlight cascaded like water upon the roof of the bright church. The houses of the Imperial capital were arranged in pleasing disarray, with lanterns beneath the eaves casting a gentle glow. On this lovely evening, two individuals sat beneath the eaves, engaged in conversation for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 16. The following day, Zhang Yu awoke in the afternoon, unable to suppress a hand to her forehead as she recalled the embarrassment of her drunken state. A sense of futility washed over her. Indeed, drinking had led to misfortune. She quickly rose and prepared herself, for Charlotte was quite busy each day, rendering it unnecessary to bid her farewell. Zhang Yu, accompanied by Zhao Meiming, made his way to the mercenary guild in the Imperial capital for registration. Zhang Yu was acutely aware that relying on the war to amass wealth through the Akatsuki organization was rather unrealistic. However, with each member of the Akatsuki boasting a rank above 9, they could easily overpower most ordinary 9th-tier warriors and even contend with slightly weaker legendary figures. Therefore, registering with the mercenary organization would not pose a challenge for the vast majority of individuals across the continent. While earning commissions, they could also accrue significant prestige and points. It was a win-win situation. As Zhang Yu approached the entrance of the mercenary guild, passers-by could not help but cast curious glances at the two. Their flowing black robes adorned with auspicious cloud patterns were renowned throughout the Western Luan Empire, marking them as formidable individuals capable of annihilating an entire Griffin Knight regiment from the Southern Military District. It was rumored that just yesterday, they had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Commander Lei Yin in the Imperial Plaza, only to be stopped by High Priest Charlotte, leaving one to wonder how far the altercation might have escalated. Unfazed by the curious stares, Zhang Yu approached the reception desk within the guild's grand hall. "Hello. I would like to register with the mercenary organization," he stated. The young lady at the reception desk expressed her astonishment, admitting that she had never had the honor of attending to legendary or even epic figures in her lifetime. Just as she stood there, at a loss for how to proceed, a melodious voice resonated from the second floor of the hall. "Mr. Zhang Yu, if you do not mind, I would be delighted to assist you with your registration." The speaker was a tall, well-proportioned individual with smooth, flowing lines and sun-kissed skin. Their physique, though not overly muscular, exuded strength and agility. Clad in a snug, waist-length tank top and fitted shorts. They presented an appealing silhouette. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Yin, the president of the Western Luan Empire branch of the Mercenary Guild. Zhang Yu turned to the newcomer, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. Her strikingly beautiful visage was undeniably captivating, and a hint of a smile perpetually graced her lips. Zhang Yu, come to register as a mercenary. Mo Yin stepped aside to clear the passageway. Please, proceed to my office on the second floor. Zhang Yu followed Mo Yin to the second floor, where Mo Yin produced the registration documents for the Mercenary Guild and handed them over. As Zhang Yu perused the information on the paper, he began to fill it out meticulously. Mo Yin, seemingly unable to remain still, leaned against the back of Zhang Yu's chair, half reclining on him, and inquired, "What did you discuss with that old man Lei Yin yesterday, who emerged victorious? Today, I saw that old man hastily leading his troops north. I heard you decimated an entire knight regiment from his southern military district. Is that true? You don't seem very old. Could it be that you're one of those peculiar old men who enjoy pretending to be youthful?" After delivering her rapid-fire questions, she noticed Zhang Yu's silence and promptly asked, "Am I being a bit presumptuous by asking all this?" Zhang Yu completed the form, turned her head to look at her, and rubbed her brow, acknowledging the boldness of her inquiry. Mo Yin, disregarding the unfriendly gaze of Mei Ming directed at her, continued to lean towards Zhang Yu and inquired, "Everyone is saying you are an epic-level powerhouse. Is it true?" Zhang Yu shook his head, while Mo Yin, with disbelief in his eyes, exclaimed, "How is that possible? I know that old man Lei Yin well. His temper is quite foul, but he certainly possesses considerable strength. I heard that you kicked that old man 800 meters away yesterday. Are you claiming you lack epic prowess? That is simply implausible. A typical legend would not possess such power. I saw him fly far away from a distance." Zhang Yu handed over the watch in his hand. "Although I have yet to reach the epic tier, the distinction is rather negligible." Mo Yin took the watch and examined it, then lifted his gaze to fixate on Zhang Yu. "Is it the Shao organization?" Zhang Yu nodded as Mo Yin continued, "I understand. Soon, I will upload the information to the headquarters system, and your mercenary organization will officially be established within the Mercenary Guild." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zhang Yu, exclaiming, "Isn't your registered address the old residence of the Little Emperor? When did Ward become so generous as to gift you his ancestral home?" Noticing the inquisitive gaze directed at him, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that the girl across from him was rather attractive, he would have already silenced her with a sharp retort. Is it really necessary for the Mercenary Guild to scrutinize the origins of its headquarters? Mo Yin quickly waved her hands. No, you misunderstand. I am merely curious." She then realized that some of her inquiries were indeed inappropriate, yet her genuine desire for knowledge remained. Ever since her brother had retrieved her from the front lines of the Mercenary Guild and placed her in the stagnant realm of the Shiluan Empire, ostensibly to manage the local branch of the guild, she suspected it was more about shielding her from danger. Signing documents daily felt akin to being sent to retire at her young age of 26. As a remarkable prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, being consigned to this drudgery was frustrating. Aside from indulging in gossip and attempting to educate the unruly members of the guild, she found herself teetering on the brink of boredom. When she had heard of Zhang Yu's affairs days prior, she was utterly astounded. With the subject of her curiosity sitting right before her, the flames of intrigue within her could not be contained. Mo Yin pondered how she might entice Zhang Yu to share his secrets. "Ah, I have an idea. According to the traditions of the Mercenary Guild, newly registered organizations typically commence with the simplest of Tier 1 tasks, gradually ascending to epic levels. If you could satisfy my little curiosity today, I could personally ensure that you are assigned legendary or epic tier tasks. Should you succeed, your organization could immediately rise to the ranks of legendary or epic mercenaries. What do you say? This is quite a lucrative proposition." Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. The notion of ascending through the ranks, step by step, did not align with the current circumstances. The Akatsuki organization had no need to engage in menial tasks, and time should not be squandered on the advancement of a mercenary group. It was ludicrous. The Akatsuki only partook in high-stakes endeavors. To compete for assignments with low-tier mercenaries was beneath the dignity of such a distinguished organization. Soon, Zhang Yu declared, "It's settled." Chapter 17. The establishment of Akatsuki. Mo Yin was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It's settled, he exclaimed. "How did you come by this residence?" At the time, our mercenary guild spent an exorbitant amount trying to purchase it from the young emperor, but he refused to sell. "It was a gift," Zhang Yu replied. "A gift?" Mo Yin's face displayed disbelief. The young emperor was so generous as to simply give it to you? How could that be? It was given by priest Charlotte. Mo Yin, as if struck by an astonishing revelation, exclaimed, "Goodness, that woman must have taken a liking to you, being so lavish. But wait. This is the young emperor's abode, ha ha ha. If the young emperor knew his sister had given away his estate, he would surely be inconsolable. But why would Charlotte offer her brother's residence to you? It's right next to her princess palace." Mo Yin felt he had unearthed a monumental secret. No wonder Zhang Yu had effortlessly eradicated an entire knightly order. After all, Charlotte was in Sea City at that time. Her strength was unquestionable. And according to her own words, she had yet to reach the epic tier. How, then, could Zhang Yu stand before him so calmly? Those who dared to act so brazenly would either be struck dead on the spot or left grievously wounded by her hand. Few could challenge Charlotte across the continent. In the Imperial capital, the matter was similarly precarious. That old codger Lei Yin had already been banished to the northern frontier. Yet, Zhang Yu was able to register at their mercenary guild without a hitch. I see now, Mo Yin thought, recalling a novel he had read a few days prior. Titled The Spoiled Wife of the Overbearing CEO. Everything began to make sense. Zhang Yu observed the thoughtful expression on the face opposite her. As the woman nodded to herself intermittently, occasionally emitting a hissing sound, unable to restrain her thoughts. She pondered whether this woman might have some peculiarities. Her demeanor suggested a lack of intelligence. Yet, the way the woman looked at her with an almost maternal smile sent a chill down her spine. Mo Yin could no longer contain herself. The gossip within her was bubbling to the surface. Are you and Charlotte involved in a relationship of that nature? Zhang Yu felt somewhat perplexed, pondering the nature of their relationship. It was akin to the tales inscribed within the pages of a storybook, an imperious pope captivated by your charm. The petite wife of His Majesty Charlotte. A passionate love story that stirs the soul. To her astonishment, the ostensibly frigid Charlotte revealed an unexpected warmth. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Yin was lost in thought, a flush of crimson spreading across her cheeks, her face adorned with a knowing smile. As if she had discerned every secret hidden beneath the surface. Zhang Yu was on the verge of laughter, infuriated by the woman before him. If he was not mistaken, she was insinuating that he was being supported by Charlotte, alluding to some notion of tyrannical love. The atmosphere around Zhang Yu fluctuated with tension as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Do not entertain those nonsensical thoughts in your mind. I merely assisted her. She has done me a small favor in return. Furthermore, if you dare to gaze upon me with that repugnant expression once more, I may truly lose my composure and strike you." Mo Yin feigned an apology, yet her visage betrayed an understanding that suggested otherwise. Observing her expression, Zhang Yu realized she remained steadfast in her beliefs. He was unwilling to engage further in dialogue, for one cannot awaken those who feign slumber. Thus, he chose not to elaborate. After all, many matters are not meant for public discourse, and Mo Yin could think as she pleased. "What is your current relationship with the priestess Charlotte?" Mo Yin probed, her curiosity unrelenting. "Friends," Zhang Yu replied curtly. Mo Yin pouted, clearly dissatisfied with this response. "And who is more formidable, you or that old man Lei Yin?" She persisted. "It is not a question of superiority. If the conflict were to continue, I might suffer severe injuries, but he would undoubtedly perish." Zhang Yu's confident words held a compelling power in Mo Yin's eyes. "Do you truly lack an epic tier? How then could you possibly defeat the epic tier Lei Yin? In terms of rank, I would say I stand at the pinnacle of the legendary level. As for how I vanquished Lei Yin," Zhang Yu paused momentarily before continuing. "I possess my own methods, though as for what they entail, that remains undisclosed." Mo Yin understood. After all, every formidable individual who has ascended beyond the legendary tier surely harbors their own hidden arsenal of techniques. Suddenly recalling something amusing, he inquired further. "It is widely rumored that you hail from another realm, and are not a denizen of our world?" Zhang Yu did not anticipate that the other party would leap through thoughts so swiftly. Just a moment ago, they were interrogating his capabilities, and in the next instant, they had shifted to inquiring about his origins. Zhang Yu nodded silently, his fingertips gathering a surge of chakra. There exists nothing more persuasive than chakra. The continent is home to numerous races. The dragons wield their formidable dragon power in the ancient language of dragons, while the elves harness the forces of nature. Priests, knights, swordsmen, and mages are all adept in the advanced application of magical energy, which serves as the foundational essence of strength for all. Yet, observing the chakra coalescing at Zhang Yu's fingertips, Mo Yin could assert with certainty that it bore no trace of magical energy whatsoever. Turning to gaze at Hou Meiming, he swallowed hard and pondered. What of them? Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively. A wave of unspoken terror surged within Mo Yin. What if Zhang Yu truly did not belong to this realm, yet had inexplicably arrived here? With formidable strength and an array of enigmatic abilities. Mo Yin found himself questioning whether Zhang Yu's presence was a mere coincidence or a consequence of something deeper. What was the purpose of his arrival? And what sentiments did he harbor regarding this world? As Mo Yin pondered these matters, he felt increasingly reluctant to delve further into the unfolding events. Zhang Yu spoke of matters that transcended his own comprehension, diluting his desire to continue the gossip. Although Mo Yin wished to pursue the inquiry further, Zhang Yu rose to his feet, silencing Mo Yin's forthcoming words. I am aware that you harbor further questions, he confessed candidly. But I must disclose that my arrival in this realm was merely a fortuitous accident. The world from which I hail is distant, so far removed that even the so-called deities of your realm cannot reach it. As for them, Zhang Yu gazed at Zhao Meiming and continued. They were members of my organization in the original world. I possess a unique method to bring them into this realm. As for the concerns you have, Zhang Yu paused momentarily, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, for the notion of having traversed into this realm after his demise was indeed quite absurd. In the world he once inhabited, he was already a corpse. Aside from himself, it seemed improbable that anyone else could cross over to this side. Therefore, an organization led by an individual of, at most, epic caliber would scarcely wield significant influence over the grand tapestry of this world. As for his own intentions, to be candid, he had yet to determine what path he should pursue. However, he harbored no interest in inciting war or unifying the continent. With this declaration, could Miss Mo Yin finally feel at ease? Throughout Zhang Yu's discourse, Mo Yin had been intently observing his expression, and though she was now convinced to a considerable extent, a lingering doubt compelled her to inquire, is it truly as you have described? Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating that the details were not convenient to discuss, leaving the choice of belief to the other party. Observing the reluctance to elaborate, Mo Yin had no choice but to relent. He then retrieved a crystal imbued with a magical array from his desk and transmitted the information filled out by Zhang Yu into the crystal. In response, the crystal emitted a radiant glow. Mo Yin placed a resplendent ring atop the crystal. Once the brilliance faded, he tossed the ring to Zhang Yu. It was an epic tier organizational ring, and the information had been recorded within. He advised Zhang Yu to promptly undertake an epic tier task for submission, assuring him that the ring was a gift and that no material costs would be incurred. Furthermore, I have uploaded the information regarding the organization to the Mercenary Guild's roster. Congratulations, Captain Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved his hand in gratitude and then, accompanied by Zhao Ming, exited Mo Yan's office. As he gazed at the guild ring in his hand, he slowly adorned his right ring finger with it, symbolizing the official establishment of the mercenary organization, Shao. In this realm. Chapter 18. The first epic quest upon leaving the Mercenary Guild, Zhang Yu and Zhao Ming chose not to return to the Church of Light. Instead, they proceeded to the residence of the former Emperor Ward, provided by Charlotte. The estate was expansive, with the garden covering approximately 60,000 square meters. After signing the handover documents with the guards at the entrance, Zhang Yu stepped into his first property in this alternate world. The entrance revealed a reception hall, with a castle-like structure located behind it, presumably the living quarters. The vast garden was adorned with rare and exotic flora, occupying more than half of the castle's area. To the left and right, meandering paths led to the servants' quarters. The estate was impeccably maintained. Although uninhabited, it was evident that it had been diligently cared for. Zhang Yu proceeded along the main path, traversing the reception hall to enter the castle. Seated upon the sofa, he felt the surge of his mental energy. The ring then revealed its functionalities to Zhang Yu. Each mercenary organization's ring is intricately connected to the vast magical array of the Mercenary Guild's headquarters, enabling the wearer to issue task requests and accept commissions through their mental energy. Furthermore, the ring allows for the seamless exchange of messages and conversations among users via mental communication. It can be described as remarkably convenient. Zhang Yu was astonished to discover the remarkable convenience of magical artifacts within this realm. It seems he had underestimated the application of magic in this world. These extraordinary magical enhancements are hardly inferior to the technological advancements of the world he once inhabited. Zhang Yu casually perused the current task assignments, while Mei Ming prepared a steaming pot of tea for him. After a cursory glance at the lower-tier tasks, Zhang Yu's attention settled upon the 5 epic-level quests available. The first involved gathering rare materials, which he deemed too time-consuming and promptly dismissed. The second was a war-related mercenary task, evidently issued by the Shiluan Empire. Upon reviewing the task description, he noted the uncertain conclusion of the conflict and the ambiguous objectives, leading him to discard it as well. The third task was an exploration quest concerning an unknown ancient ruin. This piqued Zhang Yu's interest, allowing him to linger on it momentarily before shifting his gaze to the next assignment. It involved the pursuit of a fleeing epic-level cultist within the Southern United Coalition. Zhang Yu pondered the challenge. While eliminating the cultist would likely prove manageable, locating him was another matter entirely. This quest had been pending for nearly a year, with 3 epic organizations already having taken it on, yet it remained unresolved. It seemed this cultist possessed a remarkable talent for concealment. Zhang Yu directed his gaze towards the final commission, which entailed the elimination or expulsion of the epic green dragon residing beside the world tree. This task had been posted for over 6 months, yet it remained unclaimed. For Zhang Yu, this assignment appeared to be the most suitable at present. The target was clearly defined, as was the location. Although dragons, as apex predators within the continent's food chain, are formidable beings, especially those that have ascended to the epic tier, the commission also stipulated that extermination was not the sole option. Expulsion was equally acceptable, thus broadening the scope of feasibility considerably. Zhang Yu contemplated for a moment and chose to undertake the task. He promptly began to scrutinize the detailed description of the assignment. The task had been issued by the current acting chieftain of the elven race. According to the explanation, both the Grand Priest and the chieftain of the elves were ensconced in a secluded realm, unable to extricate themselves. Consequently, an audacious green dragon, having learned of the situation from an undisclosed source, had taken to nesting beside the elven mother tree with its kin, intent on spying upon the fruits of the elven lineage. The elves had indeed made attempts to drive away this opportunistic green dragon. However, the creature's formidable strength posed a significant challenge, especially with their chieftain and priest currently indisposed. Otherwise, they would not have sought assistance from the mercenary guild. Were it merely an epic tier dragon, the elven race could have withstood its assault, even in the absence of their epic tier champions, thanks to the protective array established by the mother tree. Alas, the green dragon had recently summoned a red dragon of epic caliber to bolster its efforts. No matter how resilient the elven array might be, it was simply impossible to fend off the simultaneous onslaught of 2 epic tier dragons, particularly when one of them was a red dragon, which inherently possessed advantages over the elven kind. Upon accepting the task, Lilith, the current chieftain of the elves, received immediate notification on her ring that the mission had been claimed. During this period, Lilith was undeniably overwhelmed. At less than 500 years of age, she felt the weight of responsibility as the chieftain and priest were hastily preparing for an unknown journey. It seemed unjust to leave the fate of the elven race, a renowned power across the continent, in the hands of a mere child, even if she was a prodigy, rare in a millennium. In her long existence, achieving legendary status at the tender age of 460 was akin to a human reaching such heights at 18, a testament to her extraordinary talent, one that could easily be counted on one's fingers throughout history. Nevertheless, Lilith recognized that she was but a fledgling legendary Karami, ill-prepared to bear the burden of such a formidable entity as the elven race. Every power worthy of the title behemoth invariably had epic-tier champions to safeguard its dominion. Akin to Charlotte of the Church of Light, Emma one of the Mercenary Guild, the Hammer of the Dwarves, and the Ancient Dragons of Dragon Island. Moreover, there was Commander Lei Yin Arthur of the Siren Empire, whose prowess ensured the Empire's stronghold in the western continent, though rumors suggested discontent brewing between him and the Emperor. Through her ring, Lilith utilized her mental prowess to ascertain the identity of the individual who had accepted her task. It was well known across the continent that few organizations possessed the capability to undertake epic-level missions. Compared to other epic tasks, her assignment faced 2 epic-tier adversaries, rendering it the most arduous of all. 6 months had elapsed since the task's announcement, and Lilith had scarcely entertained the thought that anyone would be capable of accepting such a formidable challenge. It is well known that the 5-color dragon clan possesses a notoriously irritable temperament and a narrow-minded disposition. Lilith gazed intently, observing the information regarding the mercenary task. Organization, Dawn. Leader, Zhang Yu, Legendary Pinnacle. Number of members, unknown. Member information, unknown. Tasks completed, 0. Tasks accepted, 0. Organizational rank, none. Upon noticing the lack of any credible details about the client, Lilith felt an unsettling resemblance to the dubious 3-no products she had previously purchased from unscrupulous merchants. Most critically, what purpose would it serve for a legendary pinnacle human to accept this task? Was it merely an invitation to demise? Casting a glance at the contact information, she noted the name Mo Yin. Ah, the sister of the president of the Mercenary Guild. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Lilith activated her ring to connect with Mo Yin. She sought to understand why such a task was entrusted to this obscure organization. Was she to believe that the mercenary guild was merely engaging in a frivolous game? While it is true that there are many legendary tier elves, their prowess pales in comparison to the unique domains possessed by epic-level entities, who could effortlessly subdue legends with their eyes closed. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Lilith resolved to seek clarification from Mo Yin. Chapter 19. Preparations before departure. After receiving the task, Zhang Yu summoned Terumi Mei. What is it, leader? Terumi Mei gracefully seated herself opposite Zhang Yu. Typically, Zhang Yu interacted with everyone in a relaxed manner, fostering an atmosphere of ease among the members of the Akatsuki. This environment was precisely what Terumi Mei had longed for. As someone who had emerged from the Blood Mist village to firmly establish herself as the fifth Mizukage, efficiently managing the chaos left by Yagura, Terumi Mei's capabilities had always impressed Zhang Yu since his previous life. While she might be slightly inferior in ability compared to the other Kage, as a leader and politician, Terumi Mei undoubtedly stood as the most successful among them. Why does the leader keep staring at me? The melodious voice of Terumi Mei reached Zhang Yu's ears. Noticing that Zhang Yu had been gazing at her in silence for quite some time, seemingly lost in thought, a playful urge to tease the young leader arose within her. Suddenly leaning closer, her face came into view, her light green eyes merely inches away, so close that Zhang Yu could discern the fine hairs on her face. Acknowledging her allure, Zhang Yu found himself momentarily captivated. Such beauty was second only to Tsunade's. In his previous life, while watching Naruto, he often mused that if only he were granted a chance to traverse into that world, Terumi Mei would not remain single. Terumi Mei followed Zhang Yu's gaze and instantly understood. Instead of shying away, she leaned in even further. Anyone can talk big. Try it when a real person stands before you. Zhang Yu leaned back, creating a greater distance between the two, for the atmosphere had indeed turned somewhat ambiguous. Zhang Yu cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. I will be away for a while, he stated. Observing Zhang Yu's composed demeanor, one might believe him, if not for the telltale blush that colored his ears. Upon closer inspection, one could see that beneath his formidable power, the leader appeared to be a young, bashful gentleman, quite charming in his own right. This was certainly a refreshing contrast to the ninjas of the shinobi world, who were often devoid of grace, consumed by thoughts of conflict and territorial disputes, their minds solely occupied with brute strength. Inara could not help but indulge in daydreams of serendipitous encounters, marriage, and raising children. How delightful that would be. Pardon? What did you just say, leader? She had been lost in thought, completely missing his previous words. Damn it, it seemed that her desperation for marriage had lingered too long, perhaps bordering on obsession. After a brief, awkward smile directed at Zhang Yu, she refocused. I will be away for a while. You will be in charge of the Akatsuki during my absence. I plan to recruit some umbu to bolster our numbers. You are more experienced in management, so I trust you to handle the arrangements. Should you identify any deficiencies, simply inform me. I will not be taking Pain and the others with me. How long will you be gone, leader? Inara quickly shifted into a professional mindset. According to the mission brief, the fruit of the mother tree would ripen by the end of the month at the latest. The task was simple. Ensure that no one sees the fruit before it was securely placed within the realm of the elf clan. Should the situation require a swift resolution, Zhang Yu could directly subdue the two colossal dragons. However, that would indeed present a considerable challenge, as the epic tier dragons were not to be compared with the likes of the legendary black dragon, Kralna. Zhang Yu possesses his own hidden cards, however. Once the dragon matures to the epic tier, which, according to the lore of the dragon kin, signifies its ascension to the ancient dragon stage, such a dragon, in terms of magical reserves, spellcraft, and physical prowess, is not an adversary to be trifled with. As for the specifics, Zhang Yu is currently uncertain. I cannot ascertain how long it will take, but I shall return within a month at the latest. Upon hearing this, Mei Ming began to ponder. Presently, our organization has established a base of operations. If the personnel are all of the umbu level, we can begin to construct a foundational framework for our organization. We can build our intelligence agency based on the Empire's intelligence department. For this, Chief, you should first communicate with Charlotte to avoid any misunderstandings. Any excess personnel can be organized into our own combat teams, taking on mercenary tasks. This will not only generate some income to cover the organization's daily expenses, but will also serve to swiftly establish the reputation of the Akatsuki organization. Is the chief departing to fulfill the advancement task agreed upon with Miss Mo Yin? Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Epic level? K. Mei Ming inquired tentatively. Zhang Yu nodded once more. Ko Mei Ming, while concerned about Zhang Yu undertaking an epic level task, was well aware of the current epic missions from her organization's member card. If her conjectures were accurate, the only quest solvable within a month was that of the elven race. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly prefer to accept battlefield missions. Even capturing cultists would yield a better cost-benefit ratio than confronting an epic dragon directly, despite requiring more effort and time. However, she reflected that this man was now the leader of their organization. As a leader, one must indeed possess the unwavering courage to face all challenges head-on. Although the leader was quite young and still had many areas of immaturity, he possessed the mindset requisite of a true stronghold. Upon contemplating her leaderess abilities, Ko Mei Ming felt reassured. He was no ordinary individual, and underestimating him could lead to significant repercussions. Please do take care of yourself, she urged. By the way, the Mercenary Guild requires your attention as well. Even though the personnel from the Dark Division may not match our strength, they should not be relegated to menial tasks, which are too slow. I believe that if you were to speak, Miss Mo Yin would be more than willing to facilitate our needs. Zhang Yu nodded and subsequently summoned Pain and the others through his mental connection. With a single thought, his consciousness immersed itself within the system. What type of summoning scroll is required for individuals of the Dark Division? Ding. A 5th-tier summoning scroll can summon ordinary Chunin and low-ranking Dark Division characters for 10,000. A 6th-tier summoning scroll can summon average Jonin and Dark Division characters for 100,000. A 7th-tier summoning scroll can summon elite Jonin and Dark Division figures for 1 million. An 8th-tier summoning scroll can summon special Jonin and Dark Division characters for 10 million. A 9th-tier summoning scroll can summon shadow-level figures for 100 million. A legendary summoning scroll can summon super shadow-level individuals for 1 billion. An epic summoning scroll serves as an exchange mechanism, allowing for the acquisition of the title of super shadow-level individuals for 10 billion. After Zhang Yu became acquainted with the low-tier summoning scrolls, he sought the opinion of Koji Mei. Subsequently, he summoned 100 ordinary Jonin and 100 members of the Umbu, as well as 100 elite Jonin and Umbu, expending a total of 21 million gold coins. Observing his remaining balance of 80 million gold coins, Zhang Yu could not help but exclaim, "Money flows like water." He then proceeded to an open area where he summoned the members of the Umbu clad in black cloaks and masks, along with the Jonin and elite Jonin dressed in green leather armor. The Umbu and Jonin formed separate lines, kneeling on one knee in unison, declaring, "Hail, Leader." Gazing at the uniform red cloud patterns on the masks of the Umbu and the matching forehead protectors of the Jonin, a swell of pride welled up within Zhang Yu. From a solitary individual in this world, he had, in just a week's time, become the leader of an organization with over 300 members. He felt he had upheld the dignity of his fellow transmigrators. As Deidara, Scorpion, and the members of the Akatsuki arrived, Zhang Yu efficiently delegated tasks. During his absence, all matters concerning the Akatsuki would be overseen by Koji Mei. After entrusting these individuals to her capable management, Zhang Yu set forth on his journey to the Elven Forest. Chapter 20. The overbearing female priestess's man informing Charlotte that he would be departing the Imperial capital for a while, Zhang Yu contacted Mo Yin through the leader's ring, discussing the Akatsuki's intention to undertake some high-tier missions. Without hesitation, Mo Yin readily agreed. With all matters arranged, Zhang Yu confidently summoned a giant bird and swiftly flew toward the Elven Forest. Meanwhile, Lilith, having learned about Zhang Yu's situation through Mo Yin, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Based on the few battles recounted by Mo Yin, Zhang Yu, though at the legendary tier, undeniably possessed the strength of an epic tier warrior. Particularly impressive was his ability to kick Lei Yin away, an old man of legendary stature, who would not even realize his demise if struck, let alone the fact that Zhang Yu could send him flying hundreds of meters. He could also withstand the full power of the heavenly pressure array in the Imperial capital. Mo Yin remarked that these feats were merely the tip of the iceberg. The most sensational revelation was that Zhang Yu appeared to be the cherished beloved of a certain figure from the Church of Light, who had gone so far as to confront the old man Lei Yin in the northern territories to defend Zhang Yu, to ensure daily clandestine meetings with his beloved. He even compelled his Imperial brother to gift his ancestral home to Zhang Yu, demonstrating an extraordinary level of affection. When Lilith heard such explosive news, she stood frozen in place, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. "My divine life," she exclaimed, expressing that in her 400 years of existence, she had never encountered such riveting gossip. The intent was merely to summon an epic-tier champion to alleviate the pressure exerted by the colossal dragon. Unexpectedly, they had managed to attract the attention of the High Priest of the Church of Light. With this development, the situation seemed secure. Even if these two dragons were unable to best Zhang Yu, the possibility of facing the wrath of Her Majesty Charlotte, who would charge into battle for love, loomed ominously. Contemplating this, Lilith could not help but feel a surge of anticipation for Zhang Yu's arrival. She longed to witness the extraordinary man who had so captivated the renowned Charlotte. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Kaguya Mei and her companions had encircled the Mercenary Guild's office in the Imperial capital. From the rooftops and eaves, a cadre of elite ninjas, armed with long blades and shuriken, gazed hungrily at the members of the Mercenary Guild. Si Kung-fu had already arrived with the Royal Knights of the City Defense Regiment. He mused that upon returning home today, he would regale his father with tales of how he had no desire to occupy this troublesome position. Ever since the Akatsuki organization had made its presence felt in the capital, he felt he had scarcely enjoyed a moment's peace. After finally securing a rare day of leisure yesterday, indulging in wine and amusing himself with his newly-wed concubine, he now found himself embroiled in yet another tumultuous affair. Observing the predatory Akatsuki members, he lamented that he had neither earned any credit nor would he escape blame, wondering whom he had wronged to deserve this. Leading the encirclement was a striking woman with flowing red hair, while a blonde familiar with puppetry was also present. Both were formidable, peaking at the 9th tier, legendary strength. Among them, a short-haired individual exuded an aura of high-tier legend, while the remaining 5 were also 9th tier powerhouses. Glancing at the surrounding Akatsuki members, all of whom were 7th tier elites, Si Kung-fu quickly deduced their intentions. Despite his reluctance to intervene, as the commander of the Imperial city's defense, he felt compelled to step forward and inquire, "What is your purpose in surrounding this place? The recent turmoil has yet to settle, and now you stir up further unrest?" At that moment, Kaguya Mei wore a grim expression. The capital was abuzz with rumors. Whispers circulated that the leader of the Akatsuki had captured the heart of the High Priestess Charlotte, leading to tales of a fierce female priestess who would go to great lengths for her beloved, even banishing a man in his 60s to the bitter north. Various versions of the story proliferated. According to intelligence gathered by the shadowy operatives, all the gossip had originated from the Mercenary Guild, and Kaguya Mei immediately suspected that this was somehow connected to the woman named Imo Yin. This incident had escalated to a matter concerning the leader's personal reputation. For the Akatsuki members, the leader was paramount. Trivial gossip could be dismissed with laughter, but the scandalous tales now circulating in the capital were far from benign. Some claimed the leader was being kept by a patron, while others insinuated that he had long been the secret lover of Charlotte. Upon hearing this, the members of the Akatsuki were understandably incensed. They immediately returned home to arm themselves and surrounded the Mercenary Guild. Thus, "May I request an audience with Vice President Imo Yin?" After listening to the unfolding events, Si Kung-fu found himself utterly transfixed. Imo Yin, this young lady, possessed an extraordinary audacity. Zhang Yu was no ordinary figure, a person capable of ruthlessly slaughtering an entire Griffin Knight brigade without so much as flinching. Who dared to confront Lei Yin in the Imperial capital? You dare to spread such gossip about him? Your father named you Imo Yin. Yet you seem unable to restrain your tongue. Moreover, this matter no longer concerns merely Zhang Yu alone. You even dare to disseminate rumors about the High Priest of the Church of Light. Your brother lacks your boldness. Si Kung-fu recognized that Imo Yin harbored no ill intentions. It is natural for the youth to revel in gossip. Not to mention, he himself enjoyed hearing tales of the nobility in the Imperial capital. However, the rumors you have propagated are entirely unfounded, and the individuals involved are among the few epic-tier combatants on the continent. It seems this young lady has quite the audacity. While Si Kung-fu felt exasperated by Imo Yin's actions, he understood that, as the head of security in the Imperial capital, he could not allow these two to clash within its confines. Might I ask you all to wait a moment? I shall seek out Imo Yin for clarification. If this matter stems from the Mercenary Guild, I trust they will provide you with an explanation, but I implore you not to engage in conflict within the Imperial capital. Si Kung-fu waved the token in his hand that allowed him to control the heavenly pressure formation, instructing the nearby cavalry to notify the Emperor and Her Grace Charlotte. Mei Ming nodded in agreement, watching as Si Kung-fu made his way into the Mercenary Guild through the path cleared by its members. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Imo Yin sat slumped in her chair, fully aware that she had escalated the situation. The implications of fabricating a narrative involving two epic-tier powerhouses were indeed serious. Though she had embellished the story slightly, She was convinced that her assumptions regarding their relationship were accurate. It was merely the exposure of the secret that had incited their ire. How could she possibly keep such a monumental secret to herself? It was unbearable to remain silent. These individuals had mouths akin to that of a cotton-padded waistband, utterly incapable of discretion. The thought of this made her grit her teeth in frustration at the mercenary guild's chatterboxes, who had assured her that the truth was known only to them. Yet, less than a day had passed, and the entire Imperial capital was abuzz with rumors, each more outrageous than the last. When had she ever claimed that the two had conceived an illegitimate child? Well, I suppose I am not without fault either, Mo Yin mused, exasperated, as she rubbed her forehead. Now, with the matter escalating and their subordinates demanding an explanation, what was she to do? It is truly perplexing. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who is en route, remains oblivious to the fact that she has become the object of Charlotte's affections. Chapter 21. Rumors. Just as Mo Yin was grappling with her thoughts, an elderly man gradually appeared behind her. Miss, Si Kungfu has arrived, announced the butler of the Mo family, the legendary assassin known as Mo Laochi. Having watched the young lady grow up, Mo Laochi was quite familiar with her temperament and disposition. She has always had a penchant for adventure and thrill, often acting on impulse in her words and deeds. The gossip surrounding the leader of the Shao organization and His Excellency Charlotte has been rampant throughout the capital. With someone from the organization seeking her out, Mo Laochi didn't need to ponder. In the entire capital, the only person audacious enough to spread rumors about two epic-tier warriors was undoubtedly his own young lady. Mo Laochi held a certain confidence in her. Ever since she was young, she had relished the opportunity to pry into other secrets. He still vividly remembers how she animatedly shared tales with the household servants about the family head indulging in extravagant revelries with Mo1. A story that ultimately reached the ears of the matriarch. Mo Laochi expressed that he would never forget the heart-wrenching cries of the family head that night. While he was lost in thought, Mo Yin had already reached the door. Let us go, Uncle Chi, since the city defense team has arrived. This matter will likely not escalate to the worst-case scenario. After all, I admit my wrongdoing, and it is only right to provide an explanation. With that, she stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered Si Kungfu, who was ascending the stairs. Mo Laochi hurried to follow suit. Is this rumor of yours? Si Kungfu could not help but inquire. Mo Yin shrugged. They've come seeking us. Isn't it rather obvious? Have you perhaps cultivated extraordinary courage? Si Kungfu was at a loss for words, truly concerned for this unfortunate child. Mo Yin patted Si Kungfu on the shoulder. Captain Si Kung, while this matter may seem significant, it can also be considered trivial. Since they are waiting for your city defense team without storming our mercenary guild, it indicates they do not wish to escalate the situation. I will handle this immediately and ensure that you, Lord Si Kung, will not be placed in a difficult position. You may rest easy. As they conversed, they reached the entrance of the mercenary guild. The mercenaries in the square parted to create a pathway upon seeing Mo Yin emerge. As she stepped forward to address the crowd, an enraged voice rang out from across the way. Mo Yin, did the leader not reject your advances? Must you go so far as to tarnish our leader's reputation, even if our leader does not take issue with it? Are you certain that High Priest Charlotte will not seek retribution for your actions? Mo Yin was left utterly bewildered. When did she ever pursue Zhang Yu? And was she truly rejected? What? As Mo Yin caught the curious gazes of those around him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Mei Ming was acutely aware of the power of gossip, having contemplated the situation thoroughly during their journey to this gathering. With the leader absent and the need for the mercenary guild's platform, direct confrontation with Mo Yin was ill-advised. However, the rampant rumors could not be ignored. The most effective strategy was to stir the waters. After all, if one relished in the art of gossip, why not turn the tables? Given Mo Yin's recent proximity to their leader, one could interpret this as a sign of affection, perhaps leading to jealousy and a desire to destroy that which one cannot attain. This tactic could be likened to using magic to vanquish magic itself. The more absurd the rumors grew, the more they would be dismissed as mere entertainment, leaving no lasting impact on anyone. The act of surrounding the mercenary guild would undoubtedly enhance the notoriety of the Shao organization. And Mo Yin was more than willing to invest time in such a multifaceted endeavor. As the curious stares intensified, he felt his fist clench tighter. The onlookers fixated on him, their expressions suggesting a realization of his true nature. Even Uncle Chi, standing nearby, seemed to ponder the situation. If it were his own lady, she might indeed be capable of such schemes, given her unconventional thought processes. Clarify your words. When have I ever pursued your leader? Mo Yin retorted, somewhat exasperated. Who was it that clung to our leader in your office, making it impossible to pry them apart? I want to even divulge what you said. Would you dare to speak it aloud? All right. All right. Mo Yin chuckled in exasperation, recognizing that the topic discussed with Zhang Yu was meant to remain confidential. It seemed Mei Ming was playing a different game. The murmurs around them quieted. It appeared that the crowd was eager for entertainment. Observing their reactions, Mo Yin experienced firsthand the formidable nature of public opinion. One must never underestimate the universal allure of gossip. Uncle Chi, take action against her. Mo Yin commanded. As his words fell, Uncle Chi's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Mei Ming. She had not anticipated such a sudden move from Mo Yin, especially from a legendary assassin. The seal she attempted to form came too late. Physical combat was not her forte. And facing this strike was a matter of preserving the Zhao's reputation. Universal attraction. The power of the heavens was unleashed as Mo Laoqi sensed an ominous pull at his side, a sensation familiar to one who had long thrived in the shadows. A figure renowned on the assassin's leaderboard. For years, his intuition, honed through executing assassination missions, urged him to escape quickly. Otherwise, he would find himself in grave trouble. Without uttering a word, Mo Laoqi deftly evaded capture and stealthily returned to Mo Yan's side. The surrounding individuals could not help but feel a surge of tension. Surely, a confrontation was imminent. Ko Mei Ming exhaled in relief, thankful that the situation remained within manageable bounds. She turned to Heaven's path with a grateful glance and remarked, "What, has Miss Mo Yin become incensed after I exposed her?" "Incensed? How dare you? You're seeking revenge, aren't you? Just days ago, when I lay upon your leader, your gaze was unmistakably hostile. You're jealous, seeking retribution, aren't you? I see you harbor feelings for your beloved leader, perhaps even a secret infatuation. Oh my goodness, what have I just heard?" The onlookers were astounded, unable to believe the extraordinary revelation unfolding before them. Two women vying for a man's affection, engaging in a fierce dispute. But wait, there's also Her Highness Charlotte. The truth of this scenario was uncertain. Si Kung Fu's gaze flitted between the two women, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. What made Zhang Yu so special? Was it merely his handsome visage and formidable prowess? Contemplating this, a sense of imbalance stirred within him, leading him to think that Zhang Yu truly deserved some punishment. Mo Laoqi also regarded his mistress with a peculiar expression. Although she often appeared carefree, she had always maintained a certain distance from men. Generally, no man would dare to even touch her. The repercussions would be severe. Wait, lying down? No. I mustn't dwell on that thought. Chapter 22, The Battle of Two Women. Ko Mei Ming felt the weight of the gazes from the members of the Akatsuki organization upon her, and she found it increasingly difficult to withstand their peculiar stares. Yet she quickly dismissed the feeling, reminding herself that she merely adored her leader. What of it? At this moment, Mo Yin realized the ambiguity of her words and felt a twinge of regret for speaking without thought. Anger surged within her as she declared, "I shall tear you apart today." Before the words had fully left her lips, she lunged at Ko Mei Ming. Instantly, the pressure from the Imperial capital's heavenly pressure formation bore down upon Mo Yin, who lacked the strength to withstand such a force, rendering her immobile. Si Kung Fu stepped between the two factions, having gleaned the situation. It was evident that a confrontation was unlikely, and his role as a mediator was crucial to resolving the matter. With his intervention, he hoped that everyone could descend from their heightened tensions and allow the incident to pass peacefully. Miss Mo Yin, the details of this situation have been clarified. It is merely a rumor spread by those with too much idle time. This is all a misunderstanding. Why not let it go? Upon hearing this, Mo Yin gritted her teeth and retorted, "No way. I have never endured such humiliation in my life." Pointing at Ko Mei Ming, she declared, "If I do not give her a proper beating today, I shall not bear the surname Mo. Lady Mo Yin, you now represent the mercenary guild. I trust you are well aware of the Empire's laws. Are you truly prepared to openly defy the Empire's regulations?" Mo Yin composed himself, yet still seethed with indignation. "In truth, the initial fault lay with me, but now we find ourselves even. We both know the circumstances you alluded to. I am currently unable to swallow this resentment in my heart. Accompany me to the arena. Let us engage in a duel, and we shall consider this matter resolved. You may choose to abstain, yet I assure you, as long as I remain in the mercenary guild of the Western Luan Empire, the Akatsuki organization shall receive no missions from our guild." As Mo Yin glared at her with fiery intensity, Zhao Mei found herself intrigued. Did he truly perceive her as a pushover? Unperturbed, she acknowledged that the Akatsuki had indeed reaped benefits from the situation. With a smile, she replied, "Since President Mo Yin is so eager, How could I decline? Let us meet at the arena this afternoon. With that, Mo Yin turned and returned to the mercenary guild, while Zhao Mei and her entourage returned to their organization's headquarters, thus concluding the conflict in a rather anticlimactic manner. As news of the impending duel spread among the onlookers from that morning, tickets for the arena were swiftly sold out. Such a confrontation between two ninth-tier masters is a rarity, often seen only once a year, especially when the contenders are two stunning women of high standing. Whispers circulated that their dispute arose from a rivalry over a man. One was the current leader of the Akatsuki, while the other was the president of the Imperial capital's mercenary guild branch, both prominent figures indeed. Witnessing such esteemed beauties engage in conflict was an opportunity none wished to miss, regardless of the ticket price. After all, money could be earned anew, but such a spectacle might never present itself again. Thus, the idly curious mercenaries and nobles, upon hearing of the event, arrived early at the Imperial capital's arena. A glance around revealed that the arena, which could accommodate 500,000 spectators, was already filled to capacity. Meanwhile, those who had failed to procure tickets crowded around the viewing stones installed in taverns and public squares to catch a glimpse of the duel. In the stands, Scorpion could hardly withstand Daidara's incessant prattle, as Daidara insisted on dragging him over to watch the match, claiming he sought artistic inspiration. However, Scorpion suspected that Daidara simply could not remain idle within the base. Before long, Mo Yin and Zhao Mei made their way through the passage and emerged into the arena below. The duel had drawn the attention of Dongfang Jinshin, the arena's owner and president of the Swordsman's Guild, a half-step epic-tier warrior who set aside his own affairs to preside over this confrontation. This was not only a chance for the Swordsman's Guild to make an appearance, but also an opportunity for him to gauge the recently emerged Akatsuki organization. As the two opponents approached, Dongfang Jinshin spoke. This duel is intended for friendly sparring. Let it be a matter of light contact, with no intention to take lives. Do either of you have any objections? The two exchanged nods, and then Mo Yin added, Today, it shall either be you who brings me down, or I who brings you down. Only one of us shall stand to leave. This is how we mercenaries resolve our disputes. What do you say? Zhao nodded in agreement. No problem. With their method of combat decided, Dongfang Jinshin ascended into the sky, leaving the battlefield to the two contenders. On the sidelines, an expensive barrier formation rose, fortified by Dongfang Jinshin's power, capable of withstanding a legendary mage's relentless high-tier spells for an entire day and night without respite. Martial arts, Mo Yin. I seek to learn your esteemed skills. Zhao was taken aback. The young lady hardly seemed like a mage. She recalled descriptions from books about an unusual group of mages, weary of bombarding from afar and mindless casting, who had developed peculiar mage professions, such as martial artists, sword mages, and gun mages. They focused on honing their magical prowess while continuously refining their physical forms and combat techniques. However, the training for these melee mages was significantly more arduous than for typical mages, and their combat style lacked the elegance of high-tier spells cast from a distance, leading many mages to abandon this path. Thus, few truly succeeded in mastering it. I can wield three distinct natures of chakra: water, fire, and earth, what you refer to as magical power, which enables me to utilize two unique bloodline limits. Be cautious, Mo Yin. No sooner had she spoken than a thick mist enveloped the arena, obscuring everyone's vision. Water style, mist concealment technique. Zhao Mei's figure was instantly shrouded within the swirling fog. Had I known you were a mage type, I would have anticipated your penchant for hiding, Mo Yin declared. Flame fist, resisting fire ring, with a claw-like gauntlet adorning his hand. Fiery magical energy surged through his fists. He struck the ground with a powerful blow, the intense heat radiating outward, rapidly thinning the mist and allowing the spectators to once again glimpse the arena. Seizing the opportunity as the fog dissipated, Mo Yin quickly spotted Zhao Mei's silhouette. Found you. Thunder fist, lunge. His agile form shot toward Zhao Mei's position, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage in his wake. In an instant, he was upon her. Yet Zhao Mei remained unperturbed, unleashing a torrent of molten substance from her mouth, cascading toward Mo Yin's advancing figure. Lava release. Mo Yin halted his charge. Invoking lightning technique, living lightning. A bolt of lightning struck him from the sky, creating a crater in the ground beneath him. In an instant, he pivoted and charged toward Zhao Mei from a different angle. Is the lightning technique stimulating the cellular activity within him, significantly enhancing his explosive power and endurance? The abilities you possess are somewhat akin to those of the old man, the Rakage. However, your speed pales in comparison to his. Chapter 23. The Battle of Two Women 2. After undergoing the baptism of lightning attribute magic, Mo Yin experienced a substantial enhancement in both speed and strength. In an instant, he maneuvered past the melting monster technique and swiftly advanced to the side of Terumi Mei, declaring, "I have you now." Adjusting his posture with agility, Mo Yin raised his long legs, executing a standing split before Terumi Mei. Blazing flame, new moon. His long leg descended forcefully, the chaotic fire magic contained within shattering the fortified ground beneath him. Yet, Mo Yin felt no contact with Terumi Mei's body. It was as if he had kicked into a pool of water. Something felt amiss. Terumi Mei's figure transformed into a stream of water, flowing down his leg towards the ground. A substitution technique? You guessed correctly. Terumi Mei reappeared at Mo Yin's side. Water release, water prison technique. Chakra summoned the surrounding water molecules to form a circular water prison, ensnaring Mo Yin within. "I've caught you now." Observing Terumi Mei echoing his words back to him, Mo Yin's temper flared. The old woman should not underestimate him. Was the resistance fire ring ineffective? Just as he intended to activate the resistance fire ring to burst free from the confining water prison, he found that while the activation array could be constructed successfully, its effects seemed nullified within the prison. In that case, Flame Fist, Wrath of the Dragon. High-level fire magic enveloped him, transforming him into a roaring flame dragon. The water prison evaporated into steam as Mo Yin broke free and swung a fist toward Terumi Mei. She realized that the water prison could not contain him, yet she did not anticipate that he would unleash a powerful attack at such a close range. Given that she needed to maintain control over the water prison, Terumi Mei was positioned quite near to Mo Yin. "Now, I refuse to believe you are still a mere substitute." Mo Yin contemplated how much force to exert in his punch. Generally, mages are rather fragile, and should circumstances take a turn for the worse, he might need to temper his strength. Just then, a colossal jet of water surged forth from Terumi Mei's mouth, the immense force pushing him further away from her. This could not stand. Mo Yin has intensified the output of his magical prowess. His initial foray into the realm of martial arts stemmed from both the overwhelming complexity of the magical runes and his profound appreciation for the visceral sensation of combat. The notion of a traditional mage merely standing still and expending their magic is utterly absurd. As Mo Yin continuously infused his magic, the tumultuous fire-based energy coalesced into a blazing dragon, remarkably withstanding the onslaught of the water wave, advancing steadily towards Kaguya Mei. Kaguya Mei, taken aback by the resilience of the young girl before her, had not anticipated such an approach. However, the urgency of the moment left her little time for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yin had closed the distance and entered the striking range of his fiery fists. "Do not presume that I am merely a close combat fighter," he declared, launching a punch forward. A torrent of fire-infused magic erupted in the direction of his strike, incinerating everything in its path with the searing heat of plasma-like energy, even melting the ground beneath. The surrounding air became suffused with an oppressive warmth. Kaguya Mei, having prepared her ninjutsu in advance, activated it to counter the fierce assault. Water release, water barrier. Utilizing the steam emitted from the vaporized water, she swiftly distanced herself from Mo Yin. Water release, water pillar. Kaguya Mei deftly maneuvered, maintaining her distance from him while the high-pressure water pillars relentlessly bore down on Mo Yin, compelling him to marshal his own magical energy in defense. Had he not been ceaselessly honing his physical limits, unlike the frail mages of the ordinary world, he might have found himself at a significant disadvantage. The rapid exchange of blows between the two had left the spectators in awe. Close combat mages were a rarity, and Kaguya Mei's unique ninjutsu, so distinct from the conventional magic of this realm, captivated the audience, justifying their expensive tickets. As a mage, Mo Yin possessed a keen sensitivity to the elemental forces around him. The vibrantly active water element served as a constant reminder that Kaguya Mei's next move would be formidable. He needed to devise a strategy to neutralize the oppressive water pillars and the surging water elements. With a resolute determination, he prepared to summon the 9th-level fire magic, Hellfire. As he unleashed this formidable spell, the deep brown flames spiraled around him, advancing towards the water pillars. The pressure upon him diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Kaguya Mei completed all necessary prerequisites for her ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal eastern dragon, forged from the immense water elements, lunged at Mo Yin, its jaws clamping down on him as it propelled him skyward. The tremendous force of the dragon instantly dismantled the magical circuits of the Hellfire, rendering Mo Yin powerless as he was whisked away, crashing into the protective barrier with a resounding explosion. The resulting spray of water, imbued with formidable force, cascaded over him mercilessly. With a thunderous impact, Imoyen's body fell to the ground of the arena amidst the scattering droplets. Has it come to an end? The execution of several advanced ninjutsu techniques has consumed a significant amount of chakra from Koyami Mei. After all, continuously employing such high-level water-based ninjutsu in a waterless environment indeed depletes chakra, unlike the chief, who possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra. Imoyen slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Had he not instantaneously conjured the 9th-tier magical phoenix fire to envelop himself in armor, he would likely have been grievously injured by that water dragon bullet, rendering him incapable of further combat. The phoenix fire, as a high-tier fire magic of the 9th rank, is among the few advanced skills that can serve both offensively and defensively. Moreover, the phoenix fire armor he developed based on magic is one of his limited means of healing. Imoyen continued to harness his lightning-based energy to stimulate his cells, disregarding the excruciating pain from several fractures in his body. Seizing the opportunity while Koyami Mei was still somewhat fatigued, he swiftly charged toward her. With blinding speed, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that sent Koyami Mei flying, following up with a forceful thrust of his leg. The ground beneath him shattered under the explosive force. In an instant, he caught up with the airborne Koyami Mei and unleashed another devastating crescent kick, sending her crashing toward the ground once more. He then infused his fist with the 9th-tier magic, Heavenly Fire Meteor, leveraging the acceleration from his downward dive. With that strike, he was confident she would not rise again. As he descended, Koyami Mei, witnessing the buildup of Imoyen's energy, altered her hand seals in response. By the time Imoyen was upon her, it was too late to retract her power. Water Release, Water Mirror. The signature technique of the 4th Mizukage, Water Mirror, activated, replicating the enemy's attack and returning it to the attacker. Imoyen's figure, composed of water elements, surged forward with a flaming punch formed from Heavenly Fire Meteor. Seizing the moment of conflict between the Water Mirror clone and Imoyen, Koyami Mei hastily retreated, creating distance between them. Although Imoyen ultimately shattered the Water Mirror clone with the momentum of his descent, the close-range clash of two 9th-tier magics left him feeling quite unwell. This battle had ignited a genuine fire in both combatants. Chapter 24. The Battle of Two Women 3. As the referee, Dongfang Jianxin felt a twinge of anxiety, several times contemplating intervening to separate the two fighters. This contest hardly resembled a mere sparring session, and he remained vigilant, focused intently on the combatants. Should either of them falter, he would be ready to step in and shield the other from harm. Neither of these women came from a trivial background, and on his turf, nothing must go awry. Outside the arena, the clash of water and fire captivated all spectators, who called out in exhilaration. The exchange of high-tier spells and the visceral nature of their combat proved far more engaging than the usual betting events organized in the arena. Those older gentlemen in their brawls paled in comparison to the ferocity of these two women, whose fighting resembled a spirited game, affirming that watching women battle is indeed far more entertaining. Within the arena, as Imoyen regained his footing, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Although having defeated the Water Mirror clone, the immense force still inflicted considerable harm upon oneself. Wiping away the remnants of blood from his lips and observing the crimson droplets trickling from the corners of his mouth, Imoyen felt a sense of equilibrium seeing that Koyaki Mei was not in a significantly better state. He promptly retrieved a pair of claws from his storage necklace, preparing for the ensuing caution. Koyaki Mei reattached her arm, which had been dislocated while blocking the crescent moon, exhaling a deep breath. You too. With that, she formed hand seals, invoking the boiling release, art of clever mist. The white mist once again engulfed the arena. Are we resorting to this technique again? Imoyen noted that the searing heat wave generated by his phoenix flames could not disperse the watery fog. Without further contemplation, he donned his fiery armor and charged toward the approximate location where Koyaki Mei had vanished. Upon entering the mist-enshrouded zone, Imoyen realized that this was no ordinary fog. As it came into contact with his skin, a stinging sensation coursed through him. Glancing at the source of the pain, he discovered that he had been scorched by the corrosive mist. Is this an acidic vapor? He pondered, dismissing the fanciful nature of it. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, summoning 6 fire element giants through a 9th-tier advanced mimicry magic. His magical reserves were still relatively abundant. This was another advantage of martial arts. It allowed for the accumulation of magic energy within oneself without necessitating a vast communication with the wandering magical factors of the world. unlike traditional mages who required the construction of enormous magical arrays. Hence, his consumption of magical energy was not alarming, particularly when compared to traditional mages whose powerful spells often left them utterly depleted. Mo Yin felt no anxiety regarding his endurance. However, the summoning of 6 fire element giants quickly drained his magical reserves nearly to the brink. He forcibly stimulated his already fatigued cells with lightning. Mo Yin was determined to end this battle swiftly. The 6 ninth-tier fire element giants surrounded him, their intense heat palpable even to the spectators in the stands. Mo Yin nearly exhausted himself summoning these giants, yet the benefits were immediate. The rising temperatures evaporated the water elements in the surrounding air, causing the dense white mist of the clever mist technique to thin considerably. Although the mist continued to corrode his skin, it remained within tolerable limits. Koyuki Mei's figure re-emerged within everyone's line of sight. She, too, was in a precarious state, the lack of water elemental presence around her, exacerbated by several high-tier fire magic spells that had nearly evaporated the scant water elements, made the use of water-based ninjutsu exceedingly taxing on her chakra. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. Koyuki Mei conjured a water whip in her hands, gazing at the fire element giants charging towards her. Dissolution release, art of dissolving monsters. Unlike the ordinary dissolution of magma, a highly corrosive acidic liquid gushed forth from the mouth of Komi Mei, surging towards the approaching Mo Yin. The fire elemental giant stepped forward to shield Mo Yin from the acid, yet the relentless stream of corrosive liquid continued its assault from behind, causing the giant to visibly diminish in size. Mo Yin observed this with keen interest. Could even the fire element be corroded by such acid? It appeared that none among the members of the Akatsuki were to be underestimated. The elemental giant began retaliating towards Komi Mei's position, each fireball launched matching the magical onslaught of an average 8th-tier fire mage. Komi Mei persistently infused chakra into her water whip, extending it to lash at the incoming fireballs, successfully dispersing a significant number. However, the sheer volume of fireballs compelled her to start evading. Amidst the turmoil, the fire elemental giant withstood the pressure, while Mo Yin swiftly closed the distance to within 20 meters of Komi Mei, a range from which he could execute a decisive thrust to reach her in a blink. At that moment, the 6 higher-tier fire elemental giants, deprived of Mo Yin's magical support, could no longer withstand the corrosive assault and were entirely disintegrated. Mo Yin accelerated, appearing before Komi Mei. It was over. The violet, ultra-high-pressure lightning enveloped his claw, paralyzing Komi Mei upon contact, rendering her immobile. As she sensed the surge of lightning-infused magical energy emanating from Mo Yin's fist, she resolved to act. The instant his fist connected with her, the water release, water prison technique was unleashed. Thus, the two found themselves ensnared within the watery confines. Once the 9th-tier purple lightning punishment was unleashed, it did not discriminate between friend and foe. Lightning, known for its volatility, surpassed fire as the most tempestuous element. As is widely acknowledged, water conducts electricity, and the immense voltage wreaked havoc within the water prison. Both endured the suffocating sensation of confinement as the lightning magic rampaged, overwhelming their already battered bodies with relentless damage. The voltage that burst forth from the water prison struck the ground, resulting in a series of deep craters in the reinforced earth. Witnessing this scene, Dongfang Jianxin felt a sense of urgency and swiftly took to the air to rescue them. A surge of sword energy cleaved through the water prison, dispersing the surrounding magical elements and creating a void of magical energy. The tumultuous purple lightning and the self-repairing water prison, deprived of their magical and chakra support, gradually dissipated. The two plummeted to the ground, and Dongfang Jianxin gestured for the poised priest at the sidelines to rush in and assist. With the high-tier healing spell of the 9th-tier priest applied, the unconscious duo began to recover, expelling blood-tainted water from their throats. It was only then that they regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Mo Yin couldn't help but smile at the disheveled state of Komi Mei. In truth, by the time the confrontation commenced, the anger within had long dissipated. To put it delicately, it was indeed my own fault. One might say my desire to share was overly exuberant, while a harsher interpretation could suggest that I was merely being indiscreet. Prior to voicing my thoughts, I had not fully contemplated the potential repercussions. This incident has imparted a valuable lesson, prompting me to exercise greater restraint in the future. With this reflection, Mo Yin gazed at Zhang Ming and chuckled. You truly received a thorough beating. Zhang Ming laughed in response, recognizing that following this event, the reputation of the Shao organization would likely resonate throughout the entire empire. Mo Yin removed the finger tiger and helped Zhao Ming rise from the ground, symbolizing the conclusion of this tumultuous episode. Chapter 25. Arrival. Is President Mo Yin no longer angry? Zhao Ming inquired with a smile. Mo Yin waved his hand, indicating that his anger had long since evaporated. He merely wished to deliver a sound thrashing. How could I ever harbor feelings for that guy after you said you liked him? Zhao Ming smiled silently. Aware that some matters remain uncertain, there will be ample opportunities for future interactions. After a day and night of travel, Zhang Yu finally arrived in a coastal ancient forest within the Eastern Sea Federation. This vast woodland appeared as a verdant treasure trove of nature, with endless trees resembling a green ocean that stretched into the horizon, seemingly infinite to the eye. Zhang Yu withdrew the colossal bird, allowing himself to wander amidst the forest. And in that moment, he experienced an exquisite tranquility and enigma, as if isolated from the world. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden rays that resembled ethereal sprites dancing within the woods. The diversity of trees was remarkable. Some stood tall and majestic, others twisted and spiraled, while some were short and stout. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching underfoot, echoing the symphony of nature. Various low-tier magical beasts inhabited the forest, scattering at Zhang Yu's approach, darting between the trees, infusing the woodland with vibrancy and life. Following the trajectory mapped out before him, Zhang Yu quickened his pace, gliding effortlessly among the branches. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the elven habitat, where a magnificent ancient tree loomed at the center of the forest, its crown reaching toward the heavens. Could this be the mother tree of the elves? The trunk was robust, seemingly shaped by the passage of countless years, with bark adorned in intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient runes, narrating the history and heritage of the elven race. The tree's canopy resembled a colossal green umbrella, its foliage lush and teeming with vitality. The leaves displayed a profound shade of green, as if imbued with boundless life force. Under the sun's embrace, the leaves shimmered with a mysterious radiance of runes, evoking thoughts of the elves' enchanting magic. Even at the periphery of their territory, Zhang Yu could sense an overwhelming essence of nature enveloping the surroundings. The wood element was remarkably vibrant within this forest, imparting a feeling of serenity and harmony. As Zhang Yu was about to proceed, a melodious and delightful voice resonated behind him. Welcome, Your Grace, Zhang Yu. The speaker was Lilith. When the protective array of the elven clan detected the presence of a formidable and unfamiliar source of magical energy entering the forest, Lilith received a response from the mother tree. Calculating the time, she deduced that it must be Zhang Yu's arrival. Thus, she stepped forth to greet him. Zhang Yu turned to the newcomer, who possessed a cascade of vibrant green hair cascading to her shoulders, and the distinctive pointed ears characteristic of the elven race. Her slender, statuesque form boasted skin as fair and smooth as the finest jade, and her large, luminous green eyes sparkled like resplendent stars. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and as a gentle breeze wafted by, a delightful scent of fresh grass emanated from her. Just call me Zhang Yu, she said. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. A silent greeting exchanged. I am the current acting chief of the elven clan, Lilith, and I am immensely grateful for your presence in this mission. Observing the striking youthfulness of her companion's visage, Lilith could not help but harbor doubts within herself. Although Mo Yin had briefed her on the individual's capabilities and age, she still found it difficult to believe. Judging by the vitality radiating from Zhang Yu, she appeared scarcely older than 20, yet she was to confront 2 epic-tier ancient dragons. Did she truly possess the ability to resolve this predicament? Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to navigate the challenges you face, Zhang Yu replied. This matter is also crucial for my organization's ascension to the epic tier. The elven girl, displaying an innocence that bordered on naivety, wore her concerns openly on her face, prompting Zhang Yu to offer words of reassurance. After all, confronting 2 epic-tier ancient dragons was an undeniably formidable undertaking. Realizing that her doubts had been expressed in front of another, Lilith quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize, Lady Zhang Yu. Please allow me to escort you to our clan's sanctuary for you to recuperate. I will explain the situation regarding the 2 dragons shortly. With that, she moved ahead to guide Zhang Yu. As they drew closer to the mother tree of the elves, the surrounding natural energy intensified, almost reaching a state of liquefaction. With each breath, Zhang Yu can sense a profound joy emanating from the very depths of her cells. Zhang Yu was led to a well-appointed room surrounding the mother tree, while Lilith went to inform the elders of the elven clan. The members of the elven tribe brought forth an array of delicacies, including fruits whose names escaped Zhang Yu. and a fragrant salad that exuded a rich aroma. Additionally, there was a jug of exquisite wine brewed from the unique moon well water of the elven realm. Zhang Yu savored the exquisite wine in his glass, marveling at how the mother tree of the elves nurtures life. The elven men who entered were strikingly handsome, while the women radiated beauty. At that moment, a melodious laughter resonated, prompting the question of whether the distinctive charm of our elven kin would please Mr. Zhang Yu. The newcomer was a tall and enchanting elven woman who was soon introduced by Lilith as Elder Aileen of our elven tribe. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Aileen and Lilith gracefully took their seats across from Zhang Yu. Lilith then presented a stack of documents containing information on the two ancient dragons. Zhang Yu took the documents and began to peruse them, the epic high red dragon Gelsis and the epic mid-green dragon Tainelda. Zhang Yu swiftly glanced over the documents before placing them back on the desk. At that moment, Aaron inquired, "What are your thoughts now, Your Excellency Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu took a sip of wine. "It is quite straightforward. The current predicament of the elven race lies in their fear of these two epic tier dragons coming to seize the fruits of the mother tree upon their ripening. Is that correct?" Lilith and her companion nodded in agreement. Thus, the solution to this issue becomes rather simple, presenting two possible remedies. Zhang Yu extended 2 fingers. Lilith inquired, "Which 2 solutions?" Zhang Yu responded with a smile, "Firstly, I shall take action tomorrow. If all goes smoothly, I will be able to drive away those 2 colossal dragons by then. Secondly, when the fruits are ripe, I will engage to hold back the 2 dragons. Even if I can only restrain one of them, I believe that the grand formation of the elven realm will be capable of containing the other dragon. This time frame will also be sufficient for you to safely gather the fruits of the mother tree. You possess the means to ensure that once the fruits are collected, no one can take them away. Am I correct?" After listening to Zhang Yu's words, Aileen pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is your confidence level in facing those 2 dragons alone?" Zhang Yu gazed out of the window, pondering the extent of losses you might endure. "By the way, can your grand formation withstand the devastation wrought by an epic confrontation?" Chapter 26, Speculations on Natural Energy. Rest assured, Your Excellency Zhang Yu. The grand formation can effortlessly withstand the residual waves of an epic battle. Zhang Yu pointed towards the forest outside and inquired with a smile, "What if there existed a force capable of utterly annihilating this forest?" At that moment, Lilith found herself at a loss for words. In her understanding, even an epic tier powerhouse, exerting their full strength, would likely be unable to obliterate such a vast expanse of woodland. If it were indeed, as Zhang Yu suggested, that one could destroy this forest in the course of a battle, then the 2 ancient dragons outside would certainly be incapable of such a feat. Thus, the only conceivable source of power that could achieve the destruction of this forest would have to be Zhang Yu himself. But how could that be possible? After all, this was a forest stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Could such a monumental task truly be accomplished by human hands? At that moment, Aaron interjected, "If what you say is indeed true, then the elven clan's great formation would likely be insufficient to withstand it. Should you possess such capability, I sincerely hope it can be unleashed far from the mother tree." She then added, somewhat bashfully at that time, "Our clan will need to muster all our strength to reinforce the formation against the residual shockwaves of the battle. Consequently, we may not be able to spare personnel to assist you during the confrontation." Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating that such assistance was unnecessary. "Should you appear on the battlefield, it would only hinder my efforts. In that case, it poses no issue. Your Grace, how long do you intend to prepare? It is prudent to act swiftly, for the longer we delay, the more I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Moreover, I must return to the capital promptly. Let it be tomorrow. We shall see if we can incapacitate these 2 ancient dragons, which would undoubtedly simplify matters considerably." Zhang Yu approached the window, gazing at the forest before him, lamenting the fate that awaited it. After the great battle, it was likely that all that would remain was a desolate wasteland, with no hope of witnessing such lush scenery again. Aaron, with a smile, joined Zhang Yu at his side, remarking that among all the humans she had encountered, Zhang Yu truly stood out as a remarkable warrior. It was rare to find a human who would care for or feel sorrow for the flowers, grasses, and trees that were so abundantly present in nature. Zhang Yu remained non-committal, merely feeling a sense of regret. Aaron offered a glass of wine, and I could sense that His Excellency Zhang Yu was genuinely sorrowful. Elves possess a pure heart, and they cannot misinterpret the emotions radiated by others. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Indeed, a heart as intricate as a 7-pore exquisite gem. The beauty of a fairy truly emanates not merely from her exterior. It is a rather amusing and fitting expression. Thus, I shall raise a toast to you here, wishing for our endeavors tomorrow to be met with success." Zhang Yu finished his drink, everything proceeding smoothly. Thus, he decided not to intrude further, allowing Zhang Yu to rest peacefully. Should he require anything, he could simply summon the vigilant sprites waiting outside. After saying this, Aileen rose with Lilith to take their leave, gently closing the door behind Zhang Yu. Once they had distanced themselves, Lilith could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "And Aileen, do you truly believe what he claimed, that he possesses the power to obliterate this entire forest?" Aileen affectionately ruffled Lilith's hair and replied, "Indeed." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "From the very instant you brought him into our domain, the Mother Tree conveyed to me that this individual is formidable, far surpassing the terror of the two dragons outside. Yet, he is merely a legendary tier. Even at the pinnacle of legend, he remains just that, a legend." Unyielding, Alice pressed further, "But his power seems alien to this world. The force I sense from him is frigid, malevolent, suffused with hatred. Yet, he himself exudes an air of nonchalance, naturalness, and tranquility. Truly a peculiar individual. Little Lilith, do not perceive Lord Zhang Yu through the lens of an ordinary person. He is extraordinarily unique." With that, Aileen disregarded Lilith's desire to inquire further, as she had matters to arrange for the next day's enhancement of the Great Formation. If what Zhang Yu asserted held any truth, they would need to exert their utmost efforts to maintain the formation's operation. It was uncertain whether the two dragons could withstand such overwhelming power. The thought sparked a peculiar amusement within her. Contemplating these matters, Aileen's mood brightened significantly. As the shadow cast over the elven tribe by the two ancient dragons vying for the Mother Tree's fruits began to dissipate. From the very first glance at Zhang Yu, Aileen's intuition had signaled to her that he was worthy of trust, a remarkable instinct she had possessed since childhood, never having led her astray. With these thoughts in mind, Aileen swayed her graceful figure and proceeded to the Council of Elders to organize the affairs for the following day. As dawn's light bathed the forest, a crystalline stream meandered gently, its waters glistening and producing a melodious sound. Along the banks, a myriad of wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, enchanting and beautiful. Butterflies flitted amidst the blooms, their dance harmonizing with the birds' melodic songs. It was a splendid morning. Zhang Yu casually washed his face in the creek. Erin appeared beside him, lifting the hem of her skirt as she settled by the water's edge. This creek, known as Crescent Creek, flows from the Moo Well, meandering around the Mother Tree. Typically, we elves draw our water from this very stream. It seems somewhat impolite for Mr. Zhang Yu to wash his face and soak his feet in our drinking water. Observing Erin's eyes, which crinkled into a crescent moon shape as she smiled, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. I was unaware this was potable water. It simply looked so clear that I couldn't resist." Erin, barefoot, approached him with a playful tone. Noticing her youthful countenance, barely in her 20s, Zhang Yu couldn't help but inquire, "Erin, how old are you this year?" Erin was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. For asking a woman her age is generally considered quite rude. "My dear Zhang Yu." Yet, she bore no offense, continuing to gaze ahead with a smile. "I am 1,500 years old. In terms of an elf's growth cycle, that is roughly equivalent to 25 or 26 in human years." Upon hearing her response, Zhang Yu felt his earlier speculations validated. Ever since arriving in this realm, he had sensed an unusual vitality coursing through his chakra, and the life force he emanated had grown increasingly vigorous. Zhang Yu harbored an inexplicable feeling that he was destined to live for an exceedingly long time. Initially, he attributed this sensation to the interstitial cells, yet upon encountering the members of the elven clan, his thoughts began to shift dramatically. At the remarkable age of 1,500, Lady Aileen could be deemed a prodigy for attaining the legendary tier. In comparison, Mr. Zhang Yu still fell significantly short. As for myself, I cannot be considered a benchmark. To speak candidly, I do not truly belong to this world. My powers have undergone inexplicable transformations since my arrival here. While the average lifespan of a human at the legendary tier barely spans a millennium, I sense that mine may exceed that. Furthermore, I have observed the members of my organization. Though they too have surpassed the lifespan of their former selves, they cannot compare to my own. I have long believed that this peculiar longevity was due to a unique form of chakra exclusive to me, until I beheld the Mother Tree of the elven clan. In that moment, I perceived an uncanny resemblance between my power and the natural energies wielded by the elves, which I have since designated as celestial chakra. Zhang Yu directed her gaze towards the Mother Tree, and Erin also grew intrigued by the celestial arts chakra that Zhang Yu had mentioned. "Mr. Zhang, would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for me? I am eager to witness the unique chakra of which you speak." Chapter 27, Common Origin. Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly. His fingertips coalesced into a stream of pure celestial chakra. However, when Erin's mental energy penetrated this chakra, she was instantly taken aback, her face paling in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Erin's intense reaction startled Zhang Yu as well. "What is it? Is there something wrong with this chakra?" Erin took a considerable amount of time to recover from her shock, yet her fear only deepened. Observing Erin's mental energy still ensnared within the chakra, it was evident that her state was far from normal. Zhang Yu, disregarding everything else, dispelled the gathered chakra in his hands and stepped forward to embrace Eileen, shaking her incessantly. "Eileen, wake up, what is happening?" After a considerable time, just as Zhang Yu was on the verge of testing whether a slap could rouse Eileen from her stupor, a flicker of clarity emerged within her pupils. "This power is of the same origin as the mother tree." Eileen, suppressing her inner astonishment, gradually articulated her sensations. "It appears my conjecture was not misplaced." Zhang Yu had already sensed the tidal wave of magic emanating from the mother tree. With each breath, this natural energy permeated his being, causing the cells within him, the Senju cells, to display an unusual vitality. He could feel that, empowered by this force, he could wield the signature jutsu capable of overpowering Uchiha Madara, a technique that only that man could execute. Logically, the Senju cells merely facilitated the awakening of the Rinnegan, given the quantity of these cells within him. It was implausible that such a minuscule amount could generate the Senjutsu chakra necessary for performing the true Senju Thousand Hands, Buddha's ascension technique. However, after resting beside the mother tree for a night, Zhang Yu was delightfully surprised to discover that the total number of his Senju cells was increasing, gradually replacing the original cellular structure within him. Following his reflections that morning, Zhang Yu surmised that this phenomenon was inextricably linked to the mother tree, though he understood little beyond that. After all, his comprehension of the magical system in this world was rudimentary, and his past self had little exposure to such secrets. Thus, unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Yu turned to Eileen for answers. Seeing Eileen's perplexed and peculiar gaze directed at him, he speculated that his Senjutsu chakra must have astonished the beautiful elven lady before him. "This power is of the same origin as the mother tree. I have just examined the natural energy within you. You are correct. You can live for an exceedingly long time. In fact, as long as you do not sustain fatal injuries, theoretically, you could achieve immortality." Now it was Zhang Yu's turn to be astonished. He had believed that Senjutsu chakra would grant him immense life energy, akin to Senju Hashirama in his previous life, whose formidable regenerative abilities were a direct manifestation of the Senju cell's vigorous life force. Yet, the notion of immortality seemed somewhat exaggerated. In his past life, Hashirama possessed vast chakra and extraordinary healing capabilities, but was immortality not a stretch? Zhang Yu found it somewhat hard to believe. The mother tree of the elves originated from the goddess of life, transcending the realm of epic tier, and it truly belonged to a domain of energy accessible only to the divine. "I apologize, but I must take my leave," she said. And before Zhang Yu could pose any questions, Erin hastily departed. Zhang Yu had no choice but to relinquish his inquiries. The chakra of that course through him originated from the Hashirama cells within his being, while Hashirama's chakra was derived from his own sage body. Zhang Yu once again gazed upon the mother tree, delicately attuning himself to the natural energy it exuded. If his conjecture proved correct, the natural energy embodied within the sage chakra of the Hokage was akin to that radiated by the mother tree of the elves. Should he manage to reside for an extended period within the realm of the elven kin, utilizing the natural energy of the mother tree to transform his own Hashirama cells, might he not also attain a sage body as extraordinary as that of Hashirama himself? Zhang Yu did not ponder for long. All considerations would have to wait until the two formidable dragons outside were dealt with. Zhang Yu stood by the crescent-shaped stream, gazing into the depths of the forest. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to unleash his full potential, leaving him uncertain of his own limits. He hoped that this upcoming battle would allow him to exert himself completely, for he yearned to witness the powers he had inherited from his master. The legendary strength of the Uchiha clan within the realm of Naruto. Observing the direction in which Erin had departed, he surmised that she would not return in the near future. The power he possessed, stemming from the mother tree, would require time for Zeline to fully comprehend. Resolutely, Zhang Yu set forth towards the dragon's lair, situated not far from the elven territory. Passing by the elven outpost, he greeted the soldiers stationed there, urging them to prepare, before hastening his pace towards the lair. Not far from the elven domain stood a towering ancient tree, its canopy immense. Beneath this grand tree lay the dwelling of the green dragon. The entrance was a vast hollow, surrounded by age-old trees and exotic flora. Mysterious runes shimmered upon the ancient trunk, safeguarding this sacred place with the green dragon's magical prowess. Surrounding the trunk, the dragon-blooded kin had gathered. The dragon-blood goblins had already spotted Zhang Yu rushing towards them. A low-level fireball, infused with an unknown viscous substance, was hurled at him by a goblin mage, aimed at the uninvited intruder. Although these rudimentary spells posed no real threat to Zhang Yu, the sight of the sticky projectiles, mingled with excrement, was indeed quite repugnant. With a swift motion, he unleashed a small-scale Shinra Tensei, deflecting the incoming projectiles and magic. His earlier good spirits had dissipated entirely. Observing the dragonkin soaring towards him, he resolved to cleanse the battlefield first. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive wave of flames erupted from Zhang Yu's mouth, instantly sweeping towards the ancient tree, engulfing the dragonkin that had approached him. The searing heat, exceeding 1,000 degrees, was beyond the endurance of such lowly creatures. As he summoned the skeletal framework of Susanoo, its bony arms grasped the descending 9th-tier wind thunder eagle, casting it downwards. He watched as the mountainous giant below attempted to catch the plummeting creature. Following suit, Zhang Yu descended towards the fallen eagle, landing upon its body, which emitted a cry of agony. Subsequently, he activated another Shinra Tensei, sending the charging giant tumbling away, while the eagle beneath him lay lifeless, its fate sealed. Zhang Yu gazed towards the cave, where the pressure from the dragon's breath erupted forth. Are they still slumbering? It is widely known that dragons are notorious for their excessive sleep. Can they truly remain asleep amidst such commotion? Perhaps I should create a bit more noise to rouse them from their slumber. Zhang Yu formed hand seals, invoking the Earth Explosion Star. In Chapter 28, The Awakening Dragon, a massive black gravitational orb ascended into the sky. Numerous low-tier dragonkin, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the Earth Explosion Star, were swept along with the soil, stones, and trees from the ground, all drawn upwards. A colossal orb, so immense that it obscured the sun in this place, silently hovered in the air. Zhang Yu admired his masterpiece. The array inscribed upon the dragon's nest shielded the ancient tree from the pull of gravity, however. The soil surrounding it remained untouched by the protective enchantment. The trunk toppled towards Zhang Yu, and the tremendous impact roused the slumbering dragon in the vicinity. With a roar infused with wrath, two colossal figures, one red and one green, ascended into the sky. Their immense forms, nearly 500 meters in length, towered even above the fully realized Susanoo. Tenyurta cast an enraged glance at the ravaged dragon's nest, noting that most of the kin he had brought along were nearly all perished. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the instigator of it all. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of corrosive breath directly at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu slowly raised his hand, employing a sealing technique to directly absorb the oncoming breath. The dragon's breath is merely an innate ability that comes with the dragon's natural gifts. Ultimately, it is just a manifestation of the application of magical power. Just as Zhang Yu was about to speak, the figure of the green dragon had already arrived before him. With a fist filled with rage, it swung directly towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu gracefully drew forth a round fan, casting a subtle smile towards the nearby green dragon. Uchiha rebounded. Tenyurta felt an irresistible force sweep over her, propelling her away. However, the ensuing searing gale of immense pressure could not inflict any harm upon her. The dragon's scales inherently possessed a formidable resistance to magic. The far larger red dragon halted the advancing green dragon, stating, "For what reason do you come? Having wantonly slaughtered my kin and devastated my lair?" Zhang Yu carefully stored the round fan, being the leader of the mercenary group. With no other matters at hand, he accepted a commission, hoping that the two could depart from the elven territory. Tenyurta scrutinized Zhang Yu with a mocking gaze, declaring him a legendary mercenary unaware of his impending doom. "Since you have arrived, you might as well stay and atone for your sins." Following the green dragon's words, both dragons surged towards Zhang Yu with lightning speed. "Must we resort to violence?" Zhang Yu mused. "Then let us subdue you before we negotiate." In an instant, the deep blue complete Susanoo manifested, drawing its blade to counter the approaching dragons. The red dragon, Gelsus, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against the downward strike, only to be unexpectedly sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yu was momentarily vulnerable, the green dragon Tenyurta struck with a claw, sending the Susanoo giant sprawling, followed by a breath of acidic mist. The ethereal blue Susanoo was corroded by the incoming acid, dissolving into droplets of blue chakra. In the distance, after being knocked aside, Gelsus completed the charging of his draconic incantation for a forbidden spell, the annihilation of worlds. This secret incantation, passed down through the bloodlines of true-name dragons, differs greatly from the spells chanted by ordinary human sorcerers. It requires significantly less time to charge and possesses unparalleled power. Due to the inherently volatile nature of dragon magic, it cannot be stored within high-tier magical scrolls. It is a universally acknowledged truth among the various races of the continent that no one can withstand the forbidden spells unleashed by true-name dragons. A plasma-like lava composite, born from the seething heat of fire magic, erupted from Tainilda's mouth, hurtling towards Zhang Yu at an imperceptible speed. Even the elven territory, several kilometers away, felt the searing heat radiating from the dragon's breath. The dense forest surrounding Zhang Yu has also succumbed to the searing heat, with the ground cracking and trees withering, igniting into flames. Farewell, human mercenary, the epic red dragon Gelsus confidently proclaimed. No one could withstand the searing temperatures of the forbidden spell, which soared to over 10,000 degrees. Even if one could endure the apocalyptic heat, they would surely be unable to resist the subsequent catastrophic explosion resulting from the fusion of plasma-based elemental magic. There were but a handful of individuals capable of withstanding such a strike, and Gelsus did not believe that this mere legendary tier mercenary possessed such abilities. At best, he resembled a larger-than-average ant. Is it customary to unleash a forbidden spell right away? This great lizard certainly does not adhere to conventional tactics. Shouldn't there be a preliminary exchange of probing attacks? It seems I shall first test my newly acquired powers using the two of you great lizards. Would release. Technique of the wooden man. A robust trunk erupted from the earth, forming a golem composed entirely of wood. The wooden figure extended its hand, grasping the incoming forbidden magic. The violent elemental fury contained within the apocalyptic forces suddenly ceased its tumultuous thrashing in the wooden man's grip, behaving as docile as a kitten. Zhang Yu adeptly manipulated the wooden figure, unleashing a forbidden spell with a forceful strike aimed at the face of the emerald dragon, Tainilda. Tainilda could scarcely fathom that this frenzied incantation from the Crimson Dragon could be intercepted by a mere human of legendary rank, and even more astonishingly, delivered directly to her visage. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, yet the instincts honed from millennia of combat surged within her, prompting an instinctive response. The high-level defensive dragon language magic, Dragon Scale Guardian. A verdant glow enveloped Tainilda, enhancing her emerald scale's brilliance and elevating her magical resistance to 80%. In the next instant, the cataclysmic sphere of high-temperature plasma collided with Tainilda's face, sending her hurtling backwards. Upon impact with the ground, a tremendous explosion engulfed the surroundings. Gelsus soared before Zhang Yu, launching a powerful dragon fist toward his face without hesitation. Divine punishment. Gelsus's forceful blow, however, was not repelled by the divine punishment, instead continuing its relentless advance toward Zhang Yu. The divine punishment had afforded Zhang Yu a brief respite, allowing him to raise his hand to counter this overwhelming strike. Renowned for their formidable physique, the red dragons surpassed even the mightiest of the metallic dragonkin, the golden dragons, in sheer physical prowess. One could scarcely imagine the wrathful strike of an epic-tier red dragon. This blow effortlessly shattered Zhang Yu's Susanoo. Fracturing the arm he raised in defense against the onslaught, Zhang Yu was violently flung away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Gelsus did not rush forward, but instead turned anxiously to the direction where Tainilda had fallen. As the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, a massive pit extending nearly 3 kilometers emerged, its surface scorched into magma by the intense heat released during the blast. Even the distant elven territory felt the strong tremors and shockwaves. At the center of the pit, Tainilda lay feebly, having withstood the apocalyptic curse. Her dragon wings were tattered, and her scales were scattered about. A deep wound, revealing bone, gaped at the junction of her right chest and forelimb, continuously dripping dragon blood. Had she not adjusted her position upon landing, shielding her head with her wings, she might have met her demise at that moment. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved her precious elixir of life, an epic-grade item for which she had paid a hefty sum, all due to her negligence. The thought of her loss made her heart bleed. That damned human, how underestimated he was. Chapter 29. Fierce battle. Zhang Yu rose from the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His left hand, interrupted by the dragon fist, was gradually recovering due to an extraordinary cellular regeneration ability. It had been a long time since he had suffered such severe injuries. As Haydn would say, it hurt terribly. You fool. He was a model youth from the new era, having inherited Madara's formidable strength and combat experience, yet he had never endured serious wounds. He had not even experienced a fracture. The worst injury he had before his journey was merely a sprained ankle from riding a bicycle. Feeling the surge of adrenaline coursing through him, the passionate fervor flooding his mind, he finally found himself in a battle capable of inflicting injury in this world. This was the kind of combat he longed for. Come, let us play, you two lizards. After being rejuvenated by the waters of life, his combat power was restored to at least 50%. When Gelsis and Tainadar heard Zhang Yu refer to them as two lizards, their eyes instantly turned crimson. They immediately took to the skies, wings flapping towards Zhang Yu. How dare you? I shall tear your mouth apart today. The red dragon, known for its volatile temper, could not tolerate being likened to such a lowly creature as a lizard. Gelsis vowed that he would make this foul-mouthed insect regret ever stepping into this world. Fire release, great fire destruction. The searing flames surged toward the two dragons, but Gelsis charged straight through the sea of fire without flinching. Tainadar, however, lacked Gelsis's audacity and deftly evaded the incoming flames. The green dragon possessed far less resistance to fire than the red dragon, already heavily injured. It could not withstand Zhang Yu's fiery assault. A colossal Susanoo rose from the ground, its sword cleaving toward the advancing Gelsis. Forbidden spell, Dragon's Blood Boil. Igniting his own dragon blood to a boiling state, Gelsis dramatically enhanced his attack power, speed, defense, and recovery abilities. This unique forbidden magic of the red dragon allowed him to double his combat prowess. The massive dragon body lunged towards Zhang Yu at an imperceptible speed. After deflecting Zhang Yu's Susanoo sword, it instantly flashed to the crystal on the forehead of the Susanoo, delivering a dragon fist that cracked the crystalline surface. Zhang Yu was taken aback by the sheer force of the punch. If a few more strikes were to land, the defense of his Susanoo would likely be breached. Meanwhile, Gelsis was inwardly astonished. Even his formidable punch could not be withstood by an epic-tier heavy knight renowned for its defensive prowess. The bizarre giant warrior before him, cloaked in deep blue, exhibited an astonishing level of resilience. His own forelimbs trembled slightly, struggling to withstand the recoil of his own strike. Then came the forbidden spell, the Wood Elemental Barrier. Having charged his energy, Tainurta unleashed the unique forbidden incantation of the Green Dragon. A colossal and intricate magical array erupted from the ground, enveloping the battlefield shared by one human and two dragons. The Wood attribute magic, amplified by the dragon's own might, began to voraciously corrode Zhang Yu's Susanoo. Zhang Yu sensed the gradual depletion of his chakra and life force, while as the caster of the technique, Tainilda continuously restored her injuries by absorbing the life force around her. Forbidden spell, Verdant Maelstrom. Vines, flowers, and trees instantaneously spread across the scorched earth left by the fierce battle. Various flora transformed into sharp weapons, relentlessly launching attacks against Zhang Yu. After unleashing 2 consecutive forbidden spells, Tainilda retrieved a high-grade mana restoration potion from her storage space. It was quite arduous for her to exert herself fully with both spells. Furthermore, this type of sustained magical array would incessantly siphon the caster's mana after its release. Zhang Yu found himself exceedingly vexed by these 2 forbidden spells. The Green Dragon, a practitioner among the mighty dragons, wielded a rather troublesome array of abilities. In contrast to such persistent skills that gradually deplete one's resources, Zhang Yu preferred a direct confrontation with a more formidable opponent like Gelsis. Ah, so you relish in such tactics? Would release, the descent of the flower tree realm. The Emu barrier may sever its connection and perception of the surrounding elements, yet wood release remains unaffected. Let us see which of these wood-based forbidden spells proves superior to the wood release. Zhang Yu intensified the output of chakra from the floral tree realm, instantly enveloping the surrounding 5 kilometers in a sea of blossoms. Buds unfurled, releasing a delicate yellow pollen into the air. Unlike the Emu barrier, the pollen emitted from the floral tree realm induces a state of poisoning upon inhalation, sapping the strength of enemies within its range and suppressing their magical energies. Gelsis and Tainilda both perceived the effects of the floral tree realm. The 2 dragons exchanged knowing glances. Tainilda advanced to engage Zhang Yu, while Gelsis remained in place, chanting incantations to summon the descent of a forbidden spell. A wooden figure charged towards Gelsis, who, sensing its approach, ascended rapidly into the sky. Zhang Yu, embodying the essence of Susanoo, soared towards the position of Gelsis. Tiny Ear, perceiving Zhang Yu's intent, unleashed a torrent of acidic breath, charging forth in his direction. Zhang Yu swiftly formed seals, unleashing the Earth Explosion Star with a flick of his wrist. In a counterattack, he sent the incoming Tainurta hurtling towards the Earth Explosion Star with a mighty pull of the Universal Attractor. Away with you, he declared. Would release, would dragon technique. From within the realm of flowering trees, 2 elongated wooden dragons soared forth, launching themselves at Gelsus. This is troublesome. I'm still not quite ready, Gelsus thought. Realizing that his forbidden technique was not yet fully charged, and the pollen he had inhaled continued to sap his strength. If he could not obliterate this sea of flowers, he might indeed find himself in dire straits. This human is proving to be quite a challenge. At that moment, Tainurta finally managed to break free from the Earth Explosion Star, arriving late to the fray. With a swift motion, her two long forelimbs grasped the colossal dragons. Seeing that the wooden dragons could not halt Gelsus, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to ensnare Tainurta with the wooden dragons. Since you are so fond of clutching my wooden dragon, let us deal with you first. Once entangled, Tainurta immediately lost her ability to fly and began to plummet towards the ground. Feeling the dire predicament, Tainurta realized that the two peculiar wooden dragons were rapidly siphoning the magic from her body. She could sense her strength waning. With all her might, she unleashed a corrosive breath, spewing acid to erode the wooden dragons that ensnared her. Meanwhile, the wooden figure rushed swiftly towards Tainurta's landing spot. Just as Tainurta was about to touch down, the binding released her, wrapping around the wooden dragon instead. Fear etched across her face as she witnessed the impending strike of the wooden figure crashing down upon her. You shall not succeed. A furious voice thundered from above. As Gelsus, having completed his forbidden technique's charge, arrived just in time to deliver a punch that sent the charging wooden figure flying. Perish, human. The intricate circle of forbidden seals illuminated around Tainurta. Forbidden technique, ashes of heaven and earth. A devastating shockwave erupted from Tainurta's mouth, carrying the power to annihilate all in its path, rapidly advancing towards Zhang Yu. Is there no escape? Chapter 30. Surprise Attack. The shockwave was mere moments away, and in this limited time frame, Zhang Yu had little recourse. He employed the Shinra Tensei to momentarily slow the approach of the shockwave. The sealing technique, absorption, activated swiftly, the immense force propelling Zhang Yu backward towards the elven territory. Soon, the sealing technique reached its threshold of endurance. Zhang Yu dispelled the sealing technique and swiftly retrieved a folding fan from behind as the shockwave threatened to engulf him. The Uchiha clan's energy rebounded. The high-temperature energy particles rendered the fan's surface a vivid, scorching red. After a brief adjustment in midair, Zhang Yu finally landed on solid ground. Just as he intended to retreat to evade the oncoming forbidden jutsu, he realized he was now less than a kilometer away from the elven tribe's territory. From his vantage point, he could see the defensive array, established around the elven mother tree, illuminate brilliantly. Not far off, the astonished expressions of the elven soldiers at their outpost were distinctly visible. Zhang Yu made a brief assessment of the current strength of the ancestral formation and subsequently contacted Lilith through the guild ring. The elven array is capable of withstanding the impending onslaught of forbidden magic. However, the ashes of heaven and earth belong to a concentrated single-target damage type, which would deplete half of the formation's energy in resisting this forbidden spell. Aileen, taking over from Lilith, advised Zhang Yu to deliberate on the matter himself, suggesting that if it becomes too overwhelming, retreating into the barrier would be a viable option. The elven race, being one of the oldest in the continent, possesses its own inherent strength and can indeed withstand or repel two epic-tier ancient dragons. Zhang Yu was well aware that, as a race with a rich history on the mainland, the elven race possessed their own means and would not be so easily coerced by two ancient dragons of epic stature. Such a scenario would undoubtedly tarnish the dignity of an ancient race. However, the cost of employing these means could prove to be quite burdensome for the elves. After all, the fruits of the elven mother tree are not sufficient to warrant the use of their capabilities. What could possibly compel them to utilize such resources on themselves? Zhang Yu contemplated briefly, surmising that it was likely related to the intercellular cells within his own body. The current predicament was pressing enough that it afforded him little time for deep reflection. The pressure emanating from the fan grew increasingly intense. Soon, he steeled himself to endure the impending onslaught of this forbidden spell. After all, he was being compensated for his efforts, and he could not afford to falter on his inaugural mission. The formidable might of the ancient dragon's forbidden spell was truly daunting, and Zhang Yu could no longer sustain the Uchiha's rebound. The Uchiha fan was hurled away by the cataclysmic force of the celestial ashes. Zhang Yu executed the wood-release technique, the Bipai no Jutsu, as a peculiar wooden structure adorned with an eerie visage enveloped his entire being. While this defensive ninjutsu was formidable within the realm of wood release, it could not entirely withstand the relentless onslaught of Gelsus's infused magical force. The ashes of heaven and earth. The Bipai no Jutsu was gradually being consumed by the searing flames, and Zhang Yu felt the intense heat and the restless magic of fire surging from within. The colossal Susanoo shattered the Bipai no Jutsu. Arms crossed in front of its chest, bracing itself against Gelsa's formidable strike. The Susanoo was continuously dissolving, while Zhang Yu poured his vast chakra into its depths. This relentless infusion of chakra began to take a toll on Zhang Yu, as cracks appeared in his meridians due to the overwhelming flow. Were it not for the astonishing regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells within him, he would likely have succumbed to his injuries. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yu's body protested against the strain, warning him that, despite the enhancement of the Hashirama cells, he could not endure this much longer. Though he could store an infinite amount of chakra, he could not release it all at once. As the human body has its limits regarding chakra output, and the same applies to magical energy, Zhang Yu cast his gaze toward Gelsa's, contemplating who would prevail in this contest of endurance. Gelsa's, too, was lamenting his predicament. His most potent single-target forbidden spell had persisted for so long. Yet he could not subdue this human mercenary. If this continued, he would soon be unable to maintain the spell. As one of the mightiest races on the continent, dragons were renowned for their immense magical reserves, yet Gelsa's found his own powers dwindling significantly. Although he discerned that Zhang Yu's body was on the brink of collapse, he knew he needed to conserve some magic for unforeseen circumstances. Despite his bond with Tainyrda, Gelsa's was reluctant to entrust his fate to another. Such relinquishment would leave him feeling vulnerable. Gelsa's relinquished his hold on the ashes of heaven and earth. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Yu could no longer sustain the Susanoo and let it dissipate as he plummeted to the ground, gasping for breath. He had finally endured. Die, scum. Tainyrda lunged from behind Zhang Yu, her furious draconic roar echoing through the air. Vine of poison, entwine. From the ground, thorny, venomous vines erupted, ensnaring Zhang Yu's legs. Tainyrda's wrathful dragon fist descended upon Zhang Yu's back, leaving him no time to react, let alone defend himself. Zhang Yu was sent flying by the furious strike imbued with the power of a colossal dragon, spewing a copious amount of blood into the air. After shattering countless ancient trees, he collided with the mountainside. Blood, mingled with internal organs, erupted from his mouth, and it was uncertain how many bones in his body had fractured. Fortunately, he remained alive. Such injuries would have been fatal to an ordinary person, yet Zhang Yu, endowed with the cells of Hashirama, merely regarded them as trivial, a mere scratch unworthy of concern. Tainyrda soared towards the direction where Zhang Yu had fallen, confident that after such a blow, there was no possible chance of survival for him, who had made no attempt at defense. As the dust settled, Tainyrda gazed in disbelief at the location of Zhang Yu, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is it possible? How can a mere human still be alive?" Zhang Yu leaned against the rocky outcrop and gradually rose to his feet. "I nearly fell victim to your treachery. Indeed, you are nothing but a filthy and despicable reptile, resorting only to cowardly ambushes. Initially, I merely intended to drive you away, but since it has come to this, today shall mark your end here." Zhang Yu was drenched in blood, with the jagged remnants of his shattered left arm piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. Licking the blood from the back of his hand, he glared menacingly at Tainyrda. Although Tainyrda was somewhat startled by Zhang Yu's terrifying visage, she swiftly retorted, "Given your half-dead state, do you truly think you can intimidate me? I shall crush you and swallow you whole while you still draw breath. Only then will my heart's resentment be assuaged. Embrace death, the breath of acidic venom." Zhang Yu extended his right hand, invoking the super divine Roto. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth, dispersing everything in its vicinity, including Tainyrda and the acidic breath. A vacuum zone spanned nearly 10 kilometers around him. In the immense pit, nothing remained but Zhang Yu himself. The trees, along with the soil, were obliterated in an instant by the overwhelming repulsion. It was only upon encountering the elven defensive array that this force was finally halted. Tainyrda was utterly unable to maintain her flight posture, swept away by the repulsive force toward the distant horizon. The elven observers, witnessing this spectacle, stood in sheer astonishment. Who could have imagined that a legendary human mercenary could contend so fiercely against two epic-tier ancient dragons? Chapter 31, Celestial Technique, would escape, True Thousand Hands. Zhang Yu's gaze, imbued with a murderous intent, fixated on Tainyrda, who felt her scales bristle with an inexplicable sense of impending doom enveloping her. It was as if the atmosphere was becoming suffocating. How could this be possible? Zhang Yu attempted to move his hands, managing only to form a seal with great difficulty. He had not intended to employ this technique so soon, yet your incessant provocation left him no choice. With a heart laden with remorse, he sought an audience with Tiamat, the legendary deity said to have birthed the five-colored evil dragons. The celestial art, with style, manifestation of the true thousand-handed bodhisattva erupted forth. A colossal figure rising thousands of meters into the sky, casting shadows that obscured the sun. In the presence of this immense bodhisattva, Teinyrda felt as insignificant as a mere bird, flitting helplessly through the vastness. This time, should you survive, I shall take my own life. Zhang Yu's cold voice echoed from atop the bodhisattva's head, instilling within Teinyrda a profound sense of regret for venturing into the elven realm. What benefits had the elven clan truly bestowed upon her that she fought so fiercely on their behalf? She had grossly miscalculated. Initially, upon receiving word that both the elven chieftain and high priestess were absent, she had intended to accompany her partner to exploit the situation. Little did she anticipate encountering a foolhardy individual like Zhang Yu. The thousand hands of the wood-style bodhisattva surged toward Teinyrda with blinding speed. The green dragon lacked the robust physique of its red counterpart. Though she resisted with all her might, her struggles appeared utterly futile against the onslaught of the true thousand hands. In an instant, she was swatted into the ground as effortlessly as one would dispatch a mosquito. The overwhelming force suppressed her magical defenses, scattering them into oblivion, leaving her dragon form marred with blood and shattered scales. At that moment, Teinyrda was consumed by terror. It was no longer a matter of whether she could seize the elven mother tree's fruit, but rather a grim realization that she might perish here. Slain by a mere legendary tier mercenary, becoming a laughingstock across the continent. The colossal wood-style bodhisattva was beyond her capacity to resist. What could she possibly do? Xerxes dashed to Teinyrda's front, bracing himself against the pressure of the true thousand hands, granting her a fleeting moment to catch her breath. Great mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, heed the call of your loyal follower. I offer you my most sincere faith, beseeching you to bestow a miracle and protect your devoted servant. Ancient and arcane draconic words flowed from Xerxes' lips as he glared at Zhang Yu, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He felt the limits of his lineage confining him to the epic tier. Xerxes sensed that he had reached the peak of his growth. The mid-level of the epic tier was indeed his utmost limit. The attempt to seize the fruits of the mother tree, sacred to the elven race, was driven by the desire to transcend one's limitations and ascend to the ancient dragon tier. The ancient draconic incantation invoking Tiamat is a legacy inscribed within the bloodlines of every chromatic dragon. Each dragon is imbued with a sense of pride. They do not venerate any deities, instead honoring only their noble lineage and the formidable power passed down through generations. This is also why Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons and progenitor of all chromatic dragons, remains merely a demigod, lacking followers. Her own descendants disdain to worship her, were it not for her draconic heritage and formidable combat prowess. Tiamat would have long been found by her numerous enemies among the greater gods and sent to meet the creator dragon. Yet, by offering her his faith, one would forever be unable to ignite their own divine flame, doomed to remain an eternal servant of Tiamat. The mere thought of such a consequence filled Xerxes with profound resentment. However, faced with the dire threat of death, Xerxes resolved to set aside his pride. He yearned to survive. The faith emanating from an epic tier dragon soon caught Tiamat's attention. A pair of immense eyes appeared in the sky. Upon noticing the follower, who was struggling against the overwhelming force of the thousand hands of truth, and was on the brink of demise, a tremendous pressure enveloped Zhang Yu. Yet, within the confines of the thousand hands, Zhang Yu remained relatively unscathed. Tiamat bestowed a portion of her divine power upon Xerxes, granting him the strength to withstand the onslaught of the thousand hands, while his grievous wounds began to mend. Tiamat then redirected her gaze toward Zhang Yu. The realization that her overwhelming presence had not crushed the young human before her piqued Tiamat's curiosity. Her voice resonated from all directions, tinged with the essence of the life goddess. No, it bore a distinct quality. Intriguing. The pressure she exuded radiated outward, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings across the continent. Red Dragon, offer me your faith. What are your conditions? Xerxes, gritting his teeth, regarded Zhang Yu with a fierce intensity. Mother Goddess, I pledge to be your loyal follower and fight for you, but I demand his death. Tiamat's gaze shifted from Xerxes to Zhang Yu. Yet, the colossal eyes in the sky gradually began to fade. A torrent of divine power surged into Xerxes, instantaneously mending his severely injured form. This divine essence, belonging to Tiamat, surpassed the elemental magic that pervaded the continent, rendering it impervious to the constraints of wood release. Xerxes gathered his strength and unleashed a searing breath infused with divine energy, obliterating some of the encroaching thousand hands. Are you all right? Xerxes turned to his wife, only to find Teinyrda weeping profusely. The price that Gelsa's paid is abundantly clear to Tyneer, a fellow five-colored evil dragon. She knows that her husband is no longer free, and the path ahead has been severed, leaving him to be eternally driven by the mother of evil dragons. I am fine. However, Gelsa's, she began, but Gelsa's interrupted her, insisting, enough of your words, let us first deal with this individual. He then cast a high-level restoration spell upon Tyneer, and with the blessing of the mother of evil dragons, the spell swiftly mended her battered dragon form. With the blood of dragons boiling and igniting, Gelsa's, now unburdened by the path of cultivation that had once been crucial to him, no longer cared for the essence that was once of great importance. As the divine power of the mother of evil dragons surged and the dragon blood burned, the terrifying strength Gelsa's exhibited transcended the epic tier, reaching the realm of demigods. However, the divine power of the mother was too much for his epic tier dragon body to withstand. A swift resolution was imperative. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle with a single strike. Dragon Fist, Blood of Flame, annihilating Fire Lotus. The true strength of the red dragon lies not in its cataclysmic dragon tongue magic, but in its robust physique. This annihilating blow would be the mightiest strike he had delivered in millennia. Perish. Gelsa's charged forward, his dragon fist enveloped in a destructive Fire Lotus, aimed directly at the oncoming threat. At that moment, Zhang Yu found himself momentarily distracted. If Gelsa's, empowered by the mother of evil dragons, could reach the demigod level, it was difficult to fathom the extent of strength possessed by Charlotte, the divine messenger of the god of light, one of the principal deities. Contemplating this, Zhang Yu smiled with a sense of relief. With over 100 million prestige points remaining, he had already devised a plan for their utilization. The power of the legendary tier merely placed him at the pinnacle of the continent, yet it did not belong solely to those few who stood atop the mountain. As Zhang Yu invested his prestige into upgrades, he successfully surpassed level 110 and ascended to the epic tier. Feeling the transformation within, he realized that while his chakra was boundless, the most significant change lay within his meridians. If you were to liken his meridians to waterways, his chakra at the legendary tier flowed through them like a moderately wide canal, whereas at the epic tier, his meridians resembled the roaring Yangtze River, capable of accommodating an exponentially greater output of chakra than before. Zhang Yu gazed at the approaching Gelsa's, his intercellular cells diligently absorbing natural energy to enhance the true Thousand Hands. Under the immense infusion of Zhang Yu's vast Senjutsu chakra, the height of the true Thousand Hands surged dramatically. Gelsa's sensed the mounting pressure from the advancing true Thousand Hands, gritting his teeth and hastening the consumption of his own essence. In this state, nothing mattered to him anymore. All he desired was to eliminate the individual before him, to extinguish Zhang Yu. He had forsaken everything for this singular purpose. While he possessed a considerable reserve of divine power belonging to Tiamat, his physical form could not adequately sustain it. Thus, he resorted to the burning of his own essence to better harness the divine strength. The effects were evident. As he amplified his divine output, he managed to dismantle the assault of the true Thousand Hands and advance towards Zhang Yu. At this moment, Tainilda was on the verge of completing her forbidden spell, tears streaming down her face. Whether or not she could slay Zhang Yu here was now of little consequence. Her husband's path was irrevocably severed. The acquisition of the fruit from the tree of life had become trivial. Her sole desire was to dismember Zhang Yu. The dragon's forbidden curse, the binding of curse, coiled toward Zhang Yu, and the initial contact with the curse caused the true Thousand Hands to be engulfed in countless black sigils, rapidly withering away. As the curse weakened the forbidden magic nearby, Gelsa's finally managed to fend off the assault from the Guanyin statue and positioned himself before Zhang Yu. In a frenzied state, Gelsa's glared furiously at Zhang Yu. It was this very human who had led him to lose everything. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Zhang Yu, unleashing his claws with all his might. Divine power coursed over his form, and this strike rivaled any forbidden spell he had previously cast. A blue skeletal frame enveloped Zhang Yu, intercepting Gelsa's ferocious punch. This time, Susanoo did not succumb to destruction by the dragon's might. Instead, it withstood the blow, sustaining only a few cracks upon its surface without shattering. The half-formed skeletal Susanoo retaliated, delivering a blow to Gelsa's that sent him crashing into the true Thousand Hands beneath. Gelsa's charged divine fiery fist subsequently struck the true Thousand Hands, obliterating them instantly, now devoid of Zhang Yu's Senjutsu chakra. Zhang Yu leaped into the air, summoning the complete form of Susanoo in an instant. With a swift draw of his blade, he cleaved through Gelsa's, sending him flying. Upon Zhang Yu's ascension to the epic tier, the complete Susanoo underwent a momentous evolution. From the perspective of Tenryuta, this Susanoo's stature had geometrically surpassed that of Zhang Yu's legendary form, with the solidified magical energy constituting its body being severalfold more abundant than in the legendary tier. Is this the reason you can withstand a punch from Gelsus? Zhang Yu rested his hand upon his forehead, chuckling. It seems you wish to continue your dance. Truly, dragons are the most formidable beings upon this continent. They are indeed quite a handful. Now, I shall unleash the complete form of Susanoo. This power, concealed within me, can only be awakened when both eyes are simultaneously opened to the kaleidoscope, representing the force capable of annihilating all existence. A single strike can shatter everything. Henceforth, let us use it to send you on your way. Gelsus was propelled hundreds of meters by this strike, finally relinquishing the full might of the blow after colliding with several mountain peaks. Rising from the crater, Gelsus felt every cell within him weigh heavily with fatigue. The prolonged use of divine power exceeding his own rank had nearly overwhelmed him. The pressure exerted by Zhang Yu after transcending the epic rank was incomparable to that of the legendary rank. Scorching currents of air gathered around Gelsus, and Zhang Yu sensed the surrounding fire elemental magic becoming extraordinarily vibrant and dense. Do you still possess the ability to dance? Come forth. 2 searing breaths of dragon fire erupted from Gelsus's nostrils. Apocalyptic dragon flame, the most perilous fire-based forbidden spell inherited from the bloodline of the red dragon. This ultra-high-temperature black plasma dragon flame, nearly 10 times hotter than the surface of the sun, enveloped Gelsus, forming an armor crafted from superheated fiery ions. Such extreme temperatures are not something even a red dragon can endure for long, as the apocalyptic dragon flame is typically unleashed in a breath directed at foes. Yet, with Tiamat's divine power clinging to his very form, Gelsus felt emboldened to don this searing flame as armor. The advantage gained is that every subsequent attack he makes will carry with it the superheated ions of the apocalyptic dragon flame, with temperatures capable of melting all things in this world. Zhang Yu, quick to act, approached Gelsus just as the latter's armor had solidified. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched the green dragon, Tenryuta, who attempted to intervene and delay him. It is rather amusing that an epic tier dragon, standing at the pinnacle of the continent's spiritual laws, found itself unable to participate in the ongoing battle. Now, having entered the epic tier himself, even a casual strike from Zhang Yu would necessitate Tenryuta's utmost effort to withstand. The onlooking elves were already left in a state of shock, rendered speechless by the cataclysmic clash before them. Were it not for Zhang Yu's conscious efforts to steer the battlefield away from their homeland, the protective array, bolstered by the current assembly of elves, would likely be utterly incapable of withstanding even a few waves of the battle's aftermath. The severity of the situation had far exceeded everyone's expectations, as what began as a simple expulsion escalated into a life-and-death struggle that transcended the epic tier. At this moment, Aileen found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previous composure. Her only recourse was to awaken the slumbering ancestors in their ancestral land. If they continued to fight in this manner, the few legendary figures present, herself included, would be unable to uphold the protective array of their homeland. For the safety of the mother tree of the elves, there was no other choice. Chapter 33. The enraged red dragon. Just as Aileen was about to head to the ancestral land, an aged hand rested upon her shoulder. With the arrival of this figure, the precariously balanced protective array of the elves gradually stabilized. There is no need to go, little Aileen. We have already taken notice of such a commotion. Upon seeing the visitor, Aileen felt a flicker of reassurance amidst her anxiety. The newcomer was none other than the previous high priest of the elven clan, a formidable being who had reached the pinnacle of the epic tier a millennium ago. The intensity of this conflict had even managed to rouse the ancestors who slumbered in their ancestral land. Though the elves are renowned as the long-lived beings of the continent, the lifespan of all living creatures remains finite. Only by igniting the divine flame and coalescing into a divine rank can one attain eternal life. Even a superlative powerhouse of the epic tier cannot escape the eventuality of life's end. As one's lifespan approaches its inevitable conclusion, the individual may resort to a unique method of self-imprisonment, significantly diminishing their life activities in a bid to prolong their dwindling existence. This choice is often made by formidable beings who, facing insurmountable obstacles to further breakthroughs, wish to extend their lives in hopes of discovering a path to renewed strength, while also being available to assist their kin in times of need. However, once the decision is made to shatter this self-imposed seal, the possibility of re-encasing oneself vanishes, and one's lifespan will swiftly diminish until death ensues. This is the very reason why Despite the elven clan's awareness that awakening their ancient ancestor could eliminate the two dragons coveting the fruit of the tree of life, they refrained from doing so. No matter how precious the fruit may be, it pales in comparison to an epic-level ancestor. Contemplating this, Erin felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. Ultimately, they chose to awaken the ancestor. Little Erin, there is no need to dwell on such matters. The ancestor was never meant to ignite the divine fire. Their self-imprisonment was precisely to address such occurrences. To witness a battle at the pinnacle of epic prowess is already a source of great satisfaction for the ancestor. With that, Avon turned his gaze towards the battlefield. At that moment, Zhang Yu, commanding the Susanoo, confronted Gelsa's head-on, and without hesitation, struck with a powerful slash. Empowered by the cataclysmic dragon flame, Gelsa's met Zhang Yu's attack with unwavering resolve, launching a punch towards him. The shockwaves from their collision surged outward, uprooting towering trees in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed over a dozen times. As the combatants, Zhang Yu's Susanoo exhibited signs of melting upon contact with the cataclysmic dragon flame, compelling Zhang Yu to channel an immense amount of chakra to stabilize it. Gelsa's, too, faced difficulties. Despite the enhancement from the cataclysmic dragon flame, he knew he could shatter Zhang Yu's blue turtle shell. Yet the recoil from each collision bore down on him heavily. Although renowned for his formidable physique as a red dragon, he found himself struggling against the tremendous force reminiscent of a forbidden spell's backlash. Continuing in such a manner, he realized he could not endure for long. Thus, in the ensuing clashes, Gelsa's leveraged his smaller stature to deftly evade the massive sword strikes of the Susanoo. A wry smile crossed Gelsa's mind as he mused on the irony of dragons becoming the embodiment of nimbleness. Noting how his own length of over 500 meters starkly contrasted with Zhang Yu's fully manifested Susanoo form. Zhang Yu had also discerned Gelsa's intentions. Had he begun to evade? Indeed, the advantages conferred by the enlarged Susanoo were exceedingly evident. Strength, defense, and destructive capability would escalate exponentially. However, when faced with an adversary who was diminutive in stature, swift in motion, and possessed the prowess to breach the Susanoo's defenses, considerable disadvantages would manifest. Maintaining the complete form of Susanoo would leave him in a position of passive endurance against relentless assaults. Each blow augmented by the world-destruction dragon flame could dissolve the outer armor of Susanoo, and if he endeavored to recover the melted sections with armor, the toll on his stamina would be immense. Conversely, should he refrain from expending chakra to reinforce the armor, Gelsa's could exploit the vulnerabilities of the uncovered Susanoo to shatter his complete form. Drawing upon the abundant battle experience inherited from Madara, Zhang Yu swiftly made his decision. The opponent had leveraged Tiamat's divine power to forcibly elevate his own strength to a level beyond his natural grasp, and such power invariably came with a tremendous burden. If Zhang Yu could endure until Gelsa's could no longer sustain this divine might, he would be poised to reap the rewards of victory. The carcass of the epic dragon, would it satisfy the creature's demands? Having ascended to the epic tier, Zhang Yu unlocked an unexpected capability. As he dismissed the complete form of Susanoo, Gelsa's swiftly materialized before him. At last, I forced you out of that peculiar shell. Without that strange armor. I am eager to see how you will defend yourself now. Gelsa sneered, gazing at Zhang Yu with a malevolent grin. Zhang Yu smiled as she retrieved the lost folding fan from the depths of the forest, securing it behind her. Perhaps it would be wise to contemplate how long she could sustain her current state. Is the power gained from serving others akin to that of a dog truly beneficial? Zhang Yu's words struck at Gelsa's Achilles' heel. If he had not genuinely felt the threat of death, how could he have offered his devotion to Tiamat? How could he have descended into a follower of the mother of evil dragons? All of this was the fault of this insufferable human before him. Who dared to mock him with such matters? In that moment, Gelsa's lost all rationality, unleashing a furious roar as he charged at Zhang Yu. This was precisely what Zhang Yu had anticipated. When a person loses their composure, they become increasingly prone to exposing vulnerabilities in battle. Furthermore, the divine powers are not easily tamed. How much longer can your battered dragon form endure? In the ensuing conflict, the circumstances for both combatants stood in stark contrast to those moments prior. Taking advantage of his small stature and agility, Zhang Yu adeptly evades the assaults of Gelsa's during their close-quarters combat. Whenever Gelsa's employs long-range magic to strike at Zhang Yu, he skillfully deflects these attacks with the divine law of heaven or absorbs them using his sealing techniques. The enraged red dragon is regarded as one of the most terrifying creatures in existence, devoid of reason, with its mind consumed by primal instincts of slaughter and an insatiable thirst for battle. In this state, pain and fear become foreign concepts. Gelsa's has evidently succumbed to such a condition. When one can confront an enraged red dragon head-on or engage in a contest of skill with it, this very trait transforms into the dragon's most fatal flaw. The absence of rational thought leads to chaotic and unstructured attacks, making it susceptible to exploitation. Ignorance of pain and fear facilitates greater vulnerability to injury. Just moments ago, Gelsa's had the opportunity to evade Zhang Yu's Dragon Flame Song technique. Yet he chose to charge directly through its fiery domain, intent on reaching Zhang Yu as swiftly as possible. Chapter 34. A perilous situation. Although the Dragon Flame Song technique does not inflict significant damage upon Gelsa's, the epic-level S-rank ninjutsu, empowered by Zhang Yu's immense chakra, necessitates a constant infusion of divine energy to withstand its effects. This, without a doubt, adds an even greater burden to Gelsa's already heavily pressured form. Zhang Yu could perceive it, and so could Tainyrda. However, in the throes of uncontrollable rage, Gelsa's had long since forsaken all reason. The Crimson Dragon, known for its fiery temperament, was inevitably provoked into a state of fury by Zhang Yu's taunts. At this moment, Gelsa's was oblivious to any physical strain. His singular desire was to rend Zhang Yu to pieces. Tainyrda yearned to awaken her husband from his fury, yet felt utterly powerless, left to anxiously watch from the sidelines. The enraged red dragon would obliterate everything within its gaze, indiscriminately tearing apart friend and foe alike. In essence, it mattered not who you were. If you dared to appear before me, you would face annihilation. After several futile attempts to rouse her husband, and suffering injuries at Gelsa's hands, Tainyrda seized the moment to retreat from the battleground, anxiously awaiting the outcome from a distance. Zhang Yu resembled a slippery loach, exhibiting an array of peculiar skills. While Gelsa's could find opportunities to strike unexpectedly during battle, the presence of the Susanoo skeleton surrounding Zhang Yu, coupled with the formidable self-healing abilities granted by his sage body, ensured that the situation gradually unfolded according to Zhang Yu's meticulously devised plan. It is noteworthy that due to the excessively high temperature of Gelsa's world-destroying dragon flames, many of Zhang Yu's would-release techniques meant to restrain Gelsa's proved utterly ineffective. The wooden dragon could not ensnare Gelsa's body and would be incinerated to char, while the wood golem was swiftly dismantled by Gelsa's in a furious state. Furthermore, Zhang Yu's sage chakra had yet to fully recover after unleashing the true Thousand Hands, rendering him unable to utilize it effectively. Fortunately, the Edo Tensei template he possessed still allowed him to employ fire release techniques and the Rinnegan. Thus, he could only resort to a slow war of attrition against the formidable red dragon before him. Just as Zhang Yu executed the heavenly transfer to deflect the incoming dragon fist and contemplated subsequent strategies, Gelsa's seized the opportunity during the cooldown of Zhang Yu's technique. With an uncanny 360-degree turn, Gelsa's charged directly at Zhang Yu, abruptly halting his forward momentum and nearly folding his body in half to redirect his advance. The sound of strained bones echoed within Gelsa's form as several of his bones fractured under the immense strain, yet he had no time to assess the damage. Spitting forth a searing stream of dragon blood, he let out a pained roar. Nonetheless, Gelsa's continued his assault on Zhang Yu, the intense agony finally sharpening his focus. In an instant, he transformed his punch into a clawing grip, altering his attack with swift precision. Having narrowly evaded Gelsa's initial onslaught, Zhang Yu found himself caught off guard by the suddenness of Gelsa's maneuver, leaving him with no time to evade. The Susanoo skeleton expanded instantaneously, preparing to evolve into its complete form, but Gelsa seized Zhang Yu with all his strength, forcibly extracting him from the protective embrace of the Susanoo. Gelsa then accelerated towards the ground, driving his grasping hand into the earth with Zhang Yu in tow. "Now you cannot escape," Gelsa declared, disregarding the grip he had on Zhang Yu. With a breath infused with world-destroying dragon flames, he unleashed a torrent of searing heat directed at Zhang Yu. As a fire dragon, Gelsa believed his tolerance for the extreme temperature of the world-destroying flames was far superior to that of a mere human. After all, it was just a hand. If it were to break, it would heal. Only by reducing the human before him to ashes could he release the pent-up resentment that weighed heavily on his heart. Zhang Yu found it impossible to remain passive. Enveloped by the sealing techniques that absorbed the oncoming dragon's breath, he was besieged by excruciating heat. His body bore numerous intermittent burns, a consequence of the relentless intensity that even the regenerative capabilities of an immortal body could scarcely keep pace with. His temperature soared, and he felt the unsettling sensation of his blood nearing a boiling point. Upon enduring until the divine technique, the superascendant heavenly requiem, could be unleashed once more, Zhang Yu decisively channeled all his power into a formidable strike, slamming it directly onto Gelsa's face. Gelsa, braving the immense pressure of the super-ascendant heavenly requiem, refused to relent, fully aware that this was his singular opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yu. Should he fail to seize this moment, the current state of his body would render him incapable of ever vanquishing Zhang Yu again. Contemplating this, Gelsa tightened his grip on Zhang Yu, exerting such force that he managed to pry open the absolute domain created by the release of Zhang Yu's heavenly requiem. In response, Zhang Yu could only summon the skeletal form of Susanoo for protection. Each passing second saw Gelsa enduring the tremendous pressure of the super-ascendant heavenly requiem, his bones having long since fractured countless times. Blood gushed from his massive maw, and even the dragon scales that were intricately connected to his bloodstream were scraped away in torrents, propelled outward by the repulsive force. Zhang Yu, too, was not faring well. The power of the Crimson Dragon was immensely potent, and the combination of his physical strength alongside the devouring essence of the world-annihilating dragon flames was constricting the area protected by his skeletal Susanoo. The force exerted by Gelsa's grip tightened, emanating from all directions of his body. At this moment, Zhang Yu was drenched in blood, his bones having been crushed into countless fragments by Gelsa's. From the skeletal structure of Susanoo, two massive skeletal arms wielding blades extended forth, unhesitatingly striking towards Gelsa's. Gelsa's, entirely fixated on the grip he had on Zhang Yu's right hand, was caught completely off guard by the sudden assault of the skeletal arms. Staring blankly as the long blade, emanating a ghostly blue aura, descended upon him. With the conclusion of the Super Shinra Tensei, Tainelda arrived just in time to intercept Zhang Yu's Susanoo blade, shielding her husband from this life-threatening crisis. However, as Zhang Yu's strike towards Gelsa's was thwarted, he instantly sensed that the situation had worsened. The pressure upon him remained unrelenting, and now a colossal dragon had appeared. How was he to resolve this predicament? As Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards Tainelda, an idea sparked within him. Throughout this ordeal, the green dragon had persistently troubled him, although it had inflicted minimal harm. Its incessant harassment had long since drained Zhang Yu of any patience. Since you wish to play the hero, then let it be your turn to perish first. A colossal phantom of the King of Hell materialized behind Zhang Yu, and from the gaping maw of this formidable figure, a spectral arm emerged, swiftly extracting a fragment of soul from Tainyrda's mouth. Tainyrda was struck with terror. How could such an eerie sorcery exist in this world, capable of directly extracting a soul from the body? In an instant, she summoned the mental energy from her sea of consciousness to resist the pull exerted by the King of Hell. Chapter 35, Decimation. Behind Zhang Yu, a mechanism of the Azura path extended from within his body, its mechanical arm firmly gripping Tainyrda by the throat. Opposite Tainyrda's head, a pulse ray within the Azura arm mechanism was accumulating energy incessantly. The formidable defensive capabilities of the dragon race stem from their robust scales, imbued with high resistance to both magic and physical attacks. However, their mouths do not possess such formidable defense. Tainyrda was acutely aware that a single shot from this Azura cannon would likely obliterate his head, leaving him with no chance of survival. Yet, the relentless pressure of the King of Hell dragging at his soul compelled him to exert every ounce of strength in his defense. To survive, it seemed that there was but one course of action left to him. At this moment, Zhang Yu was also experiencing great difficulty. As the formidable repulsion of the Shinra Tensei subsided, Gelsa once again unleashed his searing dragon breath. The cataclysmic flames of the world-destroying dragon enveloped him once more. Fearing that Zhang Yu might escape, Gelsa clutched him tightly with his other hand as well. Zhang Yu disregarded the pain emanating from his fractured bones, his gaze fixed intently upon Tainyrda. What choice would you make? Just as the Shura cannon was on the verge of firing, Tainyrda finally released his grip on Susanoo, raising his hands above his head to shield himself from the impending assault of Zhang Yu's Shura cannon. In that fleeting moment, when Susanoo's skeletal frame was liberated, Zhang Yu summoned all his strength to thrust the long blade held within Susanoo towards Gelsa. Empowered by Zhang Yu's full chakra release, augmented by Sage Chakra, the colossal blade pierced directly into Gelsa's chest cavity. In that instant, Zhang Yu felt a lift of pressure enveloping him. Gelsa unleashed a torrent of blood from his dragon maw as Zhang Yu twisted the blade within Gelsa's body before withdrawing it. The blade emerged, stained with the dragon's blood that gushed forth from Gelsa. Zhang Yu leaped away on one leg. Do not inquire why it is on one leg, for the other foot's bone has already been fractured. As he distanced himself from the reach of the two colossal dragons, Zhang Yu finally exhaled slowly, hastily enveloping himself within the full manifestation of Susanoo. Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed he could no longer afford to act recklessly, for he had narrowly avoided disaster. If he refrained from confronting his adversaries directly, with his complete body of Susanoo and would release, he could certainly make these two colossal dragons understand that as long as he was present, they would never attain the fruits of the Tree of Life. This was enough to compel the dragons to retreat in the face of difficulty. Should the situation become untenable, he could always withdraw to the elven territory, where the magical formation of the elves would provide him with the means to fulfill his contract, ensuring the safe guardianship of the mother tree's fruits. Although his intention was to avoid prolonging the conflict, Zhang Yu acknowledged that he had indeed been somewhat thoughtless in his approach. Gradually, he settled within the crystal atop Susanoo's head, slowly recuperating from his injuries. Zhang Yu cast his gaze upon the fallen Gelsus. Gelsus could feel the vitality within him slowly ebbing away. Was he on the brink of death? At that moment, Tainilda flew to Gelsus's side, lifting his scarred dragon head, her enormous dragon eyes brimming with tears. Witnessing her husband's current plight, Tainilda incessantly unleashed a myriad of restorative spells, drawing forth various high-grade healing potions from her storage space and pouring them into Gelsus's mouth. With great difficulty, Gelsus raised his hand to halt Tainilda's actions. No more, Tainilda. You should be aware of my condition. Do not waste your efforts on futile endeavors. Tears could no longer be restrained from cascading down Tainilda's cheeks as she softly murmured apologies. When Tainilda noticed Gelsus' smile, she recalled that throughout their time together, he had always been serious and often irritable, rarely displaying joy. Gelsus, speaking in a tender tone he had never before revealed, gently addressed Tainilda. Do not apologize, Tainilda. You are my wife. Regardless of your actions, I have never held you at fault. After expressing this, Gelsus cast a lingering glance at Tainilda before turning to Zhang Yu. Human, you have triumphed. I must concede your strength. I am nearing death. I can offer my complete dragon form as a bargaining chip, a mid-tier epic dragon's corpse, in exchange for your allowing my wife to depart. Zhang Yu commanded Susanoo to approach Gelsus, nodding slowly. No, do not. I shall kill you. Tainilda glared at Zhang Yu with profound hatred, yet was silenced by Gelsus's thunderous admonition. Enough, Tainilda. Victory belongs to the conqueror. Do not let my death be in vain, will you? Gelsus then turned his gaze toward Zhang Yu. Human, I hope you will honor your promise. Upon uttering these words, Gelsus relinquished the divine power bestowed upon him by Tiamat, and as the divine energy faded, his pupils gradually lost their focus. The epic tier red dragon, Gelsus, thus met his demise, just as Zhang Yu commanded the king of hell to consume Gelsus's dragon soul. The divine imprint of Tiamat within Gelsus's soul ignited, instantly engulfing his spirit and drawing it into her divine realm. In the face of such divine measures, Zhang Yu found himself utterly powerless. After placing Gelsus's body into his storage space, Zhang Yu finally turned his attention to Tainilda. You may leave. I shall not kill you. It was only then that Tainilda emerged from her stupor regarding Gelsus's fall. Return Gelsus's body to me. Zhang Yu was on the verge of laughter at the sight of the green dragon before him. Are you not aware of the current situation? The only reason I refrained from taking your life is due to my promise to Gelsus to let you go. Yet, you audaciously demand the corpse of the red dragon from me? Return Gelsus's remains, and I shall depart at once. Do not compel me to take action. Zhang Yu was amused by the pure dragon aura before her, and with a swift motion, Susanoo raised his hand and sent Tainilda flying with a single strike. You must understand that your chance of survival was procured by your husband, who exchanged his dragon form for your life. I have promised him that I would allow you to leave, but that does not grant you the liberty to bare your teeth at me here. Frankly, I hold a certain admiration for Gelsus. He possesses capability, responsibility, and ambition, though his choice in women leaves much to be desired. Refrain from displaying your melodramatic facade. Had you not withdrawn your hand, my blade would not have penetrated his body. Therefore, cease your pretentious display of deep marital affection before me, as it only incites profound disgust within me. Your love for your husband pales in comparison to your love for yourself. The act you present now is merely a means to ease your own conscience, revealing the ugliness of a person willing to abandon their husband for the sake of self-preservation. Were it not for my promise to Gelsus to let you go, I would have long since ended your life with a single stroke. Do you comprehend? Zhang Yu's words pierced through Tainilda's heart like a dagger. It is not lies that wound, but rather the truth that cuts deeply. Chapter 36. The passage to the abyss struck at the most sensitive core of his being by Zhang Yu's remarks. Tainilda realized he had already made a choice between his own survival and that of Gelsus. Zhang Yu's words undoubtedly tore away the last remnants of his pretense. It was he who initially persuaded Gelsus to seize the fruit of life, he was the first to strike against Zhang Yu. And it was he who ultimately released Zhang Yu's Suzaku to save himself, exposing Jerses to Zhang Yu's blade. As the final veil was ruthlessly stripped away by Zhang Yu, Tenryuta began to confront his own true nature. Indeed, he was a selfish dragon, embodying the belief that one must prioritize oneself above all else. Furthermore, as a member of the five-colored dragon lineage, it was absurd to expect him to adhere to human moral standards. Humans, I repeat, return Jerses' lifeless body to me, and I shall withdraw immediately. Do not force my hand. Zhang Yu's last shred of patience was utterly exhausted by Tenryuta. At this point, those who remain oblivious to the situation have little right to continue existing. Zhang Yu summoned Susanoo in a sudden burst, brandishing his blade towards Tenryuta. I have already stated that I agreed to let you go because of this dragon form, yet that does not grant you the audacity to bare your teeth at me. Since you are so eager to encounter Jerses, I shall now send you to the divine realm of Tiamat to meet him. As Zhang Yu's figure surged forward, Tenryuta's expression contorted into a grimace of fury. You have forced my hand. Drawing forth a jade stone that perpetually exuded black mist from his storage space, Jerses allowed his own blood to drip onto the stone. Infusing it with his magical essence, he plunged it into the ground. A torrent of black mist began to spread from the location of the stone, and in that instant, Tenryuta, who grasped the jade, found herself ensnared by its power. Dark purple veins rapidly spread from her hand, which clutched the stone, enveloping her body. Even the scorching breath expelled from her dragon maw was tainted with murky darkness. The forceful gust erupted, propelling Zhang Yu and Susanoo away. In the distance, among the onlookers, Lilith and her companions, the former high priestess of the elves, Aurora, watched the unfolding scene with a gradually darkening expression. The Abyssal Gate, what does Tenryuta intend to do? Does she aspire to become the enemy of the entire continent? As a contemporary of Tenryuta's strength, Aurora had always looked down upon this epic tier green dragon. Beyond her longevity, Tenryuta had nothing to match against her own prowess as a dragon. Yet their reunion had manifested in such a dire spectacle. The Abyss, the most infamous domain in existence, had perpetually sought to plunder the nutrients from various worlds to augment its own power. As the most significant realm within the material world, the Abyss had never tempered its ambitions to invade this plane. Should it consume the principal material world, the Abyss would ascend to unprecedented heights, rivaling even the divine realms inhabited by the gods. However, the abyssal crystal was not something that could be wielded by just anyone. For instance, if a first-tier human were to channel their magical energy into the abyssal crystal, the gate opened would accommodate merely second-tier beings. Yet, as an epic-tier entity, the passage to Nilda could open would permit the ingress of demons of a far higher caliber. Cold sweat trickled down Aurora's face. A passage capable of allowing demigod-level demons to traverse. How dare Tenryuta attempt such a feat? There was no time for Aurora to ponder further, for at this moment, the high priestess and the chieftain of the elf clan were receiving the legacy of the goddess of life, and they would not return for a considerable duration. The abyssal passage opened near the elven homeland, and despite any past grievances, all races and factions across the continent shared a singular consensus to cast aside all enmities and, at any cost, sever the grasp of the abyss as it extended its malevolent tendrils towards the land. As Tenryuta continuously infused the abyssal crystal with arcane energy, the power of the abyss tore a rift in the barrier between realms. Scorching air, laced with a pungent sulfuric aroma, assailed the senses. For the very essence of the abyss was ever detestable. Zhang Yu, propelled by the foul breath of the abyss, regained control of his Susanoo and charged forward. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a mighty strike, determined to cleave Tenryuta asunder. From the rift emerged a colossal hand, encrusted with molten rock, which effortlessly parried Zhang Yu's fierce blow. The gap widened further, and the infernal demon lord emerged slowly from the fissure. After all these years, the allure of the Tianyuan continent remained irresistibly captivating. Zhang Yu stood vigilant within the Susanoo, his gaze fixed upon the approaching figure. In the library of the Church of Light, he had perused a tome entitled The Chronicles of the Abyss, which meticulously chronicled the continent's understanding of the abyss. According to the accounts within, the entity before him was likely a fire demon residing within the upper echelons of the abyss, specifically between the 1st and 5th levels. Judging by its imposing stature, it appeared to be a fire demon lord, having reached the semi-divine tier. The sense of impending danger brought about by the abyssal incursion awakened the nascent consciousness of the continent from its state of bewilderment. The entry of a semi-divine demon elicited warnings across all Tier 9 and above powerhouses on the continent, as they received alerts from the continent's consciousness. Due to the immense magical energy that has permeated this realm since its inception, it could not easily manifest like many lesser worlds, thus rendering it incapable of autonomously defending against the abyssal assault. However, in a bid for self-preservation, the continent's rudimentary consciousness issued warnings to the formidable beings dwelling within its realm. Consequently, a remarkable scene unfolded across the continent. Renowned powerhouses, typically reluctant to mobilize, converged towards a singular destination with remarkable speed, the location of Zhang Yu, beside the mother tree of the elven race. Charlotte, upon receiving the summons from the continent's consciousness, hastened towards the elven territory with urgency. If his intuitions proved correct, the locus of the abyssal invasion would be in the vicinity of the elves. At the heart of the battlefield, following the emergence of the fire demon lord, a single stroke cleaved towards the abyssal passage, resulting in a colossal rift being torn open, granting access from the abyss to the Tianyuan continent. Abyssal crystals began to seep into this chasm, solidifying into a portal of dimensions nearly 2 kilometers in width. The desolate sights from the abyss materialized before Zhang Yu's eyes. The first layer of the abyss was shrouded in eternal darkness, dominated by an unending sea of flames, which roared with a terrifying intensity. Towering peaks, crowned with jagged rocks and bubbling magma, loomed ominously, poised to erupt at any moment. At the periphery of the inferno lay an expansive, shadowy forest, its marshlands reeking of foulness and toxic vapors that suffocated the senses. Various hellish creatures lurked within the swamps, driven into a frenzy as they surged towards the passage. Chapter 37. Halting the advance of the abyss, a formidable army of demons, comprising countless lowly demons, fire demons, and blood demons, surged swiftly through the abyssal passage towards the Tianyuan continent. The fragrant air of the continent, imbued with the essence of life, was an intoxicating allure for the denizens of the abyss. The demons, their eyes ablaze with fervor, rushed heedlessly towards the abyssal gate, fully aware that beyond lay the principal realm of existence, replete with delectable sustenance that promised to amplify their own powers exponentially. This was an irresistible temptation for the inhabitants of the abyss. From the moment of their birth, they have been destined to plunder various realms, devouring the beings of the primary biological world and absorbing their resentment and fear in their dying moments. This insatiable instinct is inscribed deep within their very genes. The themes of pillaging and consumption resonate throughout the entirety of the abyssal world. At this moment, a throbbing headache afflicts Zhang Yu. His body, already weary from the fierce battles, bears the burden of fatigue, even with the existence of the miraculous Hashirama cells. Yet the depletion of both physical strength and mental energy is undeniably tangible. However, the opening of the abyssal passage by Tainilda partially contributes to this predicament. It is not in Zhang Yu's nature to abandon such a dire situation. Just as he begins to channel his chakra to continue the fight, a figure appears atop the shoulder of his Susanoo. "Young man, consume this," the newcomer proclaims, revealing herself as Aurora, the one who has orchestrated the arrangements for the elven clan. Zhang Yu received the object tossed to him by Aurora, gazing at the newcomer with a look of perplexity. The relentless battles had undoubtedly taken a toll on his young companion, whose magical energy remained abundant, yet the fatigue of both body and spirit was not so easily mended. "This is a precious elixir of my elven kin, immensely beneficial for the restoration of both vigor and mental fortitude. It is derived from the first rays of dawn captured by the mother tree, a potion unmatched in the world." With that, Zhang Yu hesitated no longer. Uncorking the bottle and consuming its contents in one swift motion, he felt his strength rejuvenate rapidly within and the persistent throbbing in his mind, a result of overexerted mental energy, began to recede gradually. "So, the elder has indeed unsealed it? It seems I have performed rather poorly in fulfilling this commission." Zhang Yu, in a moment of self-deprecation, recalled the powerful auras that he sensed upon his arrival at the ancestral land of the elves, those formidable presences lying in slumber. He had previously inquired of Eileen why these dormant warriors were not awakened, thus sparing them the exorbitant cost of seeking assistance from the mercenary guild. Eileen elucidated the reasons behind this, and as Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards Aurora, he understood that once this elder awoke, she could no longer seal herself away. Only death awaited her path. Aurora regarded Zhang Yu with a nonchalant smile. "Young man, do not blame yourself for this situation. Even in your absence, this green dragon would have inevitably opened the abyssal gate. We were all deceived by her, including her deceased husband, Gelsus. Her true purpose in coming here was not to seize the fruits of the tree of life, but rather to covet the mother tree of the elves that stands behind me. Am I not correct, Tainilda?" What was it that the Spider Queen Rose used to seduce you? What made you relinquish the pride of the dragon to become a mere pawn of the Dark Elves? Indeed, how could a dragon as shameless as you comprehend the essence of draconic pride? It is a pity for your husband. Long before I ascended to the role of High Priestess, he was already a renowned figure across the continent. Who would have imagined he would wed someone as treacherous as you? Now that the Abyssal Gate has stabilized, Tainilda no longer needs to continuously channel magic into the crystal. She then cast a scornful glance at Aurora. Aurora, I never expected you to still be alive. Feel free to mock me as you wish. When the Abyssal Army breaches your elven domain, I wonder if you will still be able to laugh. What talk of draconic dignity can ignite the divine fire within me? What is amiss with allying with the Abyss? It is a pity for Gelsus's epic tier corporeal form to be snatched away by a mere human. The absence of an epic-level undead puppet truly pains a dragon. As Tainilda felt the surging power of the Abyss within her and the divine fire ignited in her spiritual realm, she found herself entranced. Is this the strength of demigods? It is utterly intoxicating. This transaction is indeed quite advantageous. Zhang Yu was utterly appalled by the lowly demeanor of the emerald dragon before him. The shamelessness of the five-colored giant dragon seemed, in comparison, merely a trivial annoyance in the presence of Tainilda. Zhang Yu harbored no desire to engage in futile banter with the woman before him. With the majority of the Abyssal Army yet to surge forth from the Dimensional Gate, it was imperative to act swiftly to seal this troublesome portal. It is worth noting that ascending to demigod status within the Abyss is far less arduous than in the Tianyuan continent. The number of demigods birthed through plunder and devouring within the Abyss is not insignificant. Should countless demigods from the Abyss breach this realm, the situation would spiral completely out of control. The Lord of Flames is relatively manageable. As a creature of the Abyss, when interdimensional beings enter the primary world, they are subject to the constraints of the continent's rules, thus limiting their demigod powers to a mere fraction. The true challenge lies in the green dragon, Tainilda, who, although tainted by the Abyss, remains an indigenous creature of the continent and is therefore unbound by its regulations. Elder, I entrust the task of sealing the Dimensional Gate from these abyssal beings to you. I shall take it upon myself to contain these two demigods. Zhang Yu, having spoken, did not await Aurora's reaction before commanding Susanoo towards the portal of dimensions. Aurora felt uncertain whether Zhang Yu could halt the two demigods. However, she acknowledged that she herself would be incapable of doing so. Since Zhang Yu had taken upon himself the most perilous task, she could not afford to be a hindrance. Her aged form gradually rejuvenated, revealing a beautiful elven matriarch before the eyes of the onlookers. Aurora showcased her utmost prowess, knowing that regardless of the outcome, her survival was improbable after this battle. An aura of epic pinnacle permeated the battlefield, and with her full strength restored, Aurora's life energy rapidly diminished. Drawing the bow she had wielded throughout her life from her storage space, Aurora sprinted towards the fray with remarkable speed. As the Grand Priestess of the elven race, she was among the rare few who favored the bow. With a swift release, an arrow soared forth, piercing through the abyssal demons that emerged from the portal like a rainbow across the sky, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that claimed countless lives. Tainilda, intent on stopping Aurora, was abruptly drawn towards Zhang Yu by a gravitational force as he dispatched the Flame Demon Lord. He then delivered a sharp blow to Tainilda's face, sending her reeling. Though the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. Chapter 38. The Might of the Outworld Golem. Tainilda staggered to her feet, seething with rage as she glared at Zhang Yu. You seek death, she spat, instantly appearing before him. A punch aimed at Zhang Yu's face was thwarted by Susanoo's raised hand, propelling her backward with the force of her own strike. At that moment, the ground beneath her crumbled under the weight of her accelerated might, producing a sonic boom. Having successfully ignited her divine fire to ascend to demigod status, Tainilda's speed had surpassed that of sound. In contrast to Gelsus, who merely borrowed Tiamat's divine power while remaining at the epic high tier, Tainilda had fully ignited her own divine fire to rise as a demigod. Empowered by the forces of the Abyss, her combat prowess now eclipsed that of Gelsus, who relied on Tiamat's strength. Tainilda, unwavering in her pursuit of vengeance, closed in on Zhang Yu, her elongated dragon claws damaging Susanoo's outer armor with each clash. Though Zhang Yu struggled against Tainilda's ferocity, he managed to entangle her, even finding the opportunity to hinder the Flame Demon Lord, who relentlessly pursued Aurora. Shurikens and hell missiles rained down upon the Flame Demon Lord, significantly delaying his advance. Meanwhile, as elves were renowned for their swiftness, Aurora swiftly evaded the Lord's attacks. Accelerating towards the portal of dimensions, the demon she encountered posed no obstacle, failing to impede her for even a moment. Aurora effortlessly loosed an arrow, which the low-tier demons, scarcely worthy of the title legendary, could not withstand. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Flames bellowed at Tainilda, questioning her competence. Are you truly so inept that you cannot even contend with a mere beginner of the epic tier? Demons, indifferent to such matters, openly berated her without hesitation. Tainilda, seething with indignation, felt as though she might spit blood. Was this truly the combat prowess expected of an epic beginner? She had just been sent flying by Zhang Yu's sword, yet he had the audacity to insult her. Though her heart simmered with resentment, Tainilda did not relent. Her focus remained solely on Zhang Yu. She was determined to eliminate this detestable human before her. As Tainilda intensified her assault, Zhang Yu found himself increasingly unable to attend to the battlefield where Aurora fought. The pressure exerted by Tainilda, a demigod, was overwhelmingly immense. As long as Zhang Yu is slightly distracted, it is highly probable that the green dragon before him could tear through the defenses of Susanoo. With no interference from Zhang Yu, the Inferno Demon Lord is swiftly closing in on Aurora. Super, Divine Rapture. An immense repulsive force radiates from Zhang Yu's being, impacting the surroundings, and the approaching Tainilda is also sent flying by this powerful repulsion. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to conjure multiple wood clone techniques from his body. Although these clones possessed merely half the strength of his true form and many formidable ninjutsu skills were beyond their reach, the wood shield clones were capable of manifesting a semi-complete Susanoo. This was sufficient to engage the Lord of Flames, providing Aurora with the necessary respite to contend with him. However, at the very moment Zhang Yu summoned his wood shield clones, Tainirta tore through the repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei, instantly closing the distance to Zhang Yu's Susanoo. In a swift motion, for powerful claws pierced through the armor of the Susanoo, anchoring themselves firmly before it. Tainirta then unleashed a highly corrosive breath attack. Zhang Yu had not anticipated Tainirta's rapid breach of the Shinra Tensei's defenses. The summoning of his wood clone required only a few seconds. Yet the enhanced Shinra Tensei had failed to hold for even that brief duration. A demigod, indeed, formidable in strength. Tainirta's sudden incursion caught Zhang Yu off guard, leaving him with no effective countermeasures. It was too late to retaliate with his Susanoo. His keen battle instincts warned him that the Susanoo would not withstand this breath attack. Tainirta's grotesque visage loomed perilously close. Die, wretch. The acidic breath swiftly corroded the Susanoo's visage, leaving Zhang Yu, stationed atop its forehead, exposed beneath Tainirta's claws. In a flash, Tainirta's right claw lunged toward him, its tips glimmering with a deep violet hue, indicative of potent venom. Truly a green dragon, resorting to such vile tactics. The claw pierced through Zhang Yu's form, yet Tainirta's ecstatic expression vanished almost instantaneously. The anticipated scene of blood spraying from Zhang Yu's body never materialized. Something was amiss. This did not feel like a human body being pierced. As a plume of white smoke rose, it became evident that the claw had merely penetrated a piece of wood. A substitution technique? But where was the real body? Just as Tainirta contemplated turning around, Zhang Yu's voice echoed hauntingly from behind him. Are you looking for me? Well then, come and attempt to breach the locked powers of the epic tier. Zhang Yu had mysteriously appeared behind Tainirta. Zhang Yu bit his finger and struck towards the back of Tainirta. The summoning technique, an external demon statue, materialized behind Tainirta, unleashing a monstrous figure. Tainirta emitted a scream of agony, followed by a spray of dragon blood that swiftly soared into the distance. The statue bore a terrifying visage adorned with 9 eyes, all tightly shut and shrouded in white cloth. The aura it exuded was more chaotic and malevolent than that of the demons from the abyss. Zhang Yu leaped onto the head of the golem, which began to gather power in its mouth for an immensely powerful tailed beast ball. At the very moment Zhang Yu ascended to the epic level, he received a notification from the system. Upon consuming high-energy life forms, the golem would sequentially unlock its 9 eyes, reaching its complete form when all 9 were activated. This was the means by which Zhang Yu would ascend to the divine tier. There was no need to ignite divine flames or condense a divine persona. The golem could be perceived as Zhang Yu's divine essence, requiring only the absorption of sufficient energy to coalesce a chakra fruit. By consuming this chakra fruit, Zhang Yu could successfully step into the realm of the 6 paths, commonly referred to as the divine tier in the continent. After delivering the corpse of Gelsa's to the golem for consumption, he successfully unlocked it, enabling him to summon it to assist him in battle. As the golem completed its charge for the tailed beast ball, it hurled the attack towards the dimensional gate behind Tainirta, initially intending to evade. Tainirta glanced back at the dimensional gate and, gritting her teeth, turned to brace for the impending strike. There was no alternative if the dimensional gate were to be destroyed. Death would be the only outcome awaiting her. The dimensional gate absolutely could not be compromised. Chapter 39. The spider goddess Teinurta had no choice but to summon all her magical power, beginning to chant for her strongest strike, intending to confront the golem's tailed beast ball head-on. In the next instant, the tailed beast ball, charged with earth-shattering power, loomed before her. Yet, the formidable strike that Teinurta unleashed with all her magical might was effortlessly crushed by the tailed beast ball, not even causing a ripple in the presence of the Tintail's formidable shell. To borrow a phrase from Zhang Yu's past life that described his homeland's military equipment, "You are as laughable as your cover." Teinurta, attempting to withstand the golem's tailed beast ball with her physical form, was sent flying towards the dimensional gate like an ant trying to shake a cart. Upon witnessing Teinurta being propelled towards the dimensional gate by the tailed beast ball, the Inferno Demon Lord abandoned his pursuit of Aurora and sprinted towards the oncoming attack. Although he did not face the tailed beast ball directly and could not perceive its full power, the increasingly chaotic and erratic waves emanating from it indicated that this strike would not be simple. The dimensional gate must not falter. As he ran, the Inferno Demon Lord absorbed the power of the molten lava beneath him, his form growing ever larger. By the time he reached the path of the tailed beast ball, he had attained an astounding height of 1,000 meters. In the moment he braced against the tailed beast ball, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, one that he could not withstand. Consequently, the Inferno Demon Lord lost his balance, being pushed forward towards the dimensional gate by the tailed beast ball. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming force of the attack. In a hasty situation, could even a demigod-level warrior withstand the might of the tailed beast orb? If this were truly the case, then the crisis posed by the abyssal gate could very well be considered averted. Teinurta sensed the energy within the sphere before him growing increasingly volatile. He and the Infernal Demon Lord, both possessing demigod-level strength, found themselves utterly powerless to halt the unfolding calamity. As the energy of the tailed beast orb approached the dimensional gate, it seemed to reach a critical threshold, blinding light rendering Teinurta and the Infernal Demon Lord unable to see. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing the surging energy contained within the tailed beast orb, accompanied by shockwaves that radiated outward, obliterating everything in their path. Many abyssal creatures, who had only just emerged from the dimensional gate into the material world, barely had time to draw a breath of the fresh air before being vaporized, leaving no trace on the Tianyuan continent. The violent shockwave caused the once stable dimensional gate to begin warping slowly. Zhang Yu exhaled, severing his connection with the external magical construct. In the first moments of the oncoming shockwave, Zhang Yu had swiftly pulled Aurora onto the construct using the universal attraction technique, thereby shielding her from potential harm caused by the tailed beast orb. It is worth noting that the explosion of the tailed beast orb did not discriminate between friend and foe. Aurora's eyes brimmed with confusion. With such a formidable summoning creature at hand, why conceal it? Why not deploy it sooner instead of requiring her to destroy the dimensional gate and engage in a tedious game of hide-and-seek with the demigod-level Infernal Demon Lord? Zhang Yu seemed to have discerned Aurora's innermost thoughts and began to elucidate. The burden that this entity imposes upon me is quite substantial, particularly in its impact on my mental realm. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I would prefer not to harness this power. It was long ago, upon the initial unlocking of the Outer Path Golem, that the system's warning manifested within the confines of the system space alongside the golem. The Outer Path Golem is but the shell left behind after the extraction of chakra from the Tintails, devoid of the chakra that belonged to the Tintails. The distorted will that the corporeal form harbors is entirely borne by the practitioner who channels chakra into the golem. Without a resolute will, one can easily succumb to the twisted intent encapsulated within the golem, becoming its puppet. Presently, having absorbed the body of Gelsis, the golem has barely reached a stage where it can be summoned, yet to employ a skill such as the tailed beast bomb, which harbors immense energy, requires Zhang Yu to provide an extensive chakra supply. After executing the tailed beast bomb, Zhang Yu promptly severed the connection with the golem, allowing the murderous desire in his mind to gradually dissipate. Aurora too sensed the malevolent and distorted aura emanating from the golem beneath her feet. Indeed, it was sinister and warped. Brace yourself, the shockwave is imminent. Zhang Yu gazed ahead, while Aurora followed his line of sight. A colossal shockwave surged forth, engulfing uprooted soil and trees. The wind howled fiercely, whipping their garments and rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. As the dust settled, a scene of devastation unfolded before them. The densely populated forest, teeming with abyssal creatures, had vanished, replaced by an expanse of flat yellow land. In the very epicenter of the explosion, a massive crater, several kilometers in diameter, came into view. Two disheveled figures slowly ascended from the depths of the pit, Tainilda and her companion, who, though in a state of disarray, appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. Yet what astonished Zhang Yu even more was the sight of a dimensional gate suspended in midair, still standing despite the violent explosion that had just occurred. Aurora, equally incredulous, could hardly fathom how the dimensional gate could remain intact. It was known throughout the continent as one of the most fragile magical formations. Even a slightly forceful attack could destabilize the connection between dimensions, effectively severing their link. Given the ferocity of the recent explosion, it seemed implausible that this hastily established dimensional gate could withstand such a force. In the air, a spectral figure gradually materialized, clad in a deep red gown. Her tall and slender form was perfectly proportioned, yet her face remained shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring her features. Aurora's voice, laced with shock and a hint of anxiety, broke the silence. The Dark Elf Queen, the Spider Goddess. Everything began to make sense. Tainilda had indeed collaborated with the ruler of the first layer of the Abyss. When the abyssal portal opened, logically, as the true sovereign of this realm, Rose could not have been unaware of it. However, Aurora, being among the most numerous of creatures in the first layer of the Abyss, had not seen a single dark elf emerge from the dimensional gate, which was inherently abnormal. Now, as the abyssal portal seemed on the brink of destruction, had she finally been compelled to act? From within the portal, a legion of dark elves stepped forth in an orderly manner. The leading dark elf approached beneath Rose's ethereal form and knelt reverently. Mother Goddess, our army is traversing the dimensional passage. This time, we shall surely breach the territory of the elven race and offer the Tree of Life to you, our Mother Goddess. Chapter 40. The abyssal invasion. Rose did not respond to the dark elf leader below. Her gaze intrigued as it shifted to Zhang Yu and the external demonic statue beneath him. A voice, ethereal and elegant, resonated through the air. You bear no mark of the Tianyuan continent, outsider? A stowaway? Let me see. You do not hail from the divine realm, nor do you carry the nauseating aura of those hypocrites. You belong to none of the realms within the 3,000 small worlds. Curious. Your wicked magical energy surpasses even the most chaotic beings of the abyss. Logically, one would expect to have succumbed to the chaotic malevolence of those base creatures by now. How is it that one can still retain clarity? When Rose's terrifying consciousness swept over him, Zhang Yu felt as if he were standing here, stripped bare of all pretenses. The summoned entity is rather peculiar. It exists without a soul yet manages to thrive. Intriguing. Laura waved in the direction of Zhang Yu. The dreadful allure instantaneously drew Zhang Yu, pulling him towards Laura with an irresistible force. Zhang Yu severed the connection to the external demon statue, returning it to the system's realm. The secret contained within the statue was the key to Zhang Yu's ascension to the divine tier. Zhang Yu dared not gamble on whether Laura could discern the statue's hidden truths, for the chakra fruits it produced were consumable by any being. As he approached Laura, Zhang Yu summoned the chakra within, unleashing his complete Sisanu, and without hesitation, he struck towards Laura's projection. Yet, just as he was about to reach her, he found himself suddenly immobilized, unable to advance an inch. A tremendous pressure enveloped Zhang Yu, pinning him and his Susanoo to the ground, rendering him motionless. A vast shockwave radiated from the point of impact, crushing numerous abyssal creatures that could not evade in time, while those fortunate enough to escape were swiftly obliterated by the divine pressure that followed Laura's arrival. Even powerful beings like Tainilda, who wielded divine flames, were reduced to little more than larger ants before Laura, not to mention those who had yet to achieve legendary status. The mass death of the Dark Elves did not even elicit a glance from Rose, who instead observed with keen interest as Zhang Yu struggled to rise under her divine influence. Rose's projection was poised to act again, for in her eternal existence, few humans possessed the peculiarities of Zhang Yu. Existing independently of the three realms, divine, material, and abyssal, he bore no marks of any world. His aura resonated with that of the life goddess, yet was countered by a malevolent magic steeped in resentment, reminiscent of the chaotic and inherently evil creatures of the abyss. Even his summoned entities could discern no clarity in this contradiction. Such opposing powers cohabiting within a single human was a marvel, and this individual appeared to wield both forces with complete mastery. Fascinating, truly fascinating. In Rose's extensive life, she had never encountered such a contradictory being. A perfect work of art. At this moment, the Dark Elves had encroached upon the territory of the elven race, though both belonged to the same elven lineage. The natural elves and dark elves were adherents of two vastly different beliefs. The former revered the life goddess, nurturing nature and safeguarding life, while the latter was wholly devoted to the complete plunder of life's essence. As the two factions clashed, countless elves fell, although the dark elves sustained greater losses. Their sheer numbers, bolstered by a multitude of abyssal creatures, forced the elves into a continuous retreat. This dire situation persisted until the ancient elves, who had sealed themselves in slumber within the ancestral lands, awakened and joined the fray. The ground battle was merely to defend the elves' dwelling, while in the skies, a tempest of chaotic magic surged forth, with powerful forbidden spells clashing, unleashing torrents of energy. It was within the legendary and epic tiers of combat that the true fate of the war would be determined. Zhang Yu felt every cell within his body groaning in agony. Is this the power that belongs to the divine? The suppression from the Tianyuan continent towards Rose arrived belatedly, as the rules of the continent do not permit the existence of powers surpassing the demigod tier. Rose sensed an ever-increasing sense of rejection from the Tianyuan continent, aware that her projection could dissipate at any moment. Reluctantly, she withdrew the divine power that had restrained Zhang Yu before the projection faded away. The chieftain of the Dark Elves received a singular divine oracle from the Mother Goddess, commanding the retrieval of Zhang Yu to the abyss. As Rose's projection was on the verge of vanishing, a fragment of divine power from this projection descended upon the chieftain of the Dark Elves. As the leader of the Dark Elves, who was already a pinnacle demigod, this divine essence merged with his divine fire, enabling him to coalesce a phantom of divinity. Feeling the resurgence of his power, which had stagnated for a millennium, Tyra knelt in fervent excitement. Praise the Mother Goddess. I shall vow to fulfill her divine decree unto death. He reverently bowed towards the dissipating projection of Rose before turning his gaze to Zhang Yu, madness flickering in his eyes. Drawing forth the spear that had accompanied him for many years, Tyra, who had not fought since becoming the chieftain of the Dark Elves, recognized the extraordinary nature of the epic tier human before him. However, as a pinnacle demigod, it would be far too abstract if he could not subdue even this mere epic being. With Rose's phantom fading, before Zhang Yu could catch his breath, an alarm rang within him, prompting him to swiftly grasp the fan. Uchiha's rebound. The space before him rippled, and a dark elf wielding a spear abruptly materialized before Zhang Yu's Susanoo. The spear thrust forth, slicing through Susanoo's defenses with the ease of cutting through tofu, striking directly against the Uchiha fan. Confident in his attack, Tyra was taken aback that this human could react at all. Not a bad reaction. The fan illuminated with a white glow, unleashing a massive gust of wind towards Tyra. With a mere gesture, Tyra pointed forward, severing the wind pressure upon contact with his finger. Zhang Yu swiftly retreated, dissipating his full Susanoo. In the presence of such a demigod, Susanoo's defense was evidently insufficient and made him appear cumbersome. The opponent could appear before him without warning, evidently utilizing spatial magic. Space, you say? For ethereal. Invisible figures emerged behind Zhang Yu, activating the wheel of tomb and abyss. These four figures could help shield Zhang Yu from incoming attacks, alleviating a significant portion of the pressure he faced. At this moment, under the enhancement of the wheel of tomb and abyss, Zhang Yu's perception of his surroundings was magnified countless times. To his left, Zhang Yu extracted a black rod of the reincarnation eye from his grasp, slashing diagonally to intercept the approaching spear. Although he successfully blocked the strike, the immense force transmitted through his arm left his hands tingling. Meanwhile, the ephemeral figure of Zhang Yu in the wheel graveyard was merely a fleeting distraction, as Terra effortlessly broke free with divine power after a brief moment of restraint. Quite the show, humanity, he mused. Chapter 41. A late arrival Terra afforded Zhang Yu no respite, vanishing from sight. Fire release, dust concealment technique. A cloud of gray dust mingled with gas erupted from Zhang Yu's mouth, and amidst the shrouded smoke, a series of relentless gas explosions reverberated from all directions. You think such trivial tricks can elude me? Who informed you that elves hunt by sight? Terra's mocking voice echoed in Zhang Yu's ears, prompting him to thrust his hand toward the source of the sound without a moment's hesitation, intercepting the incoming spear. Would release, birth of the tree realm. On the barren battlefield, the birth of the tree realm swiftly conjured a dense forest. The figure of Zhang Yu gradually faded into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Terra, who relentlessly pursued him, soon realized that in this woodland, every rustle and whisper of the wind could be sensed by Zhang Yu. Within the confines of the tree realm, she felt a subtle suppression. While its impact on her was negligible, it was nonetheless irritating. Terra understood that the formidable beings of the material world would soon arrive, and her limited forces were insufficient for a successful incursion into the Tianyuan continent. Her sole desire was to apprehend the individual before her swiftly and fulfill the divine mandate of the Mother Goddess. In the distance, on the battlefield near the Mother Tree of the Elves, the priest had urged her multiple times to hasten her arrival. For the ancient and tenacious beings of the elven race were proving difficult to subdue. However, the paramount concern remained the Mother Goddess's oracle. She needed to resolve matters expeditiously. Should the powerful entities from the Tianyuan continent converge, it would spell disaster, and she could not allow any unforeseen complications to arise. Terra channeled a vast amount of divine power into her spear, unwilling to engage in a futile game of chase with this human in the peculiar forest. With a swift motion, she plunged the spear into the earth, allowing her divine energy to burst forth rapidly into the surroundings. At the demigod tier, her magical power had begun to transform gradually into divine energy, and as a pinnacle demigod who had immersed herself in this tier for over 10,000 years, she was on the verge of completing this transformation. Terra no longer required any magical formations to invoke powerful spells. Her sheer divine power meant that even a casual strike far surpassed the might of any forbidden incantation. Yet, why did Terra not simply rely on her overwhelming magical strength to subdue Zhang Yu in one fell swoop? This peculiar human possessed a pair of odd eyes that could absorb most of the energy from her attacks, and the residual force that was not absorbed allowed Zhang Yu to utilize the impact to distance himself from her. Thus, even as she relied solely on her physical prowess to suppress Zhang Yu, her peak demigod body, blessed by the Mother Goddess's power, was not something the seemingly weak epic-tier human could withstand. In a brief span, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Regardless of how cunning her attacks were, they were consistently thwarted by this human. Terra could not help but regard him with newfound respect. In the depths of hell, not to mention epic-tier beings, even most mid-tier demigods could not last as long against her. She was curious about how Zhang Yu had managed to endure thus far, even capable of maintaining his agility under her relentless pressure. Logically, after enduring her series of strikes, he should have been gravely injured, yet he remained remarkably spry. Zhang Yu leaned upon his round fan, gasping for breath. Prolonged mental exertion had rendered him weary, and the relentless force behind each of Terra's assaults felt akin to the very shaking of mountains. Engaging in a direct confrontation with such overwhelming power was an endeavor he found almost insurmountable. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, akin to a celestial being, he would not have been able to withstand the retaliatory might that surged back at him. Terra, relentless in his pursuit, would not grant Zhang Yu a moment's respite. His aim was to swiftly subdue him and then assist the Abyssal Army in breaching the Elven territory to seize the Tree of Life. Retreating to the Abyss before reinforcements could arrive in this realm. As Terra's spear pierced the ground, a torrent of energy erupted forth, devastating the forest born from the tree realm with overwhelming force. Zhang Yu was compelled to leap into the air to evade, but Terra offered him no respite. As her figure gradually dissipated in place, Terra appeared behind Zhang Yu like a wraith. Enduring the damage from the Soul Reaper's avatar, she forcefully maneuvered to breach the space behind Zhang Yu. The spear plunged directly into his body. Fortunately, Zhang Yu managed to adjust his position mid-air, allowing the spear to miss his vital heart, emerging from beneath his shoulder, accompanied by a spray of searing crimson blood. In retaliation, Zhang Yu gripped the black rod with both hands and thrust it towards Terra's silhouette behind him. With a piercing sound, the black rod successfully penetrated Terra's form. She retaliated by kicking Zhang Yu away, the black rod extracting a vivid scarlet mixed with glimmers of golden divine blood. Zhang Yufei fell heavily to the ground, creating a large pit upon impact. Cough, cough. Haha. Zhang Yu struggled to rise, swallowing the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, half kneeling on the ground. It appears even deities can bleed. Terra, infuriated by Zhang Yu's defiance, could scarcely believe that a mere epic-tier human would dare to provoke her. As she touched the wound inflicted by Zhang Yu's dark staff, a sense of unprecedented humiliation washed over her. Initially, she had intended to be gentler, even allowing for some restraint during their combat. However, in light of his insolence, she resolved to render him crippled before presenting him to the Mother Goddess. Surely, the Mother Goddess would not hold her accountable. Such a pitiful insect, this is your own doing. The Mother Goddess merely instructed her to bring this human back to the Abyss. She had not specified that he must remain unscathed, as long as he did not perish. Zhang Yu's face contorted into a sinister grin. A mere demigod, did he truly believe he could dominate him? Terra appeared before Zhang Yu, thrusting a spear towards him. Yet, the smile on Zhang Yu's face remained unwavering, as he neither flinched nor recoiled from the impending strike. Just before the spear pierced his body, Zhang Yu finally grasped the weapon that belonged to Terra, slightly elevating it, redirecting the point of the spear from his heart to just above it. Zhang Yu firmly gripped his spear, and in the next moment, the power of the six paths, the hungry ghost realm, was unleashed. The divine energy that surged forth rapidly restored Zhang Yu from his previously fallen state. Upon realizing this, Terra was evidently unwilling to allow Zhang Yu to regain his strength so easily. A magical attack would prove futile. Without further deliberation, Terra launched a punch aimed squarely at Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu raised his hand to defend, and the distinct sound of cracking bones echoed in their ears. His physical strength, when compared to that of a demigod, still fell short. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. In his current condition, employing that technique would barely suffice. Terra sensed an increasingly terrifying aura emanating from Zhang Yu. As one who had already taken a step into the divine realm, he could distinctly perceive a looming sense of death from the human before him. His soul incessantly issued warnings, urging him to flee. At that moment, a white beam of light descended upon Zhang Yu's position. Casting aside any shame of relinquishing his weapon, Terra swiftly retreated. Zhang Yu, no. A delicate voice echoed from afar. Chapter 42, The Power Belonging to the Gods. The celestial obstruction shakes the stars. Zhang Yu turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and there stood Charlotte, arriving fashionably late. In the distance, the coalition of dwarf kingdoms, led by their king, was engaged in fierce combat with the abyssal army assaulting the elves. Charlotte anxiously looked in Zhang Yu's direction. Such terrifying fluctuations had previously been but a glimpse of the iceberg that Zhang Yu had displayed in City C. Now, the magical aura emanating from him clearly indicated that he had ascended to the epic tier. A sense of crisis surged from the world, frantically urging him to stop Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, the distant dwarf king, Mamik, received the same frenzied warning from the world, imploring him to thwart Zhang Yu's strike. Although Mamik did not comprehend the reason behind such a warning from the world, he nonetheless gathered his strength and hurled the symbol of his kingship, his mighty hammer, toward Zhang Yu. The ritual was already underway. There was no turning back now, and his spell had found its target, hurtling towards the continent of Tianyuan. A deep azure chakra erupted from Zhang Yu's being, effortlessly deflecting the hammer thrown by the dwarf king. With a calm glance at Mamik, Zhang Yu chose to ignore him. It was far more crucial to ensure that the guiding spell enveloped this area. The colossal, complete Susanoo once again manifested before the onlookers. Though this time it bore no armor, instead revealing the form of the caster. From the Susanoo's body, an immense energy surged outward, creating a powerful gale that whipped up dust and sand, blinding those in its wake. The Susanoo synchronized with Zhang Yu, and his icy voice resonated from within it. How delightful it was to engage in battle just now. Now, it is my turn. Heavenly barrier, quaking star. The sunlight vanished from the surroundings as everyone collectively looked up at the sky. A colossal meteor, stretching endlessly, plummeted from the heavens at an astonishing speed. Was this the object that obscured the sunlight? Taylor swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His mind was overwhelmed with 1,000 thoughts of despair. How could a mere epic tier human wield such power to alter the very heavens? Moreover, following Zhang Yu's line of sight, it was evident that it was aimed directly at him. For the first time, Taylor questioned the divine edict of the Mother Goddess. Oh, Mother Goddess, can this person truly be brought back to the abyss? He wondered if the Mother Goddess had perhaps overestimated his capabilities. On the battlefield of the elves, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. None had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Was this truly an achievement within the realm of mortals? Yet, those of higher echelons, such as the Dwarf King and Charlotte, understood the truth all too well. This transcended the domain of mere mortals, even surpassing that of demigods. Undoubtedly, this belonged entirely to the realm of the divine. Zhang Yu gazed into the direction of the falling celestial body, his eyes widening in awe at the sheer magnitude of the meteorite. Is this truly the celestial obstruction star? It is no wonder it possesses such formidable power. Reaching the 6th level of existence, an instinctive urge surged within Terra, compelling her to flee from this perilous sight. She glanced back at the dimensional gate. If she could just slip through it, she would be free. Yet, the thought of the Mother Goddess, Rose, held her in place, forcing her to bravely head towards the celestial obstruction star. What good would it do to escape? The Spider Queen, Rose, was no benevolent deity. Even if she returned to the abyss, death would be inescapable. To hell with it, she thought. I will fight. At that moment, the Dwarven King exchanged a glance with Charlotte, both of them setting their sights on the descending celestial body. The will of the dimension relentlessly urged everyone present to resist the oncoming meteorite. With such immense kinetic force, should it strike the Tianyuan continent, it could very well obliterate the continental shelf in the east, an outcome utterly intolerable for the will of the Tianyuan continent. Thus, the two factions, previously embroiled in fierce combat, ceased their hostilities to unite against the impending catastrophe. At this juncture, Tainelda could no longer concern herself with the promises made to Rose. She dashed frantically towards the dimensional gate. Zhang Yu, unable to intercept the infuriating mother lizard's escape, could only watch helplessly as Tainelda vanished through the dimensional portal. Fleeing into the abyss, Zhang Yu directed his gaze towards the Tree of Life and promptly took flight towards the realm of the elves. He understood that it was imperative to safeguard the mother tree from the overwhelming might of the celestial obstruction star. After all, he had been employed by the elven race, and should his employers perish, his remuneration would vanish with them. It is worth noting that once the celestial obstruction star is unleashed, it indiscriminately affects all beings, sparing neither friend nor foe. In the world of Naruto, this very technique had the power to utterly decimate the fourth allied forces. Zhang Yu was unwilling to toil without reward. Upon his arrival before the elven tribe, he was met with incredulous gazes from the elves. Eren, unable to contain her disbelief, spoke up. Is this the means you claim can lay waste to this entire forest? Zhang Yu shook his head, stating that the method I referred to was merely the colossal wooden statue of the Buddha you previously encountered. I have dubbed it the true thousand-handed bodhisattva. It is not the celestial obstruction star. This technique does not distinguish between friend and foe. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I would prefer not to employ it. Summon back your clan's awakened strong ones. Once this technique is activated, the individuals present will be unable to withstand it. My sole aim is to protect the territory of the elven clan as best as I can, and I will require the power of the elven clan's grand formation. Alone, I cannot contend with the celestial obstruction star. Eileen turned to Zhang Yu, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to the various powerful members of the elven clan. She chose to place her trust in Zhang Yu, the caster of the spell. As Zhang Yu called back the strong members of the elven clan, Charlotte observed the departure of the elven individuals without interference. The presence of these legendary figures would contribute little to the situation, and it was more prudent to disperse the crowd. Preserving the living strength of the coalition by allowing the departing elven warriors to retreat would prove far more beneficial. The dwarf beside him was not as patient as Charlotte. He incessantly grumbled, directing vehement remarks towards Zhang Yu and the elven clan. Charlotte furrowed his brow. He did not appreciate the demeanor of Momoga, yet he understood the sentiment. It was natural to feel disgruntled when their allies had traveled such a distance to assist, only to turn and flee at a critical moment. The demigod dwarf Momogu and the infernal lord charged forward, their forms swelling into towering giants, able to withstand the falling meteorites. Charlotte and Tyra exerted their utmost efforts as well, with the dark elves also employing their skills, summoning the ethereal image of the dark elf mother tree under the guidance of their priest, determined to counteract the descending meteorites. At the moment when the group made contact with the celestial obstruction star, they could truly perceive the immense pressure bearing down upon them, akin to bearing an entire continent upon their shoulders, a burden that none could endure. Chapter 43. Reactions from all sides. The overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon the group. The infernal lord, slightly less powerful, began to manifest cracks upon his body, while Momoji's muscles bulged, veins protruding from his forehead, and his complexion turned crimson. Charlotte, not particularly known for his strength, invoked the semblance of the god of light, channeling a fraction of the divine power to relentlessly strike at the meteorite. When the pressure of the meteorite descended upon them, it became evident that this colossal mass, measured in hundreds of millions of tons, was far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals to halt, even with several of those present being among the most formidable individuals on the continent. Meanwhile, within the elven clan, the elders began to empower the grand formation, which, bolstered by the collective strength of the epic and legendary warriors, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Zhang Yu reached out towards the luminous barrier of the formation. The protective array of the elven clan was indeed formidable, under the combined efforts of all. Its defensive capabilities had reached a terrifying level. However, it was still insufficient to withstand the impact of the celestial obstruction star. Noticing the furrowed brow of Zhang Yu, Lilith could not help but inquire, "What is the matter, Sir Zhang Yu? Is there an issue?" Zhang Yu gazed at the continuous influx of the Continental Alliance into the Grand Formation, observing the expressions of terror that surfaced on their faces as they beheld the celestial obstruction, the trembling star. For a fleeting moment, his countenance became rather intricate. He had not anticipated that reinforcements would arrive at this juncture before he unleashed his technique. Otherwise, he would not have executed such a vast ninjutsu, one that indiscriminately affects both friend and foe alike once deployed. Zhang Yu sighed, lamenting that it was neither too early nor too late, but rather precisely after he invoked the celestial barrier to shake the stars that he appeared upon the battlefield. The strength of the formation remains insufficient, however. You have all exerted yourselves to the utmost. Leave the remainder to me. Zhang Yu summoned the chakra within, enveloping the great formation with a layer of ethereal blue armor through the Susanoo. Upon realizing that their combined strength was insufficient to halt the descent of the meteor, Charlotte and Mamag retreated to the sanctuary of the elven tribe. Charlotte, furrowing her brow, was filled with questions for Zhang Yu, yet upon noticing the multitude surrounding them, she restrained her impending inquiries. Instead, she joined Zhang Yu in empowering the formation, acknowledging that it was now futile to prevent the destruction wrought by this formidable skill. Their sole objective was to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Mamag, however, showed no leniency towards Zhang Yu, unleashing a torrent of fervent words in a melodious yet chaotic manner. Zhang Yu's mood was already rather grim as she turned her gaze towards Momoga. The violet, cyclical eyes brimmed with murderous intent. You little imp, if you desire to meet your demise, I would be more than willing to escort you to reunite with your departed ancestors, so they may teach you the true meaning of respect. Momo Ji's face flushed with rage, drawing his weapon, eager to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Zhang Yu. Your Majesty Momogo, is this truly the moment for infighting? Charlotte interjected coldly, managing to temper Momo Ji's fury somewhat. Let us first contend with the behemoth above. As for Zhang Yu, we shall settle accounts after this ordeal. Once the forces from the mainland retreated, life became increasingly arduous for Terra and the Lord of the Flame Demons. The tremendous pressure from the descending meteor, accompanied by its colossal kinetic energy, rendered even speech a challenge for the two. Terra recognized that the invasion of the Yuan continent, aimed at seizing the Tree of Life, had utterly failed, all due to that human. Were it not for him, the elves would have been powerless against the iron hooves of the abyssal invasion. Had this individual not delayed him for so long, Ternilda, that fool, would not have opened the dimensional gate prematurely. Regrettably, there were no what-ifs to ponder. A human capable of captivating the Mother Goddess was indeed formidable, engaging him in an epic battle for an extended duration. Terra glanced at the meteor overhead. Such an assault was truly monstrous. Just as Terra began to feel despondent, he looked down at his kin. The Dark Elves were currently situated directly beneath the celestial calamity. And for this attempt to seize the Tree of Life, Terra had brought all the main forces of the Dark Elves with him. Observing the terrified expressions of the hundreds of thousands below, Terra gritted his teeth. No, the main forces of the Dark Elves cannot perish here. If these elite hundreds of thousands are lost, the dominion of the Dark Elves in the first layer of the Abyss will be jeopardized. The Dark Elves had many foes within the Abyss, and throughout the span of 10,000 years, they had maintained their status as the rulers of the first layer. No, the Elven race cannot be extinguished by my hand. I may perish, but the future of the Dark Elves cannot be obliterated due to my failings. Contemplating this, Terra, through Shenong, enveloped the hundreds of thousands of Dark Elves below, conveying his will to all who accompanied him. Upon grasping the chieftain's intent, the Dark Elves were struck with disbelief and cold dread. Does the chieftain wish to sacrifice himself to secure us a chance at survival? As the army stood bewildered, uncertain of their course of action, the high priest's trembling voice, laced with tears, resonated in every elf's ear. Did you not hear the chieftain's words? All Dark Elves marched swiftly and orderly towards the dimensional gate. They moved with great urgency. Yet, seeing that the crowd remained unresponsive, the high priest, filled with exasperation, admonished. Look at the meteor above. How long do you think the chieftain can endure? Do not allow the sacrifice of the chieftain to be in vain. Consider the kin still awaiting us at the world tree. Reflect upon the repercussions for our race after our demise. How much longer do you intend to squander here? At last, a perceptive Dark Elf has grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, most of our elite are present. Should they perish here, the outcome would be dire. The denizens of the Abyss are far from merciful. The opportunity to strike down a fallen foe is exceedingly rare. Without the elite, the Dark Elves would undoubtedly transform from the sovereigns of the first layer of the Abyss into prime targets, devoured by the creatures dwelling there. Contemplating these realities, the Dark Elf army ceased their hesitation, tears in their eyes as they hastened towards the portal. Witnessing this scene, Terra smiled with a sense of bittersweet satisfaction. Though he faced defeat, it was merely his own failure. As long as the Dark Elf elite remained, the spark of hope persisted. Even without their dark elves, they would still reign as the rulers of the first layer of the abyss, unassailable by any. The ethereal divinity within him began to ignite, the divine flame surging from his consciousness into every fiber of his being. It was time to fight with all his might. By sacrificing the essence of his divinity in the remnants of his nearly billion-year existence, Terra was poised to wield the power of the divine tier. The descent of the meteorite began to slow. As he gazed upon the inhabitants of the elven territory, Terra felt a wave of irony wash over him. He, as an entity of the abyss, had intended to invade the Tianyuan continent, yet here he was, willingly absorbing a cataclysmic blow meant for it. Meanwhile, the native powers of the continent looked on, protected by their grand formation as this devastating strike descended upon the land. How absurdly ironic. Then, Terra turned his gaze towards Zhang Yu. Human, I underestimated you. Is this your grand design? Truly clever. To perish by your hand would not tarnish my legacy. However, do not rejoice too soon. The Mother God has taken notice of you. This time, your evasion will only pique her interest further. No one marked by the Mother God can escape. In Chapter 44 of Zhang Yu's grand scheme, the protagonist reflects on the irony of their situation. Initially intended to invade the Tianyuan continent as a deep abyss seed, they find themselves instead shielding the very land from a cataclysmic strike. Meanwhile, the native powerhouses of the continent observe the impending devastation from the safety of their protective formation, a stark juxtaposition. Terra then turns to Zhang Yu, acknowledging, humans. I underestimated you. Is this your strategy? Truly clever. To perish in your strike would not entirely tarnish my illustrious existence. However, do not rejoice prematurely. The Mother Goddess has taken notice of you. This time, escaping her gaze will only pique her interest further. No one marked by the Mother Goddess has ever eluded her grasp. By the way, you may not live to see that moment. Once my kin retreat fully into the abyss, are you prepared to face the final fury of a demigod on the brink of death? Zhang Yu, with his audacious stratagem, has truly won Terra's respect, compelling him to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. While he could abandon his kin to the abyss, the weight of leadership prevents him from such a cowardly act. He has not been negligent nor lenient. Indeed, he was on the brink of vanquishing Zhang Yu. Yet, almost as merely a whisper away from not at all, for victory and defeat are but the whims of fate. Terra is acutely aware of the peril that looms. For the meteorite does not discriminate between friend and foe. This cataclysmic power, capable of reshaping the very land, cannot be unleashed by Zhang Yu's epic prowess alone. It merely serves to summon celestial bodies that linger in the vicinity of the continent, destined to plummet once his kin have retreated into the abyss. At that moment, he will no longer need to concern himself with the colossal threat looming above. And among the inhabitants of the continent, one and all, none can thwart the frenzied desperation of a semi-divine being teetering on the brink of death. Zhang Yu gazed at Terra, who valiantly withstood the relentless descent of the meteorite, and could not help but offer sincere praise. Truly, a being at the pinnacle of demigod status, capable of enduring such a challenge. However, what shall you do about the second one? Zhang Yu's calm words resonated in the ears of all present, including Terra, who clearly heard his utterance. What? As soon as the words left his lips, a meteorite, twice the size of the one hovering above Terra's head, broke through the clouds, revealing itself to the gathered crowd. No one anticipated that Zhang Yu's ability would summon not just one, but two of such colossal meteorites, each capable of devastating the continental shelf. While the crowd remained in astonishment, the second, even larger meteorite ascended above the first, which Terra had attempted to impede. In the next instant, the two immense meteorites collided, and Terra could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Observing that a quarter of his kin had yet to enter the dimensional portal, he cried out, "Stop!" At that moment, Terra felt his very soul igniting, having poured forth everything he possessed. Hurry! He expelled a mouthful of divine blood, his divine form teetering on the brink of collapse, and despite his utmost efforts, he had only managed to slightly delay the descent of the colossal meteorites. Fortunately, the high priest, understanding Terra's imminent limits, waved his hands, channeling immense magical energy to lift the entire rear of the group, propelling them into the dimensional passage. Chieftain, when the abyss invades Tianyuan once more, I vow to avenge you and ensure your sacrifice was not in vain. Casting a final, lingering glance at the nearly exhausted Terra, the high priest departed swiftly towards the abyss. After witnessing the safe retreat of his kin, Terra breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had succeeded. The future of the Dark Elves would not falter under his watch. Yet, it seemed his own path would reach its conclusion here. Memories of his life began to surface in his mind. They say that before one meets death, They reflect upon their existence, and it appeared that this was indeed true. Turning to gaze at Zhang Yu, he thought, what a formidable human. To perish at your hands would be a fitting end. However, without his intervention, one could only speculate the extent of destruction this strike would wreak upon the Tianyuan continent. Would he still be able to witness it? As Terra succumbed to despair, the two colossal meteorites, now unimpeded, hurtled towards the Earth with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they crashed into the ground. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, rendering everyone momentarily deafened by its overwhelming sound. The subsequent shockwave obliterated everything in its vicinity. The entire continent of Tianyuan felt the immense tremors caused by the meteorite's impact. The ground of the continent, which directly faced the collision with the celestial body, could not withstand the force and shattered instantly. The colossal meteorite wreaked havoc upon the surface, penetrating deeply into the earth. The ancient forest, which had endured for countless ages, was irrevocably altered. As the ground succumbed to the meteor's tremendous impact, the continental shelf crumbled as well. Magma surged to the surface, and as the continental shelf continued to fracture, seawater flooded the area, rendering the land a fragmented ruin. As the meteorite could no longer delve deeper, the immense kinetic energy carried by the two colossal meteors could not be further released downwards. With the mutual compression of the meteorites, an even more violent explosion ensued. The full force of Tianai Jinxing was laid bare before the world at that moment. The protective barrier, which had barely withstood the initial wave of the explosion, emitted a disconcerting sound, and those within the barrier anxiously observed its current state. However, the barrier enveloping Zhang Yu and his companions could no longer withstand the onslaught of the second explosion, twisting and shattering under the overwhelming pressure, causing Zhang Yu and the elves to spurt forth copious amounts of blood. It became evident that they had underestimated the destructive power of Tianai Jinxing. Was this the essence of a 6-pass level ninjutsu? It seemed that pride had led them astray. In the original narrative, Madara dared to wield such ninjutsu only due to his immortal body granted by the reanimation jutsu. Although he had inherited all the ninjutsu abilities and boundless chakra from the template of reanimation, he was ultimately still immortal, lacking the indestructible nature of the undead. Just as the barrier began to manifest numerous cracks and was on the verge of collapse, the mother tree of the elves radiated a verdant glow. And with the brilliance of life techniques cascading over the formation, the array that was on the brink of disintegration found a semblance of stability. At this moment, Zhang Yu anxiously spoke up. Now is the time for the dwarf to push the boundaries of this land backward. Otherwise, they would not withstand the impending explosion. Although Momo Gu was infuriated by Zhang Yu's derogatory reference to him, he recognized the truth in Zhang Yu's words and understood the urgency of retreating to safety. The prelude of the shockwave from the explosion had already revealed its fatigue, and had it not been for the unusual movement of the mother tree of the elves, the protective array would have collapsed, leading to an even more colossal impact thereafter. He resolved to settle accounts with this brat once the crisis had passed. Chapter 45. The Goddess of Life's speculation. Momo Gu cast his spell, manifesting a celestial force that enveloped the land inhabited by the elves, gently lifting it into the air. The most violent explosion erupted as two meteors collided. The land that was raised began to soar towards the distant sea, propelled by the force of the explosion. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed across the entire continent at that moment, reaching even the furthest corners, from the barbarian lands in the north to the distant western empire of Shiluan, in the dense beast-infested forests in the south. All living beings on the continent witnessed the blinding radiance in the eastern skies, overshadowing the sun, accompanied by earth-shattering detonations. Countless rocks and soil were hurled into the air, cascading down like raindrops. Thick clouds of dust billowed like an ominous storm, quickly shrouding vast areas in darkness. Flames raged fiercely at the point of impact, the scorching heat palpable. Surrounding trees were violently uprooted or snapped in half by the tremendous shockwave, lying scattered across the ground. The earth cracked open, revealing jagged fissures akin to wounds inflicted upon the land. The creatures that once inhabited this area either disintegrated into dust amidst the chaos or fled in terror from the cataclysmic scene. In an instant, the populace of the continent was engulfed in panic, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them, desperately seeking any means to comprehend the calamity unfolding in the east. The land, enveloped in a protective barrier, descended into the sea, becoming a solitary island amidst the vast ocean. Only then did the people exhale, relieved to have finally escaped the clutches of the explosive devastation. At this juncture, Momogu began to confront Zhang Yu, still harboring resentment over the latter's mocking reference to him as a little dwarf. Look at the havoc you have wrought. For billions of years, no one has dared to inflict such destruction upon the continent. Now that the world will has awakened, prepare yourself for the judgment of the Supreme Council. Zhang Yu paid no heed to Mo Mog beside him and spoke calmly. I must take my leave for a while. There are matters I need to attend to. After uttering these words, Zhang Yu swiftly departed towards the location of the explosion caused by the Tian AI Jinxing. Charlotte and Mo Mog were about to intervene when they felt a surge of energy emanating from the mother tree of the elves. Never mind, Charlotte mused, calculating the time and anticipating that the others from the continent would soon arrive. It would be prudent to wait for everyone to gather before seeking out Zhang Yu. After all, with the guidance of the world will, it was unlikely that Zhang Yu could evade them. At that moment, on the trunk of the mother tree, a barrier formation unfolded, and the elven chief, Ethan, along with the high priestess, Melin, made their delayed appearance before the gathered assembly. Observing the vast ocean surrounding the elven clan, Melin gestured for Lilith not to explain further. 2 years prior, she had sensed the call of the goddess of life and, upon receiving the divine oracle from the mother goddess Esperanza, immediately summoned Chief Ethan to enter the mother tree and accept the inheritance of the goddess of life. Sensing the urgency of the mother goddess's divine intent, Melin and Ethan had not even had time to make arrangements for their clan, hastily passing their duties to their daughter, Lilith, before heading to the ancient tree's secret realm to receive the inheritance. Just as the two had finished igniting the divine fire of their inheritance and were about to revel in joy, they were informed by the mother goddess of the events unfolding in the outside world. Thus, they hurriedly bid farewell to the mother goddess and rushed out, leading to the scene of the disturbance at the mother tree. Fortunately, they managed to successfully shield themselves from the aftermath of the explosion. At the pinnacle of the tree of life, the ethereal figure of the goddess of life, Esperanza, appeared before them. The assembly hurriedly bowed in respect. But Esperanza's gaze remained fixed on the departing figure of Zhang Yu. Her transcendent voice resonated in the ears of all present. Indeed, this power is of the same origin as mine. Though it is currently feeble, its rank is high. Yet, within this human child, another force dominates. Lilith, aware that Zhang Yu was an outsider, could not restrain herself from posing a question to the goddess of life. Mother goddess, can you discern where Zhang Yu hails from? After a brief contemplation, Esperanza delivered a response that sent shockwaves through the assembly. I cannot entirely perceive the realm from which this human originates. After the creation of the universe by the creator god, it fragmented into countless dimensions, and even I cannot glimpse the entirety of the cosmic realms. However, this child's power bears some resemblance to that of Isagda. The assembly was left in stunned silence by this revelation. Isagda was a figure of immense significance, a native deity born from the abyss after the creator god's act of creation, who claimed himself as the son of the abyss. The abyssal son, Isagda, had the capability to overpower the god of war, Ares, who was also an upper-tier deity. This was one of Isagda's few commendable feats, considering he had long been confined within the deepest core of the abyss, suppressing the chaotic and malevolent divine essence within himself. For countless millennia, there have been no signs of Isagda's activity emerging from the abyss. At this moment, Charlotte calmly posed her inquiry, yet it incited discontent among those present. Esteemed Majesty Esperanza, Zhang Yu had previously mentioned to me the world he once inhabited. It is a realm entirely distinct from our own, utterly unrelated to the abyss. Is your judgment not rather hasty? As the earthly spokesperson for the goddess of light, Charlotte possesses the authority to directly address the goddess of life by name. After a moment of contemplation, Esperanza provided a fitting response to her skepticism. Perhaps your assertion holds merit. I may perceive the differences in this child from my position here. However, what stands before you is merely a projection of divine thought. Yet, my observations are infallible. While he bears a trace of my essence, he is predominantly governed by an entirely different force, one that is cold, tumultuous, rife with anguish, rage, distortion, and boundless murderous intent, akin to the power of the abyssal progeny. Upon hearing Esperanza's elucidation, Charlotte intended to press further, but was interrupted by the dwarven king, Momik. The goddess of life has made herself abundantly clear. This is an inherently malevolent imp. Regardless of his origins in the abyss, the devastation wrought upon the primordial world is an irrefutable fact. I trust that the ire of the world-S is not lost on those gathered here. Let us first subdue him and await the verdict of the Supreme Council. There is no need for further discourse. Mahmud would not entertain the notion of the Light Church's leader sparing such a malevolent being, especially after he had traversed arduous paths, leading the elite of the Dwarven Kingdom to confront the abyss. Zhang Yu's indiscriminate assault had already incited Mahmud's ire, and the audacity of Zhang Yu to refer to himself as a little dwarf was particularly infuriating. It had been many years since anyone dared to address him thus. Charlotte glanced at the surrounding elven kin, their expressions hostile as they regarded her, which quelled her desire to speak further. To question a deity in the presence of her devoted followers was inherently disrespectful. Had the spider goddess, Rose, been present, she would likely have mocked her foolish sister's blindness to the truth concerning divine projections. Indeed, while the power of the Sharingan is undeniably sinister, it fundamentally differs from that of the Abyss. Primarily, the power of the Sharingan, upon closer inspection, originates from Zhang Yu's mental realm, rather than being absorbed from the external world. This distinction lies at the very heart of the matter. Zhang Yu's chakra is remarkably pure, whereas the Abyss, a veritable cauldron of corruption, cannot yield such untainted energy, including that of the abyssal progeny. The chaotic divine energy, the tumultuous divine thoughts, have eluded resolution for countless eons, as Isagda has been unable to devise a solution. Chapter 46. Terra, the fall on the distant horizon of the ocean. Several dark figures emerged, prompting all to gaze toward the sea. From the sky, a number of colossal dragons descended. The distance between Dragon Island and the mainland is considerable. Yet at the dragon's rapid flight speed, they were just barely managing to arrive. In the northern wilderness, the shaman of the barbaric tribes, situated at a slight distance from this place, is likely approaching swiftly, while the number of formidable beasts emerging from the Warcraft forest remains uncertain. What follows is the inevitable assembly of the Supreme Council, in accordance with the will of the world, to conduct a trial and reckoning regarding Zhang Yu's actions. At this moment, Zhang Yu has arrived at the battlefield where he recently faced the Abyss. The scene before him is unrecognizable. A colossal crater has formed at the point of impact, as if a portion of the earth has been forcibly excavated. Everything around has been overturned and shattered by the immense force, transforming the once lush and verdant forest into a desolate wasteland. Dense clouds of smoke fill the air, obscuring the sun, as if the apocalypse has dawned. The ground is strewn with fragments of shattered rock and charred remnants, while fierce flames rage, emitting acrid smoke and waves of heat. Nearby, the beasts of the wild have suffered devastating blows in this sudden catastrophe. Some lie dead on the spot, while others flee in terror. The entire scene is saturated with an aura of death and destruction, the stench of charred corpses permeating the atmosphere, instilling a profound sense of dread. Zhang Yu advanced along the scorched earth, eventually halting his steps at a short distance from the edge of the deep pit. The colossal hand of Susanu's skeleton delved into the ground, extracting a humanoid being whose state of existence remained uncertain. Once again, we meet, King of the Dark Elves. Terra remarked with a weary gaze, laced with self-mockery. I am merely the chieftain of the Dark Elves, not a king. The being unearthed by Zhang Yu is none other than Terra, the chieftain of the Dark Elf clan, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of demigod strength. Zhang Yu sensed the golem's yearning for the creature before him, and thus, following the golem's perception of Terra, unearthed the being from the scorched earth. In truth, Zhang Yu need not intervene. Terra was already on the brink of demise. The shattering of the divine essence and the extinguishing of the divine flame were, for a demigod, fatal wounds. Gazing upon the desolate land, Terra could not help but exclaim in awe. Such an astonishing power indeed, capable of transforming the very characteristics of a continent, far surpassing the level of a demigod. To be defeated by your hands is hardly unjust. You are truly a monster. Upon hearing Terra's words, Zhang Yu responded with a light-hearted smile. In that final moment, Terra's actions earned Zhang Yu's respect, forming a stark contrast to the fleeing Tenyurta. Terra sacrificed his nearly infinite life for the sake of his kin, undoubtedly a commendable leader. Zhang Yu harbored no animosity towards Terra. On the contrary, he possessed all the memories of Uchiha Madara's past, struggling between the welfare of his clan and his own existence, striving for a brighter future for his people. To be honest, Zhang Yu found it quite easy to empathize with Terra. I shall take your words as flattery. Truth be told, I hold you in high regard. However, I have made a promise to my employer. Until the safety of the Tree of Life's fruit is assured, you shall not pass. Terra was taken aback by Zhang Yu's response, and after observing Zhang Yu's current demeanor, he retorted with a hint of derision. Is that so? Then your commission may prove difficult to claim. The inhabitants of this continent may not be willing to acknowledge your service. Zhang Yu was perplexed by Terra's statement. Yet Terra continued speaking before Zhang Yu could pose his question. Is there any wine? Please bring me a bottle. Zhang Yu was undeterred by the possibility of Terra's escape, aware that with a shattered divinity and extinguished divine flames, such injuries were fatal. At that moment, he could discern Terra's condition with a mere glance. It was evident that he was merely clinging to life through sheer strength of will. transforming his grasp into a gentle embrace. He allowed Terra to rest upon the colossal hand of the Susanu's skeletal frame. He then produced 2 bottles of exquisite elven wine, tossing one to Terra. Upon uncorking the bottle, Terra took a hearty swig, only to expel a torrent of blood mixed with internal organs shortly thereafter. Unperturbed by his grievous wounds, he inquired of Zhang Yu, "Do you sense the malevolence pervading this realm?" Noticing Zhang Yu's furrowed brow, Terra rephrased, "Or perhaps, do you feel a pervasive sense of repulsion enveloping you? Does the flow of your magical energy no longer feel as seamless as it once did?" Zhang Yu attentively absorbed everything that Tyra had articulated, and her expression gradually darkened. "What is the matter?" Tyra inquired with a smile, leisurely taking another sip of her drink. "Your ability has the potential to submerge the entirety of this eastern continent. As the world will of the Tianyuan continent, how could it possibly harbor no resentment towards you? The abyss elevates its standing by incessantly devouring the primal forces of other realms. In contrast, the Tianyuan continent, sharing the same echelon as the abyss, has chosen to continually nurture an even more expansive domain and more formidable beings, utilizing these entities as catalysts for its own ascension. Given your current endeavors, do you truly believe that the will of the plains bears no animosity towards you?" Tyra gestured towards the seemingly bottomless pit nearby before taking another sip of her drink. Zhang Yu pondered over the words spoken by Tyra, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Having consumed the wine, it was time to bid farewell. Tyra finished the last drop from the bottle, remaining silent. Yang's body extended the purple external demon statue's chains, drawing Tyra into the statue's embrace. In that moment, Zhang sensed the 9 eyes of the statue, previously shut tight, with 4 now wide open. Could a pinnacle demigod be insufficient to meet even half of the chakra demands of the statue? It appeared there would be much more for him to attend to. A demigod of his generation, already stepping into the realm of the divine, had fallen, the leader of the Dark Elf clan, Tyra. As for Tyra's words to Zhang, did it truly matter? Did the will of the plane harbor any animosity towards him? What significance did it hold? Whatever means he possessed, he would confront them head-on. As for whether the commission would be received, that was of no concern to Tyra. No one dared to default on their debts. Zhang Yu's consciousness descended into the system space, where his previously modest kill score of over 4 million surged to an astonishing 15 billion. This stark increase illustrates the staggering number of lives claimed by Zhang Yu during this conflict. Among those, Terra contributed a staggering 100 billion points, while Gelsa's accounted for 1 billion. As Zhang Yu's awareness immersed itself in the system space, the realm of the elves, now more aptly referred to as Elven Isle, welcomed the long-awaited assembly of formidable beings from the continent. 2 ancient gold dragons from Metal Dragon Island, Kungsu and Kunsa, led a vast contingent of metallic dragons in support. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon Legion, commanded by the Red Dragon Emperor Griffin, emerged from the Dragon Isle. The innate divine beasts, the White Tiger Demon God and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, arrived in unison, while the solitary Great Shaman Lingnue from the Northern Barbarians made his entrance alone. After swiftly grasping the situation, these powerful individuals took flight towards Zhang Yu's location. It had been far too long since the last communication from the world-Will, underscoring the devastation wrought by Zhang Yu's cataclysmic strike. A tempest was brewing, and at its eye, Zhang Yu remained ensconced in the system space, contemplating how to utilize his accrued points. Chapter 47, Confrontation. The assembly consisted undoubtedly of the elite echelon of the continent's power hierarchy. No sooner had they taken to the skies than they reached the battlefield's periphery. Those who had missed the grand conflict were left awestruck by the carnage before them. The sheer destructive force capable of sinking the continental shelf was evident. It was no wonder that the world-Will was in such a furious uproar. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, seated at the edge of a deep pit, was assessing his points when he noticed the approaching figures. Dusting himself off, he rose slowly. "What brings you here?" The first to break the tenuous silence was the dwarf king, Mamuk, who harbored a deep animosity towards Zhang Yu. "What is it, Zhang Yu? You shattered the continental shelf, causing hundreds of kilometers of land to fracture and countless lives to perish. Can you not feel the wrath of the continent's will?" Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he mocked, I forgot your status as an interloper. You will only be met with the disdain and loathing of the world-Will, without even the right to communicate with it." Casting a dismissive glance at the raucous dwarf before him, Zhang Yu chose to ignore his provocations. He was merely a jester in this unfolding drama. Zhang Yu turned to the approaching leader of the Elven clan. "I have completed the commissioned task. May we now discuss the matter of remuneration?" Ethan furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment. He merely retrieved a pouch filled with currency from his storage ring and tossed it toward Zhang Yu. Observing the 100 million gold coins within, Zhang Yu fell into contemplation. This sum merely equated to the price of 2 epic dragons, insufficient to withstand the abyss. An increase in payment is necessary. Mogmog, unable to tolerate Zhang Yu's dismissive demeanor, retorted, increase the payment? I'll add more of your worthless currency. You have ravaged the continent to this extent, and you still dare to demand compensation? The only option before you now is to surrender, otherwise. Before Mogmog could finish his sentence, Zhang Yu surged forward in a fit of rage. This little imp incessantly prattling on truly believed that his good temper would indulge him? The onlookers were taken aback by Zhang Yu's sudden aggression. Who would have thought he would dare to act in front of such a gathering of demigods? Mogmog, however, did not cower before Zhang Yu. The god of craftsman's hammer was swung in his hand, creating a fleeting shadow, ready to crush Zhang Yu's skull. Zhang Yu did not heed the approaching hammer. His doppelganger intercepted the formidable blow with unwavering strength. Zhang Yu, with fingers splayed, directly seized Mogwa's face and hurled him to the ground. He then accelerated his descent, planting a foot firmly on Mogwa's visage. His purple reincarnation eyes bore no emotion as he remarked, "Have I mentioned that if you continue to speak such foul words, I shall send you to meet your long-deceased ancestors, so they may teach you the art of proper speech." As a semi-divine being, Zhang Yu's strike did not inflict significant harm upon Mogwa. However, being subjected to such indignity, having his face trampled by Zhang Yu, was undoubtedly the greatest affront for a being of his caliber. Mogwa struggled to free himself. Yet the 4 avatars of the Wheel of Tombs firmly restrained him, rendering his escape a formidable challenge for the time being. Zhang Yu extracted a black chakra rod from his hand, piercing it into the various joints of Momogu. The chakra rod suppressed the surge of magical power within Momogu, significantly reducing the struggles that emanated from beneath him. Has he become more subdued now? Zhang Yu crouched down, poised to extract the loathsome little dwarf's tongue. Suddenly, he sensed a sharp arrow hurtling toward him, prompting him to execute a backward somersault to evade the strike. Glancing at the onlookers above, he inquired, "So, your sentiments align with that of this diminutive creature, do they?" Ethan released an arrow, rescuing Momog from Zhang Yu's grasp. No one had anticipated that Zhang Yu could subdue Momog in such a brief span of time, although this was partly due to Momog's underestimation of his opponent. Nonetheless, a mere human who had just stepped into the realm of the epic could not have achieved such a feat undoubtedly. The individual before them had grown stronger. Along the journey, Zhang Yu had already discerned that if the world will intended to act against him, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, he expended 4 billion points to elevate his level from 110 to 150, reaching the pinnacle of the epic tier, merely a step away from transcending into demigod status. This was the very reason he could so easily subdue Momog. His prowess at the pinnacle of the epic tier far surpassed that of a newly initiated epic being. Had it not been for the system's warning that he could not continue to level up until he absorbed the alien golem or consumed the divine fruit, Zhang Yu would have eagerly sought to experience the sensation of ascending directly to demigod. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the air. Breaking the stillness, the temperamental Red Dragon Emperor, Griffin, was the first to speak. "Human, you have transgressed by wielding powers beyond the demigod tier in the Tianyuan continent. You are now reviled by the entire world. It is imperative that you submit to the judgment of the Supreme Council." Zhang Yu let out a laugh, which soon escalated into a maniacal cackle. "How utterly absurd it is for you to align yourselves with that so-called world. When the abyss invaded, none of you could step forward. I single-handedly barred the entrance of the abyss at the threshold of this realm. Now that I have repelled the creatures of the abyss, you dare to claim that my techniques surpass the demigod level and are not sanctioned by the continent. Do you not find it a tad shameless to demand a ruling from the Supreme Council? Or perhaps you believe you possess the capability to repel or slay the pinnacle of demigod, Tylay? Is that not laughable? As for the elven race, will you provide the reward I seek, or will you not?" Zhang Yu waited for a moment, observing Ethan's lack of movement, then turned his gaze towards the approaching crowd, who had assumed a combative stance. A mocking smile crept onto Zhang Yu's face. "Engaging in reasoned discourse with you is truly a futile expenditure of breath. It is utterly sordid and grotesque. You wish for me to surrender without resistance? Very well, let us see." Ethan also bowed respectfully to Zhang Yu, promptly adopting a combat posture. "I must apologize, Lord Zhang Yu. The task issued by the elven clan merely entails obstructing those 2 epic-tier dragon beasts. As for your subsequent actions against the abyss, that is entirely your own volition and does not involve the elven clan in any way." Ethan's words revolted Zhang Yu. What did he mean by personal volition? Was he implying that his effort to fend off the abyss was merely a diversion, and that he nearly met his demise here out of sheer boredom? Witnessing the world will's malice towards him due to the destruction wrought upon the continent by the celestial disturbances, it was painfully clear how self-serving it was to disassociate from him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from intervening, allowing these individuals to confront the abyss themselves. Zhang Yu had no desire to engage in further dialogue with this group. He swiftly propelled himself towards Ethan's direction, believing in the adage that the first to strike holds the advantage. Did they truly consider themselves benevolent? Ethan, being a ranger of the forest, was not renowned for his defensive capabilities. His entire prowess lay within his archery skills. If he were to be confronted in close quarters, he would be unable to unleash even half of his potential. Chapter 48. The Clash. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu executed the vortex of all things, and Ethan felt an overwhelming force of suction emanating from it, causing him to slow his retreat and ultimately halt in order to resist this peculiar pull. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the epic realm, Zhang Yu experienced a remarkable surge in all his attributes. Where he once relied on the mechanisms of the reincarnation eye and would release to contend with these demigod-level beings, he now stood as a formidable numerical entity. In direct confrontation, Zhang Yu felt no trepidation towards any individual present. As a group of pursuers advanced from behind, Zhang Yu casually hurled a few exploding stars in their direction while swiftly darting towards Ethan. Should they all engage simultaneously, he would indeed face some difficulty, however. In a one-on-one scenario, he deemed the assembled individuals to be utterly inferior. As Zhang Yu drew ever closer to Ethan, the latter could distinctly perceive the murderous intent etched upon Zhang Yu's visage, which elicited a flicker of fear in Ethan's expression. With a forward thrust of his Susanoo arm, Zhang Yu forcefully struck Ethan down to the ground, followed by the full manifestation of his Susanoo as he swung his sword towards Ethan's position. My wealth is not easily acquired. A blinding light enveloped Ethan, revealing that it was Charlotte who had intervened. With the protective embrace of Charlotte's radiant magic, Ethan merely suffered minor superficial injuries from the strike. Charlotte met Zhang Yu's gaze, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite his expression remaining inscrutable, she could sense that the moment she intervened, a rift had emerged in their relationship, one that could never return to that fateful night atop the church roof. Setting aside her disappointment, Zhang Yu turned to confront the incoming dragon. The dragon's claws, propelled by immense inertia, though unable to breach the defenses of his Susanoo, still knocked Zhang Yu to the ground. With Ethan's peril averted, he readied himself, drawing back to unleash a volley of arrows in Zhang Yu's direction. The colossal, fully formed Susanoo ascended, repelling all incoming attacks while pursuing the nearest golden dragon, Kunsa. After mastering the advanced stages of the Zhang Yu epic, manipulating Susanoo felt as natural as an extension of his own body. The previous sense of heaviness and delay dissipated. The immense stature of Susanoo contrasted sharply with its remarkable agility, defying certain natural laws. In less than a minute, Zhang Yu and Kunsa had exchanged dozens of blows. Kunsa shook its numbed foreclaws. This massive blue giant not only possessed exceptional defensive capabilities but also maintained impressive agility despite its size. It was evident that subduing this human youth would require a display of true prowess. At this moment, the Dwarven King, Mamig, fully healed under Ling Yue's ministrations, joined the fray. The Dwarven artifact, the Hammer of the God of Crafts, expanded along with Mamig's form, soon reaching a size comparable to that of Susanoo. I was careless just now. Kid, this time, prepare to have your brains splattered, he declared, disregarding Kunsa's attempts to intervene as he charged into the battlefield between Kunsa and Zhang Yu. Kunsa felt a strong aversion to Mamig's actions. Each warrior had their own rhythm of combat, and Kunsa preferred to fight alone. The intrusion of Mamig undoubtedly disrupted his offensive tempo. Despite his distaste for the dwarf, Kunsa refrained from voicing complaints, prioritizing the defeat of Zhang Yu above all else. Across the continent, the golden and red dragons were recognized as the most physically formidable beings, with the black dragons following closely behind. As the leader of the metallic dragon clan, the golden dragon's physique overshadowed that of the red dragon, not due to superior defensive capabilities, but because of the innate, piercing golden magical power it possessed. Thus, even with equal defensive strength, the golden dragon could more readily breach the defenses of its adversary. The moment the magical array surrounding the golden dragon illuminated, Zhang Yu observed that Kunsa's limbs were enveloped in a layer of an unknown golden metal, with the sharp teeth within its dragon head glinting ominously. Zhang Yu had previously gleaned insights from the Continent Chronicle, wherein it was noted that the golden dragon, Jinlong, harbored a disinclination towards the use of magic. Even its innate breath was seldom employed. From the moment of its birth, each golden dragon diligently honed its physical attributes, becoming renowned across the continent for its unique technique, the 9 styles of the golden dragon. Observing the formidable Kunsa gathering energy ahead, Zhang Yu assumed a defensive stance in preparation for the impending assault. Is it upon us? The charge commenced. A searing stream of air erupted from Kunsa's maw, propelling him swiftly beyond the speed of sound. As he launched himself towards Zhang Yu in a peculiar arc harnessing this momentum, Kunsa's talons resembled a crescent moon, poised to shatter the protective visage of Zhang Yu's Susanoo. Had it not been for the astonishing perceptive abilities granted by the reincarnation eye, which allowed Zhang Yu to tilt his head just before the strike, this blow could have easily extracted him from his Susanoo. Undeterred by his initial failure, Kunsa unleashed a second wave of assault, denying Zhang Yu even a moment to breathe. With a sweeping motion, Kunsa's agile form executed a sharp 90-degree turn. As his elongated and powerful tail swept towards Zhang Yu with relentless force, Zhang Yu was abruptly thrown off balance by the powerful sweep of a tail, sending both him and his Susanoo hurtling backward. At that moment, the resounding sonic boom from their collision reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of the onlookers. Kunsa, poised to deliver a follow-up strike with his dragon tooth piercer, felt a surge of confidence. He believed that after executing his series of powerful blows, Zhang Yu would find it exceedingly difficult to mount a formidable defense, allowing his dragon tooth piercer to easily shatter the protective barrier around Zhang Yu's Susanoo's head. However, to his dismay, he found Mogmog standing directly in his path. Damn it, how could this dwarf appear here? As he witnessed his meticulously crafted plan unravel due to Mogmog's interference, Kunsa could not help but curse inwardly. Meanwhile, as he was propelled backward, Zhang Yu caught sight of Kunsa being obstructed by Mogmog, who was now swinging his massive hammer with both hands, gathering strength to strike down upon Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was equally astonished by the foolish maneuvers of the diminutive adversary. What audacity grants you the confidence to breach the defenses of your own complete Susanoo? Have you not observed that even Kunsa, the mightiest of the continent, requires the augmentation of his golden magical essence and an acceleration far exceeding the speed of sound to penetrate his own Susanoo's defenses? What do you rely upon? Merely that battered hammer in your grasp? Chapter 49. The oppression of the will from the dimension as Zhang Yu soared before Momok. The colossal hammer that Momok had been charging for an extended duration came crashing down. The ferocious collision sparked a flurry of brilliance, and the immense form of Susanoo was driven down to the ground by the strike. Before Momok could revel in his triumph, the arm of Susanoo reached out and seized the gigantic hammer wielded by Momok, hurling both him and the weapon towards the oncoming Kunsa. Rising once more, Zhang Yu wiped the blood trickling from his mouth. Although the blow had not breached the defenses of Susanoo, the tremendous shockwave had undeniably resonated within Zhang Yu, injuring his internal organs from the violent tremor. Charlotte, having just shielded Ethan with a powerful strike, remained on the periphery of the battlefield without making any further moves. The 2 beast kings from the monster forest merely observed without any intention to intervene. The red dragon Emperor Griffin hovered around Zhang Yu, poised to strike at any moment. The high priestess Lingwei was not adept at direct confrontation. Instead, she stayed at the rear, continuously enhancing the status and recovery of her companions. As for Ethan, Zhang Yu deemed him insignificant, noting that this fellow, who had just ignited the divine fire, could not even breach his own defenses, at best managing to shoot a few arrows to mildly annoy him. Just as Zhang Yu pursued and cleaved Momok and Kunsa apart with a single stroke, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him instantaneously. Zhang Yu felt as though he had sunk into a quagmire, with any attempt to move met with an insurmountable force pressing in from all directions. Zhang Yu gazed skyward, bemused by the comical nature of the plane's will, selfish, petty, and utterly deranged. It was evident that this was the manifestation of an underdeveloped mind, naively believing itself to be unassailable. Meanwhile, the world's will was seething with anger, anticipating the imminent arrival of those it had summoned. The impending abyssal invasion would amount to little more than a fleeting disturbance, merely claiming a few lives. For the will harbored no regard for the myriad races inhabiting this land. They were, at best, insignificant creatures dwelling upon its surface. The very essence of this world resided in the spiritual veins birthed from its depths. Zhang Yu's interference had caused the continental shelf to sink, and the will amended the countless years it would take to restore the land, not to mention the innumerable spiritual veins obliterated above ground. Contemplating these grievances, the plains will felt a pang of sorrow, directing its escalating resentment towards the audacious intruder, Zhang Yu. The world will found itself in a quandary. Had this been a native of the continent, a mere flick of its power would suffice to sever all connections between the intruder and the arcane energies of this realm. Regardless of whether one was a demigod or an epic legend, the will could easily dominate them. Which was why those summoned during the Supreme Council as trials exhibited no resistance, awaiting their inevitable judgment. Yet, Zhang Yu, this outsider, possessed an extraordinary prowess unrelated to the Tianyuan continent. Even if the will restricted his communication with the surrounding elements, his formidable strength remained unimpeded, compelling the world's will to exert pressure upon him through the very fabric of existence. The others received the message transmitted to their minds by the world's will, realizing that it would no longer tolerate Zhang Yu's reckless actions and was prepared to suppress him. Seizing the opportunity, Magog dashed forward, intent on dismantling Zhang Yu's Susanoo. However, Kansabi, swifter than Magog, surged past him, swatting him aside with a flick of his claws. Last time, Magog had thwarted his plans. This time, he would not allow the dwarf to approach Zhang Yu again. He would take matters into his own hands. Within the Susanoo, Zhang Yu simmered with indignation. So, this is how it would be? When he resisted the abyss, he had made no complaints, yet now they blamed him for disrupting the plane. Very well. If that is the case, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget. Zhang Yu stood resolute, his countenance imbued with madness. Charlotte observed the intricate hand seals that Zhang Yu was forming, recognizing them as the initiating gestures of the celestial obstruction star technique. At that moment, she discerned that further hesitation would result in complete chaos. Approaching the center of the battlefield, a gentle white luminescence enveloped her, heralding the manifestation of the sacred heavenly domain. Though she merely harnessed a fraction of the light goddess's power, this divine authority surpassed that of mere demigods. In that instant, all magical fluctuations within a radius of several kilometers were quelled, and those within the sacred heavenly domain found their ability stifled, trapped within their very beings. Kunsa halted his advance. The priests of the Church of Light remained as formidable as ever. Although the woman before him was merely of the epic tier, none present dared to underestimate Charlotte. This was the weight of the light goddess's emissary. Realizing that his connection to the celestial meteor had been severed, Zhang Yu relinquished his hand seals and turned his gaze toward the woman at the battlefield's heart. The onlookers too turned their attention to Charlotte, eager to witness her next move. In that fleeting moment, as Charlotte prepared to act, she communed with the will of the plane, succinctly articulating the advantages and disadvantages of continuing the conflict. After a brief contemplation, the planes will acquiesce, permitting Charlotte to address the matter in her own manner. Despite its fury at Zhang Yu's destruction of several ley lines in the eastern continent, the planes will recognize that he was no mere fish on a chopping board, easily manipulated. Lacking a fully formed divine consciousness, it could only respond instinctively, casting a glance at several demigods idly shirking their duties. After weighing the pros and cons, it reluctantly consented. Charlotte turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu. Do you perceive it? The magical essence of this realm has grown significantly more tenuous. This is a consequence of your ravaging of the underground ley lines, the very reason for the plane's wrath. Zhang Yu scoffed with derision. What concern is it of mine? To confront a peak demigod who is intent on taking my life, do you truly believe I could hold back? Perhaps you overestimate my capabilities. Or do you think that if I were to turn and walk away, refraining from intervening in the abyssal invasion, that would be your desired outcome? Charlotte, speak to your conscience for a moment. What, precisely, is wrong with my actions? It was I who thwarted Rose's plan to seize the Tree of Life. It was also I who stood against the abyssal incursion. Yet, not only do I receive no gratitude, but now I am accused of ruining some trivial spiritual vein, with calls for a supreme council to judge my actions? Do you find this scenario just? Or do you presume that you have me at a disadvantage, believing me to be more easily intimidated than those from the abyss? A colossal aberrant demon statue emerged from the soil behind Zhang Yu. Its 4 eyes had already opened, displaying a might far surpassing that of Zhang Yu's initial summoning. Chapter 50. Charlotte, if you regard me, Zhang Yu, as someone easily bullied, then come, test your mettle. The aberrant demon statue was no longer merely the shell of the Ten Tails after consuming the peak demigod, Terra. It was now 3/4 of the way to fully embodying the Ten Tails. Many formidable abilities had been unlocked, and Zhang Yu was more than willing to allow those present to witness the statue's current power, as they beheld the aberrant demon statue emanating a twisted, malevolent energy. Its magical potency rivaling that of a demigod, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. The two rulers of the beast forest exchanged glances, silently relieved they had not rushed forward. Unlike the dragon race, they lacked such extraordinary defensive capabilities. If Zhang Yu were to feel cornered and retaliate against them, they would be unable to endure it. They understood that beasts do not adhere to principles of unity, should they sustain injuries and suffer a drop in their realm. It was likely they would be devoured by those beasts eager for ascendance upon their return to the beast forest. Charlotte was aware that Zhang Yu's actions were not malicious. In fact, he had originally aided the Tianyuan continent in evading this crisis of abyssal invasion. However, the will of the plane, hampered by the immense scale of the Tianyuan continent, developed slowly, acting only according to simplistic rules and its own preferences. Although Zhang Yu had prevented the abyssal invasion, the damage to the subterranean spiritual veins was an undeniable fact. The world.S would not concern itself with the reasons behind the destruction of the spiritual veins. Once one interferes with them, one becomes the enemy of the continent. This was the dilemma that troubled Charlotte. Reasoning with the will of the world was simply unrealistic. The will of the continent reacts solely according to its own operational laws, and in the eyes of the world.S will, Zhang Yu's actions are deemed deserving of condemnation. Now, the only recourse is to bring this matter to light, allowing the various factions of the continent to deliberate on a resolution that conveys the aspirations and choices of its beings to the world.S will. Only then might the world.S will heed the collective wishes of the populace and alleviate its disdain for Zhang Yu. As for all that Zhang Yu has done, he must navigate this situation on his own, striving to secure adequate compensation for himself. Charlotte communicated her thoughts to the assembly, prompting the assembled powerhouses to ponder the feasibility of her proposal. For the others present, their purpose was to respond to the world.S while in thwarting the abyss. It is preferable to avoid unnecessary conflict. They have no desire to engage in battle with such a formidable entity, especially considering that they are backed by their own factions and organizations, and incurring the enmity of such a character would not bode well. Consequently, aside from Mamak, everyone else concurred with Charlotte's suggestion. Observing the consensus among the crowd, Mamak, despite his reluctance to spare Zhang Yu, found himself with no viable alternatives. After all, the army of dwarves he had brought suffered significant losses due to Zhang Yu's disruptive celestial strike, claiming more than half of their ranks. And he had endured multiple humiliations at the hands of this individual. Such grievances were not easily swallowed by Mamak. Meanwhile, sitting cross-legged atop the head of the outer path demon statue, Zhang Yu interjected, "On what grounds should I consent?" Ultimately, this situation stems from the incompetence of the world.S will, and yet I am left to bear the consequences. Do you find this reasonable? Zhang Yu shifted his gaze from Charlotte to Ethan, the chieftain of the elf clan. Ethan felt as though he were being scrutinized by some great terror, an icy shiver coursing through him. Conversely, I believe that Chieftain Ethan should settle my commission, for this predicament stemmed from the life tree of the elf clan. What do you think? Ethan swallowed hard. Never did he anticipate that after transcending to the demigod tier, he would confront such a life and death crisis. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he had no doubt that if his response displeased this young human, Zhang Yu would indeed resort to eliminating him, such a madman. What should he do? At that moment, Charlotte tossed a storage ring toward him. Zhang Yu reached out to catch it, probing within with his spiritual energy. Insufficient. Charlotte spoke up. I will ensure that the elf clan compensates the remainder of your commission. However, you cannot leave this place until then. This is the best solution I could devise, Zhang Yu. Charlotte lowered her head in silence for a moment before turning her gaze back to him. I am sorry. I know this is unfair to you, but it is the only way. Zhang Yu chose to avert his gaze from Charlotte's expression at that moment. It is merely your unreciprocated affection. Ultimately, I am but an outsider. Even if I am not in the Tianyuan continent, I can still thrive remarkably well. Do you believe that? Zhang Yu hurled the storage ring back to Charlotte. You needn't intervene here. I possess ample means to reclaim what he owes me. The otherworldly golem unleashed its binding magic upon Ethan. Since you are unwilling to pay, let your life serve as collateral. A demigod's essence could potentially satiate the golem's hunger for energy. The ethereal purple chains of the otherworldly golem swiftly caught up with the retreating Ethan, ensnaring him and dragging him towards the maw of the golem. At this moment, Ethan could no longer afford to entertain the notion of severing ties with Zhang Yu. He desperately resisted being pulled in, fervently shouting, I am willing to pay the commission. I am willing. Zhang Yu, perched atop the golem's head, appeared oblivious, allowing the golem to continue its relentless tug on Ethan, slowly drawing him closer to its mouth. Oh, why must you be so obstinate? A scale emerged beneath Charlotte and Zhang Yu. The otherworldly golem dissipated into white smoke, and Zhang Yu felt the turbulent chakra within him settle, rendering him momentarily incapable of harnessing his inner energy. This was the spectral balance of the Archangel Michael. Once this scale connected the two of us, as long as I refrained from striking, you would be powerless to wield any force. Zhang Yu remained non-committal. channeling the immense chakra within him in an attempt to break free from the constraints of the celestial scales illusion. With each relentless assault on the ethereal balance, Charlotte coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sensing Zhang Yu's unwillingness to comply, Charlotte felt a profound sense of helplessness. She had come to regard him as one of her few cherished friends, as the earthly representative of the goddess of light. Charlotte possessed a keen insight into the human heart. She recalled the first time she encountered Zhang Yu in City C, where the young man exuded a formidable yet malevolent magical aura, yet harbored a heart that was warm and radiant. Charlotte understood that Zhang Yu was not inherently a villain of the most heinous sort. Through her interactions with him, she perceived his essence as that of a solitary wanderer. Thus, she harbored a fervent hope that Zhang Yu could integrate into the Tianyuan continent, embracing it as his second home. Charlotte wished to avert the situation from spiraling into its worst outcome. She had to prevent such a development. Chapter 51. The Fruit of the Tree of Life. Charlotte observed the restless demeanor of Mamak. Mamak, retreat. Follow my instructions and refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts, she admonished. Exuding a hint of irritation. Chastened by Charlotte's reprimand, Mamak abandoned the notion of seizing the opportunity to incapacitate Zhang Yu while Charlotte held him in check, begrudgingly retreating to a safer distance. At that moment, Charlotte turned her attention back to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I implore you, please. Let us not allow matters to deteriorate further. Can you trust me? Trust that I will manage everything, just as you did in City C. As she gazed at Charlotte's earnest expression, Zhang Yu felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. Just as he hesitated, Charlotte directed a sharp rebuke towards Ethan. Have you not prepared the promised remuneration? What are you waiting for? Do you truly intend for me to cover this commission? She then nodded to the arriving demigods, signaling their acceptance of the plan, urging them to disseminate the information to various factions, allowing the matter's righteousness to be determined by the collective will of the people. I appreciate your efforts, everyone. Now, please commence the preparations for this supreme judgment, gathering the will of the continent's beings. Only then can the world's consciousness recognize its errors. Though Charlotte refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud. As the demigods departed in succession, Charlotte approached Zhang Yu, taking a seat before him. With a graceful gesture, a low table materialized between them, and Charlotte elegantly settled into a chair. She poured tea and offered it to Zhang Yu. Do take a sip. It is a rather unique blend. My stock is rather limited. Observing that Zhang Yu remained unmoved, Charlotte stepped behind him and gently urged him into a seated position. I understand your frustration. I am fully aware that you are not at fault. In fact, we should be grateful to you for thwarting the conspiracy of the abyssal invasion. However, the world of Tianyuan is vast, and the emergence of the world will is inherently a slow process. At present, the world will has yet to evolve a complete consciousness, relying instead on rudimentary principles and an incomplete awareness. It is unrealistic to expect the world will to contemplate these matters in the same manner we do. Therefore, I wish to announce this to the entire world, allowing the collective choices of sentient beings to coalesce into a shared intention, thereby enabling the world will to recognize its own errors. This conflict should never have occurred, which is why we have not been overly insistent on capturing you. Everyone knows you bear no culpability, including Kunsa and Kungsu, who, bound as they are to the Dragon Clan and the will of the continent, have compelling reasons to intervene. Mogmog harbors a grudge against you due to the loss of many of his kin at your hands. Yet I trust that he can discern right from wrong in the face of greater truths. After Charlotte finished expressing her thoughts, Zhang Yu simply replied, Why must we engage in all this? Charlotte paused momentarily before responding. I believe we are friends, are we not? Zhang Yu observed the genuine expression on the other person's face. After gazing at Charlotte for an extended period, he lifted the tea on the table and consumed it in one swift motion. The two continued to sip their tea, exchanging cups until a considerable time had passed. When Aaron brought forth Zhang Yu's commission, with a hint of embarrassment, Aaron spoke up. The actions of the clan leader were indeed inappropriate, and the high priest had already reprimanded him. Ethan's conduct does not reflect the sentiments of the entire elven race. They shall always regard you as their dearest friend. Aaron fell silent, her face slightly flushed, as she handed a storage necklace to Zhang Yu. She found it challenging to articulate her feelings regarding the clan leader's behavior and felt a tinge of disdain towards Ethan's actions. In the illustrious history of the elven race, spanning over 10 millennia, such conduct had never been witnessed. When others have rendered significant assistance to encounter trouble due to this matter, and rather than seeking a resolution, to hastily disassociate oneself while attempting to deny another's rightful commission is truly a disgrace. Aaron felt an overwhelming sense of shame regarding Ethan's behavior. which tarnished the reputation of the elven people. It is no wonder that the goddess of life entrusted the ultimate legacy to the high priest. Had it been Eren, she too would have disapproved of such conduct. I apologize, Zhang Yu, for the actions of the clan leader. This is the commission from the elven race, as well as an offering of amends from the high priest. Zhang Yu was uncertain about Eren's words, yet he felt an overwhelming shock as his mental energy penetrated the storage necklace. The fruit of the tree of life lay prominently within the storage ring, and aside from that, the necklace contained nothing else. Zhang Yu gazed at Eileen in bewilderment, pondering whether she had made a mistake. As if she comprehended the unspoken sentiment conveyed by his expression, Eileen hastily replied, "The High Priestess Merlin has stated that this is rightfully yours. The most precious treasure of the elven race is none other than the fruit of the tree of life. Furthermore, the High Priestess has mentioned that Ethan was merely the previous clan leader and had relinquished his position long before departing from the elven community. Thus, his actions stem solely from personal volition. We sincerely hope that you, Mr. Zhang Yu, will not harbor resentment towards the entirety of the elven race, for they would never commit such an act of betrayal. You have rendered significant assistance to the elven people and shall always be regarded as their friend. Such treachery is unfathomable for those who consider you a companion." Eileen continued, "Mr. Zhang Yu, we are all aware of your circumstances. The entire elven community stands united behind you. This incident is merely a misjudgment by the will of the realm. You are the hero who defends against the abyssal invasion, not a perpetrator of continental destruction." Upon understanding why Eileen had chosen to bestow the fruit of the tree of life upon him, Zhang Yu felt a sense of admiration for this elven high priestess. What remarkable audacity! The elven race is certainly not lacking in gold, yet the fruit of the tree of life cannot be acquired through mere monetary exchange. The fact that they so readily entrusted it to him was indeed a testament to their confidence. Zhang Yu retrieved the life fruit from his storage space, casually toying with it in his hand. The moment his body made contact with the life fruit, the interstitial cells within him incessantly signaled to his mind, urging him to consume it without delay. Sensing the fervent desire of the interstitial cells for this entity, Zhang Yu understood that partaking of the fruit from the tree of life could potentially usher in a significant transformation for his interstitial cells. Zhang Yu suppressed the insatiable desire within his cells to consume the fruit, turning his gaze towards Charlotte. "I recall promising you that I would accompany you to the abyss to procure the fruit from the mother tree of the dark elves. Tell me, is this fruit in my possession suitable?" Chapter 52. The Transformation of Intercellular Matter. Charlotte looked at Zhang Yu with a hint of confusion. The fruit of the tree of life had always been an invaluable treasure, and previously, she had enlisted Zhang Yu's cooperation to join a group venturing into the abyss in hopes of seizing a fruit from the dark elves. However, she held little expectation of successfully acquiring such a coveted prize, for as the sacred fruit of the elven race's holy tree, no elf would permit the sacred fruit to fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, the fruit of the nature spirits surpassed the dark elves' once in 1,000 years yield by an immeasurable degree. Thus, once the Imperial guardian beast's injuries were fully healed, the various ambitious factions within the Empire would find themselves subdued, regardless of their willingness. Yet, Charlotte found herself in a quandary. This precious item, whose worth was beyond estimation, required a price that she presently could not afford. Despite being one of the most powerful women on the continent, this was the first time she had felt the sting of poverty. The Church of Light possessed numerous treasures that could rival the fruit of life, but these resources were part of the Church's foundation and would not be easily mobilized. The Empire was even worse off. The royal authority had yet to be fully reclaimed, leaving it in a state of dire financial straits. The resources and wealth at her disposal were insufficient to purchase a single fruit of life. It is essential to understand that even for demigods, the fruit of life was a life-saving elixir, capable of restoring one even if divine flames were extinguished. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and inquired whether Eren could divide the fruit of life into two parts. Upon receiving a positive response from Eren, he turned his gaze towards Charlotte. Would half of the fruit be sufficient to heal the wounds of the guardian beast? After a brief contemplation, Charlotte nodded. It should pose no issue. The potency of the fruit of life is remarkably strong, and when combined with other rare herbs and treasures, it is conceivable that the injuries could be substantially healed. With a few years of rest, a complete recovery should be attainable. However, Charlotte's brow furrowed as she realized that even half of the fruit seemed beyond her means. Zhang Yu seemed to have discerned Charlotte's thoughts. "Just give me the ring you handed me earlier," he stated. "Furthermore, you owe me a favor. When the time comes for me to call upon it, you must not refuse." Charlotte was initially reluctant to acquiesce, yet she could not help but contemplate her brother's predicament. The circumstances under which the continent could pose a threat to the two of them were few. Zhang Yu's influence could be pivotal, particularly in the event of a Deep Abyss invasion or a confrontation with several peak clans of the continent. Charlotte could not fathom any other scenarios. Nevertheless, even without Zhang Yu's prompt, she would be the first to respond should such situations arise. After a brief moment of reflection, Charlotte tossed the ring back to Zhang Yu, thereby conveying her decision. Zhang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, divided the fruit of life into two halves, offering one half to Charlotte while consuming the other himself. The icy, sweet tart juice flooded Zhang Yu's mouth, delighting his palate. Instantly, the immense natural energy surged through his limbs and bones. Every cell within his body rejoiced. And upon encountering this vast natural energy, the interstitial cells began to rapidly divide and grow, consuming the ordinary cells within Zhang Yu and transforming them into interstitial cells. Sensing the overwhelming natural energy coursing through him, Zhang Yu hastily requested Charlotte to shield him for a while, he swiftly refined the natural energy belonging to the fruit of life within himself. Meanwhile, news of the events transpiring in this locale began to spread across the continent, and the populace became aware of Zhang Yu and the organization behind him, Akatsuki. Discussions erupted among the people regarding Zhang Yu, and according to statistics from several prominent factions, the majority expressed support for him, while some believed Zhang Yu had overstepped by not only disrupting the continental shelf, but also shattering the spiritual meridians. These opinions represented only a minority. The destruction of the continental shelf was merely a testament to his formidable strength. If one were to lament the damage to the spiritual landscape, why not intervene against the abyss itself? Although every realm has its share of self-righteous individuals, it is often the rational and lucid voices that prevail. In an instant, throngs of supporters for Zhang Yu emerged throughout the continent, their collective will coalescing as the voting momentum swept across the land. Far away in the capital of the Xiluan Empire, the mercenary guild and Akatsuki received the news. Mercenaries marveled that such a figure would engage with the guild for tasks, leading to a flood of commissioned assignments from clients specifically requesting Akatsuki's involvement. This left Jiao Main overwhelmed, as she juggled the affairs of Akatsuki while worrying about the leader's situation. The leaderess' actions were reckless, leaving the management of the organization to her while he ventured out to create such turmoil was simply unacceptable. Jiao Main openly complained to Deidara and the others, secretly thinking it was utterly outrageous that such thrilling events unfolded without her involvement. At that moment, in City C of the Xiluan Empire, the members of Akatsuki, who had long been lurking there, finally approached the conclusion of their mission. Haiden and Kakuzu were disseminating the faith of the evil deity in a village on the outskirts of the city. Following Hashigaki's investigation, it was revealed that this village served as a sacrificial stronghold for the Abyss worshippers. The inhabitants were no ordinary villagers. Both men and women were tainted by the aura of the Abyss. Kakuzu perched idly on a branch, gazing into the distance with boredom. Meanwhile, within a bizarre ritual circle, Haiden, pierced through the heart, slowly began to rise. Can't this ritual proceed any faster? I have no desire to waste time in this desolate place. Fadewan immediately expressed his displeasure, pointing at Jiaodu and exclaiming, "How can this be? Omitting the process is a sacrilege against the divine." Jiaodu, uninterested in wasting time with the man before him, turned and began to walk towards the outskirts of the village, addressing Fadewan, "These heretics are yours to deal with. Do not keep me waiting too long." With a swift kick, Fadewan sent the three-section scythe embedded in the ground soaring into the air, then turned to face the group of kneeling individuals who glared at him with resentment. "Your suffering will be deeply etched within me," he cackled maniacally. After a fit of eerie laughter, Fadewan, brandishing the scythe, approached the kneeling crowd, a bloodthirsty and brutal smile gracing his features. Just as he prepared to send these souls into the embrace of the dark god, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 53, Capture a dagger plunged from behind, piercing through Fadewan's heart. Blood gushed from his mouth as he turned to confront his assailant, seething, "That hurts, you fool." The attacker was taken aback. Who was this person? He had completely impaled his heart, yet he was still alive, even capable of speech. Without a moment's hesitation, Fadewan swung his scythe, cleaving the man in two. How amusing, merely a fatal wound. A throng of individuals clad in black emerged, surrounding Fadewan and Jiao Du as they attempted to exit. From the encirclement stepped forth a masked figure, radiating a purple-black abyssal power, exuding an aura that unmistakably surpassed the ninth tier, an entity of legendary strength. Rather than fear, Fadewan and Jiao Du felt a surge of excitement. Over the past 2 months, through information provided by Itachi, They had tirelessly spread their doctrine around City C, dismantling numerous strongholds of the Abyss Church. The members of the Akatsuki were well aware that the minds of these individuals were ensnared by the Abyss Church's restrictions, rendering inquiries futile. Thus, they engaged only in simple acts of murder, theft, and preaching. As Fade One gazed at the ever-growing wealth within his ring, he had also offered numerous tributes to the Dark God, reveling in the joy it brought. As for investigating the Abyss Church, that was Itachi's domain. Jiaodu cast a disdainful glance at the somewhat deranged Fade One, his expression clearly indicating his disapproval. It was apparent that this fool lacked the intellect for such intricate tasks. Sticking to straightforward preaching was best. He signaled to Itachi and the others, indicating that they had hooked a big fish. The remainder of the task was to play out this charade with the individuals before them. Fade One slung the three-section scythe over his shoulder, curiously surveying the peculiar assembly before him. Each person appeared unwholesome, unmistakably not a virtuous character. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a look of delight, he exclaimed, "Ah, since you are not virtuous in nature, would you be interested in joining our dark cult? Come, let us worship the great dark god together." Observing the surrounding onlookers casting bewildered glances, the distance between myself and Fade One unconsciously widened. Accompanying this individual on a mission always evokes a sense of embarrassment. A masked figure clad in black let out a derisive snicker. It appeared they were not agents of the Empire. They should be eliminated. The surrounding black-clad individuals, receiving the command, surged wildly towards the two encircled. Fade One, with a tone laced with disappointment, remarked, "It seems you have no desire to join the cult of the evil god. Therefore, you shall serve as offerings to our revered deity. Brace yourselves, for this will be agonizing. Ha ha ha." He effortlessly cleaved a black-clad figure in two, but was swiftly met with a lethal thrust from a ninth-tier assassin, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although the strength of the surrounding figures varied, among them were indeed a few formidable ninth-tier warriors. Turning back, Fade One swung his blade at the ninth-tier assassin, who, alarmed, hastily evaded. What a surprise! I thought our allegiance as abyssal devotees was sufficiently sinister. Yet today I encounter an even more nefarious presence, one who can pierce the heart without delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Jiaodu was engaged in dispatching the lesser foes while skillfully maneuvering against three ninth-tier warriors. Utilizing his exceptional combat experience, he managed to keep them at bay, even finding moments to launch a lightning-fast strike at the distant ninth-tier ranger who was raining arrows upon him. Most of the ranger's attacks were directed at Fade One, who, upon pulling out quivering arrowheads from his body, revealed the ranger's expertise in archery. Damn it, that hurts. Ignoring the persistent assassin who had unexpectedly slashed him, Fade One charged rapidly towards the ranger's position. The ranger, inwardly cursing, thought, "For heaven's sake, the assassin has pierced your heart, yet you do not pursue him. Why are you so aggrieved by a mere few arrows?" With a torrent of curses directed at Fade One swirling in his mind, the assassin's legs remained in motion, deftly evading the onslaught of attacks that Fade One unleashed. Each strike of the scythe either carved into the earth, creating pits, or meticulously trimmed the dense foliage surrounding them. The ninth-tier assassin beside him incessantly harried Fade One, leaving behind grievous wounds that exposed bone. Just as the assassin prepared to plunge his dagger into the crown of Fade One's head from behind, a sinister grin crept across Fade One's lips. "Ah, a vulnerability revealed, little mouse." The skull, one of the most resilient parts of the human anatomy, necessitated that the assassin wield his dagger with both hands and exert full force to penetrate. However, such an effort left him with no room for retreat. Internally lamenting his plight, the assassin scolded himself for resorting to such a desperate attack. Having exhausted all other options, he had previously struck at the creature's carotid artery, only to see blood spurt forth with a ferocity that rivaled a fire hydrant. Yet Fade One remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing the ranger ahead while vocally bemoaning his own pain. Had it not been for the clear impact of the recoil jolting through his body upon landing, he might have doubted the reality of the situation. The so-called cult of the evil god was utterly absurd. Was this truly a human? The assassin inwardly cursed. Damn it. This creature is poetically absurd. Fade One tilted his head to evade the attack, causing the assassin's dagger to embed itself in the flesh above Fade One's shoulder. Drawing a retractable dagger from his cloak, Fade One swung forcefully backward. Instinct for survival propelled the ninth-tier assassin to react swiftly. He pressed a foot against Fade One's back and quickly escaped the range of his attack. The recoil from Fade One's movement sent the assassin crashing into the ground. Feeling the sting of a wound on his cheek, the ninth-tier assassin remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It had been a close call. He had nearly lost an eye to the dagger's sudden strike. Rising from the ground, Fadewan stood in an eerie posture, using his own blood to inscribe a perfect circle on the earth, then drawing a triangle within it, creating an unsettling tableau. At that moment, the ranger unleashed his most powerful arrow, soaring towards Fadewan like a shooting star. A bizarre laughter echoed, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Even the engaged Kaku glanced towards Fadewan, then quickly averted his gaze. The unfortunate assassin was doomed. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Fadewan regarded the incoming arrow with indifference. The ritual was complete. As Fadewan's tongue licked the blood from the blade's tip, his entire form radiated a strange, inky darkness, interspersed with white skeletal patterns, an unnervingly peculiar sight. The assassin once more melted into the shadows, poised to strike. Chapter 54. The Net Titans come now. Let us revel in the exquisite agony together. Haydn stood resolute, arms wide open as he welcomed the ranger's arrow, imbued with immense magical power. In the next instant, the arrow, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, pierced through Haydn's form, creating a massive crater in the ground before him. The arrowhead's overwhelming magic utterly shattered the organs within Haydn's body. Let us see whether you survive this, the ranger declared with indignation. A chilling laughter erupted from Haydn's lips, striking the ranger like a slap to the face. What manner of monster am I, that I remain unscathed? Surely you can appreciate the agony of others now. It hurts, doesn't it, fool? As these words escaped Haydn's mouth, an assassin tumbled out from the shadows nearby, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. He attempted to articulate something, yet the pain from his injuries rendered him speechless. But this pain is splendid. The torment you feel at the brink of death is etched within me, transcending suffering and ultimately transforming into ecstasy. Aha. This bizarre scene prompted one of the three knights besieging Kakuzu to check on the assassin's wounds. A mere probe of magical energy into the assassin's body revealed the horrific state of his insides, completely mangled beyond repair. How could such damage, resulting from the ranger's attack, manifest upon the assassin? Kakuzu, please pay close attention to me. I shall fight earnestly, quite earnestly, and I will rip their intestines out. Aha. The strange tableau plunged the two cloaked figures into a profound, speechless terror. Kakuzu, having dispatched one of his attackers with a kick, swiftly leapt to Haydn's side. Haydn, do not take this too far. Observing Kakuzu's grave demeanor, Haydn quickly realized the pressing need for intelligence on the abyssal church before him. It would be a shame to slay such a valuable catch. Nevertheless, I have already provided ample offerings to the dark god during this time. A few more souls will not make a difference. Calculating the time, Itachi and the others should be arriving soon. My task is simply to stall these individuals. With Kakuzu and Haydn easing the pressure, the assault on the two cloaked figures did not result in significant casualties. The cloaked individuals, frightened by Haydn's earlier dispatch of the assassin, dared not approach the peculiar menace any closer. Instead, they turned their attention to Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Haydn found himself with more leisure, occasionally dispatching the ranger's feeble arrows that posed little threat. The ranger, too, was cautious, fearful that provoking this madman would lead to his own demise. After all, the assassin had met a most peculiar end, and his body remained warm. I do not wish to meet the same fate as him. After all, I have only just ascended to the 9th tier with great difficulty, and I have yet to savor the abundance of life. I cannot perish here. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, besieged by the crowd, felt a surge of anger. Did these insufferable fools consider him a mere soft persimmon? Unable to confront Haydn directly, they sought to assert their presence by attacking him instead. It is worth noting that I refrained from unleashing my full power, fearing a careless strike might result in their demise. Time slipped away unnoticed, and witnessing his subordinates squander their efforts, unable to defeat even two 9th tiers, ignited an unquenchable fury within the masked man. Relying on these inept fools was futile. He would have to take matters into his own hands. He would settle accounts with them upon their return. Gradually, the figure of the masked man faded into the surrounding shadows. The legendary assassin had made his move. Kakuzu, be cautious. Just as Haydn sensed impending danger and warned Kakuzu, a dagger emerged from the shadows behind him, piercing through Kakuzu's heart. Blood gushed from Kakuzu as he knelt on the ground. Haydn rushed forward, swinging his scythe to ward off those who sought to deliver a finishing blow. Leaving one alive would suffice. They could take the wounded one away. The leader's command left no room for further hesitation. The others poised themselves, ready to capture Haydn and Kakuzu. No matter how peculiar you are, severing your limbs and bringing you back would suffice. I refuse to believe you could create any further chaos without them. They encircled Haiden and Kakuzu, and at the leader's signal, charged at the two. Fire release, head hardening. A torrent of scorching flames engulfed the surroundings, and the supposedly deceased Kakuzu inexplicably rose once more. I did not intend to take the lives of these insignificant beings so carelessly, yet they dared to treat me as a soft target, truly deserving of their fate. Kakuzu's skin writhed, and four eerie, mask-wearing entities formed from a peculiar mass of black tendrils emerged from his back. One of the monstrous masks shattered, rapidly transforming into a puddle of black water that vanished before the crowd's eyes. As Haiden prepared to lick blood and invoke a curse, Kakuzu gathered his strength, ready to unleash the final strike of the Earth Grudge fear upon these individuals, intending to teach them a lesson. The moon in the sky inexplicably turned blood red, and the wind rustled the leaves, creating an eerie sound. Countless crows flew above, emitting strange cries. A hand grasped Haiden, halting his initiation of the dead rebirth through blood. Enough, Kakuzu, Haiden. That is sufficient. Stand down. Upon the arrival of Itachi, despite their reluctance, the two were compelled to cease their attacks. The masked man fixated on Itachi's pair of blood-red eyes. Recognizing the visitor adorned in a crimson robe embellished with cloud patterns, he, even in the depths of the Abyss Church, understood that this individual was a member of the notorious Akatsuki organization, which had been gaining prominence recently. Surrounded by a plethora of white papers, interspersed with peculiar talismans radiating unstable magical energy, he also recognized the paper-like woman hovering in the sky as the assistant of the newly appointed martial arts instructor from the Martial Arts University. Even someone of dull wit could discern that this was a trap set for them. Their adversaries were clearly targeting the Abyss Church, uncertain of whether reinforcements would arrive. It was evident that Akatsuki had meticulously prepared this elaborate snare. Regardless of their intentions, this was not the moment for him to ponder. He needed to escape swiftly. Remaining here could very well lead to his demise. With such thoughts racing through his mind, the masked man's fighting spirit waned, and he began to frantically consider how to flee. Although he was not particularly concerned about the organization's secrets being divulged, his own life was at stake. If survival was an option, who would willingly choose to perish here? He had already lost sight of the individuals he had brought. Quickly assessing the battlefield, he commanded his subordinates, "We've fallen into a trap. Breakthrough towards Conan." The anxious group, upon hearing their leader's directive, hastened towards Conan's direction, seeking an escape from their predicament. Meanwhile, the masked man darted towards an unoccupied area. He needed those individuals to shield him. Chapter 55, Blood escape across miles. As the masked man attempted to break out from the side, he was repelled by an unusual weapon with a gaping maw, forcing him back into the encirclement. The assailant was none other than Kisame. This gentleman evidently had no intention of bringing his subordinates along. Where was he intending to go? Kisame's sharp spines tore away a considerable chunk of flesh from the man's arm. As a professional assassin, he was ill-equipped for direct combat, his defense being among the weakest of all professions. With Kisame's sudden assault, his right arm became incapacitated. The individuals attempting to break through from Conan's side were also driven back into the encirclement by the dance of the paper. Watching the masked man, who sought to abandon them and flee alone, they felt a mix of anger and helplessness, their thoughts already cursing his family. Hidden beneath the earth and in the shadows, Minato finally emerged before the Abyss Church members. The wind howled ominously. The Akatsuki members dispersed, surrounding the Abyss Church individuals in a tightening grip. The masked man swallowed hard. Although none of his encirclers had reached the legendary tier, each radiated a presence formidable enough to be taken seriously. The man with the crimson eyes was particularly inscrutable and appeared exceedingly dangerous. Do not provoke that woman soaring in the sky. This group has attempted to break through from her direction, and it is impossible in such a short time. As for the tall figure with pale blue skin, the masked man glanced at the wound on his right hand. His formidable strength suggests he is best avoided. The creature resembling broccoli, uncertain if it is even human, is best left alone. Typically, beings that appear peculiar possess some hidden talents, and I cannot afford to take such a gamble. The young man with golden hair has not demonstrated his prowess within the confines of the Magic Martial University, yet he appears to be a more promising candidate for selection. Presently, the most viable escape route seems to be through the two who first engaged me in battle. The man with the slick-back hair possesses bizarre abilities. My subordinates have inexplicably fallen to him, so it is prudent to steer clear of that path. Consequently, the masked man's gaze settled upon Kakuzu, having previously ambushed him. The wound piercing his heart would leave him grievously injured, even if he were to survive. Additionally, after entangling with my subordinates for so long, his stamina and magical energy must be far from peak condition. There is an opportunity here. He shall be my choice. Kakuzu felt the masked man's eyes swiftly skin through his group before coming to rest upon him, causing veins to throb on his forehead in frustration. This damn fool truly believes he can bully me? Were it not for the intelligence contained within that head of yours, I could dispatch you multiple times within a minute. Employing varied methods. Yet, recalling Itachi's instructions, Kakuzu suppressed his fury. Acquiring the intelligence remained paramount. He could only wonder how long that unfortunate Haydn would mock him about this incident afterward. Let it be. I shall fulfill the mission first. Should Haydn dare to ridicule me, he must prepare for the consequences of my wrath. In a brief moment, the masked man swiftly devised the next escape plan and conveyed his thoughts to the group. Listen, everyone, we will charge together toward that masked individual with the green eyes. I previously ambushed him, and the wound through his heart will leave him severely injured, even if he survives. I do not care whether you still trust me. Our only chance of survival lies in tearing a hole through this encirclement. We will charge together, and once we breach the barrier, scatter and escape. As for who will survive, that will depend on the luck of the fittest among us. Once the masked man concluded his transmission, the group exchanged glances, their faith in their leader having waned. Nevertheless, the leader's proposal seemed to be the most prudent course of action at this juncture. They all surged toward Kakuzu's position, who readied his earth grudge fear for a final strike, meticulously controlling the intensity of the skills he unleashed, ensuring not to inadvertently eliminate this group of individuals. It is truly vexing to maintain a natural demeanor amidst such chaos. The final beam of energy surged towards the black-clad figures with staggering velocity, enveloping them in an overwhelming area of effect, leaving no room for escape. In this moment of peril, no one could afford to concern themselves with others. Each individual exerted their utmost effort to flee. Those with feeble defenses found themselves utterly incapable of resisting, resulting in some being impaled by the beam, meeting their demise on the spot. At the forefront, the masked man witnessed this scene with growing elation, sensing his imminent escape. He hastened his pace, eager to break free from the confines of danger. However, just as he was about to exit the beam's range, a formidable force struck from behind, forcefully driving him into the ground. It was Itachi who had made his move, and the masked man regarded the black-haired youth with the crimson eyes before him, a flicker of despair crossing his features. Had he failed to escape after all? Meanwhile, the other members of the Akatsuki sprang into action, apprehending the fleeing black-clad individuals one by one. Those who resisted were summarily executed. The mission had reached its conclusion, and it was time to return and report. Kisame stretched, relieved to finally leave this place. The Akatsuki members appeared notably relaxed, as the operation had proceeded smoothly, aligning closely with the leader's meticulous plans. Yet, as the Akatsuki members lowered their guard, the masked man's aura swiftly diminished. The ground beneath him began to undulate with an eerie spatial distortion that consumed him, erasing him from the sight of the Akatsuki. This was all part of the masked man's scheme. He had feigned weakness to incite complacency within the Akatsuki, seizing the opportunity to activate his teleportation technique and escape. During the recent skirmish, he had discerned the formidable abilities of the two Akatsuki members, who evidently adhered to the commands of the red-eyed youth. Although he was an assassin skilled in stealth, his speed was lacking, and as the leader, he was undoubtedly a primary target for the Akatsuki's scrutiny, even if he managed to break through with his subordinates. The chaos of their flight would likely draw the Akatsuki's focus primarily upon him. The masked man had no intention of altruistically diverting the Akatsuki's attention for the sake of his incompetent allies, who foolishly believed he genuinely wished to lead them to safety. Emerging from the earth, he surveyed the desolate forest surrounding him, his heart heavy with despair. He realized that he had utterly failed in this mission, and the repercussions from his organization would be severe. They would not concern themselves with the reasons behind his failure. The thought of impending punishment sent shivers down his spine. However, if he were to return with intelligence regarding the Akatsuki's investigation into the Abyss Church, perhaps he could redeem himself. If the elders were in a favorable mood, they might even heal the injuries he sustained while using his teleportation technique. Resolute, the masked man ascended into the air to ascertain his bearings, then swiftly darted southward into the depths of the mountains. Chapter 56, Immersed in the World of Tsukuyami, Intelligence acquired in the southern region of the Shiluan Empire. Near the borders of the Southern Alliance lay a desolate mountain overrun with weeds and barren land. In the desolate expanse of 1,000 miles, devoid of human presence, a peculiar or with an extraordinarily high magical energy density was unearthed centuries ago. The reckless extraction of this resource has rendered the environment exceedingly harsh. Who could have imagined that the Abyss Church would establish its headquarters in such a forsaken locale? The masked man soared into the depths of an abandoned mine, perched precariously at the edge of a cliff. Upon reaching the mine's terminus, he let his blood drip onto the earth below. A radiant light of transportation ignited, and after a fleeting sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, the masked man found himself at the hidden sanctuary of the Abyss Church, beneath the very mine that had long been deserted. Within the depths of this forsaken quarry lay a scene unlike any other. Who could foresee that such a formidable cult would conceal itself in this desolate realm? An edifice exuding an aura of dread stood before him, its exterior weathered and adorned with creeping vines, as if narrating the passage of time. The entrance was sealed tight, with only a small window allowing a sliver of light to escape, evoking a sense of mystery and trepidation. After his identity was verified by the personnel of the teleportation array, the masked man stepped into the interior, where an overwhelming stench assailed his senses, nearly suffocating him. The walls were adorned with an array of bizarre symbols and patterns, distorting the thoughts of anyone who gazed upon them. In the hall, a massive table was laden with various sacrificial implements and ritualistic artifacts, all intended for the offering of human sacrifices. Each time the masked man passed through this chamber, a chill would run down his spine, for he had witnessed many hapless members of the church being offered as tributes to the deity. In moments past, he had derided their incompetence, yet now he feared he might soon join their ranks as a sacrifice. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he swallowed hard, gripped by fear. In a corner of the hall stood a black altar, upon which loomed a colossal ebony statue, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, seemingly observing every movement of those present. Encircling the altar were several figures clad in dark robes, their heads bowed as they murmured incantations in daily supplication to the divine. The masked man's gaze settled upon the idol, which unmistakably represented Evelyn, the queen of succubi, the deity of the second layer of the abyss, known for her ability to ensnare hearts. Deeper within the building, in the basement, numerous individuals, brainwashed by the cult, were imprisoned. Their gazes were vacant, their expressions dazed, as if they had lost all sense of self. The walls were festooned with various instruments of torture, and throngs of robed devotees from the Abyss Church herded these individuals like sheep towards the idol, nailing them to a rack as offerings to Evelyn. At that moment, a priest clad in red approached the masked man from behind, announcing that the leader summoned him. Upon hearing the voice behind him, the masked man steadied his nerves, filled with trepidation as he made his way to the meeting chamber of the leader. After watching the masked man depart towards the leader's quarters, the red-robed priest turned his attention back to the altar. An elite squad of over 20 had set out to execute a mission, and not only had they failed to complete it, but he was the sole returnee. I hope the intelligence you possess will grant you a reprieve from death. Otherwise, a legendary corpse shall soon adorn the gallows beside the altar. As the masked man, filled with trepidation, reported his completion to the leader, who had been toying with two lustrous black orbs in his hands, paused his actions. Rising from his seat, he turned to reveal the visage of none other than Prince Loficlair, the revered uncle of the current emperor of the Shirin Empire, known as the God of War. You have performed admirably. This information is of great significance to me. However, your utility has now come to an end. Thus, you may proceed to your demise. The masked man gazed at Lofi in horror, bewildered as to why, despite delivering such crucial intelligence, he could not escape the repercussions of his failed mission. My lord, spare me. Please, I beseech you. The Akatsuki organization was well prepared. This failure was entirely their scheme. I am innocent, my lord. Please see the truth. Two priests clad in crimson robes materialized behind the masked man, sealing his magical energy and dragging him towards the altar. His cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed. Yet no one responded. The scene shifted back to the village of the Akatsuki organization, where the sun had set. The members sat around a flickering campfire, and the impatient Haydn could no longer contain himself, addressing Itachi, who sat upon a distant stone. Hey, Itachi, how much longer? I've had enough of being devoured by mosquitoes in this desolate place. Itachi turned to face Haydn, noticing the attention of the group upon him. Unperturbed, he replied, It won't be long now. Once I have organized the memories of the masked man and guided them into the recording stone, we can depart. Beneath the stone where Itachi sat lay the unconscious form of the masked man. At the moment their eyes met, the masked man had already succumbed to the effects of the Tsukuyami, and to further obscure his perception of reality versus illusion, a second Tsukuyami was unleashed as he attempted to break free from Kakuzu. The unfortunate masked man believed he had successfully activated his blood escape and returned safely to the Abyss Church, unaware that he was merely a pitiful creature trapped within the illusions of the Tsukuyomi, as he was sacrificed to the alluring deity, Evelyn, within the realm of illusion. His life force rapidly dwindled in the real world, soon extinguishing all signs of life. After transmitting all the visions he witnessed in the Tsukuyomi to the recording stone, Itachi meticulously documented the details of this mission onto a jade tablet, sealing it thereafter. Descending from the stone, he declared, "We may depart now, everyone. This mission has been executed splendidly. Let us return to headquarters for further discussion." The group promptly rose to prepare for their departure. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the leader was not present at headquarters, and thus, upon our return, we would not be able to meet him in person. Given the leader's emphasis on this mission, I believe we should prioritize delivering the intelligence we have gathered to him first. What do you all think? The more perceptive Kakuzu interjected. Itachi halted his forward motion, contemplating Kakuzu's words. You are correct. We should indeed first convey the information to the leader. Additionally, we cannot afford to cease our activities with the cult of the Abyss, for if the Abyss Church were to catch wind of any issues, the significance of the intelligence we have collected would be considerably diminished. Itachi turned to face the group. Kisame, Konan, and I will return to headquarters. As relying solely on Pain, Deidara, and Sasori leaves us somewhat short-handed. Tobirama, your speed is unmatched. You will be responsible for delivering the intelligence to the leader. JZ, you will remain with Kakuzu and Haiden to carry out our operations. If necessary, you can swiftly return using your flying technique. Most present were not inclined to engage in deep thought, yet those like Tobirama, who were more astute, raised no objections to the plan. After entrusting the intelligence to Tobirama, the members of the Akatsuki dispersed, proceeding with their activities in accordance with the established arrangements. Chapter 57, Awakening of the Perfect Sage. Zhang Yu bore the flying thunder god mark left by Minato, allowing him to instantly appear beside Zhang Yu shortly after the members of the Akatsuki organization dispersed. The sudden appearance of Minato startled Zhang Yu's guardians. Charlotte swiftly arrived at the room where Zhang Yu was located and cast a binding spell towards the unexpected figure. The sudden assault caught Minato off guard, prompting him to teleport outside in an instant. Such rapid reflexes undeniably astonished Charlotte. The room where Zhang Yu was meditating was quite confined, yet her expansive sealing technique, typically evaded only by the most agile of legendary beings, had been thwarted by a mere space jump. Impressed by Minato's presence, Charlotte sensed his aura on the rooftop and transformed into a beam of light to pursue him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the magical energy that had been surging within Charlotte, ready for action, gradually settled into tranquility. Indeed, Zhang Yu's subordinates mirror his own peculiarities. Each one is a remarkable individual. The dark-haired youth, adept in illusionary arts, is now joined by a yellow-haired young man, skilled in the ethereal craft of spatial leaps. Such talent abounds. Your leader is currently in seclusion. Do you have an urgent matter that compels you to intrude so hastily? Shui Min recognized the woman in the white dress before him. Without the leader's consent, he had no intention of divulging the information collected during this period to Charlotte. Noticing that Shui Min merely gazed towards the direction of Zhang Yu's retreat, Charlotte refrained from pressing further. Your leader has been in seclusion for over a month, having consumed the fruit of life. According to the elven lore, he is undergoing a transformation into an embodiment of life and nature, wielding dominion over life and death. By now, he should be emerging from his trance. If the matter is pressing, I can rouse him. If not, I suggest you stay here until he awakens. After expressing his gratitude to Charlotte, Shui Min conveyed his lack of urgency, noting that it would not be too late to discuss matters once the leader regained consciousness. After arranging for an elven attendant to escort Shui Min to rest, Charlotte turned back to her quarters, reflecting that she had lingered here for nearly 2 months. The Church of Light awaited her attention, burdened with numerous pressing affairs. Just days prior, the ancient golden dragon Kuan Su had informed her that the collection of the collective will of sentient beings was proceeding smoothly. She was currently engaged with the spellcasters of the metallic dragon clan, sealing this will into demigod-grade materials, a task that required her immediate presence. Demigod-grade materials are not inexpensive. As essential components for crafting quasi-artifacts, they remain a rare commodity across the continent. High Priestess Malin of the Elven clan indicated that the situation arose from the Dark Elves' covetous gaze upon the Tree of Life. Zhang Yu, as the benefactor who aided the Elven clan in their trials, need only have the Elven clan bear the cost of these materials. Indeed, this time, The elven clan has incurred substantial expenses. In contrast, Charlotte could not help but scoff at Ethan's actions in the past. Marrying such a man was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Malin. The energy contained within the half-fruit of life in his body had long been devoured by the cells within. Yet approximately 10% of the cells had yet to transform into columnar cells. This was unacceptable to the perfectionist Zhang Yu. During this period, he had been diligently absorbing the natural energy emanating from the tree of life. Compared to the potent energy of the fruit of life, this was undeniably feeble. Thus Zhang Yu exerted himself to the utmost to absorb the natural energies radiating from the tree. A week after Shui Min's arrival, Zhang Yu concluded his seclusion. Feeling the columnar cells within him, he realized they had grown incomparably stronger since his arrival in the Tianyuan continent. If once the columnar cells were akin to a spring, now they resembled an infinite ocean, vast and boundless. In contrast, the sum of the two yields a myriad of phenomena. Zhang Yu sensed the formidable power residing within him. A pinnacle of epic-level strength combined with the flawless sage body and the Rinnegan. He believed that beneath the six paths, he would find no rivals. In other words, Zhang Yu had surpassed any adversary that lay beneath the divine tier corresponding to the six paths. Perhaps he could attempt to emulate Hashirama's ability to summon whatever he desired with a mere clap of his hands. Yet, as he gazed at the figures of Minato and Charlotte approaching him, Zhang Yu understood that this was not the opportune moment to experiment with his own capabilities. Congratulations on your emergence. Zhang Yu nodded gratefully at Charlotte, expressing his appreciation for the protection he had received during this period. He then turned his gaze towards Shui Min. If I am not mistaken, you must have unearthed some clues regarding the Abyss Church by now. Shui Min nodded and produced the recording stone along with a jade slip that contained the mission details, handing them to Zhang Yu. After a brief mental scan, Zhang Yu acquired a general understanding of the Abyss Church. Truly, the Akatsuki organization excels in professionalism. They had thoroughly investigated the basic situation of the Abyss Church, even uncovering the location of their headquarters. He passed the recording stone and jade slip to Charlotte. I have fulfilled all the promises I made to you. The remaining matters are now in your hands. Charlotte's consciousness swept over the recording stone, swiftly reviewing all the content. As the information continued to unfold, her expression grew increasingly somber. She then turned to Zhang Yu, expressing her gratitude for the intelligence. Regrettably, I cannot linger here any longer. This matter bears significant implications for the Empire, and I must attend to it promptly. Once Ensues has transferred the willpower onto the demigod materials, he will deliver it to you. Ensues is quite accommodating, so I shall take my leave now. Within the recording stone, Charlotte recognized numerous familiar faces. It seemed the southern region of the Empire was deeply corrupted, with many officials and nobles entangled in the chaos. If care were not taken, the long-standing legacy of the Clare family could be jeopardized. Moreover, considering the hasty invasion by the Abyss that Zhang Yu had thwarted, the potential devastation wrought by the Abyss Church's years of scheming was beyond imagination. The gradual erosion of the Tianyuan continent by native creatures remained shrouded in chaos, unnoticed by the continent's will, which is the true horror of this situation. Regardless of how formidable one's physique or external defenses may be, the internal erosion and destruction remain perilously lethal. The immediate priority is to urgently contact the high-tier combatants on the continent. Whatever schemes the Abyss Church may be plotting, they must be contained in their infancy. Time is of the essence for Charlotte. She cannot afford to waste any more moments here. Zhang Yu expressed profound understanding of this, allowing Charlotte to bid farewell before hastily departing. Chapter 58. The arrival of the Wish Crystal. Shortly after Charlotte's swift exit, Kungsu also delivered the Wish Crystal. Zhang Yu has also resolved the shackles imposed upon him by the will of the plane through the crystallization of his aspirations. Accompanying Kuan-Sa are the legendary metallic dragons and a group of compatriots from Kuan-Su. In response to Zhang Yu's inquisitive gaze, Kuan-Sa had little to conceal. Charlotte has already relayed the intelligence gathered by your organization to us, and once the crystallization of aspirations is delivered into your hands, we shall embark on our journey to confront those insidious creatures colluding with the Abyss. Last time, compelled by the demands of the plane's will, both of us acted out of necessity. We hope you do not hold a grudge regarding our previous actions against you. Kuan-Sa presented Zhang Yu with some unique treasures of the dragonkin, and after exchanging pleasantries, he could not help but lament. Indeed, the Tianyuan continent is experiencing a tumultuous season. Without further delay, he hastened to lead his kin towards the direction of the Shiluan Empire. Chief, shall we not offer our assistance? Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze, deciding against further pursuits. Let us return to headquarters first. We shall elevate your ranks before anything else. It appears that the power of the ninth tier is, at present, somewhat inadequate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Konoha, your speed is remarkable. Please notify Kakuzu and the others to return to the headquarters. There is no need to continue in Sea City. I shall make my way back alone. Konoha nodded and promptly vanished from sight, truly deserving of the title the Yellow Flash. Zhang Yu then bid farewell to the members of the elf clan and soared towards the royal city of Shiluan. In the deep mountains of the southern region of the Shiluan Empire, Prince Loficlair found himself engulfed in self-doubt. In just a few days, the Empire inexplicably launched a sweeping purge in the south, uprooting many well-concealed members of the church, resulting in significant losses for the Abyss Church. Furthermore, his own princely residence had been seized directly by the Empire's commander, Lei Yin. Fortunately, he had been presiding over affairs at the Abyss Church at that time and was not present in the residence, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Yet, despite his careful concealment, he could not fathom how he had been exposed. No matter how hard Loficlair pondered, he could not identify the point of failure. With the Abyss Church now revealed, such musings seemed futile. According to intelligence relayed by frontline church members, the Empire had amassed a force of millions at their borders. Given the meager military presence in his southern district, attempting to halt the Empire's iron march was nothing short of a fool's errand. Moreover, with Charlotte involved, it was likely that various factions across the continent had received the news and were hastening towards him, though he had received blessings from her several times. Elevating his strength to the demigod tier, the demigods on the continent were no trifling matter. Evelyn had, on numerous occasions, tempted him to open the portal to the abyss, but he had always declined. His efforts to cultivate abyssal followers and establish the Abyss Church, continuously eroding the Empire's authority, were all aimed at seizing the supreme power of the Shiluan Empire. To directly open the abyssal gate would surely alert the will of the continent to his collusion with the abyss, as he siphoned off and weakened its strength. Such an act would render his existence on Tianyuan continent untenable. Yet, now that his schemes had been uncovered, the repercussions of his alliance with the abyss would likely be dire. In light of the current situation, Loficlair resolved to take decisive action. He approached the statue of Evelyn, placing his hand upon it, and in an instant, his consciousness was drawn into her divine realm. Evelyn regarded this foolish human, who, under her persuasion, sought to ascend to divinity and attain immortality, with keen interest. As her divine essence swept over him, she grasped the unfolding events on Tianyuan continent. How could this fool be so inept as to not even realize how he had been discovered? How had she been deceived into coaxing such a simpleton? With her grand designs for the continent now exposed, the aspiration to consume the vast cake of Tianyuan continent had become an unrealistic dream. Evelyn is currently contemplating which abyssal demon to summon to partake in the delectable feast of this continent. Loficlair, what brings you to me this time? Loficlair first bowed respectfully. O great god of deception and seduction, the natives of this land have uncovered my deeds and have now assembled a great army to purge the stronghold of my abyssal church. I beseech you, O great god of deception, to descend upon the celestial continent and rescue your most loyal followers. Rise, Evelyn commanded. Return and prepare the interdimensional gateway. The vast army shall soon gather to assist you. All praise to you, O great god of deception. Loficlair bowed once more, and then her consciousness withdrew from Evelyn's divine realm, returning to her corporeal form. Make the necessary arrangements. Deploy the dimensional anchor points and summon the Scarlet Priests to welcome the great god of deception, Evelyn, upon her arrival. Upon receiving the command from their leader, the Scarlet Priest erupted with ecstatic expressions. Yes, Master, I shall notify the Scarlet Priest with utmost urgency, urging them to hasten to the altar to greet the great god of deception. Before long, the materials for the dimensional gateway were transported from the Abyssal Church's repository to the altar. The devotees at the church's headquarters, upon hearing the news of the great god of deception's impending arrival on this land, were undeniably filled with fervor. Those who could access the headquarters were all fervent followers of Evelyn. The announcement of their deity's imminent descent sent waves of ecstatic joy among these fanatics. To fight alongside their revered god was a profound blessing. As the materials were assembled into the interdimensional portal, a crimson light illuminated the surroundings, and an army composed of succubi from the second layer of the abyss emerged slowly from the exit. Leading the charge was the succubus matriarch, Elena. The essence of the celestial continent is truly exquisite. As more succubi, clad in alluring attire, stepped forth, countless devotees of the Abyssal Church were left spellbound. Evelyn above. What a magnificent sight this is! It is worth noting that due to Evelyn's profound disdain for males, the succubi clan operates under a matriarchal structure. In the clan, all matters, big and small, are determined by women, while the male succubi are relegated to menial tasks and often serve as cannon fodder in the clan's external wars. After Lofi-Claire withdrew from Evelyn's divine realm, Evelyn summoned her succubi, led by the clan matriarch, Elena, to act as the vanguard for the invasion of the Tianyuan continent. She herself sought to establish contact with the ruler of the fourth layer of the Abyss, the vampire progenitor, Dracula. Within the Abyss, Evelyn maintained a relatively cordial relationship with Dracula, and given the uncertainty of establishing a foothold in the Tianyuan continent under such sudden circumstances, she deemed it prudent to involve Dracula in this grand invasion. As for the price Dracula would demand, that remained shrouded in mystery. It is certain that it would entail significant sacrifices. Chapter 59. The first battle to halt the abyssal invasion. Elena approached Lofi-Claire to ascertain the current situation. With little more than a dismissive remark labeling her as worthless, Elena found it difficult to feign any semblance of respect for this incompetent fool. After grasping the basic conditions at the front lines, Elena ordered the abyssal army to mobilize immediately, establishing a primary defense line 1,000 miles away to impede the Continental Coalition and create a relatively safe environment for the abyssal forces to traverse through the dimensional gate. The army, primarily composed of succubi, was intermingled with various abyssal creatures, led by 4 demigod elders of the succubi race, advancing swiftly towards their designated position. At that moment, the elite forces of the Siren Empire, commanded by General Lei Yin Arthur, comprising 8 million troops from the Empire's western and eastern military districts, as well as the Imperial Royal Legion, were racing towards the valley where the abyssal church lay hidden. The two armies met under circumstances devoid of preparation. Upon encountering the creatures from the continent, the abyssal army felt their hearts race with excitement. The abyssal hounds drooling at the scent of sweet blood, reminiscent of an irresistible drug for the denizens of the abyss. In an instant, various abyssal beings glowed with a crimson light, charging towards the coalition of the Siren Empire. The lesser demons, abyssal hounds, fire demons, vampires, and gargoyles surged to the forefront, utterly entranced by the intoxicating aroma of blood and flesh. In contrast, the succubi forces remained relatively composed, positioning themselves and awaiting further instructions from their higher-ups. Despite not joining the fray alongside the other abyssal creatures, their desire for the humans before them was no less fervent. Elder Tia commanded the succubi army to form a formation at a distance to thwart any surprise attacks from the Continental warriors, with 3 accompanying elders strategically placed around the army to prevent ambushes. Observing the impending clash of the two forces, Tia let out a cold laugh, thinking it prudent to allow these brainless lower beings to test the mettle of the continental side before the entire army of the succubi could traverse the dimensional passage. My task was to hold back the primary forces of humanity, striving to keep them far from the portal, until the arrival of the deity Evelyn. My only responsibility was to maintain the front line here. Whether a powerful figure from the continent would circumvent my position to launch a surprise attack on the dimensional passage was of no concern to Tia. The clan leader was stationed there personally, as the most exquisite vessel for the descent of the deity Evelyn, clan leader Elena, being of Evelyn's direct bloodline, could withstand a blessing of 30% of the deity's power. Whoever dared to approach would meet their demise. In the moment when the torrent created by the coalition of the continent and the abyssal army collided, immense casualties rapidly ensued on both sides, transforming the battlefield into a colossal meat grinder. The leader of the demon legion was a towering forest demon, wielding a massive battle axe, his gaze filled with bloodlust and greed. The human coalition's formations crumbled before him like fragile building blocks, shattered effortlessly by his strikes. The demon legion, spearheaded by the forest demon, swiftly breached the defensive line formed by the coalition of the Soren Empire. With the coalition unable to find a worthy adversary until Commander Gust arrived on the scene, turning the tide, Gust managed to restrain the imposing forest demon, while the formidable leaders of the Soren Empire joined the fray, targeting the legendary tier warriors within the demon ranks for decisive kills. Gradually, the Soren Empire's forces stabilized amidst the onslaught. The battlefield echoed with the roars of combat, swords clashing, sparks flying. The demons' battle axes struck against the armor of the Soren soldiers with a dull thud, while most demons wielded blunt instruments that could not pierce armor directly. The sheer force of their blows was far beyond what the frail human body could endure. Any soldier struck would not escape unscathed. This situation improved when Charlotte arrived on the battlefield, bestowing a holy sword enchantment upon the weapons of the Soren soldiers. Weapons blessed by the priests of the Church of Light glimmered as they pierced the demon bodies, each strike able to breach their tough hides, while the radiant holy swords inflicted a lingering burn upon the demons. The battle raged on for an extended period, with heavy casualties on both sides. However, the numbers of the demon legion vastly outnumbered those of humanity, and more demons continued to arrive. Charlotte was also entangled with two semi-divine elders of the succubi, rendering her escape improbable in the short term. Leyen observed the unfolding events on the battlefield, fully aware that if this continued, the forces of the Soren Empire could not sustain such losses. In the brief span of half a day, nearly 400,000 of the Empire's elite had already perished. It is essential to recognize that this is not an ordinary military force maintaining law and order, akin to that of an empire. Every soldier present is a formidable being of at least the 6th tier. Such a military can indeed be deemed elite. However, even this exceptionally powerful Imperial force has suffered a staggering loss of 400,000 in a mere span of less than half a day. A casualty rate that can be classified as grievous for the Empire, although the abyssal creatures have incurred even greater losses than the Silent Empire, particularly after the arrival of Priest Charlotte, whose enhancements have bolstered the soldiers' weaponry, enabling them to breach the defenses of the abyssal beings with greater ease. The fatalities remain disproportionately high compared to the victories achieved. In the depths of the abyss, everything holds value, yet life is the most inexpensive commodity. Among these abyssal entities, there exist beings of lower tiers as well as legendary ranks. However, Lei Yin understands that the army composed of these abyssal creatures is, at best, mere cannon fodder, hardly qualifying as a true military force. The genuine army of the far reaches is still lurking in the distance, observing with keen interest. Lei Yin directed his gaze towards the distant army of the succubi, who showed no inclination to engage in battle. Ultimately, they have arrived too late. The aspiration to deliver a swift strike against the abyssal church and annihilate it swiftly has become an unattainable goal. Continuing further is no longer feasible. Relay my orders. Sound the retreat. Under Lei Yan's cover, the Silent Empire's forces began a sweeping withdrawal towards the rear. At this moment, Charlotte also appeared by Lei Yan's side. Observing the fluctuating aura of the High Priestess, Lei Yan, filled with concern, inquired, "Your Grace Charlotte, are you unscathed?" Charlotte shook her head. "I have sustained minor injuries. For demigods approached, I just clashed with 2 of them and incurred some setbacks, but nothing serious. Let us set up camp for now." Relying solely on the Silent Empire to resolve this matter is becoming increasingly unrealistic. Reinforcements are en route and should arrive within the next couple of days. Once they are assembled, we can strategize further. Chapter 60, an epic for all after a day of arduous travel. Zhang Yu returned to the base of the Dawn organization in the capital of the Shiluan Empire. Kakuzu and his companions had arrived a day prior, prompting Zhang Yu to cast a glance towards Minato. Truly, the Yellow Flash lives up to his reputation as the fastest man in the ninja realm. On his journey back to the capital, Zhang Yu observed the gathering of troops from various regions of the Shiluan Empire, all marching towards the impending Abyss invasion. However, these matters held little interest for him. Having narrowly escaped death in the previous incident, he found himself at odds with the will of the multiverse, and he had no intention of wading into such tumultuous waters again. Yet, these developments served as a stark reminder to Zhang Yu that the era of peace on the continent was likely a thing of the past. The current times bore the unmistakable signs of impending chaos. The most palpable indication was the nearly doubled concentration of magical energy across the land, a phenomenon that would soon give rise to a plethora of powerful beings. Those who had previously stagnated at certain thresholds would find themselves on the brink of breakthrough. This Abyss invasion, a desperate measure by the will of the multiverse for self-preservation, inadvertently offered a boon to the creatures of the continents. Chaos does not solely signify disorder. It is also intertwined with myriad opportunities. Zhang Yu gazed at the members of the Akatsuki organization. It seemed apparent that the peak power of the 9th tier would soon lag behind the pace of this era. Currently, he possessed a considerable amount of reputation and gold points, which he estimated would suffice to elevate the members of the Akatsuki to the illustrious 110 level. Within the conference room of the Akatsuki stronghold, Zhang Yu summoned all existing members together. To be frank, he still held over 100 billion in reputation, more than enough to upgrade the group to the epic tier. As for summoning new characters, he noticed that only 80 million gold coins remained in his reserves, which was hardly sufficient. After communicating with the system, Zhang Yu's remaining 110 billion reputation was instantaneously reduced to 0, and the levels of the Akatsuki members ascended to the illustrious 110 tier. A system notification chimed. Upon verification, all members of the host organization have reached the 110 level, attaining the highest rank achievable through reputation. Consequently, the system will no longer provide reputation upgrades for organization members. Future advancements must be achieved through personal cultivation. After receiving the system's prompt, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Would he now be required to cultivate and enhance his abilities independently? However, it appeared that the epic tier was sufficient for the time being, as the members of the Akatsuki organization could not be regarded as mere epics. Elevating all of them to the epic tier had already reached his limits. The path ahead would necessitate their own endeavors. The members of the Akatsuki were becoming accustomed to the surging power within them. Upon hearing their leader's words, Conan was the first to respond, stating, "This is enough. Leader, the power I possess now surpasses my previous pinnacle, and I am quite content. The remaining journey should be ours to undertake. We cannot rely on you for everything." Her sentiments resonated with the others in the Akatsuki. Then take this time to familiarize yourselves with your newfound strength. Once you have fully absorbed and mastered this power, we shall proceed, Zhang Yu advised. The group then rose, bowing respectfully to Zhang Yu before departing to acclimate to their abilities. Zhang Yu immersed himself in the system, beginning to peruse the character cards of his companions. The most apparent enhancement observed in the 6 paths of pain is that they no longer rely solely on the power of a single path. Each individual can now harness the abilities of the other 5, albeit at a significantly higher cost than their area of expertise. The potency of the Rinnegan has also seen a remarkable increase compared to its previous state. Note, referred to as the 6 Nagato. Deidara, on the other hand, has augmented his chakra reserves, resulting in a substantial enhancement of the explosive power of his various techniques. While the C0 self-detonation has been liberated from its previous period of vulnerability, Deidara can now freely select the magnitude of his self-detonation, with the explosive yield corresponding to the total amount of chakra he has stored. At the very bottom of Deidara's introduction, a line of red text reads that he can achieve a peak strike by sacrificing his own vitality, though Zhang Yu remains unaware of the extent of its potential power. Note, a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb, capable of garnering the attention of deities with its might. Zhang Yu speculated that this might be a power capable of injuring deities. The introduction of Scorpion is quite straightforward. With an increased number of puppets he can control, he is now able to independently command a puppet army exceeding 10,000. Furthermore, he has gained an additional puppet, the infamous Bai Liuhu, marking a significant enhancement. Note, one individual equates to an entire army. As for Mei Ming, the enhancement is equally clear-cut. Both the total chakra capacity and instantaneous chakra output have been elevated, resulting in greater skill potency and prolonged endurance. Note, a ninjutsu artillery. Itachi has unlocked the complete form of his Susanoo, with his Mangeki evolving into an eternal variant, thus liberating him from the drawbacks of vision loss associated with the Sharingan. His chakra capacity has also been augmented. Hisame, with an already vast chakra reservoir, has grown even more formidable, experiencing a multiplicative enhancement in his physical attributes. Note, the title of the tailless beast is well-deserved. Zetsu has similarly seen a monumental increase in chakra now. He can nurture a 9-man team of the 9th tier in a single day or generate countless lower-tier white Zetsu as cannon fodder. The longer the nurturing period for the white Zetsu clone, the stronger it becomes, with the potential to produce a legendary peak-level white Zetsu clone. Note, comparable to the swarm-creating ability of a queen bug, Minato has unlocked his small golden figure form, gaining the ability to utilize sage arts and undergo tailed beast transformation at will. Note, a perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Conan, upon ascending to the epic tier, becomes immune to 99 of damage while experiencing a substantial boost in chakra capacity and skill potency. After transforming into paper, she can inscribe her chakra onto paper slips, creating explosive tags that can number in the millions. Note, a capability that brings satisfaction to Kakuzu. Kakuzu has upgraded his heart storage capacity from 4 to 12, allowing him to detach any heart from his body. As long as one heart remains intact, even if his main body is obliterated, Kakuzu can resurrect himself. Note, another stage of immortality. Haiden can now summon projections of the evil god, and while in this empowered state, his recovery abilities are vastly enhanced. Severed limbs or even decapitation are mere trifles, as he can instantly restore his body even if it is reduced to atomic form. Note, a female assassin. I merely require a mosquito as my spirit beast. After Zhang Yu finished reading the introductions of the characters, he was astonished for quite some time by the enhancements of the Shuzu organization members. Frankly speaking, even though his current abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary demigod, it seemed improbable to defeat such a team in a short period. If he were to be collected for his blood again, how dreadful. Zhang Yu dared not gamble on whether his celestial body was sufficient to withstand Fate One's prowess. Soon after, a smile crept across his face. For the loyalty of the Akatsuki organization was unwavering. There was no need to fear betrayal. Even if some were to take their own lives, they would remain steadfast. In this increasingly chaotic world, the enhanced strength of the Akatsuki members offered him considerable reassurance. The over 100 billion prestige he had invested was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 61. The Descent of the Divine. During Zhang Yu's days of upgrading the Akatsuki organization, the battles in the southern valleys of the empire grew particularly brutal. The elite forces of the Shirin Empire struggled to breach the defenses established by the succubi. The Deep Ones continuously surged through the dimensional portals, and the military might from the abyss swiftly escalated to over 100 million. The front lines of the Shirin coalition had been pushed back by several hundred kilometers. It was only when reinforcements from the continent arrived that the advance of the abyss was finally halted. Under the overwhelming presence of several demigod-level powerhouses from the continent, millions of soldiers on the abyssal front were reduced to ashes. Following the devastating blow dealt by Zhang Yu's celestial body, the Dwarven Kingdom dispatched over 1 million troops to this region, though they were still quite distant. Meanwhile, the elven race was rallying all their elite forces to make haste toward the battlefield. The flight speed of dragons was among the fastest on the continent. However, the metallic dragons resided far off the eastern coast, preventing them from arriving promptly. The elven high priest Merlin, accompanied by the elite of the elven clan, rushed to the battlefield with unparalleled swiftness. The metallic dragons and the chromatic dragons of the Dragonkin, putting aside past grievances, united to resist the abyss's encroachment upon the continent. Led by 5 demigod-level warriors, their army surged forward with unstoppable momentum, quickly advancing to within miles of the Abyssal Church's stronghold. Yet, just as they prepared to launch a decisive attack, a formidable malevolent force manifested. From the shadows, a mysterious figure cloaked in black gradually emerged. The ethereal form of Queen Evelyn, the renowned succubus of the infernal realm, materialized before them. The 5 demigod warriors cast vigilant glances at the divine Evelyn, who, while not immediately hostile, exuded an unprecedented pressure upon the coalition. Evelyn demonstrated astonishing prowess, effortlessly repelling the attacks of the 5 demigods, and with a single strike, severed the right arm of the Red Dragon Emperor Griffin, who was caught off guard. As uncertainty rippled through the crowd, Evelyn's teasing tone only heightened their tension. "Dracula, since you are here, why not join the fray?" At her side, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat slowly materialized, the lord of the 4th layer of the abyss. The mid-tier deity, the vampire ancestor Dracula. His skin was as pale as snow, seemingly untouched by sunlight, and his facial features were sharply defined, resembling a finely crafted work of art. Dracula's eyes were deep and piercing, his crimson gaze captivating, akin to the stars in the night sky, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. His hair, sleek and ebony, cascaded down his back like a waterfall. Tall and slender, his lips were a vivid red, slightly curled in a smirk that hinted at a touch of cruelty. It had been long since he had seen the sun, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. For countless years, the blood of creatures from the Tianyuan continent was far sweeter than that of beings from the lesser realms. Evelyn's expression gradually shifted to one of disdain. After millennia apart, Dracula remained as peculiar as ever. Turning to Evelyn, who regarded him with evident contempt, Dracula removed his hat and executed a courteous and elegant nobleman's bow. "Thank you for your kind words, the beautiful Lady Evelyn," he said. Evelyn rolled her eyes, having long grown accustomed to Dracula's shameless demeanor. "Enough," she retorted. "I summoned you here not for idle chatter. The individuals before us are likely among the few formidable beings in this realm. While I can still suppress the will of the world, let us slay as many as we can." Dracula's specter turned to gaze at the demigods hovering overhead, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Such exquisite beauty, and still untouched. Truly delectable. In an instant, Dracula's phantom vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Charlotte. Reacting with remarkable speed, Charlotte summoned her angelic guardians, enveloping herself in their protective embrace. Yet, Dracula effortlessly breached their defenses. The divine servants of the goddess of light only heightened his excitement. Kunsa, closest to Charlotte, attempted to detain Dracula to buy her time. But Dracula struck with such force that it cleaved through Kunz's dragon scales, comparable to divine artifacts. The golden dragon blood surged uncontrollably outward, and Dracula, without hesitation, absorbed it into his mouth. The blood of the demigod-level golden dragon was a challenge to consume. After savoring the dragon's blood, Dracula licked his lips and refocused his attention on Charlotte. A mere demigod golden dragon is, at best, a large rodent. As Dracula indulged in the dragon's blood, Charlotte summoned the gates of heaven. From this portal emerged a squad of 10 fully armed high-ranking angels, who confronted the approaching Dracula from a distance. Angels, as the most iconic servants of the goddess of light, symbolize beauty, sanctity, and benevolence. The goddess created this race to imbue the world with hope and goodness. The angels' faces were as radiant as spring flowers, their eyes bright and clear, sparkling like stars. Their hair flowed like waterfalls, shimmering with golden hues as if woven from sunlight. Tall and slender, their skin was as flawless as white jade, emanating a gentle glow. Their wings, the most distinctive feature, were as pure as snow, with feathers soft as silk. As they unfurled their wings, they resembled a blossoming flower, both exquisite and divine. Their wings granted them the ability to soar through the heavens while bestowing upon them strength and protection. This celestial squad boasted wings numbering 4, signifying that they were entirely composed of angelic guardians of demigod status. The angelic lineage, birthed from the rebirth pool created by the goddess of light, emerged from the most devout and pure-hearted souls among her myriad followers across various realms, who were absorbed into the divine kingdom upon their death and subsequently nurtured by the rebirth pool. The wings on their backs also represented the might of these celestial warriors. Typically, the most ordinary winged angels, possessing but 2 wings, are of the epic tier, while those with 4 wings are of the demigod rank. 6-winged angels correspond to the lower deity realm, having ignited the divine fire to coalesce into a divine essence. 8-winged angels symbolize the highest divinity of the angelic race, universally referred to within the Church of Light as the 8-winged archangels, while the corresponding mid-tier divine essence comprises only 7, each aligned with the 7 archangels: Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Rigel, Sariel, and Ramiel. Chapter 62. The Terror of Divinity. Before the vigilant angelic squad, Dracula remained unfazed, dismissing the 4-winged angels as mere trifles. Like a hot knife slicing through butter, Dracula moved with such swiftness that his actions were imperceptible to the naked eye, effortlessly breaching the defensive line formed by the squad. The pristine white feathers of the angelic wings were sent spiraling into the air, mingling with golden blood. The gates of heaven, one of Charlotte's ultimate techniques, undoubtedly demanded a significant toll on her magical energy. Unlike Zhang Yu, who possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of power, faced with Dracula's remarkable speed, even the angelic squad, should they rush to her aid, would find themselves too late. Do not underestimate humanity, the abyssal deity cautioned. Kuncha invoked the golden dragon's 9 techniques, intercepting Dracula just before he could reach Charlotte. Yet, this strike, capable of piercing through Zhang Yu's complete Susanoo, was effortlessly caught by Dracula. Why do you all seem so eager to meet your demise? With a mere gesture towards Kuncha, the dragon scales on his chest erupted, a slender line of blood penetrating his heart and exiting his body. After sustaining such a grievous injury, Kuncha expelled a torrent of dragon blood, gazing at Dracula in disbelief. It was crucial to note that this was merely a projection of the mid-tier deity, yet it had subdued several renowned demigods of the continent, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Was this the chasm that separated gods from mortals? Even demigods, when faced with true divinity, appeared no different from mere insects. Witnessing his brother's injury, Kungsu was consumed by rage, charging at Dracula with reckless abandon. Taking advantage of the situation, Malin swiftly removed the gravely injured Kuan-Sa from the battlefield and commenced treatment. At the demigod stage, a penetrating wound to the heart is not necessarily fatal. As long as the divine fire within remains intact, a life of demigod status is not significantly threatened. Meanwhile, Dracula observed the rampaging dragon before him with keen interest, engaging in combat with it. Frankly, he regarded these individuals as inconsequential. Mere demigods posed little challenge, akin to slaying a chicken. Having lain in that decaying coffin for over 10 millennia, his awakening by Evelyn was merely for amusement. After such a prolonged slumber, Dracula sought to revive his somewhat sluggish body. However, to Charlotte and the others, Dracula's current speed was so formidable that they could scarcely perceive his movements. The angelic squad regrouped and formed a battle array, soaring towards the battlefield where Dracula resided. To neutralize this doppelganger, it was imperative to confine Dracula's movements within a specific area. Out of the corner of his eye, Dracula caught a glimpse of the approaching angels, scoffing dismissively, unfazed by their presence, and returned to his focus on the enraged golden dragon before him. Did these pitiful creatures truly believe they could restrain him? Even with the angels forming a battle array, Dracula remained unconcerned. Countless ants are still but ants, and even in formation, they were merely slightly more astute larger ants. Hardly worth worrying about. As the angelic formation closed in, it seemed to successfully constrain Dracula's range of motion. At this moment, the dwarf king, Mogmog, who had been lurking at the periphery of the battlefield, finally seized an opportunity. While Dracula was preoccupied with draining the golden dragoness blood, Mogmog swung his dwarven holy artifact, the artisan's hammer, down upon Dracula's crown, while Charlotte skillfully infused the hammer with divine fire. Having initially dismissed these insignificant creatures, Dracula approached the battle with a playful mindset, not taking it seriously. Thus, Mogmog's hammer struck true against Dracula's forehead. Mogmog felt as though he had struck an entire planet. The recoil was so immense that he lost grip on his hammer, sending it flying from his hands. Dracula shook his head, feeling somewhat invigorated. His consciousness, still muddled from slumber, began to sharpen. Suddenly realizing something, Dracula removed his top hat, and a surge of fury erupted within him. This was my favorite outfit. You wretched ants, you are truly insufferable. In that fleeting moment when the hammer of the artisan made contact with Dracula, the divine flames of light upon it scorched a significant dent into the part of the top hat that met the hammer's head. Despite the extraordinary defensive capabilities of Dracula's attire, it could not escape the profound taint of abyssal energy, which the divine flames specifically countered, undermining the inherently wicked powers of the vampire. Dracula retracted his earlier demeanor of amusement, now irked by these insignificant insects before him. As he exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, he effortlessly swatted Cohen's suicide, rendering him incapacitated and unaware of his fate. In that moment of peril, Imomogu, still reeling from the impact of the counterforce, disregarded his own trembling body and hastily crawled away, shouting for help. Damn it, someone save me. Just as Dracula was about to close in on Imomogu, a golden arrow pierced through his form from behind. Charlotte hovered in the air, her once vibrant golden eyes now devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a casual motion, Dracula drew forth a light sword from within his body, exclaiming, "How amusing! Look what I have encountered, the esteemed Archangel Michael. I had thought you had been torn to shreds by Isagda." Charlotte, having reached the pinnacle of the epic tier, had long refrained from igniting her divine flames. Each time she attempted to do so, unfamiliar memories surged through her mind via the flames. In terror, she realized that with every attempt, her emotional responses diminished further, leading her to resist the ignition of her divine flames. Only recently had she discovered that she was the foremost among the 7 archangels of the angelic lineage, Archangel Michael, a renowned deity of battle among the mid-tier gods, who had vanished following the last war between the abyss and the divine realm. According to the scriptures of the Church of Light, Michael had often led the charge in battles against the abyss, ultimately being torn apart by the frenzied son of the abyss, Isagda, extinguishing his divine flames. Little did she know that she was the reincarnation of Michael through the angelic rebirth pool. Charlotte resisted igniting her divine fires, firmly believing herself to be Charlotte, not Michael. I am not Michael. I am Charlotte, the esteemed eldest princess of the Clare family of the Siren Empire, high priestess of the Church of Light. Chapter 63, Zhang Yu to the rescue. I am not Michael. I am Charlotte. Before Charlotte could finish her declaration, Dracula launched his attack. 8 ethereal angelic wings manifested behind her. Witnessing Charlotte's display of angelic wings, Dracula became even more exhilarated, remarking, "The blood of an archangel is a rare treasure indeed. I wonder if I will have the fortune to taste it." As if struck by a moment of exquisite inspiration, Dracula greedily licked his lips. With a flourish of his scepter, he slowly drew forth a slender, elongated sword. In a flash, he materialized before Charlotte. A dazzling light flickered, and in Charlotte's grasp appeared a crimson cross sword, the signature weapon of Michael, the Holy Cross Sword. The blade intercepted Dracula's advancing point, and it had indeed been a considerable time since the Holy Cross Sword had graced the battlefield. Acknowledging this, Dracula ceased to hold back. No longer engaging in mere playful sparring, he transformed into an adversary beyond the capabilities of anyone present. As Kunsa and Griffin hastened to support Charlotte, both were grievously wounded by a casual strike from Dracula, tossed aside as one would discard refuse. The arena of battle between Charlotte and Dracula was now utterly sealed off from any outside intervention. Within a span of mere seconds, the two had exchanged no fewer than 100 blows, their powers far exceeding that of demigods, incessantly exerting pressure upon Evelyn, the awakening will of the realm. Dracula, what on earth are you doing? I can scarcely withstand the burden imposed by the will of the realm. Must you employ such force against mere demigod children? Have you slumbered too long to forget the art of combat? Do you truly believe thwarting the awakening of the realm's will is a simple endeavor? Finally, overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, Evelyn could not restrain her rebuke directed at Dracula. Dracula, in turn, felt a sense of helplessness. Who could have anticipated that the divine attendant of the goddess of light would be the reincarnation of Michael? Such a rare occurrence, akin to winning the lottery, had befallen him, leaving him at a loss. Moreover, the divine shadow of Michael hovering above Charlotte continuously bestowed her with power surpassing that of demigods. If he did not employ his true strength, he might well find himself unable to subdue her. I am curious to see how much longer your demigod form can endure this divine essence. Frustration began to bubble within Dracula as he struggled to subdue Charlotte. He was not a patient man by nature. He resolutely unleashed 1/3 of his true power. Meanwhile, Evelyn, stationed at the periphery of the world, felt the will of the realm accelerating its awakening, breaking through her divine barriers. The will began to assail the intricate formation she had established. Evelyn found herself shaken by the sheer force of the onslaught, her spirit in turmoil, and she sustained significant injuries to her consciousness. Golden divine blood trickled from her lips. And in a fit of rage, she cursed, "Dracula, you insufferable wretch, I will have my vengeance." Dracula, burdened by his own frustrations, lamented in silence. Had he possessed the means to easily subdue Charlotte in a short time, he would not have resorted to utilizing his power now elevated to that of a mid-tier god. "Hold on a little longer. I shall soon be restored." With a grimace on her face, Evelyn's doppelganger communicated silently as Dracula swiftly rushed towards Charlotte's location. Following their recent clash, Charlotte was already feeling overwhelmed. The divine essence of Michael was far beyond the capacity of a mere newly ascended demigod like herself. The fact that she could muster any power at all was truly remarkable, yet she was now on the verge of exhaustion. Despite the continuous flow of magical energy bolstered by the divine essence within her, the immense pressure her body was enduring was becoming unbearable. Utilizing nearly 30% of his true strength, Dracula effortlessly disarmed Charlotte of the Holy Cross sword after exchanging a few blows. With a wave of his hand, he cast a blood magic spell that immobilized her in place. In the aftermath of their confrontation, Charlotte found herself unable to maintain control over the divine essence within her. The ethereal projection of her divine form vanished, and the 8 angelic wings that had once adorned her back gradually dissipated into the wind. Dracula quelled the chaotic divine power within him, satisfied that the situation had been resolved. It was now time to feast. He donned a pair of pristine white gloves and regarded the girl he had ensnared before him. This was the reincarnation of Michael. The prospect of tasting the blood of such a being was simply exquisite. Dracula slowly leaned closer to Charlotte's neck, her fragrant scent akin to the richest of wines, intoxicating him, just as he was about to pierce her vein with his sharp fangs. Intent on savoring the flavor of an archangel's blood before dragging her into the abyss to be kept as a blood thrall, he began to imagine the price he would have to pay Evelyn to quell her wrath. After all, he had invoked power exceeding that of a lower deity, and the backlash from the will of the realm would be borne entirely by Evelyn. His actions had indeed put her in a precarious position. Charlotte glared at Dracula's pale visage as he approached, his expression a grotesque mixture of delight and greed that made her stomach churn. Unfortunately, she was immobilized in midair. Not only was she unable to move, but even the thought of detonating her magic was beyond her reach. She had become nothing more than a helpless victim on a butcher's block. Just as Dracula's fangs were about to break the skin of Charlotte's neck, she suddenly found herself uncontrollably propelled away, landing in the arms of a man. Universal attraction, a voice resonated, finally reaching the ears of the onlookers. Gazing at the face of Zhang Yu before her, Charlotte felt as though she were dreaming. The moment Charlotte fell into Zhang Yu's embrace, the blood magic that had bound her was effortlessly dispelled by his sealing technique. Noticing Charlotte's bewildered and terrified state, Zhang Yu couldn't help but tease her. "Ah, is that you, Lady Charlotte? It seems you've had quite the unfortunate few days." Charlotte gradually emerged from her emotional turmoil, gazing at Zhang Yu's mischievous grin. She felt an overwhelming sense of security enveloping her, rendering her momentarily speechless, despite her desire to retort. It was not that she feared death itself, rather, She could not bear the thought of being drained of her vital essence by a vampire and relegated to an existence as a blood slave in a sunless abyss. What brings you here? I thought you had no intention of involving yourself in these matters. Charlotte's voice, though frail, resonated with lingering defiance. Long before the front line had succumbed to despair, she had contemplated seeking Zhang Yu's assistance, only to be met with his outright refusal. He had made it abundantly clear that the affairs of this realm held no significance for him, leaving the troubles of their continent to be resolved by its own denizens. Zhang Yu shrugged helplessly, expressing his reluctance to intervene, as he had no intention of doing so. He was merely compelled by an irresistible offer to serve as a bodyguard. Ensuring your safety. Chapter 64. Inability to ascend. Charlotte gazed at Zhang Yu in confusion. Behind him, the members of the Akatsuki organization emerged onto the battlefield. With their arrival, the Imperial coalition seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive against the Abyss under the leadership of Lei Yin Arthur. A middle-aged man with black hair clad in a sleek black outfit appeared beside Zhang Yu. Grandfather Lauren, have your injuries healed? This figure was none other than Lauren, the contract partner of the founding ancestor of the Siren Empire, Emperor Claire, and a pinnacle demigod of the Black Dragon lineage. Previously, Lauren had suffered from lingering internal injuries sustained during a past battle. However, after consuming half of the life fruit brought back by Charlotte, he had resolved his long-standing affliction, and in a turn of fortune, ascended a step closer to divinity. He had begun to master one of the world's elemental laws, the Law of Flames, and had even formed a nascent divine essence. Upon recovering from his ailments, Lauren surveyed the battlefield and detected two ominous presences from the Abyss, recognizing the impending threat. The few demigods present on the battlefield would be insufficient to address this crisis. After discussing the current state of the continent with the young emperor, Lauren made his way to the Akatsuki's base, proactively inviting the members to join him on the battlefield. Zhang Yu initially intended to refuse outright, but when Lauren presented a bargaining chip that Zhang Yu could not decline, he was left with no choice but to express his reluctant acceptance. In the course of their transaction, Lauren offered a genuine abyssal divine artifact in the form of a corpse, while Zhang Yu, having reached the pinnacle of epic rank, found himself unable to achieve further advancement through the conventional means of system allocation. Zhang Yu's method of cultivation and progression diverges significantly from that of this continent. He understands that his level will not see substantial enhancement until he devours the Ten Tails and becomes its Jinchuriki. Thus, his current objective is to diligently fill the Ten Tails shell, the outer path golem. When all 9 eyes of the Ten Tails open, it signifies his transformation into the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, a moment that heralds his ascension to divinity. Once Zhang Yu manipulates the chains of the golem to consume the corpse of the abyssal divine artifact, all of the Ten Tails' eyes will illuminate, indicating that the outer path golem has entirely transformed into the Ten Tails. At that moment, Zhang Yu will be poised to devour the Ten Tails, thereby becoming the first individual in the history of the Tianyuan continent to ascend to the divine tier. Lauren, observing Zhang Yu devouring the divine artifact's corporeal form, felt a pang of anguish. He had once toiled in the depths of hell, risking life and limb to procure this precious corpse from the battlefield, only to trade it to the youth before him. Meanwhile, he had merely spectated for millennia, yet had successfully grasped the essence of the fire laws contained within, culminating in the formation of a nascent divine persona. In his heart, Lauren could only curse Zhang Yu for his reckless consumption of such celestial treasures. Zhang Yu originally intended to absorb the Ten Tails after its transformation into a demon avatar, thereby achieving his ascension. However, he was met with a warning from the system. Through this system, Zhang Yu discovered that, in order to ascend within the continent, one must first elevate to the divine tier. The inherent laws and sources of magical power contained within a single dimension are limited. Hence, the reason no one has attained the divine tier in the continent for millennia is not due to a lack of talent. The true barrier lies in the vital sources of laws and magical power essential for divinity, which the will of the world prevents from being imprinted upon individuals. From the system, Zhang Yu learned that this dimension was part of a grander scheme. Thousands of years ago, those who ascended to the divine realm left their imprints on the core sources of laws and magic. Yet the divinity brought forth by their ascension was insufficient to coalesce into a complete divine consciousness within the world's will. Consequently, the elevation of the realm was minimal. For many years, the will of the world has kept the channels of communication to the core of laws and sources of magic closed, amassing strength to simultaneously produce a multitude of divine beings. The divine essence generated during their breakthroughs could enable the will of the realm to crystallize a complete divine consciousness. And with the vastness of the Tianyuan continent, It might even transcend to become a higher deity or even a supreme god. As an outsider, Zhang Yu's breakthrough, aside from devouring the magical power of the realm, would yield no divine essence in return to this world. Thus, the will of the realm could not permit him to ascend to the divine tier within Tianyuan continent. The will of the realm could currently only provide the necessary essence for 20 individuals to break through to the divine tier. It was inconceivable that it would grant such an opportunity to an outsider like Zhang Yu. Furthermore, the system informed him that his mental strength and conviction were starkly inferior to that of Uchiha Bido. Should he recklessly consume the Ten Tails? He risked being overwhelmed by its ferocious mental power and chakra, potentially reducing him to a mere puppet and sustenance for the Ten Tails. In response to the system's assertions, Zhang Yu could only stare blankly at the figure of the Ten Tails within his mental realm, uncertain of how to enhance his mental strength and conviction. As the system provided no answers to his dilemma, upon his emergence from seclusion, he sent word to Lauren, leading the members of the Akatsuki organization toward the front lines in the Southern Empire to resist the Abyss, with Minato employing the Flying Thunder God technique to guide them. The group arrived at the battlefield within a day. Zhang Yu also arrived at the critical moment, saving Charlotte. First, rest well, I will take care of the rest. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's voice, Charlotte inexplicably chose to trust his words and promptly fainted. Until now, Charlotte had been pushing herself beyond her limits, and she was indeed unable to hold on any longer. While using Susanoo to shield against Dracula's attack, Zhang Yu entrusted Charlotte to Xiao Nan, sending her to Merlin for healing, while he turned to face Dracula himself. First, he needed to deal with this vampire before anything else. Evelyn was exerting all her strength to restrain the struggling will of the plane, uncertain how much longer she could endure. She dared not use any power beyond that of a lower deity, for the continental rules, in a bid for self-preservation, would be beyond Evelyn's capability to suppress. The complete form of Susanoo was unleashed, its blade drawn, vigilantly gazing at Dracula in the distance. The quasi-divine Lauren was not taken seriously by Dracula, who focused most of his attention on Zhang Yu. So this is the esteemed Mr. Zhang Yu, the one who has caused the spider goddess Rose to retreat. Indeed, the reality surpasses the reputation. Dracula attacked Zhang Yu's Susanoo relentlessly while finding time to converse. Although Susanoo's defenses could mitigate most of Dracula's assaults, a sudden strike could easily penetrate Susanoo and harm Zhang Yu. Thus, for every attack from Dracula, Zhang Yu had to respond with utmost effort, leaving him no time for idle chatter. During this brief encounter with Dracula, even with Susanoo's protection, Zhang Yu sustained numerous penetrating wounds from Dracula's longsword. Empowered by Dracula's blood magic, Zhang Yu's healing speed struggled to keep up, despite his exceptional physique. The influence of Dracula's blood magic provoked a compulsion within Zhang Yu's own blood, forcing him to divert his attention to suppress this internal disturbance. According to the system's account, Dracula, at the mid-tier deity level, clearly wielded more than one rule of power. Based on Zhang Yu's current deductions, it seemed that Dracula mastered rules related to speed and blood. Following Zhang Yu's ascension to the pinnacle of the epic realm, the agility of Susanoo saw a significant enhancement. It was no exaggeration to say that Susanoo had become as fluid as Zhang Yu's own body, shedding its former clumsiness. However, keeping pace with Dracula, who had mastered the rule of speed, appeared entirely unfeasible at present. Fortunately, the Black Dragon Lauren was providing some distraction, alleviating a portion of the pressure on Zhang Yu. Otherwise, even without severe injuries, his condition would not be much better. A strike of Shinra Tensei sent Dracula sprawling, while it caused no real damage. The immense repulsion effectively hindered Dracula's onslaught. Would release, would Dragon Jutsu. Would release, would Golem Jutsu. Would release, advent of the forest world. On the barren land, a sprawling forest of wooden trees rose majestically from the ground, followed by the emergence of colossal wooden figures and 6 wooden dragons upon the battlefield. Assisting Zhang Yu in broadening his perceptual horizons, Zhang Yu unleashed a series of expansive would-release jutsu. Since he could not capture Dracula's elusive figure, he decided to let the forest, imbued with his sage chakra, serve as his eyes. No matter how swift your movements may be, you must eventually launch an attack. As long as you need to approach me to execute your strike, I have no fear of losing track of you. Behind him, the sage chakra stirred with unusual activity. Is he behind me? The clone had encircled Dracula in another dimensional realm. Sensing the chaotic forces of attraction and repulsion among these invisible clones, Dracula found himself momentarily immobilized. Though less than 2 seconds is a fleeting moment, it was ample time for Zhang Yu. The black rod grazed Dracula's cheek, and as he broke free from his restraints, he raised his hand to deflect Zhang Yu's assault, subsequently retreating into the shadows once more. A smile emerged on Zhang Yu's lips as he entrusted the matter to Fei Duan. He flung the still dripping blood from the black rod towards Fei Duan, who had been waiting eagerly. Zhang Yu crossed his arms, savoring the unfolding spectacle. The malevolent deity that Fei Duan revered, Zhang Yu was uncertain of its true power, yet he could certainly attest to its sinister nature. Fei Duan slashed open his own artery, blood gushing forth. Leaving the onlookers in stunned silence at this shocking display, what was he doing? Inflicting harm upon himself before engaging in battle? As the crowd struggled to grasp Zhang Yu's intentions, questioning why he would summon an epic tier subordinate to the fray, they noted that even the peak demigod Lauren, who had already begun to manifest the embryonic form of a divine essence, was unable to intervene. What could an epic tier being accomplish? Fei Duan grasped the black rod thrown by Zhang Yu, licking his tongue over it, declaring the ritual complete with a chilling, eerie laugh. An unknown dark energy enveloped his entire being, causing his skin to turn black, through which a white skeletal structure could be seen. The shadowy projection of the malevolent deity behind him sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Dracula, linked by the spell, was instantly shrouded in an indescribable force of rules. Gazing at Fei Duan's figure in the distance, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. How could such a mere epic insect evoke such a feeling? Cursed be this dark sorcery. This disquieting sensation compelled Dracula to act preemptively. After all, the individual before him was merely an epic being, easily crushed with a mere flick of his finger. Yet the shadow behind him provoked a sense of dread even in Dracula's mid-tier divine soul, indicating it was no trivial matter. Regardless, he resolved to eliminate this pesky insect without further ado. With a flick of his fingertips, Dracula unleashed a swift stream of blood, which split into a web before swiftly ensnaring the hapless Fei Duan, who stood amidst the deathly blood, reducing him to a mass of flesh. Just as Dracula pondered whether he had overreacted, Fei Duan's dismembered form inexplicably reappeared before him. Pain surged through Dracula's body as his clone shattered, transforming into a puddle of gore. "That hurts, you fool." Fei Duan's voice echoed with anger. Then, as if sensing something, he turned to the shadow of the malevolent deity behind him, his excitement palpable as he danced in joy. "Great Lord of the Abyss, you are watching me, aren't you? You must be observing my deeds. I shall fight with all my might, relishing the agonies of others as they approach death, Great Lord." Ha ha. He then fixed his gaze upon the writhing mass of blood and flesh that was Dracula, which was beginning to coalesce into a humanoid form. Without hesitation, he plunged a dagger into his own heart. "Come, let us experience this exquisite pain together. It will be immensely painful, oh so painful." Ha ha. With over 2 decades of singlehood, Fei Duan unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his own heart, exceeding 100 in less than a minute. The newly materialized Dracula could scarcely endure the sight, and a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. As the progenitor of blood in the original vampire, he had traversed eons without witnessing such a sinister method. A mere fatal wound was trivial for a mid-tier deity. However, Dracula was horrified to discover that this peculiar entity was systematically devouring his divine power. Although the portion of his divine strength that was consumed was minuscule, the loss was irrevocable, permanently siphoned away. This was intolerable. Should he fail to sever the link to this ghastly being's rule of power, it would mean that this epic tier insect could continuously pilfer his divine essence through the enigmatic projection behind it. Such a mechanism could indeed inflict harm upon his very essence. Cursed be it. Dracula cursed inwardly in wrath, and then surged towards Fei Duan, unleashing the powers of blood and speed. In an instant, he erupted with the might of a mid-tier deity. "If reducing you to dust proved ineffective, then I shall dismantle you to your molecular state and witness your demise." Chapter 66. The true abnormality. As the onlookers beheld Dracula's assault on Fei Duan, Zhang Yu remained ensconced within his Susanoo, observing with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. Meanwhile, Fei Duan was invigorated. Having discarded his weapons, he spread his arms wide towards Dracula, his face radiating genuine joy devoid of any trace of fear, resembling someone joyfully anticipating a long-lost beloved. Yet, it was clear that Fei Duan could never have a beloved. Fei Duan's thoughts were straightforward. He found engaging in combat too slow. The individual approaching him was indeed forthright, eagerly commencing his grand display of power. An ecstatic smirk adorned Fei Duan's face as he embraced the impending agony. "Yes, just like that. Ha ha ha. Let us welcome this exquisite suffering together." This bizarre spectacle genuinely startled those present. Merlin, who witnessed the entire scene, swallowed hard. Zhang Yu's subordinate possessed quite the character. In the next moment, the blood within Fade Wan transformed into blood swords, piercing through his body, igniting into flames. Enveloped in crimson fire, Fade Wan's form rapidly began to dissolve. He wore an expression of rapture, showing no intention of resistance. The exquisite pain of nearing death was truly sublime. Yet, to Dracula's astonishment, his recently reformed body began to burn in an uncanny manner. Alarmed, he hastily ceased channeling divine power upon Fade Wan, though he himself would not be harmed. If the avatar he inhabited were to be reduced to its molecular state, he would be unable to restore it, signifying the definitive demise of his avatar. If this were to end in such a disgraceful manner, Evelyn would surely visit the fourth layer of the abyss daily to trouble me. The cessation of the pain from my injuries has begun to unsettle Fade Wan. Hey, that old man in the suit, why have you stopped? Transcending pain ultimately transforms into boundless pleasure. Come, let us revel in it together. Ha. Observing Fade Wan, who appeared almost deranged, the onlookers not only surveyed the battlefield but also cast furtive glances at Zhang Yu. Goodness, your Akatsuki organization does not seem to fare much better than the Abyss Church. And what of this so-called evil deity? I have never heard of such a being. Could it be that your Akatsuki is also an envoy of this alleged evil god, sent to invade the Tianyuan continent? Noticing the complex expressions on the faces of the crowd, the recently awakened Charlotte also directed her curious gaze toward Zhang Yu. Lauren, hovering beside Zhang Yu, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, remarking, "Your subordinate is quite unique. Does your Akatsuki truly adhere to this?" Following the direction of Lauren's pointing finger, it was evident that the malevolent shadow of the evil deity behind Fade Wan appeared far more sinister than the gods of the abyss. Zhang Yu found himself exasperated, pondering why Fade Wan could not conduct himself in a more sensible manner. Observing Fade Wan's reckless antics, as he laughed while inflicting harm upon himself, the blood pooling at his feet nearly forming a small stream, Zhang Yu recognized him as an anomaly, his mind clearly unhinged. One could liken him to a zealot of some obscure cult, for he was indeed the sole member of the Akatsuki who exhibited such eccentricity. Noticing Lauren's lingering skepticism, Zhang Yu refrained from offering further explanations. At that moment, Fade Wan caught sight of Zhang Yu's gaze, as if struck by a sudden revelation. How foolish I am. The leader could just as easily turn his aggression toward me. After all, what does it matter who inflicts the pain? Oh, esteemed leader, do strike me. Spare no mercy. Please, unleash your full wrath upon me, he exclaimed, extending his arms wide. Lauren instinctively took a step back, creating distance between herself and Zhang Yu, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of fear. Zhang Yu's forehead throbbed with prominent veins, and he mused to himself whether Fade Wan was indeed mentally impaired. It was no wonder that Jiao was perpetually displeased by his presence. Had he truly devoted his intellect to the malevolent deity? While such thoughts occupied his mind, Zhang Yu's hands remained deft and unyielding. With a swift gesture, he unleashed the Yotsuka Magatama, obliterating Fade Wan into mere fragments. Simultaneously, the body of Dracula, bound by the curse, erupted in a similar manner. Clearly, Fade Wan's ability to reconstruct his form surpassed that of Dracula's. After reforming his body, Fade Wan reclined on the ground with a look of satisfaction. Accompanying the leader on missions was indeed a delight, sparing him the effort of drawing blood himself. The individual in the midst of reconstruction appeared formidable. He surmised that even with his utmost exertion, he could not hope to obtain this person's blood, let alone curse him. It was evident that aligning oneself with the leader promised prosperity. The agony of transcending death had undeniably invigorated him. Suddenly inspired, Fade Wan sprang to his feet and vociferously chastised the semi-divine beings still recuperating from their injuries. "You lot are merely lounging about, are you? My leader is working tirelessly. Can't you lend a hand? Direct all your skills towards me, Fade Wan." With that, he thumped his chest with conviction. "Come forth. Do not hesitate, because I am of epic stature. Spare no mercy upon me." The onlookers regarded Zhang Yu with curious expressions, yet his countenance remained serene, betraying neither joy nor anger. Let us heed Fade Wan's words. Do not hold back, he shall not perish. With Zhang Yu's affirmation, the others felt reassured and promptly unleashed their most potent spells towards Fade Wan. Fade Wan, emboldened, extended his arms, welcoming the impending onslaught. As the surging magical energies approached, Dracula surged forth to shield Fade Wan. The collective assaults met Dracula's blood magic and dissipated like rivers merging into the sea, leaving no trace of turbulence in their wake. With a mere flick of his wrist, Dracula ensnared Fade One with his blood magic, intending to whisk him away. This insidious phenomenon created a life link for himself, ensuring that any harm inflicted upon Fade One would reverberate back to him, even siphoning his divine power. Dracula vowed he had never encountered such a repulsive entity. The most alarming aspect was that this affliction disregarded levels and defense. Whatever harm Fade One endured would be mirrored upon him. What distinguishes this from mere trickery? At the very moment when Dracula imprisoned Fade One, he too sensed the constraints of skills binding him. This was precisely the enhancement of Fade One's abilities upon ascending to the epic tier, regardless of any adverse effects he himself endured. They would be faithfully reflected upon the cursed target. At this moment, Dracula felt a surge of frustration as he gazed at Fade One. His eyes aflame with anger, yet tinged with resignation. It was a predicament. He could neither strike nor impose restrictions. After a moment of contemplation, Dracula could only confine and safeguard Fade One in place. Very well, let him first eliminate the few demigods scattered across the continent. Meanwhile, the immobilized Fade One grew increasingly discontented. The damage he could inflict was limited, and against Dracula, who had confined him, he found himself utterly powerless. His own strength was indeed his Achilles heel. All his capabilities were bound by the curse of the Dark God. When faced with a foe far superior in power, once his vulnerabilities were discerned, he became entirely passive. These fools, unable to comprehend suffering. With such thoughts swirling, Fade One vented his frustration upon himself. Yet the harm he could inflict was minuscule compared to the damage wrought by Zhang Yu and the others. Chapter 67. Awakening. The battle had endured for an extended duration, and Dracula, having made no headway, was gradually losing his patience. Zhang Yu was akin to a stubborn adhesive, following wherever his opponent went, utilizing his speed advantage. He would relentlessly strike at the demon bound within the great formation, yet he found himself compelled to turn back and safeguard the demon trapped inside. Consequently, after such an extended period, he had achieved not a single tangible result in battle. The prolonged intensity of combat had also led Zhang Yu and his companions to experience a profound mental fatigue. Meanwhile, the demon, idly lingering within the formation and having siphoned considerable divine power from Dracula, was rewarded with a divine spark from the malevolent deity, successfully igniting the flames of divinity and ascending to a demigod tier. Dracula, whose patience had been thoroughly exhausted, retaliated against the incoming angelic squadron and, before anyone could react, unveiled his mid-tier divine prowess as he launched an assault on Charlotte. His tolerance had been utterly depleted by these insignificant pests before him. Zhang Yu was closest to Charlotte and harbored a sincere desire to assist her in fending off the impending assault. However, the formidable mid-tier power unleashed by Dracula instantly sent the complete Susanoo soaring into the air. Just as Dracula closed in on Charlotte, a mere palm's breadth away, the projection that Dracula had manifested was suddenly immobilized, rendering it incapable of any movement. A profound sensation awakened within the minds of the denizens of the continent. The will of the realm stirred to life. Evelyn's projection appeared beside Dracula. Observing the scene before her, though chaotic, the individuals were spared from death. She cast a significant eye roll at Dracula, expressing her disdain for his ineptitude. It was truly lamentable that, despite the passage of time, he was unable to subdue even the demigods present on the battlefield. Nevertheless, this was not the moment for blame. With the will of the world no longer under her dominion and the Continental will beginning to assert control over the world's rules, it was evident that their own projections could not linger much longer. Let us depart, Evelyn declared. I can no longer suppress the will of the realm, and our time here is limited. The remaining matters can be entrusted to our subordinates. Although the original plan had not come to fruition, their efforts had at least secured a foothold for the Abyssal Alliance within the Tianyuan continent. The subsequent affairs could be managed by their followers, while they merely needed to maintain the dimensional passage. As Evelyn's words echoed, the two projections vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Before departing, Evelyn cast a lingering glance at Zhang Yu, remarking inwardly, "What an intriguing man." Zhang Yu observed as Fade One exited the state of death's embrace. Realizing that the divine projections before him had indeed departed from the Tianyuan continent, in an instant, he established a mental connection with the members of the Akatsuki organization. Upon receiving the leader's command, they understood that their mission had concluded, and thus ceased their traversing of the battlefield, swiftly converging towards their leader's location. With the awakening of the world-will, the abyssal forces no longer charged recklessly against the Continental Alliance. Instead, they retracted their defenses and retreated like a tide towards the distant valley that housed the dimensional gate. The demigods present did not pursue. Not out of a lack of desire to exploit this opportunity to decisively crush the coalition of abyssal creatures, but rather due to the exhaustion endured through prolonged combat. Coupled with the significant injuries sustained by the elite demigods in attendance, the front lines against the abyss fell into an eerie tranquility. Following the awakening of the world, it refrained from conveying its intentions to the gathered assembly. After a prolonged silence, it appeared as if the world had prepared for something. Once it lifted the restrictions on the core laws of the Tianyuan continent and the source of magical power, the long-dormant top-tier powers on the continent began to awaken slowly. As the world relinquished its authority, all present felt the dissipating sensation of obstruction and comprehended that, after eons, the moment to ascend to divinity had finally arrived. At the forefront of the continent, as they held back the abyss, the gathered demigods earned the blessings of the world. With their injuries mending, they were astonished to discover that the once obscure and incomprehensible laws of power were now within their grasp for exploration. Realizing this was the blessing of the world, they could not suppress their elation and began to delve into the intricacies of these laws, preparing to breach the divine realm that had been untouched for millennia. Zhang Yu, who understood the entirety of the situation, simply smiled coldly. After countless ages of accumulation, was the world finally commencing its grand design? Refining a world as a stepping stone to elevate itself to the status of the supreme god. What a colossal scheme. If the world could articulate its thoughts, it would likely express to Zhang Yu, "It is not by my desire. If it were not for the abyss's unyielding ambition, 3 abyssal deities would have already descended. The situation has spiraled beyond my control. Otherwise, I would not have initiated the lifting of the restrictions on the core laws and the source of magical power. There remains much to accumulate. Under the current circumstances, the only recourse is to ensure that as many abyssal beings and creatures of the continent perish as possible. The missing foundation for the divine creation plan must be replenished by the essence derived from their deaths to restore the Tianyuan continent." Zhang Yu settled down in place. And as the members of the Akatsuki gathered, he also prepared to distance himself from this battlefield. His purpose for coming here had been fulfilled, and the remaining matters no longer concerned him in the slightest. The energy of the Ten Tails vessel had been fully replenished, and now Zhang Yu should contemplate how he might ascend to the divine tier. Zhang Yu gazed deeply at the sky, realizing that this realm would not generously bestow upon him a chance to ascend to divinity. He awaited the divine gifts to aid him in coalescing a complete divine consciousness. Charlotte flew to Zhang Yu's side and, upon unlocking the ethereal visage of Michael's divine essence, discovered numerous truths previously unknown to her, such as the reason why no one had attained godhood on the Tianyuan continent for countless ages. "Thank you. Were it not for you, our fate would likely have been dire." Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating that he merely accepted money to alleviate others' misfortunes, and thus, there was no need for gratitude. Compensation had already been rendered. His gaze inadvertently began to scrutinize Charlotte, remarking that the golden hair suited her well, far more appealing than white. Charlotte then became aware of her once ebony locks now transformed into golden tresses. There was no choice but to resort to the abilities within her. "To be honest, I find myself increasingly unable to discern whether I am Charlotte or Michael." Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, having once encountered a similar dilemma. Upon inheriting the memories of Bai Yi and those of his own existence in this realm, he too had questioned his identity. Who is anyone really? You are simply yourself. Power belongs to you, and so do memories. Why complicate matters? Charlotte paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Indeed, it need not be so convoluted. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? In the Tianyuan continent, reaching the pinnacle of the epic tier seems to be the limit. Chapter 68. Rest and recovery, what is to be done? To be frank, Zhang Yu had been pondering this very question. Remaining in the Tianyuan continent would undoubtedly be akin to placing shackles upon himself. The dimensional barrier is not easily breached. For him, the path to advancement was rather clear. As long as his willpower was steadfast enough to endure until he could devour the Ten Tails and fully master its essence, he could ascend to the lower deity stage, equivalent to the level of the 6 paths. Furthermore, by unleashing infinite Tsukuyami within a realm, he could concentrate all the world's essence upon the Ten Tails' divine tree. And by consuming the fruit of that divine tree, he could surpass the level of the Otsutsuki clan of the 6 paths. It appeared that a journey to the abyss might soon be inevitable. Zhang Yu glanced back at the members of the Akatsuki organization, who were gathered and engaged in casual conversation, awaiting his return. Just like him, these individuals bore no mark of the Tianyuan continent. suggesting that they shared a similar fate. The will of the world would undoubtedly not permit the Akatsuki members to usurp the essence of the continent in their pursuit of divinity. It was imperative that he devise a strategy to assist this group as well. Given Zhang Yu's current strength, if he were to delve into the abyss, a treacherous realm notorious for its peril, he could certainly ensure his own safety. However, should the members of the Akatsuki organization accompany him into the abyss, he presently lacks the ability to protect them adequately. Charlotte, do you recall that you owe me a favor? Zhang Yu inquired. Charlotte turned around, nodding in acknowledgement. Her gaze filled with confusion as she pondered Zhang Yu's sudden mention of this matter. If one day I depart from the Tianyuan continent, I hope you can look after my comrades in the organization. Charlotte nodded again and promptly seated herself beside Zhang Yu. Her curiosity piqued. Where are you planning to go? Charlotte was more concerned about Zhang Yu's destination. According to the hierarchy of the Tianyuan continent, I currently stand at the pinnacle of the epic tier. However, since I have yet to ignite the divine fire, I would be considered a half-sixth path level in my realm. The circumstances of the continent you inhabit are quite intricate, and thus, I find it impossible to ascend to the sixth path tier here. Therefore, barring unforeseen events, I intend to venture deep into the abyss in search of opportunities for my advancement to the sixth path level. Charlotte refrained from probing further into why Zhang Yu could not ascend to the sixth path tier on the Tianyuan continent. Having absorbed numerous memories from Michael, she could surmise the reasons behind Zhang Yu's predicament. She was not foolish. The members of the Akatsuki organization were quite formidable, and few on this continent could pose a threat to them. Zhang Yu extracted 2 bottles of exquisite elven wine, uncorked one for himself, and promptly handed the other to Charlotte. They were the ones I brought to this realm, and they referred to me as their leader, each of them placing complete trust in me. I have always felt like a guardian to this family known as the Akatsuki, feeling an inherent responsibility to safeguard each member's well-being. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I have been plagued by an unsettling sense of anxiety during this period. My abilities no longer see any advancement in the Tianyuan continent, and I yearn for a grander stage to foster my growth, enabling me to possess the strength necessary to protect them. During my absence, I require someone to look after them and depart from you. I find no other companion on this continent. Charlotte remained silent, attentively absorbing Zhang Yu's narrative before nodding in understanding. I comprehend, she affirmed. I shall take good care of them. I vow in the name of the goddess of light. Zhang Yu took a sip of her wine, gazing at Charlotte's troubled expression. Zhang Yu understood that the knots in her heart remained untied. Allow me to share a tale with you. Zhang Yu engaged in conversation with Charlotte, reminiscing about the memories that belonged to Uchiha Madara. From the time he first met Hashirama in his youth, through the tumultuous battles among various clans, to leading his kin in conflicts across the land, and the profound bond he shared with his dear friend Hashirama. Culminating in the harrowing moment, he witnessed his brother's tragic demise before his very eyes. Subsequently, he joined forces with Hashirama to establish the Hidden Leaf Village, bestowing upon it the name Konoha and solidifying the title of Hokage as the leader of the village. However, as the Ninja World War erupted, the peace he and Hashirama yearned for remained elusive, and he uncovered the secrets inscribed upon the Uchiha stone tablet. Zhang Yu took a deep swig from the bottle. I am aware that following the death of Hashirama, his brother Tobirama Senju succeeded him as Hokage. The implementation of the shinobi village system does not entirely resolve the conflicts between clans. I know that one day, Tobirama Senju will take action against the Uchiha clan. Zhang Yu paused, as if lost in the reverie of a distant memory, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he drained the remaining wine from the bottle. It was precisely because I was aware of this that I urged my kin to depart from the village with me. However, on that day, not a single family member was willing to follow. Perhaps you have noticed that my Susanoo differs from Itachi's. Mine is a dual-sided Susanoo, while Itachi's is but a singular manifestation. The strength of the Uchiha clan derives from love rather than the might of ninjutsu. No lineage possesses a love as profound as that of the Uchiha, hence the clan chose to seal it away. Once an Uchiha comprehends the essence of love, the emotions that have long been shackled will be unleashed, awakening a power that transcends all within the ninja world. An overwhelming love harbors the potential for uncontrollable rage. An Uchiha who has come to understand love, upon losing that fervent affection, may find their sentiments eclipsed by an even more intense hatred, leading to a profound transformation in character. When an Uchiha loses a cherished love or suffers from personal anguish, a unique chakra surges within their mind, enhancing their visual prowess and altering their sight. This is the eye that reflects the soul, the so-called Sharingan. Charlotte gazed intently at Zhang Yu's crimson Sharingan, pondering whether his power was indeed born from the anguish of the heart. Zhang Yu chose to disregard Charlotte's soliloquy, tacitly accepting her inference. When the members of the Uchiha clan evolved their eyes into the Mangeki Sharingan, the third power residing within the spiritual realm awakens naturally. This is the so-called force that annihilates all, the third power, Susanoo. Each Uchiha possesses a unique Susanoo or Mangeki ability. For instance, Itachi leans more towards illusionary techniques, whereas I focus more on physical enhancement. Zhang Yu retrieved a bottle of exquisite wine from the storage space and resumed his indulgence. The power of Susanoo serves as the truest reflection of the host's innermost thoughts. Perhaps my Susanoo manifests as a duality because on the day I departed from the village, I turned back to glance, only to find myself surrounded by emptiness. That day, not a single clansman chose to continue following me. Chapter 69, Heart-to-Heart Conversation. Zhang Yu gazed back at the harmonious gathering of the Akatsuki members, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this is the reason for my deep concern for these individuals. I earnestly wish for them to discover their own aspirations and to live joyfully under my protection for the remainder of their lives. Charlotte refrained from questioning further. As the leader of a faction, she understood all too well the irony of being a clan leader without anyone willing to follow her. Zhang Yu felt that perhaps he had indulged too much in alcohol today, as his words flowed abundantly, recounting to Charlotte the backstories of the members of the Akatsuki organization. The realm he unveiled, known as the Ninja World, gradually revealed its enigmatic veil within Charlotte's mind. The grand and tumultuous history, narrated with serene composure by Zhang Yu, allowed Charlotte to sense the thrill and wonder contained within, igniting a yearning for such a world, where many strive tirelessly for peace. As Zhang Yu calmly recounted the tale of Kagaya's sealing and his own demise, Charlotte felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. Her gaze upon Zhang Yu softened with empathy, a man who traversed the ninja world, only to discover upon his death that it was all but an elaborate conspiracy. Betrayed by his kin, forsaken by Hashirama, deceived by Abido, and ultimately betrayed by Kagaya. This once confident and formidable man had been reduced to a mere jest by the machinations of fate. A gentle warmth enveloped him from behind, as Charlotte embraced Zhang Yu. Typically reserved, she struggled to find the right words to console the man before her. Zhang Yu stood still, a mere fragment of my memory. Most of my recollections stem from a place known as Blue Star, a realm devoid of the fantastical magic and ninjutsu characteristic of the shinobi world or the Tianyuan continent. For over 2 decades, I existed in that unremarkable world, leading an ordinary life within a commonplace family. Upon my demise, my soul traversed to this continent, where I acquired the memories of another youthful human named Zhang Yu. You see, I too have experienced confusion, yet eventually came to a realization. I am who I am. Simply myself. Whether it be Zhang Yu or Uchiha Madara, they coexist within my mind merely as fragments of my memories. And I remain distinctly myself. Neither another Zhang Yu nor Uchiha Madara. Zhang Yu turned around to gaze at Charlotte. In that moment, Zhang Yu's words provided clarity to the bewildered Charlotte, illuminating her path. Indeed, I am simply myself, not anyone else. Those who have departed are merely fragments of memory within my mind. I remain steadfastly myself. Upon unraveling the myriad complexities that plagued her thoughts, the shadows that had lingered in Charlotte's heart were suddenly dispelled. With the realization of her true self, the divine fire within her spiritual realm blazed ever more fervently, and a phantom of divine essence materialized gradually from nothingness. Having comprehended numerous truths, Charlotte ascended from the threshold of demigod to the pinnacle of demigod status. Caught off guard, Zhang Yu was toppled by the overwhelming force unleashed by Charlotte. Much to the amusement of the Akatsuki members, who erupted in laughter at his disheveled state. Upon regaining her composure, Charlotte joined in the laughter, helping Zhang Yu to his feet and meticulously brushing the grass clippings from his hair. Well, it seems that certain individuals may not attain the position of the leader's wife. They are adjusted, reveling in the chaos and teasing Conan, only to receive a hearty reprimand in return. It was a perfect opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. Observing the lively commotion, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of these mischievous young ones. Thank you, Zhang Yu. I have learned a great deal from you, and I am grateful for the understanding that I am indeed my own person. Zhang Yu waved his hand, advising to thoroughly assimilate the essence left by this battle. He believed that it would not be long before one could touch the threshold of a lower deity. With that, he prepared to depart. Watching the figures of the Akatsuki organization fade into the distance, Charlotte promptly set off towards the stronghold of the Western Alliance. Zhang Yu was indeed correct. It was time for her to properly digest the energy derived from the archangelic divine essence within her. In the dwarven clan's secluded chamber, King Mamag wore a fierce and excited expression. For many years, the gateway to ascension had seemed as if it were welded shut, and no amount of training could bring him closer to that threshold. However, the moment the will of the realm released its grasp on the core of the laws, Mamag distinctly felt his long-stagnant realm begin to rise. This revelation filled him with uncontainable joy, prompting him to return to the dwarven stronghold in eager anticipation. Dismissing the impending abyssal invasion and interdimensional war as entirely inconsequential, Mamag, not belonging to the immortal races, understood that the lifespan of a demigod was not infinite. He sensed that if he did not reach the threshold of divinity within another 4,000 years, he would ultimately face the end of his days. As one of the elite atop the continent's hierarchy, Mamag felt he had yet to fully indulge in the lavish pleasures of the mortal realm. He did not wish to perish. The dwarven race, as a lineage favored by the god of crafts, had never experienced a break in their heritage. They possessed their own methods for ascending to divinity. After countless attempts, Mamag finally breached the coveted realm of divinity a month later. Within the spiritual realm, the ethereal image of his divine essence stabilized, and a wave of dizziness swept over him, pulling his consciousness into a peculiar space. As the disorientation faded, he beheld a river of starlight flowing gently towards him from afar. Reaching out to touch this river, he was startled as it shattered into myriad luminous orbs of law. The laws of ice, fire, earth, wind, and various other primal forces flashed before Mamag's eyes. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard. According to the ancient texts passed down through the dwarven lineage, if he could imprint his spiritual energy upon these orbs of law, he would attain the realm he had long desired. With this thought, a greedy expression replaced his previous demeanor. He was determined to imprint his spiritual energy upon these orbs of law, regardless of the price he might have to pay. Unable to contain his restless heart any longer, Mamag succumbed to the fervor of his ambition. At this moment, he found it impossible to remain calm. After all, the opportunity to ascend to divinity lay before him, and he was uncertain whether he would ever return to this realm in his lifetime. The wisdom of seizing the moment was understood by Mamag more than anyone else. Chapter 70. The deal established within the space that housed the core of the laws, Mamag's consciousness, manifested as a physical entity, pursued the myriad orbs of light formed by various principles with a tenacity akin to a shooting star. The power of the laws composing these luminous spheres slipped away like an elusive eel. To Mamag, the orbs appeared to drift slowly, but upon his pursuit, he realized their velocity was astonishing. Even if he miraculously managed to catch up to one, he found himself utterly unable to grasp it, let alone imprint his consciousness upon it. Mamag had lost track of how long he had been chasing in this realm, waves of fatigue washing over his soul. He understood well that he was nearing his limit. If he failed to successfully imprint his consciousness upon the laws, no amount of diligent training would avail him, and he would bid farewell to the coveted realm of divinity forever. Yet, even as Mamag exerted every ounce of his willpower to its utmost limits, the orbs of law remained tantalizingly out of reach. Just as his expression twisted with rage and resignation, a colossal sphere of light appeared behind him. An ethereal voice resonated within his mind, saying, "Mortal, I wish to propose a transaction. If you agree, I can assist you in imprinting your consciousness upon the laws." This voice was profoundly familiar to Mamag. It belonged to the will of the plane. He turned to behold an immense orb of light stretching toward infinity before him. "Are you the will of the plane?" he inquired. The vast orb, however, paid no heed to his question, remaining suspended before him. Mamag was uncertain about what the will of the plane required of him, yet this was his sole opportunity to step into the realm of divinity. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "May I know what you need me to do?" After a moment of silence, the will of the plane responded, "The invasion from the abyss has compelled me to unlock the core of the laws and the source of magic, which were previously sealed. This realm is still lacking in spiritual resonance. I require countless beings to return to the original essence of the world to help restore what is missing." Mamag pondered for a long time, realizing that this might be his final chance. "Why do you seek me?" "There are many powerful individuals in the Tianyuan continent, far more suited than I." This time, the will of the plane remained silent for an even longer duration. "Why do I seek you? If not for the fact that the other demigods who have communicated with the laws do not need your assistance, being capable of imprinting their consciousness upon the laws themselves, do you think I would have sought out a worthless being like you?" Time slipped away, and Mamag anxiously awaited a response, yet the will of the plane remained silent, offering no sign of movement. The will of the plane. inherently possessing an underdeveloped consciousness, found itself in a conundrum when tasked with elucidating matters to Marag. It could not simply declare that others were incapable of utilizing its assistance. After all, it could imprint mental energy only because of Marag's relative inadequacy, which granted it a glimmer of hope. Although the limited intelligence of the planes could not sustain overly intricate reasoning, it understood that articulating such sentiments might not guarantee Marag's acquiescence. The will of the plane pondered this repeatedly, observing Marag's gaze directed towards it. The other races were ill-suited for this transaction. Either their populations were too scant to endure significant losses, or they boasted large numbers yet lacked the necessary prowess, rendering them inconsequential on the continent. Humanity appeared to be a fitting candidate, yet currently, no human had the means to traverse into this realm, failing to meet the conditions for collaboration. Conversely, the dwarfs, abundant in number and not lacking in strength, could serve as a formidable bulwark against the abyss, depleting much of the abyssal force's vitality on the Tianyuan continent, thereby aiding in the restoration of spiritual resonance. Having articulated these thoughts, the will of the plane ceased speaking, having already extended considerable courtesy. It hoped that the dwarf king before it would refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Otherwise, the will of the plane would not hesitate to employ subtle means to secure his agreement. Marag accepted the will's explanation. The dwarven race, if nothing else, was known for its resilience. In terms of cultivation, they were not inferior to most races on the continent, and within Tianyuan, they ranked among the pinnacle powers. As long as he led the dwarves diligently and the abyssal lord refrained from intervening, he was confident that thousands of dwarven warriors could effectively deplete the majority of the abyssal force's vitality without significant difficulty. Esteemed will of the plane, I accept your proposition. The dwarves shall exert every effort to assist you in diminishing the abyssal forces, aiding you in restoring the spiritual resonance that the Tianyuan continent lacks. The will of the plane exhaled in relief. It had finally found an agent. While others encountered within the realm of laws had shown it great respect, many had either declined or evaded its proposed transactions, and some, like the irascible chromatic dragon, had outright rejected its requests. Relax your spirit. I shall leave an imprint deep within your soul. From henceforth, you will serve as my agent on the continent. I will bestow upon you ample authority, far exceeding that of an ordinary lower deity. I can even assist you in mastering the laws more adeptly, accelerating your ascension to the rank of a mid-tier deity. Upon hearing these words, Mamig was filled with unrestrained joy, allowing the essence of the moment to etch itself deep within his soul. Once all was accomplished, the will of the plane confined a radiant sphere of light from afar and presented it before Mamig. The dwarven clan adhered to the forging principles left by the god of craftsmen, a branch of the laws of creation and destruction, which required personal comprehension. Thus, I cannot directly impart this imprint to you. This is the law of strength, an independent force of law that I can directly command and master. This law surpasses your original forging principles significantly, which I consider a boon for you. As for the forging principles, you may seek to comprehend them after fully mastering the law of strength. At that time, your understanding of the forging principles will be considerably easier, and the augmentation from multiple laws will elevate your combat prowess far beyond that of an ordinary lower deity who has grasped only a single law. Subsequently, the sphere of the law of strength was thrust towards Mamig, who, suppressing his inner ecstasy, began to emanate his mental energy, swiftly imprinting his essence upon the power of the law. Meanwhile, in various directions across the Tianyuan continent, many who had been trapped at the pinnacle of demigods gradually concluded their seclusion. On this day, the continent finally marked the end of a history devoid of deities for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 71. The Convergence of Winds and Clouds. On this day, the continent was abuzz with auspicious news as numerous individuals ascended to the legendary divine tier. On this very day, the will of the plane received a considerable influx of divinity. Those who had ascended to the divine tier on the Tianyuan continent could not condense their own divine realms. The divine essence that should have been utilized for this purpose was all intercepted by the will of the plane, which distinctly sensed that its divine consciousness had solidified to a level far beyond its previous state. The completion of its divine consciousness and the thorough refinement of the Tianyuan continent were now within reach. With the infusion of divine essence, the magical energy contained within the continent surged exponentially, and many individuals stepping into the divine tier also elevated the tier of the Tianyuan continent. The first to notice this change were the denizens of the abyss. Countless demigods and lower deities from the abyss traversed the planar pathways into the lands of the Tianyuan continent. The southern region's Beastmaster Forest, the first to suffer from the abyssal incursion, lacked a strict ruler to organize a resistance, and its several sovereign beasts were still in seclusion, striving for ascension to the divine tier. The abyssal forces surged forward, swiftly seizing the beastman's domain within the beast forest, rendering the southern regions of the Tianyuan continent entirely subjugated by the abyssal race. The creatures that called this land home, such as beastmen, goblins, and orcs, were met with the slaughter of the abyss, transforming the vast beast mountains in the south into a veritable hell. Among the first to ascend to the lower divine tier, venerable figures like Kunsa and other seasoned warriors banded together to form the Continental Alliance of the Tianyuan continent, resolutely resisting the incursion of the abyssal race on the front lines. A week after the commencement of hostilities between the Abyss and the Planar Coalition, Mamig emerged from his seclusion. His divine essence manifested, not merely as an ethereal shadow but with intricate patterns visible upon it, inscribed with runes that embodied the laws of strength. How beautiful it was! Countless years had passed since the last dwarven king ascended, a time long forgotten. To remain in the Tianyuan continent after achieving divinity was a wondrous gift. Reflecting on the words spoken to him by the will of the plane upon exiting the realm of loss, Mamig felt himself nearing the threshold of becoming a being exalted above all others on the continent. Within the realm of loss, Mamig etched his spiritual imprint upon the core of the law of strength, signifying his recognition by this principle, enabling him to infuse its power into the nascent form of his divine essence. This was the essential path from demigod to true divinity, gaining the acknowledgement of the loss. However, this approach was deemed the most rudimentary route to ascension. Typically, those destined for divinity would choose to comprehend, experience, and ultimately master the power of the law. For when the law was wholly grasped, no second individual would emerge who could wield such authority. Complete mastery implied a monopoly, and such a monopoly conferred unparalleled combat prowess, far surpassing that of those who merely inscribed their spiritual essence upon the core. Long ago, before the worlds had fully formed its consciousness, all who ascended to divinity on the Tianyuan continent belonged to this category of complete mastery. Such ascensions yielded a greater number of divine factors, which would nourish the construction of their divine realms. This world derived no benefit from such endeavors. Rather, each ascension resulted in a significant depletion of the law's power from the Tianyuan continent, rendering it an endeavor of utter futility. Once the consciousness of the Tianyuan continent's will emerged, it decisively sealed off this path of ascension. No one wished to undertake a thankless task, and the will of the plane bore no noble virtue of sacrificing itself for the benefit of others. Within the realm of laws, the will of the plane conveyed to Mamig that the construction of a divine realm could not occur within the Tianyuan continent. It would not permit anyone to usurp powers that rightfully belong to the world itself. However, this is not absolute. As long as Mamig can assist the will of the realm in replenishing its spiritual resonance, the realms shall continually bestow rewards. The myriad paths and laws can be inscribed upon the mind's essence without the necessity of personal comprehension, enabling one to wield such laws effortlessly. A lower deity who masters multiple laws is not inferior to one who has established a divine kingdom. After receiving the promise from the will of the realm, Mamig's heart was already ablaze with ambition. Feeling the power of thunder coursing through him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that there might be no worthy adversaries left on the continent. Before Mamig's departure, the will of the realm, fearing that he might not exert his full effort, immediately summoned another orb of the Thunder Law, temporarily affixing Mamig's spiritual imprint upon it. The will of the realm promised that if Mamig could achieve his desired results, this temporary imprint would transform into a permanent spiritual seal, thereby making him the first deity on the continent to master two laws. On the very day of his emergence, he dispatched messages to the distant dwarven kingdom in the easternmost part of the continent, summoning the strongest troops of his clan to mobilize towards the front lines. This unusual movement left various factions on the continent perplexed. They speculated whether the dwarven king had taken leave of his senses. Mobilizing all the elite of 1's clan to confront the Abyss was an action even the neighboring Silran Empire had not undertaken. However, as the dwarven envoy delivered Mamig's invitation to the leaders of various factions, they were struck with astonishment at his audacity. Mamig proposed the formation of an alliance among the powers of the Tianyuan continent, asserting that he would serve as the first leader of this alliance. What kind of arrogance could lead one to make such a declaration? Did he believe that the dwarves were the only deities on the Tianyuan continent? Even the universally acknowledged strongest force, the Dragon Clan, did not possess such hubris. Amid these thoughts, regardless of their respective strengths, all factions dispatched representatives to the southern battlefield of the Silran Empire, eager to discern Momig's intentions. Moreover, given the imminent threat of the Abyss, unity was indeed essential for mutual defense. The horrific events in the Beastmaster Forest were still fresh in memory. If they wished to avoid being picked off one by the Abyss, forming an alliance was a prudent strategy. As for the identity of the leader, most were indifferent. The smaller factions merely sought refuge within the alliance, hoping to secure protection amidst the invasion. Ultimately, the identity of the leader was of little consequence, as the conflict would inevitably involve the same few dominant forces of the continent. Thus, they needed only to cling tightly to the alliance's robust support. Consequently, various factions across the continent hurried towards the south to participate in the inaugural voting conference of this so-called Tianyuan Continent Alliance. Chapter 72. The beginning. During this period, Momig was undeniably the center of attention across the continent. The will of the plain exhibits a distinct favoritism towards the Dwarven clan, as evidenced by the two talented sons within the tribe who, with the aid of this will, have mastered a particular principle and ascended to the divine tier simultaneously. Furthermore, within the Dwarven kingdom, news has emerged from the secluded elder Mo-ing, who has successfully imprinted his mental energy upon the essence of the principle, thereby achieving divine ascension. He had envisioned reclaiming leadership over the Dwarven race upon concluding his seclusion, guiding them toward a resplendent zenith. However, upon stepping out of his secluded chamber, he found Mo-Mog and his two sons waiting at the entrance. Consequently, it was only natural for Mo-ing to be bestowed with the title of Prince of National Defense by Mo-Mog, marking the premature conclusion of a power struggle that had yet to commence. The news of 4 divine tier members emerging from the Dwarven clan gradually spread across the continent. It is worth noting that even among the continent's most renowned race, the dragons, only a scant few have attained the divine tier. The sudden emergence of 4 divine beings from the Dwarven clan has indeed left numerous factions across the continent bewildered. What merit do these little beings possess? As the inaugural conference of the Tianyuan Continent Alliance approached, a magnificent city named Tianyuan rose from the ground within merely a month, occupying a previously vacant expanse that had resisted the abyssal front. As the initiator of this gathering, one might question the combat prowess of the Dwarven clan led by Momig. However, in the realms of forging, creativity, and construction, no race on the continent would dare assert superiority over the dwarves, who claimed second place without contest. At the heart of Tianyuan City, a grand plaza was adorned with an array of conference tables, where leaders from various factions were ushered to their seats by the Dwarven attendants. Prominently displayed on the identity plates before the foremost tables were the names of the participating factions: the Dwarven clan, the Metallic Dragon clan, the Red Dragon clan, the Black Dragon clan, the Green Dragon clan, the Blue Dragon clan, the White Dragon clan, the Elven clan, the Beastmen clan, the Shiran Empire, and the Northern Federation. It is noteworthy that most of these primary factions are formidable powers, each presided over by divine tier beings. The Chromatic Dragons, due to their inherent issues, could not unite and were consequently divided into 5 separate races, following the massacre inflicted by the Abyssal clan. The Beastmen sought refuge under the auspices of the innate White Tiger Demon God and the Howling Moon Silverwolf, coalescing into a rare unified force amidst their previously scattered ranks. In the wake of these continental superpowers, weaker factions such as the Goblin clan, the Gremlin clan, the Dog-Headed clan, the Human Duchy, and minor sects had no choice but to take their seats in the outer periphery of the plaza, arranged by their strength in descending order. The leaders of the smaller factions, wary of delay, arrived early at the venue while the dominant factions were conspicuously absent. The assembled leaders and high-ranking officials from various factions could only endure their frustration in silence, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. By midday, as several beams of light marked the arrival of attendees, Momig ascended the central podium of the conference hall, with Mo-ing representing the Dwarven seats above. Momig gazed down upon the assembly, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welling up within him. Behold, esteemed ancestors of the Dwarven clan, witness the heights to which I have elevated our kin. Yet, as Momig's eyes swept across the representatives of the various factions, he suddenly halted at one particular sight. Behind the Shiran Empire, the seat designated for the Dawn organization remained conspicuously empty. Momig had dispatched envoys to convey the details of the conference to the Dawn organization. Yet not a single individual from their ranks had graced the occasion. This was a blatant display of disregard for Momig himself. Zhang Yu, await your reckoning. The humiliation you inflicted upon me in the elven realm, coupled with your current utter disregard, do you truly believe that I, mage, remain the same as I once was? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Zhang Yu, await your reckoning. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance and ignorance. Mamag, with a composed demeanor, concealed his emotions, revealing no trace of joy or anger upon his countenance. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a moment of silence. His voice, imbued with divine authority, reached the ears of all present, gradually quelling the tumultuous atmosphere. As he surveyed the assembly, ensuring that tranquility reigned, Mamag commenced his address for this gathering. Following a series of vacuous boasts and orations, impatience began to ripple through the audience. At long last, Mamag arrived at the crux of the meeting. In the midst of an incursion from the abyss, the continent stood at a pivotal juncture, where formidable beings among the various factions began to ascend to the unimaginable tier of divinity. It is I, Mamag, who, though unworthy, have been entrusted by the will of the plains, and I aspire to unite all beings upon this continent to collectively withstand the relentless invasion from the abyss. After much contemplation, the idea of convening this assembly and establishing an alliance to combat the abyssal threat was conceived. I express my gratitude for your presence here today. We shall now embark on the first order of business. I, King Mamag of the Dwarven race, shall assume the role of the inaugural leader of this continental alliance. I ask, who is in favor and who is opposed? As Mamag scanned the crowd, the anticipated outcome materialized. Representatives from the various factions engaged in hushed deliberations. The irascible Red Dragon Emperor, Griffin, scoffed derisively. Mamag, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? While I harbor no objections to forming this so-called alliance. You as the leader? Huh. On what grounds? The dragons, vibrant and proud, offered no deference to the dwarven deity. For them, merely agreeing to the formation of a federation was already a significant concession, yet the notion of Mamag assuming leadership seemed utterly absurd. Is it merely your stature that qualifies you? Unfazed, Mamag turned away, his expression unwavering, while internally he reveled in exhilaration. He had long lamented the inability to showcase his formidable prowess, and now, with the power of two laws coursing through him, he yearned for an opportunity to display his might. Griffin's insolence was, indeed, a fortuitous gift, as it provided him with the perfect pretext to demonstrate his strength. A colossal pressure enveloped Griffin, and though intended solely for him, the surrounding dragons, still short of divinity, felt the weight of this overwhelming force, as if their very forms might be crushed beneath it. Griffin, feeling the strain, was perplexed. He could not fathom why this dwarven king, despite being of the same divine tier, could exert such immense pressure merely through his presence. Griffin, Mamag declared, his tone steady, I shall overlook your affront this time. You pose an excellent question. On what grounds do I claim the mantle of leadership? It is, of course, upon the foundation of strength. Chapter 73. The meeting in progress as Mamag observed the astonished faces of the renowned powerhouses before him. He felt as though the pretense he had maintained for millennia had finally been unveiled. Griffin, you appear quite taken aback, do you not? Perhaps you find it hard to believe. Mamag shifted his tone, asserting that even among the divine ranks, there exists a disparity in strength. How could a nascent deity like you, whose divine essence remains unstable, possibly compare to one like myself, who has mastered two fundamental laws and stands as a mid-tier lower deity? As Griffin's furious gaze met his, Mamag intensified the pressure upon him, simultaneously invoking the power of the laws he commanded to further mock him. Griffin, do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. I trust you can sense the chasm between us. If you remain oblivious to your current standing, I can certainly assist you in recognizing your rightful position. Upon finishing his words, a colossal array emerged at the center of the expansive square, manifesting a vast arena that stretched for miles in the sky. I understand that all of you present are distinguished talents of the continent, and many may harbor reservations regarding my appointment as the inaugural leader of the Alliance. I welcome your skepticism. All my actions stem from the insights I gained after transcending into the mid-tier lower deity realm, guided by the will of the plains. The abyss approaches with formidable intent. The fact that many of our friends from the Tianyuan continent have successfully ascended to the divine ranks is due to the abyss's long-planned and fierce invasion. It is only through the unification of the various factions on this continent, working in concert, that we can collectively resist the encroachment of the abyss. If we continue to fight our battles in isolation, I believe the recent bloody lesson from the Beast Mountain range is still fresh in your minds. How many factions present here could surpass the might of the Beast Mountain range? As Magog paused, he surveyed the assembly, and after feeling the weight of his gaze, various factions began to engage in discourse. The Dwarf King is indeed correct. The Abyss has already decimated a significant portion of the beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Who can predict where their next strike will land? The will of the plains has spoken. It is indeed time to establish an alliance. As for the leader, let the strongest among us rise to the occasion. The one with the mightiest fist shall command respect. I support the Dwarf King as the first leader of the alliance. He rallied his entire clan to resist the Abyss from the very onset of the invasion. Entrusting leadership to such a figure gives us confidence. How is it that the Dwarf King has ascended to mid-tier lower deity status? He is remarkably powerful. Observing the fervent discussions among the factions below, Magog felt a sense of satisfaction. If he could resolve the presence of other significant factions with lower deities among them, his position as leader would be assured. Magog was the first to ascend into the arena. Esteemed allies, the purpose of this alliance is to consolidate the fighting strength of the Tianyuan continent to withstand the Abyss. It is only fitting that the leader of this alliance be the most formidable among us gathered here. I, Magog, possess unwavering confidence, and I have received the recognition and entrustment of the will of the realms. If any among you believe you can surpass my abilities, you are welcome to the Sky Arena, where we shall let our strengths speak for themselves. As my words echoed, two divine auras surged from the location of the Dwarven clan, indicating their unanimous support for King Magog as the leader of the alliance. Moing, one of the three divine beings of the Dwarven clan, conveyed his thoughts with a weight that resonated clearly among the gathered powers. With a cold snort, Moing took his seat and ceased to speak further. In this continent, the total number of deities does not exceed 20, and with 3 divine beings among the dwarves, it is hoped that those present can comprehend this reality. Though Griffin possessed a notoriously irritable temperament, he was astute enough to recognize the current dynamics. Just moments ago, he sensed the formidable power radiating from Magog, and the likelihood of winning a challenge against him seemed bleak. Aware of his own limitations, Griffin wisely opted to remain seated and observe the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, 2 golden figures surged from the vicinity of the metallic dragon. As the brothers Kunsa and Kungsu charged toward the arena, Magog, shall we engage in a duel? They proposed. Of course, Magog confidently replied, crossing his arms. Will the remaining 2 divine beings of your clan not intervene? I alone am sufficient to handle you. Kunsa, upon hearing such audacious words, felt a surge of displeasure. This would be his first confrontation since ascending to the divine realm. Although Magog showcased strength characteristic of a mid-tier lower deity, the dragon race innately surpassed other races in might, not to mention as the strongest of the metallic dragon clan. The 2 brothers believed that their combined prowess would rival that of 3 lower deities, including one possessing mid-tier capabilities. The audacity of Magog to suggest he required no assistance from his fellow divine beings was indeed astonishing. As Kunsa and Kungsa joined forces, they descended with a swiftness that rendered them nearly invisible to those below, even those of divine rank. In a mere few minutes, Magog had engaged in over 100 exchanges with the 2. From the outset, he felt an immense pressure. The physical might of the dragon race was undeniably formidable. Even at the divine tier, the gap in physical strength was challenging to bridge. Fortunately, Magog wielded laws ranked among the top tiers of the 3,000. Adept in the arts of combat and restrictions through the law of thunder and the law of strength that shatters myriad obstacles. This situation barely allowed Magog to entangle himself with Kunsa and Kingsu. As the 3 engaged in tens of thousands of exchanges, it became evident that Magog was at a disadvantage. The speed laws mastered by Kunsa and the golden laws wielded by Kungsu were not inferior to his own. Had it not been for the fact that the laws of thunder fortuitously countered Kungsu's golden laws, he would likely have succumbed long ago. Within his mind, Magog fervently communicated with the will of the realm, yearning for its assistance. The will of the realm, however, was also weary. It understood that the agent it had chosen was among the weaker factions in the Tianyuan continent. What audacity did he possess to confidently challenge the dragon race? No less in a 1-against-2 scenario? Had Magog been privy to the will's thoughts, he might have voiced his grievances, exclaiming that it was the courage bestowed upon him by the will itself. As a representative of the realm's consciousness, did he not possess sufficient gravitas? How could he, as the spokesperson for this continent's sovereign, falter against a mere pair of dragons? Was this not ludicrous? Chapter 74. The topic Kunsa and Kungsu had successfully imprinted their mental energy onto the laws, and at this moment, the will of the realm lacked the authority to sever their connection to the laws. This was akin to the will of the realm opening the ports to the law as spatial connections for all inhabitants of the continent. Anyone could connect to the core of the laws. Once the permissions were granted, they could communicate directly, technically obviating the need for the will of the realm as an intermediary. This was the advantage of a lower deity establishing a connection with the laws independently. Unlike Mo Mog, who depended on the will of the realm to forge such a link, Mo Mog's method of communicating with the laws was precarious, as the world's will could sever his connection at any moment. The most formidable power distinguishing a deity from a demigod originated from the laws they comprehended. If one were to sever their connection to the laws, the distinction from the pinnacle of demigods would diminish to merely possessing somewhat enhanced strength and physical capabilities. Currently, Mo Mog found himself in a precarious position, and as his representative, the will of the realm was compelled to step in on his behalf. An immense pressure abruptly descended upon Kunsa and Kungsu. Although having ascended to the divine stage, they were not entirely crushed under the will's oppressive might, however. As long as they remained on the Tianyuan continent, the will's pressure significantly impacted their combat effectiveness. Kungsa sensed that under the influence of the will's oppression, he could muster only about 1/3 of his combat power. He exchanged glances with Kunsa. Both brothers comprehending the situation, they realized that the will of the realm was staunchly supporting Mo Mog. They could hardly fathom why the will had chosen such an underwhelming and seemingly subpar Mo Mog as its spokesperson. Yet, with the will of the realm as an ally, defeating Mo Mog now seemed an improbable endeavor. Despite the lingering resentment in their hearts, the two brothers had no choice but to relent. They returned to their respective seats, their expressions displaying discontent. Among the few who grasped the situation, it was evident that the will of the realm had stepped in to support Mo Mog. As long as Mo Mog had the backing of the realm's will on the Tianyuan continent, he was virtually invincible. Mo Mog ascended back to the podium at the conference center. Was there anyone still wishing to contest the position of leader? The crowd exchanged glances. Yet no one dared to voice any dissent. During the subsequent voting process, although some abstained, the majority endorsed the decision. The intricacies of the divine battle were beyond the comprehension of most, given the vast disparity in realms, however. All were aware that Mo Mog had triumphed over the duo of Kunsa and Kungsu, which was more than sufficient, with no room for doubt. Mo Mog conquered the majority of the influential figures present with his absolute strength, successfully claiming the coveted position of leader. At that moment, Mo Mog's spirit soared. As the representative of the realm's will, he surveyed the continent, knowing that whether allies or foes, all must now respectfully address him as leader Mo Mog. What could be more splendid than this? Lost in his self-illusion, Mo Mog quickly reined in his emotions, and the ensuing proceedings of the meeting flowed relatively smoothly. The assembly confirmed that the dwarves, elves, metallic dragons, five-colored dragons, the Siren Empire, and the 7 great powers of the Northern Realm would hold veto rights in the conference. As long as a majority among these 7 powers opposed a proposal, it would be deemed rejected. This ensured that the alliance would not devolve into a dictatorship under Mo Mog's whims, a necessary concession to maintain balance among the factions. The 5-colored dragons, unable to see eye to eye, splintered into 5 representative races, sharing a single voting seat. The next order of business concerned military strategies against the Abyss. The meeting determined that in half a month's time, under the leadership of powerful figures above the divine tier, a coalition of approximately 500 million would formally launch the first counteroffensive against the Abyss. The primary goal was to drive the Abyssal race, entrenched in the southern monster forest, back to their dimensional passage, thereby consolidating the front lines beginning from the continent's south. Tianyuan City would be defended by 4 divine tier champions utilizing the aid of formations during this period against the Abyssal onslaught. Once the main coalition from the continent's south arrived, they would encircle the Abyss and expel them entirely from the Tianyuan continent. The operational plan was deliberated from dusk until deep into the night. And only after the various factions had dined did Mo Mog propose the final agenda of the meeting. He expressed heartfelt gratitude and utmost respect to all present, acknowledging that their assembly was united in purpose to collectively resist the invasion of the Abyss. Each individual present was a pillar of strength for the future of the Tianyuan continent. As Magog departed from the podium, he bowed in homage to the various factions on the mainland. With a shift in tone, his words, laced with a hint of menace, resonated among the multitude of powers present. However, it was evident to all that numerous seats remained unoccupied, signifying the absence of many factions. During this critical period of the Abyssal invasion, I had already articulated the purpose of summoning you all to Tianyuan City in the invitation sent forth. Yet, despite this clarity, Many factions seem to entertain their own clandestine calculations. Before we engage in warfare against the Abyss, I aspire to resolve these matters within the next 2 weeks. Post-conflict. These factions would become wholly unpredictable variables, and I shall not permit any uncertainties to linger once our forces clash with the Abyss. Following Magic's address, a wave of discussion ensued among the attendees. After a few moments of deliberation, Magic raised his hands to quell the noise, a divine pressure sweeping across the assembly. Please, be silent. The factions that failed to attend this meeting number 22, including the Ice Spirit Clan and the Snowman Clan from the Northern Territories, the Sea Frog Clan, the Sea God Clan, and the Sea Serpent Clan from the oceans, as well as the Knights Manor of the Shirin Empire and, finally, the mercenary organization known as Dawn. In the forthcoming fortnight, representatives from each faction shall be dispatched to the territories of these absent powers. I possess an application for membership in the Tianyuan Continent Federation's inspection organization. This application serves to communicate with the will of the plane for oversight. And those present are formally considered as applicants, bound to comply with the regulations set forth by the plane's will. Strict adherence is imperative. Since these factions did not heed the call to attend this meeting, they will henceforth hold the status of inspection factions, with their legitimacy to be evaluated based on their conduct during the war against the Abyss. Should any inspection members return and still refuse to join the Continental Alliance, they shall be deemed enemies of the Tianyuan continent. I reiterate, in the face of the abyssal invasion, I shall not allow the existence of any uncertainties. There must be but one voice across the continent, the voice of the Tianyuan Continental Strategic Alliance. I do not wish for uncontrollable variables to emerge in our strategic rear while we valiantly resist the Abyss at the front lines. Having concluded my remarks, I invite you to ponder briefly, who is in favor and who is opposed? Chapter 75. The storm approaches. Without affording the assembly much time for contemplation, Magic decisively settled the matter. From Tianyuan City, numerous allied teams would set forth to the territories of the factions that had not arrived. The task entrusted to them by Magic was clear. The entire continent does not require a second voice. They must either join the alliance or vanish from the Tianyuan continent. The delegation heading to the imperial capital of the Shirin Empire would be led by the dwarven elder, Imo, accompanied by a formidable entourage of several demigod-tier warriors. Prior to their arrival, the leader of the Mogul clan had already briefed them that Zhang Yu of the Akatsuki organization was a formidable opponent, arrogant to an extreme, unyielding to discipline, and not a native of the Tianyuan continent. Should the other party express dissent regarding the alliance, they were to be dispatched without hesitation. As the meeting concluded, representatives from the Church of Light anxiously awaited outside the secluded quarters of Charlotte. The cardinal was aware that their high priest shared an unusually close bond with Zhang Yu. However, the Alliance Council had resolved to take action against the Akatsuki organization. Among the few within the Church of Light who had encountered Zhang Yu, the cardinal understood that given Zhang Yu's temperament, he would likely disregard the council's authority. Moreover, the Akatsuki's base was situated in the capital of the Shiluan Empire, and the cardinal was well aware of Zhang Yu's capabilities. The delegation heading to the Shiluan capital was led by a demigod commanding a squad of 10. The potential ramifications of a confrontation in the Shiluan imperial capital were too grave for the cardinal to contemplate. Meanwhile, while the cardinal struggled to contact Charlotte, the council representatives led by Mo finally reached the Shiluan imperial capital after 2 days of travel. Observing the estate adorned with red auspicious clouds at the city's periphery, Mo produced a recording stone for comparison. This must be the Akatsuki's base, he concluded. Everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall proceed to deliver our message shortly. Within the Akatsuki stronghold, Zhang Yu had sequestered himself in a chamber since returning from the battlefield. After all members of the Akatsuki reached the epic tier, Zhang Yu found his vast accumulation of kill points and prestige rendered ineffective. Following a cordial negotiation with the system, which had remained silent for an extended period, it finally began an upgrade. Upon completion, 2 new features were unlocked: Team Dungeons and Secret Realms. Zhang Yu could enter each once per day. Accessing these dungeons and realms required a certain percentage of prestige points. The difficulty of both would increase in accordance with the prestige invested. Team Dungeons necessitated 10 members for unlocking, while Secret Realms were intended for solo exploration. Each successful completion of a team dungeon would yield a number of enhancement stones, targeted at reinforcing the user's current weaknesses. There was also a chance of acquiring rare items corresponding to the invested points in both Team Dungeons and Secret Realms. After the system unlocked these 2 features, Zhang Yu, upon the system's recommendation, initiated the team dungeon requiring 10 million prestige points, accompanied by his Akatsuki comrades. They attempted the dungeon and were rewarded with 10 opportunities to draw cards, inevitably resulting in each of the 10 receiving only enhancement stones. Zhang Yu grants the members of the Akatsuki organization access to the daily secret realm, allowing each individual the opportunity to enter the realm once per day. After Zhang Yu utilized the enhancement stone, a chill swept through his mental realm, and he sensed a certain amplification of his spiritual power. When the system presented his spiritual force in a quantitative format, Zhang Yu could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment, having inherited the entirety of Uchiha Madara's prowess. And after undergoing a series of enhancements via the system, Zhang Yu's actual combat capability was already off the charts. However, upon glancing at the spiritual levels of the Akatsuki members, all at a commendable 9th tier, his own pitiful 3rd tier left him feeling somewhat mortified. According to the system, Zhang Yu's previous life as an inconspicuous ordinary person limited him. Thus, after merely over 20 years of experience, his spiritual power merely met the standard of an ordinary individual in this world. This 3rd-tier power was only achieved through the fortunate influence of Madara's memories. Spiritual force is gradually enhanced through one's own experiences, wisdom, relentless pursuit of power, and profound insights into life. During the past half-month, Zhang Yu diligently engaged in secret realms and team dungeons, and with the aid of an abundance of enhancement stones, he managed to elevate his spiritual power to the 9th tier, barely aligning with the average level of the Akatsuki members. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was time for Zhang Yu to embark on a dungeon raid with his comrades from the Akatsuki. Today, it was Deidara and Sasori's turn to be on duty while the others leveled up in the dungeon. On the rooftop of the Akatsuki's main entrance, Deidara languidly basked in the sun when several small black dots swiftly approached from the horizon towards their headquarters. Who goes there? Deidara summoned a clay dragon and ascended to meet the approaching figures. Upon reaching the Akatsuki stronghold, the visitors revealed their identities and intentions. Moing, they announced with a cold snort, I am here on business for the Tianyuan Continent Alliance. Summon your leader to meet me. Deidara scoffed disdainfully, realizing it was merely a provocation. Sasori, it appears we have some excitement. The grotesquely hideous puppet, Hiriko, emerged slowly from the main entrance. No matter how many times Deidara looked at Hiriko, he could not shake the thought that this puppet was simply appallingly unattractive. Sasori, despite being only slightly less appealing than himself, had chosen to conceal himself beneath such an unsightly facade, which lacked any semblance of artistry. Whoever you are, leave at once before I lose my temper. A deep, gravelly voice emanated from Hiriko. Moing felt that the words of Mogul were indeed accurate. The Akatsuki were indeed a group of arrogant individuals, a band of outsiders who had been given too much latitude. The pressure characteristic of a divine tier powerhouse descended, causing both Sasori and Deidara to feel their breath catch in their throats. An invisible weight bore down on them, compelling them to kneel slowly towards the ground. The dark members and upper ninjas within the Akatsuki, alerted by the commotion, gathered with grim expressions, fixating their gazes on Moing and his entourage. Moing's party comprised some of the finest warriors from the dwarf clan. Yet, the absence of formidable beings from other races raised questions. In jest, everyone is acutely aware of the situation regarding the Akatsuki organization. None are oblivious to the underlying truths. Moreover, Mogok, if you seek to reckon with the Akatsuki's intentions, the few formidable factions capable of confronting them are equally enlightened. It merely stems from the fact that you, Mogok, once lost face to Zhang Yu, and now, having grown stronger, wish to reclaim your honor. Ultimately, this is a matter between your dwarven clan and the Akatsuki. There is no need for you to interfere. Simply enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines, for Zhang Yu is not an adversary to be trifled with. Chapter 76, C0 Self-Detonation. Deidara's Ultimate Art, Part 1. Deidara is not one to be easily bullied. Already at the pinnacle of the epic tier, Deidara, after several enhancements with reinforcement stones, is not a being that can be vanquished by mere divine pressure. From his pocket, he summoned the C2 dragon, utilizing its flight capabilities to ascend into the sky, launching a colossal C3 bomb directly towards the head of Moing. You refuse to leave when told, then do not leave at all. Art is an explosion, indeed. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, the smoke dissipating. Moing, fortified by the Earth's principles, remained unscathed, yet the powerful dwarven warriors accompanying him suffered varying degrees of injury. At that moment, Moing felt a profound sense of discomfort, akin to having ingested something foul. This arrogant Akatsuki, Do they comprehend the costs associated with provoking a divine-tier powerhouse? This time, he was genuinely incensed. Surrounded by a thick armor of Earth's principles, Moing charged directly towards Deidara in the sky. Two puppets clad in black and white obstructed Mo Ying's path. At this juncture, Scorpion had completed his 100 machine performance, which should more aptly be termed 1,000 machine performance. Thousands of epic-tier puppets draped in red filled the sky, with the likes of Chiyo and the third Kazakage leading the charge, blocking Mo Ying's advance. The third Kazakage raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of iron sand upon Mo Ying, while Chiyo followed up with a strike of the Ghost Bud technique combined with the Wind Release, Storm Dragon. The Earth-based principles excel in defense. Standing upon the ground, Mo Ying could undoubtedly claim that no one beneath the upper echelons of divine might could breach his defenses. Yet, suspended in midair, the armor of Earth's principles that enveloped Mo Ying shattered under the onslaught of these incoming techniques, sending him hurtling backward from the explosive aftermath. Seizing the opportunity, Deidara unleashed AC-4 Garuda, a molecular-level explosion that left Mo Ying, who was about to land, in a state of disarray, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of golden divine blood. After touching down, Mo Ying's injuries began to heal rapidly, restoring him to full health in an instant. The Earth's principles dictate that as long as one remains upon the ground, their strength can be inexhaustible and continuous. Yet to be forced into such a pitiful state by two individuals who are barely demigods, his esteemed Alliance Council attire was left tattered and torn by their assault. Such humiliation ignited a fierce wrath within Mo Ying, compelling him to charge at Scorpion. The imperial capital of Shiren had long activated its defensive barrier, and the royal family was fervently sacrificing their lifeblood to empower the array, desperately hoping to shield the imperial city from the aftermath of the battle. Emperor Wardclair of Shiren gripped a communication jade slip, anxiously awaiting a response from his sister. He was aware that the Alliance Council was poised to strike at the Dawn organization, yet the Shiren Empire lacked any divine-tier personnel at the moment, and his beloved sister was currently sequestered in seclusion, unreachable. Wardclair never anticipated that the moment the Council's representatives arrived in the Shiren capital, hostilities would erupt so swiftly. He was uncertain whether the imperial capital could withstand the divine conflict. If Zhang Yu unleashed a devastating blow akin to what had occurred with the Star Tremor in Shiren, he would have to seriously consider relocating the capital. Alas, dear sister, please emerge from your seclusion. This predicament can only be resolved by your intervention. How could I have foolishly gifted my residence to Zhang Yu? Now, these adversaries are wreaking havoc right beside my imperial city, threatening its very existence. Is this not a betrayal of brotherly trust? As Wardclair anxiously attempted to contact Charlotte, a fierce battle raged at the Dawn Organization's headquarters. Once I dismantle your toys, I shall delight in ending your life in the most brutal manner, Mo Ying declared, dispatching Scorpion's puppets with relentless efficiency while unleashing threats upon Scorpion. Whether you live or die is uncertain, but it seems your minions are nearing their end, Scorpion retorted calmly, skillfully controlling the remaining puppets while taunting Mo Ying. What? Mo Ying turned to behold an utterly incredulous sight. The half-god warriors of the dwarven race he had brought along lay scattered across the ground, many missing limbs, while Deidara unleashed a relentless barrage upon them from the air. Observing as their breaths dwindled, Mo Ying, perplexed, could not fathom how 9 half-gods could be so swiftly decimated by a peak epic-tier individual. Are you all fools? After years of cultivation, have you turned into mere animals? Unbeknownst to Mo Ying, while he was wholly focused on confronting Scorpion, Deidara had piloted the C2 dragon into the fray among the 9 warriors. After the ensuing explosion, as the 9 charged forth, Deidara wore a triumphant grin. Stripping off his shirt, he stuffed a handful of clay into his mouth, black threads emerging from his body as his flesh dissolved, coalescing into a black orb of destructive power. The blinding radiance accompanied by a violent explosion caught everyone off guard as they found themselves at point-blank range of Deidara's full-powered C0 self-detonation, rendering them severely wounded and incapable of further combat. Mo Ying, unwilling to abandon his comrades, attempted to rush forward to assist, yet was ensnared by the puppets of Bailu and Wind Shadow, unable to extricate himself. One could only watch helplessly as the elite warriors of his clan perished one by one in the explosion. A heavy atmosphere emanated from Mo Ying, who thought it best to extend a modicum of courtesy to the Shiluan Empire and avoid provoking a battle that might encompass the Imperial city. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Once this matter is concluded, I shall personally seek forgiveness from the Shiluan Empire and the Church of Light. For now, You shall bear the wrath of a deity. The earth trembled violently. A profound rumbling resonated from the depths of the ground, causing the soil and stones beneath to crack and shift. As a colossal fissure emerged beneath the base of the Akatsuki organization, a tail composed of earth, animated by the principles of the earth element, surged forth with overwhelming might, crashing towards the Akatsuki's stronghold. Witnessing this scene, Deidara cursed under his breath. Puppeteers like Scorpion were ill-equipped to withstand such broad, energy-infused assaults, especially when launched by a being of divine caliber. Without a moment's hesitation, Deidara propelled his C2 dragon towards the earth and stones constituting the dragon's tail. Managing to briefly halt its descent with a tremendous explosion, Deidara dared not relent. Swarms of explosive creatures, including spiders, centipedes, and flying birds, surged towards the point where the tail met the ground. After unleashing a C4 Garuda and a C3 bomb from his clay birds, the connection point was finally severed. Though the dragon's tail had been blasted apart, losing its earth-based magical properties and elemental support, the immense kinetic energy and weight of the debris, once it fell, would necessitate a re-evaluation of the Akatsuki's base of operations. The members of the Umbu and elite Jonin present began to clear the fallen rubble, with Deidara and Scorpion assisting in removing the excessively large boulders. You cannot escape now, you blonde brat. Mo Ying's illusion had merely served to restrain Deidara, the one who had slain 9 demigods of the dwarf clan. Now, it is time for you to perish. Caught off guard, Deidara had no time to react as a heavy hammer imbued with the weight of the earth's principle struck toward his forehead, nearly rendering him breathless. At the critical moment, a figure clad in black pushed Deidara aside, narrowly evading the hammer's arc of destruction. Well done, Scorpion, Deidara exclaimed, but as he turned to express his gratitude, he was met with an astonishing sight. It was not one of Scorpion's puppets that had intervened, but Scorpion himself, piloting the formidable Hiryu. At this moment, the once indomitable Hiryu had been shattered into countless pieces, its components strewn across the ground. The Scorpion's body was hurled into a 10-meter-wide pit by the hammer's strike. Its arms, which had attempted to block the colossal hammer, were shattered and melded into its right chest, with blood and flesh scattered throughout the pit. After its lungs were crushed, the Scorpion fell into unconsciousness. Such grievous injuries would not lead to the immediate demise of a being at the pinnacle of the epic tier. However, even the most miraculous objects, like the fruit of the tree of life, would offer little solace in this dire situation. Anger, confusion, guilt, and above all, a profound sense of bewilderment engulfed Deidara, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, his mind devoid. This individual was willing to sacrifice himself for you. Such a sentiment is truly moving. But do not be concerned, your time will come soon. Moying lifted the hammer, prepared to end the unconscious Scorpion's life, determined to eliminate the individual before him. A brilliant blue blade of light cleaved through the air, the immense energy fluctuations prompting Moying to furrow his brow and retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the blue Susanu's arm retrieved the Scorpion's lifeless form and transported it to safety. Witnessing the Scorpion's dire predicament ignited a tremendous fury within Zhang Yu. His violet Rinnegan was veined with crimson. Rage shattered the confines of Zhang Yu's reason. Gazing at Moying's figure, he yearned to unleash the most brutal and excruciating methods imaginable to obliterate him. He had merely entered the organization with a contingent of members, and within a mere 2 hours, the stronghold he had painstakingly established lay in ruins. The Scorpion, whom he had brought to this world, now lay dying in his embrace. Every time the Scorpion respectfully called him leader, the shy individual would reveal a knowing smile amidst the teasing of fellow members. Zhang Yu, well versed in the narrative of the Hokage, understood that this period within the Akatsuki had provided the Scorpion with a semblance of familial warmth, compensating for a lifetime of tragic childhood experiences. Yet here he stood, as the patriarch of this makeshift family, watching helplessly as one of his own was brought to the brink of death at his doorstep, trapped within the confines of the organization. This realization filled Zhang Yu with an overwhelming sense of rage. As Zhang Yu was about to take action, an unexpected incident occurred. Deidara, who had been momentarily frozen in place, suddenly glared at Moing with a ferocious expression, and without a second thought, charged towards him. I want you to accompany me to the grave. Deidara never anticipated that Scorpion would use his own body to shield him from Mo Ying's attack. Did you not proclaim that eternal beauty is art? Why would you do this? At that moment, there was hardly any time for Scorpion to contemplate or react. Controlling the remaining puppets was simply out of the question. Scorpion's own body was the closest to Deidara, and only with the assistance of his tail could the crimson jewel rush forth to save Daidara. Scorpion's mind was racing, reflecting on his old partner, the one who always affectionately referred to him as Brother Scorpion and endlessly debated the nuances of art with him. Scorpion had long regarded Daidara as a younger brother. Daidara was a quintessential ninja with high offensive capabilities but zero defense. If Mo Ying's strike were to land on him, it would undoubtedly result in his demise. How could Scorpion bear to witness Daidara perish before his very eyes? Daidara understood this as well. He too regarded Scorpion as family. The madness in his eyes deepened. Daidara, come back. Upon hearing the leader's voice, Daidara glanced back, revealing a flicker of regret in his eyes. I am sorry, leader, but this time I must defy your will. He then turned his gaze towards Mo Ying, his expression wild with fervor. Brother Scorpion sacrificed himself to save me. How could I possibly continue to live in this world? The pursuit of eternal beauty that Brother Scorpion embodied, how could I not honor that? As he soared through the air, Daidara began frantically stuffing his mouth with explosive clay, channeling all his chakra and life energy towards his heart. The fleeting figure of Zhang Yu ultimately could not match the formidable speed of Daidara riding his C2 dragon, whose smile grew increasingly sinister. As the terrifying energy emanating from the approaching figure intensified, an instinctual urge within Mo Ying compelled him to flee. At last, the overwhelming sense of crisis within him triumphed over his pride as a deity, prompting Mo Ying to turn and sprint into the distance. Yet, how could his running speed ever rival that of the aerial predator? It wasn't long before Daidara caught up with the fleeing Mo Ying. Why did Mo Ying not choose to fly? The formidable defense of the earth principle stemmed from the solid ground beneath his feet. Should he leave the earth, he would be left vulnerable to the terrifying skills being amassed by the man behind him. This was indisputable, especially with Zhang Yu, whose expression grew increasingly grim, closing in from behind. Indeed, as Mo Mog had stated, this organization was composed of lunatics, outsiders, crude and beyond redemption. As Daidara positioned himself directly above Mo Ying, he completed the final chakra guidance, declaring, "It is time for you to pay with your life." Casting a glance at the swiftly approaching figure of Zhang Yu, Daidara revealed a fleeting expression of regret. "Forgive my recklessness this time, leader." With that, he turned his gaze away, exclaiming, "My art is an explosion." As Daidara's C2 dragon dove downwards, two thunderous explosions resounded in succession. Following the lesser explosion of the C2 dragon, the subsequent C0 self-detonation erupted. As Daidara channeled all his energy and life force into this ultimate strike, an artistic sacrifice that epitomized the pinnacle of his existence. In Chapter 78, The Outer Path, Rebirth Technique, the destructive force of the C0 explosion sent Zhang Yu's Susanoo flying from the immense shockwave. The extreme heat and pressure generated by the blast shattered every glass pane in the distant city of Shiluan, over 10 kilometers away. Ward Claire, in anguish, crushed the jade pendant left by his sister, which contained a substantial fraction of Charlotte's power, a life-saving talisman he had painstakingly begged his sister for months to acquire. The loss was indeed painful, yet had he not used it, the cataclysmic explosion would have surely breached the defensive magic array of the Imperial capital, obliterating the entire city with ease, even from such a distance. Despite the separation, Ward Claire beheld the immense azure form of Zhang Yu's Susanoo. It seemed Mo Mog had truly escalated the situation. The blinding white light pierced through, rendering one unable to open their eyes. As the radiant glow dissipated, what once was the boundless plain of the southern capital transformed into a profound pit, plunging over 100 meters deep. The ground cracked, with countless fissures sprawling outward from the immense basin created by the explosion. Viewed from above, the surface resembled a grotesque scar, a testament to the devastation that had befallen the surroundings. The once vibrant landscape lay in ruins, unrecognizable. The base of the Dawn organization had vanished, its pavilions and artificial hills reduced to mere remnants. The members of the Dark Faction and elite shinobi were nowhere to be found. The incident unfolded with startling swiftness. Zhang Yu and Itachi could only conjure Susanoo to shield a handful of individuals. It is crucial to note that Daidara's C0, once unleashed, spared none from its wrath. Under the protection of Charlotte's clone, the capital endured, suffering the loss of over half its structures to the immense tremors, while the devastating shockwaves and extreme temperatures were effectively mitigated. In its final moments, Charlotte's clone transmitted a message to the meditating main body, having exhausted its energy. The fate of the countless innocent residents buried beneath the ruins of the capital remains unknown. After dispatching his ministers to provide disaster relief, Ward cast his gaze toward the battlefield, aware that what awaited these so-called representatives of the Alliance was the unbridled fury of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu swiftly arrived at the epicenter of the explosion. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him. This palpable sense of resentment and rage surged within him, driven by the chakra coursing through his veins, soon sensed by numerous powerful beings in the southern region of the continent. Those who felt this presence were gripped by an unsettling chill. Momo-gu had truly gone too far this time. It remained to be seen how he would extricate himself from this predicament. In the deep pit, a shattered and incomplete skeletal figure slowly rose, remnants of its body ravaged by the blast. A sense of dread lingered in Mo Ying's heart. Had he not been on solid ground and equipped with several jade pendants bestowed by Momo-gu, which contained the essence of Momo-ji's full force, his life would surely have come to an end here. Yet now, even if he were to survive, the severity of his injuries would require centuries to heal. He could no longer concern himself with the mission entrusted to him by Momo-gu. All he wished for was to flee this place, to escape from this band of lunatics. The presence of Deidara was no longer felt. That madman had attempted to drag himself into the abyss with a self-destructive technique. Indeed, he was utterly insane. Zhang Yu sensed that the presence of Deidara had completely dissipated from the scene. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, the cards representing Scorpion and Deidara had lost all their color, rendered monochrome. The states of both individuals had transformed into that of death. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply, the air filling his lungs, yet an overwhelming surge of anger left him gasping for breath. A chilling laughter erupted from his lips, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. The palpable bloodlust in the air became almost tangible, rendering breathing a laborious task. The members of the Akatsuki organization exchanged worried glances as they observed the battlefield, while Conan and Itachi held back those eager to advance. "We must remain here and not add to the leader's troubles," Conan urged. Just as the others prepared to counter her admonition, Itachi interjected. "The leader's chakra is rapidly escalating. And you are all aware of the state of his Sharingan. Everyone here understands the suffering the leader endures in this condition. For your safety, I implore you to step back. With the sacrifices of Sasori and Deidara, I cannot bear to see any further misfortune befall you. It is best to wait here for the leader's instructions." At that moment, Pain's Devapath spoke up. Perhaps there is still hope for Sasori, but as for Deidara, without any remnants of his physical form, there is nothing that can be done. The group turned to Pain, their eyes filled with confusion. Before they could voice their inquiries, Devapath continued, "After ascending to the pinnacle of the epic tier, we 6 paths of Pain can utilize the complete powers of the Rinnegan. This grants us 6 pairs of nearly complete Rinnegan abilities. However, strictly speaking, while we possess our own independent thoughts and personalities, we are part of a singular, cohesive whole. The Rinnegan has a technique known as the Outer Path Samsara, which allows me to resurrect the deceased from the realm of the dead back to the living world. The cost of this technique is that the user will be drained of their life force and chakra. In other words, I would die." Before Devapath could finish his statement, Conan interrupted. "That is impossible. Do not even consider it. Such a life-for-life exchange is absolutely unacceptable." The surrounding members of the Akatsuki shared her sentiment, wishing to dissuade him. Pain continued, "After enhancing myself with the Rinnegan stones, my power is now close to that of a demigod. Once we attain the status of demigods, our life energy will undergo a qualitative enhancement. By sharing the cost among the 6 of us, we can avoid the dire consequences of a life-for-life exchange. At worst, we will suffer a partial loss of life energy and experience weakness for a time." After Pain concluded, the Akatsuki members began to contemplate the feasibility of this proposed method. If what Devapath suggested were indeed true, it fell within an acceptable range of possibility. In this world, there exists an abundance of treasures capable of replenishing or restoring life energy. When the time comes, even if it necessitates force, the masses would endeavor to retrieve them for Pain. The deity of heaven continued. However, it should be noted that Deidara is intrinsically linked to self-detonation. All of his flesh and blood have amalgamated into the C0 explosion. Thus, after the explosion, Deidara left nothing behind, rendering him ineligible for resurrection through the Outer Path Samsara. As the crowd fell into a sorrowful silence, lamenting the impossibility of reviving Deidara, a discordant voice broke the atmosphere. "I happen to possess a vial of Deidara's blood. Do you think it could be of use?" Chapter 79. Zhang Yu in a state of fury, though it might be somewhat impolite to inquire at this juncture. "Haiden, how is it that you possess Deidara's blood?" "Well, you see, There was a day when I mentioned that his clay sculptures were rather abstract, and in response, he berated me for 2 hours. That night, while he was asleep, I took a sample. I swear, it was merely a prank, nothing more, Haydn confessed, somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, unable to bear the awkwardness, gave Haydn a light smack on the head. Now that the prerequisites are met, as long as I successfully ascend to demigod status, I shall commence the resurrection of Deidara and Sasori, the deity of heaven remarked. However, it is imperative that the leader is not informed of this news immediately. The group followed the gaze of the deity of heaven, witnessing Zhang Yu relentlessly pursuing Moing. The two had strayed far from the direction of the Western Imperial capital, and Zhang Yu's colossal complete body Susanoo appeared no larger than a thumbnail. Occasionally, earth-shattering explosions emanated from Zhang Yu's vicinity. Moing was in a dire state. The earthy laws enveloped him, barely maintaining his semblance of humanity. After half an hour of flight, Moing was thoroughly battered, yet he dared not leave the ground. Should he ascend into the air, Zhang Yu's monstrous offensive capabilities would easily obliterate him. For now, he could only rely on the earth attribute laws to shield his remaining frail form. Zhang Yu, there has been a misunderstanding. I come as a representative of the Tianyuan Continent Alliance, inviting you to join us in the battle against the Abyss, Moing pleaded. At this moment, Zhang Yu was indifferent to the identity of the messenger or the purpose of the visit. All he desired was to send this individual to the depths of hell to atone for his sins before Deidara and Sasori. The memories of Sasori and Deidara lingered in Zhang Yu's mind. It was his previous weakness as a leader, his constant yielding, that had fostered the illusion that the Akatsuki could be trifled with. This time, Zhang Yu vowed to ensure that the so-called Tianyuan Continent Alliance would learn the consequences of their actions. One's relentless compromise and concession cannot earn the respect of these natives. Thus, let the fist speak now. As the Earth explosion star commences, 9 colossal orbs of earth and stone coalesce in an instant, hurtling towards the direction of Moing. Meanwhile, I ascend to the arm of Susanoo, utilizing the full manifestation of Susanoo's throwing acceleration to catch up with Moing, who has been obstructed by the Earth explosion star. Zhang Yu raised his hand and pressed it upon Moing's head, dragging him along the ground for several thousand meters. At last, I have you, he declared triumphantly. The spectral figure from the wheel tomb held Moing firmly in its grasp, effectively restraining his movements. In Zhang Yu's hand, a black staff materialized, which he then proceeded to insert, one by one, atop the divine bone enveloped by the laws of earth. Within the realm of the mind, Zhang Yu issued commands to the members of the Akatsuki organization. Simultaneously, all members received the will of their leader, launching a relentless and fierce retaliation against the Dwarven Kingdom. Irrespective of the cost, Zhang Yu subsequently directed his attention to Moing beneath him, pondering whether she had contemplated her own demise. Zhang Yu retrieved the rare artifact, the Chaoji sword, which had emerged from the depths of the secret realm. This sword possessed no enhancements or special effects. It was defined solely by one characteristic, its unparalleled sharpness, capable of slicing through all barriers that the world may present. This was the system's proclamation regarding the sword. Zhang Yu's intention in wielding the Chaoji sword was to ensure the passage of Moing, the so-called lower deity, into the afterlife. Following a series of relentless assaults, Zhang Yu had utterly obliterated all flesh and blood from Moing's form. Yet this divine bone proved to be exceptionally resilient, presenting great difficulty in its destruction. Zhang Yu unsheathed the grass-wielding sword and tentatively drew it across Moing's body. A faint scar materialized upon Moing's divine bone, and a searing agony penetrated deep within his soul. A piercing scream erupted from Moing's lips, a sound so incongruous emanating from a skeletal frame. I wonder if you have contemplated your demise. Allow me to assist you in that regard. With a swift motion, Moing's golden femur shattered at its root. In an instant, his limbs were severed and propelled away, leaving him with but a torso connected to his head. Even as the bones of his severed hands and legs retained some vestige of life, they struggled to reach towards the remnants of his torso. Zhang Yu casually stepped on a fragment of a leg bone. Truly, it is the realm of the divine. Even a lower deity's vitality far surpasses that of a demigod. To completely obliterate a deity, it is insufficient to merely destroy their physical form and soul. The divine essence concealed within their mind must also be annihilated. Otherwise, one would never achieve the true erasure of a god. At this moment, Moing, having momentarily recovered from the pain, urgently pleaded under the overwhelming instinct for survival. Leader Zhang Yu, please do not act impulsively. Let us converse. I can offer compensation, gold, silver, jewels, power, women, everything I possess, I will give to you. I beseech you. Spare my life. No need, Zhang Yu replied. Just leave your life behind. Zhang Yu's movements did not cease. With a few swift strokes, he reduced the divine bones to fragments. The lock of the demon statue shot forth from Zhang Yu's body, and simultaneously, the hungry ghost path within him unfurled. Aiding the external demon statue in devouring the magical and divine energies contained within Mo Ying's divine bones, as well as its divinity. Upon realizing that Zhang Yu had no intention of sparing him, Mo Ying adopted a more menacing demeanor and roared fiercely, Zhang Yu, I advise you to release me at once. Do not be foolish. Remember that my dwarven race boasts 3 divine ranks. Do you comprehend the consequences of my demise? Should I perish, prepare to face the most frenzied retribution from the dwarven people. It won't just be you. Even your organization, the Dawn, will have to pay the price. His Majesty Mogmog is en route to this location. Be wise and release me now. Zhang Yu's hand paused, not due to the words spoken by Mo Ying, but because he sensed a force beyond the external demonic image, devouring Mo Ying's divine power and essence. Zhang Yu felt a peculiar sensation, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The will of the dimension, perhaps? Intriguing. Do not let me discover your involvement in this matter. Since you desire these divine powers and divine substances, then indulge yourself and absorb them fervently. Zhang Yu forcefully cleaved through the golden skull of Mo Ying with his sword. His hand plunged violently into Mo Ying's brain. The overwhelming agony rendered Mo Ying incapable of uttering a single coherent word, leaving him only able to emit a series of involuntary grunts. Zhang Yu abruptly withdrew his hand, revealing the divine essence, intertwined with cerebral matter, suspended in midair. Zhang Yu raised his hand, striking his sword upon Mo Ying's divine core. Yet it merely produced the sound of metal clashing, leaving the divine core unscathed and suspended in midair. Mo Ying, having finally emerged from the immense agony of being severed from his divine core, could only watch in horror as Zhang Yu aimed his sword at it. A pang of sorrow gripped Mo Ying's heart, an overwhelming urge to weep enveloping him. This relentless adversary seemed intent on eradicating him entirely, leaving no room for mercy. Then, a chilling realization dawned upon Mo Ying as he sensed the power within his divine core rapidly dissipating, sending waves of terror coursing through him. Stop. I beg you. Please stop. Spare my life. I implore you. I will do anything you ask. I beseech you, grant me mercy. The divine core was undoubtedly the lifeblood of his existence. And upon realizing Zhang Yu's capability to utterly annihilate him, Mo Ying's spirit shattered completely. Cursed be the Mo Go, he had already sent a distress signal. So why had aid not yet arrived? As he felt the strength within him continue to wane, he was left clinging to life solely by the formidable power of his divine core, which was now slipping away. His consciousness grew increasingly chaotic. Sensing the vitality ebbing from his being, was he truly on the brink of death? Zhang Yu, cease this at once. An enraged voice resonated from afar, growing clearer as it approached Zhang Yu's ears. Zhang Yu turned to face the source of the voice, his expression inscrutable. After waiting for so long, you have finally arrived. The swift figure of Mo soon distanced itself from the others, who were merely idling behind, and quickly approached Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, you are courting death. Return the divine essence of Mo Ying at once, or you shall face the relentless wrath of my alliance from the Tianyuan continent, along with the unyielding fury of my hundreds of billions of dwarves. Zhang Yu smirked disdainfully, declaring, to the bitter end, can you not see? We are already entwined in this fate. As his words echoed, Zhang Yu summoned the formidable gravitational force of the cosmic essence, directing it towards the divine essence of Mo Ying, which had long been surreptitiously drained of its divine power and nature by the will of the realm. How could such a diminished divine essence withstand the full force of Zhang Yu's attack? It shattered into countless fragments before the astonished gaze of Mo Go. The divine essence fell to the ground, gradually transforming into fine ash. With the loss of his divine essence, Mo Ying felt the life within him dissipating at an alarming rate. He understood that death was imminent. How could he have anticipated such a fate for himself? A lesser deity? If given the chance to relive this moment, Mo Ying would resolutely refuse this ill-fated mission. Mo's mind went blank for a few seconds, before an uncontrollable fury surged within him. How dare you? How dare you, Zhang Yu? I will ensure your demise, and I shall drag every member of your organization to hell to accompany Mo Ying in his grave. Unexpectedly, before Mo Go could finish his threat, Zhang Yu had already teleported before him, raising his hand to strike with a lethal blow. Remarkably, Momoge's formidable and ornate dwarven battle armor failed to withstand the force of Zhang Yu's blade, which pierced straight into his abdomen. It was only then that Momogu realized the gravity of the situation, hastily retreating to retrieve his warhammer. Zhang Yu stood firmly in place, his colossal Susanoo, now compressed under his control, loomed at a height of merely over 100 meters. This newfound ability emerged after Zhang Yu enhanced his mental prowess, allowing him to manipulate the size and chakra density of his Susanoo with unparalleled precision. The diminutive form of the Susanoo did not signify a reduction in its defensive capabilities. On the contrary, the ethereal blue chakra density exhibited by this perfected Susanoo was astoundingly superior to its previous state. The formidable defensive strength derived from this terrifying chakra density was profoundly felt by Momok. Although Momok had unleashed a full-force strike as a mid-tier lower deity using sheer brute strength, Zhang Yu's Susanoo successfully absorbed the impact of this assault, effortlessly grasping the hammerhead that Momok had swung. Subsequently, his right hand reached towards the airborne Momok. The law of force unfolded, soon followed by the law of thunder, which radiated in all directions around Momok. Empowered by the law of force, Momok easily extricated the hammerhead from the Susanoo's grasp. Meanwhile, the thunder gathered by the law of thunder struck down upon Zhang Yu's Susanoo, enveloping the ethereal blue form in a tempest of almost liquid lightning. Zhang Yu lifted his gaze towards the heavens, perceiving the thunder of this dilapidated world, which was as absurd as most of its inhabitants. The divine righteousness, was unleashed, and everything surrounding him, including the violet lightning that enveloped Zhang Yu, was violently cast away by an immense repulsive force. At that moment, a mournful wail resonated through the hearts and ears of all beings across the continent, a lamentation from the heavens for the fall of a divine being. In that instant, everyone across the land comprehended that a divine entity had perished. The dwarf Mogmog, propelled away by Zhang Yu, felt an overwhelming sense of desolation engulf him. His clan, with its 4 divine beings, had once basked in glory. Yet one had now fallen from the heavens. He had not succumbed on the battlefield against the Abyssal tribe, but had been slain by Zhang Yu, who was not even at the divine tier, in such an inconceivable manner. As Mogmog looked up, he beheld Zhang Yu's gaze, filled with hatred. An overwhelming animosity and murderous intent concealed beneath his calm demeanor, leaving Mogmog utterly bewildered. What had begun as a simple recruitment task had spiraled into this chaotic confrontation. However, with Moing now deceased, it was imperative for Mogmog, both as the leader of the alliance and the chieftain of the dwarven clan, to seek vengeance for Moing. The honor of the dwarven race was at stake. After exchanging a glance, both warriors charged at each other. The fierce battle commenced, escalating from the ground into the sky, until they reached the boundary of the world bubble. In less than 10 minutes, the cataclysmic aftermath of their clash shattered the surrounding clouds. Onlookers could gaze upwards, witnessing the fierce confrontation between the two at the edge of the world bubble. Zhang Yu embodies the archetype of a character capable of reincarnation through impure soil, possessing an infinite reservoir of chakra, rendering the term perpetual motion machine not an exaggeration. Furthermore, the formidable Mogmog, endowed with divine attributes, is not easily diminished in energy reserves. Moreover, a lower deity has already mastered the formidable powers of the loss. Even someone as powerful as Zhang Yu must remain utterly vigilant when facing Mogmog, who wields the strength of these laws. A moment's distraction could lead to Zhang Yu being drawn out of his Susanoo, leaving him utterly vulnerable to the unrelenting onslaught of a deity. The clash between the two has endured for nearly a day, encompassing both close-quarters combat and long-range spell exchanges. Yet neither has managed to gain the upper hand against the other. Zhang Yu's peculiar nature lies in the fact that one cannot simply regard it as a mere pinnacle epic. Which family's epic can boast a duration surpassing that of a lower deity? Which epic possesses defensive capabilities that rival those of divine rank? As the battle progresses, Mogmog's once abundant mental energy begins to show signs of depletion, while Zhang Yu, on the other hand, is also gritting his teeth and enduring. Both individuals harbor compelling reasons to eliminate one another. Chapter 81, A Convergence of Forces. Zhang Yu raised his hand to form a seal, activating the celestial obstruction star, and soared directly towards the eastern continent, inhabited by the dwarves. Zhang Yu, you are courting death. Mog, who comprehended Zhang Yu's intentions upon seeing his movements, exploded with rage. This was a direct assault on the dwarven kingdom below, undoubtedly striking at Mog's vital interests. At this moment, he could no longer afford to consider anything else. Preventing the celestial obstruction star from descending upon the dwarven territory was of utmost urgency. This implied that Mo Mog needed to withstand the full force of the celestial obstruction star, a considerable challenge for him. If Mo Ing were not dead at this moment, his mastery of the earth laws would enable him to effectively counter Zhang Yu's skill. Yet, relying solely on Mo Mog, while being scrutinized by Zhang Yu, to block the celestial obstruction star was indeed a fanciful dream. The clamor of their battle was far too significant. At this juncture, Mo Mog's two sons, along with various divine-level experts from the Alliance, were compelled to arrive at the battlefield. Among them were familiar figures like Griffin and Kuensak and Su. Initially, they had adopted a detached stance, merely spectators, but now they were obligated to intervene and halt the conflict between the two. Both were now unleashing their true power, and allowing them to continue their clash on Tianyuan continent could lead to unpredictable consequences. It is worth noting that the abyss loomed nearby, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to revel in the chaos. One divine being had already perished today. That was quite enough. Mo Malong and Mo Mohu. Mo Mog's eldest and second sons were the remaining lower-tier deities of the dwarves besides Mo Mog and Mo Ing, each embodying the laws of wind and one branch of the law of creation, the forging law. At this moment, they positioned themselves before Zhang Yu to block his path. "Father, you handle those two meteors. We brothers will take care of this." The three Dragon Clan divine beings stood between Zhang Yu and the brothers, insisting, "Can we put an end to this matter here? Let us not squander our strength on this trivial conflict. Our priority now is to unite and collectively resist the invasion of the abyss." Without waiting for Kungsu to finish his words, Zhang Yu swung his blade, narrowly missing Kungsu, who skillfully evaded the strike. "What is your intention, Zhang Yu?" Kungsu inquired, perplexed as he faced the three divine beings of the dwarven race. "You should know when to retreat, yet you still contemplate further confrontation. What grants you such audacity?" "Nothing of significance," Zhang Yu retorted. "Now, before my patience wanes completely, I suggest you vanish from my sight at once." Kungsu could hardly contain his amusement at Zhang Yu's bravado. "Enough, Zhang Yu. I extend you a chance to withdraw gracefully. Surely you do not believe you can single-handedly challenge the entirety of the dwarven clan. Frankly, if it were not for the looming abyssal invasion, we would have little interest in your trivial matters. Do you truly consider yourself of such importance? Do you think that having vanquished a crippled divine being, you are now capable of grappling with lower gods?" Zhang Yu cast a serene gaze upon the multitude gathered before him. As the towering figure of the demonic statue loomed behind him, reaching several thousand meters into the sky, the statue, with its 9 eyes wide open, emanated a terrifying aura that rivaled that of many lower deities present. "If you do not depart immediately, you shall meet your demise alongside the diminutive figure that stands behind you. Alternatively, if you believe yourself to be formidable enough to withstand my prowess, then feel free to come forth and test your strength." Zhang Yu's unwavering resolve left the assembled crowd in a state of perplexity. Who could fathom the transgressions of Mo Ing that could drive Zhang Yu to such a frenzied state, determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle? Merely moments ago, Mei Lin, having gathered information from the envoy of the Shiluan Empire, hastened to the scene. This vicinity, bordering the edge of the Tianyuan continent's world bubble, is not a realm accessible to ordinary individuals. The relentless winds that sweep through this area are akin to formidable wind-based forbidden spells, persistently assaulting for 24 hours. Even demigods typically steer clear of such perilous locales. Unforeseen spatial rifts emerge unpredictably. A moment's inattention could result in being transported to an unknown destination. Should one be exiled from the Tianyuan continent, returning would be an impossibility, leaving them to languish in the void until death. The frequent lightning generated by the friction of various ions possesses the power to slay even demigods. The Shiluan Empire, the sole entity privy to the situation, lacked any divine beings, which accounts for Mei Lin's later arrival compared to the others. She had first visited the Akatsuki organization's base. Upon witnessing the state of the Akatsuki headquarters and comprehending the events that transpired, even she, merely an observer, was engulfed in profound indignation, let alone Zhang Yu, a principal party in this conflict. The destruction of the organization's base and the massacre of its core members are grievances that demand relentless vengeance. To have committed both acts is a transgression of the highest order. Zhang Yu is a person of profound understanding, and Mei Lin is acutely aware that the incident involving the elven tribe was aptly resolved due to the influence of Pope Charlotte. "Oh, Mo Ing, how misguidedly you have wielded your power this time. What manner of person is Zhang Yu? Your demise is indeed lamentable. Chief Zhang Yu, I implore you to maintain your composure. The true instigator has been vanquished. I urge you to grieve, but also to prioritize the greater good." Mei Lin's words left the assembly in a state of perplexity. They had been hastily summoned by Mo from the front lines and were unaware of the unfolding events. "What do you mean by grieving, Mei Lin?" questioned Griffin, his skepticism palpable. With a sigh, Mei Lin chose not to elaborate further. Instead, a memory stone in her hand, infused with her magical energy, vividly displayed the events that transpired before their eyes. From Mo Ying's party's arrival at the Akatsuki organization's stronghold to the ensuing battle and the tragic demise of its members. The aftermath of devastation was starkly illuminated for all to see. Even Kuan Sa, who had previously been the most boisterous, fell silent. This was not a matter of Zhang Yu being overly dramatic or lacking in perspective. Had such an incident occurred within the Dragon Tribe, he mused, he would likely have already been engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Mo. Zhang Yu stood in silence, patiently awaiting the completion of the onlookers' observations of the content inscribed on the memorial stone. "Might I suggest that you all step aside?" Noticing the crowd begin to retreat, Kuan Su, with a steely resolve, approached and attempted to offer words of solace to Zhang Yu. "My lord Zhang Yu, please accept my condolences. However, in light of the imminent threat, I urge you to prioritize the greater good. I stand here as a representative of the Dragon Clan, assuring you that once the abyss is repelled, the Dwarven clan will provide compensation that meets your expectations." Behind him, Ten Tails was gathering an enormous-tailed beast ball, clearly indicating Zhang Yu's resolute stance. Given their prior acquaintance, Zhang Yu's response was frigid yet measured. "A life for a life will suffice. Spare me your condolences. My current aim is to ensure that he too laments." Following Zhang Yu's gaze, the crowd beheld the figure of Momo Go, desperately resisting the descent of the celestial obstacle star. Chapter 82. The turn of events. Sensing the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Zhang Yu, the onlookers fell silent. His response was unequivocal. They then dispersed, taking to the periphery of the battlefield to mitigate the residual effects of the conflict. Fortunately, they found themselves at the edge of the world barrier, which significantly lessened the impact of the battle's aftermath on the Tianyuan continent. As for the plight faced by the Dwarven clan, the consensus among the group was that they had brought this upon themselves. Personal vendettas are not a burden the Alliance should bear. The wrath of Zhang Yu is a consequence for the Dwarven clan alone, and we have no desire to partake in such tribulations. Initially, the situation seemed manageable, and the assembled individuals were in agreement about forcibly integrating those factions unwilling to join the Alliance. This was primarily to consolidate their strength, as all residents of the Tianyuan continent should contribute against the looming threat, and secondly, to facilitate stable governance in the rear. The Alliance's stance towards various factions would indeed vary. Should one possess strength, persuasion through reason would be employed. Conversely, if one is weak, the choices would be limited, either join or face annexation. The choice remains yours. But what of the Akatsuki organization? To speak candidly, many factions present, possessing divine tier combat capabilities, could wield considerable influence within the Alliance. Zhang Yu's organization is by no means inferior to these major powers. What gives you the audacity to force your way through? Attempting to reclaim the dignity you lost before Zhang Yu by leveraging the Alliance's strength has only resulted in your own failure. That is a matter solely concerning you, Momo, and the Dwarven race. Do not expect the esteemed individuals present to be ensnared in the chariot of your Dwarven kin. The Outer Path Golem has completed its charge, and the target of the tailed beast Jade is precisely the Dwarven kingdom, where your kind has resided for generations. As for the two divine beings currently besieging Zhang Yu, they are of no concern. It is not that Zhang Yu underestimates them. Rather, the principles they wield are not those renowned for their offensive capabilities. The terrifying chakra that Zhang Yu had amassed manifested as a Susanoo, which, even while standing still and allowing the two adversaries to attack, would require considerable effort for them to breach. Zhang Yu, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, could hardly be oblivious to the principle of self-preservation in combat. If the tailed beast bomb were to be launched directly at the two, evading such an assault would not prove difficult. However, should I direct this tailed beast bomb towards your subjects, would you choose to bear the brunt of it yourself, or allow it to soar towards your diminutive kingdom? Regardless of the outcome, it was a scenario that Zhang Yu could accept. As anticipated, upon witnessing the tailed beast bomb racing towards the Dwarven kingdom, the Dragon Tiger brothers were compelled to intervene. Although the speed of the tailed beast bomb was remarkable, it paled in comparison to that of a lower deity moving at full throttle, mastering the laws of wind. Momo Long arrived at the rear of the tailed beast bomb first. With a wave of his hand, a net of wind pressure, bolstered by countless wind principles. Ensnared the bomb. Meanwhile, Momo, who positioned himself in front of the tailed beast bomb, invoking the power of the heavens and the earth, conjuring a massive and solid dwarf to grasp the bomb in its hands. A blinding light emanated from the tailed beast bomb, and it was only then that the brothers realized its explosive potential. It was too late to relinquish their hold. Both unleashed their most formidable defensive maneuvers. And when the cataclysmic explosion subsided, the two appeared, slightly disheveled, at the epicenter of the blast. Each brother sustained varying degrees of injury. Zhang Yu, with an ethereal presence, swiftly approached the two brothers. With a graceful swing of his sword, he struck at them, catching everyone off guard. None could have anticipated that Zhang Yu would forsake the defense of the formidable blue-armored giant. In a moment of desperation, Imo Malong pushed his brother aside, only to find himself struck by the blade. Golden divine blood spilled forth, and a deep gash, extending from his abdomen to his shoulder, marred Imo Malong's form. His resplendent high-grade armor cleaved as if it were mere tofu. The onlookers, all newly ascended to the divine tier, had yet to begin nurturing their own sacred artifacts. Thus, the exceptionally sharp attributes of the Kusanagi sword proved overwhelmingly dominant. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to pierce two black rods into the vital points of Imo Long's body. The Susanu's arm grasped the hammer swung by Imo Hu and cast it aside as if it were mere refuse. Zhang Yu intended to eliminate one of his adversaries first. The fierce battle that erupted in that fleeting moment left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had presumed that after ascending to the divine tier, they would effortlessly subdue Zhang Yu, perhaps even overpower him with ease. However, it now appeared that they had underestimated his capabilities. At this juncture, Momo had only just shattered the first meteorite and was fully engaged in combating the larger second one, leaving him unable to provide any assistance. It is important to note that Zhang Yu had been entrenched at the pinnacle of the epic tier for a considerable duration, further augmented by a surge of mental fortitude imposed by the system, rendering him far more formidable than before. The magnitude of the celestial shockwave he unleashed was indeed formidable. Momo's ability to withstand and obliterate one of the meteorites was a testament to his remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, Imo Malong, enduring excruciating pain and fury, extracted the dark rod embedded within his body. To be so grievously injured by an epic tier opponent was undeniably a source of shame, even for someone who had long been a renowned powerhouse on the continent. Zhang Yu adjusted his stance, contemplating his next strategy. The skills at his disposal were not particularly potent for inflicting single-target damage against entities of divine rank. His formidable vitality and healing abilities were sufficient to negate much of the damage he could inflict. Although the harm he had inflicted upon the looming Momo Long appeared exceedingly formidable, the moment Momo Long extracted the black rod, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Upon reaching the divine rank, the advantages of his celestial physique had been largely nullified. Now, he relied solely on his boundless chakra and rather extraordinary skills to maintain an edge in confrontations with divine beings. However, the descending Tian Ai Xing would inevitably be dealt with by Momo, and at that juncture, even he would have little confidence in overcoming the assault of three divine entities. Thus, the only recourse to break the stalemate lay in a singular approach. Zhang Yu cast his gaze towards the nearby external demon statue. Suddenly, an incongruous voice echoed among the crowd. What a lively scene. Have I missed anything? The leader of the Abyss Succubus clan, Elena, accompanied by the Elder Tia and several formidable divine beings from her clan, made their appearance before the major powers of the continent. How did you arrive here? What of those left behind at the front lines? Kunsa inquired sharply. Logically, the forces of the continent had successfully barred the Abyss tribe from advancing past the southern border of Tianyuan City. So the emergence of the Succubus clan's divine beings before everyone was indeed a cause for concern regarding the situation at the front. Are you referring to the divine beings you left at the front? Oh, they're doing just fine, eating and drinking as usual. Life is quite pleasant. Came a sultry voice from Elena. Impossible. How did you bypass the Tianyuan City security line to appear here? Kunsa exclaimed incredulously, only to be interrupted by his brother, Kunsa. Enough, brother. Let us not dwell on that. Now that you are here, do not leave, you scum of the Abyss tribe. Chapter 83. I trust myself more. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. We are not here for your sake. Elena turned her attention to Zhang Yu, her voice sweetly resonating. It has not been long since our last meeting, and congratulations, Sir Zhang Yu, on your further advancement and strength. The Mother Goddess has been quite preoccupied with thoughts of you since our last parting. It took considerable effort for her to send us here to assist you. Zhang Yu paused in her actions, Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the visitors from the abyss. You are the children of the Mother Goddess? Evelyn, has she sent you to assist me? Is she truly so benevolent? Zhang Yu posed several questions, yet he observed that Elena remained ever so cheerful, patiently elucidating. Indeed, the Mother Goddess holds great esteem for leader Zhang Yu. She is quite indignant regarding the unfair treatment you have endured. With that, Elena turned a glance at the vigilant assembly from the Tianyuan continent, then cast her eyes toward the distant silhouette of Mogmok. Who was thwarting the descent of the celestial obstruction star? Is this the skill that shattered the invasion of the Dark Elves? The one known as the celestial obstruction star? It is truly magnificent, a testament to your prowess, Lord Zhang Yu. What brings you here? Zhang Yu inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he regarded Elena's extraordinarily beautiful visage. The succubi, without a doubt, are born enchantresses. Their allure is unparalleled among the myriad races of the world, rivaling even that of the elves and angels. The angelic beings embody a sanctified beauty, akin to a flower on a lofty peak, while the elves lean towards a sweeter charm. In contrast, the succubi exude an aggressive, intellectual allure. Lord Zhang Yu's frigid demeanor has surely pierced the hearts of many. What ulterior motives could there be? The Mother Goddess merely instructed me to bring companions to support you, for I believe you have discerned the true nature of these individuals from the continent. As fellow outsiders, we assist one another without any hidden agendas. After a brief pause, Elena continued, if one must speak of motives, consider it an overture of goodwill from the succubi. Or perhaps a gesture of friendship from the Mother Goddess Evelyn. She has always held you in high regard, recognizing that you are distinct from these pseudo-deities. In you, the Mother Goddess perceives boundless potential, perhaps even the hope for a brighter future from the abyss. Zhang Yu stood still, absorbing Elena's words. After a brief moment of silence, his gaze regained its steadfastness. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. In comparison to anyone's friendship, I now place my faith solely in the power I wield. Elena offered no further words, merely smiling as she regarded Zhang Yu. The words of the Mother Goddess were indeed accurate. This man would not be beholden to any faction. All she needed was to extend the friendship of the succubus clan, forging a bond of goodwill. After all, assisting in halting these so-called false gods of the continent was of little consequence. What exactly do you mean by false gods? Griffin, the most tempestuous among them, inquired with a furrowed brow. Since his ascension to divine status, he had harbored a sense that his powers were somehow incomplete, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. Elena's mention of false gods clearly indicated that she possessed knowledge of something significant, the very answer he had long sought yet could never grasp. With a teasing smile, Elena was poised to reveal her insights when an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis enveloped her, as though uttering a word could lead to her immediate obliteration. Elena comprehended that this was the intervention of the will of the realm. After all, these individuals were the sustenance required for the ascension of that will. How could it allow her to disclose such a harsh reality to these pitiful beings, kept like livestock? Reflecting on this, Elena's sympathetic gaze swept across the gathered demigods. I wish to inform you, yet I shall not. What can you do about it? Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, who had already seen through the facade, chose to disregard the individuals before him. As long as they did not interfere with his intentions, he was content. His focus shifted to the twin dragons in the distance. Next, it was time to address these two before him. Celestial Technique, Divine Gate of Clarity. Celestial Technique, would escape, True Thousand Hands. Might of the Divine, Sisanu, would escape. Technique of the Wooden Man would escape, Number of the Wooden Dragon. Zhang Yu conjured countless wooden clones, showcasing an array of dazzling skills that left the onlookers utterly mesmerized. Zhang Yu, wielding the grass-cutting sword, navigated through his clones in search of an opportune moment. Meanwhile, the multitude of skills exhibited by Zhang Yu's would release clones left MOMO long and MOMO who somewhat overwhelmed. These abilities were not mere trifles akin to the trivial curses unleashed by typical epicteer sorcerers. Each would shield clone could invoke Zhang Yu's signature complete Sisanu, which had already caused beads of sweat to form on the brows of the two brothers. Although the would shield clones lacked Zhang Yu's seemingly boundless chakra, the chakra within them enabled the execution of his notoriously troublesome signature techniques, placing them far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary demigod. The two were merely at the initial stages of lower divine rank, and faced with the onslaught of hundreds or even thousands of would-release clones. The adage of ants overwhelming an elephant could very well become a reality if they were not vigilant. Each strike, bolstered by their laws, possessed a potency that surpassed that of forbidden spells, and countless would-shield clones were being extinguished by the second, yet Zhang Yu continuously summoned more. Momo who had mastery over the forging laws, faltered even more than his brother due to his lack of skills for wide-scale extermination. He was not a deity particularly suited for combat. As the two relentlessly eradicated the wood-release clones created by Zhang Yu, he stealthily approached Mo Hu from behind. "Got you." Zhang Yubing's icy voice resonated clearly in Mo Hu's ears, causing a wave of goosebumps to rise across his body, while cold sweat instantly drenched the fabric beneath his armor. It was too late to turn back. The frigid blade pierced through Mo Hu's heart, emerging with a burst of searing divine blood. Zhang Yu extended his fingers, clasping the head of Mo Hu with an iron grip. In that moment, the struggle that had once consumed Mo Hu ceased abruptly. Only those at the pinnacle of divine hierarchy could perceive the extraction of Mo Hu's soul by Zhang Yu. An eerie chill enveloped the onlookers. For this direct assault on the soul was a method even the lower-tier deities could scarcely withstand. This signified a perilous reality. Should one find themselves within Zhang Yu's lethal range, they too would be at risk of demise. It is crucial to remember that even gods are vulnerable. A soul detached from its corporeal vessel remains equally fragile. As Mo Hu's soul was being forcefully drawn out, he sensed the ominous apparition of the King of Hell looming behind Zhang Yu. In a moment of panic, he realized that his soul was in imminent danger of escaping his control. This was a threat that could inflict fatal harm upon him. What was he to do? Chapter 84. The arrival of Charlotte in this life-and-death crisis. Mo Hu was clearly in a state of disarray. His intuition warned him that if his soul were to be forcibly extracted from his body, death would swiftly follow. In light of this realization, he summoned the power of his divine essence, causing his soul to surge forth, momentarily liberated from its mortal confines. This was precisely the outcome Zhang Yu had anticipated. The combined powers of the human path and the hell path were insufficient to wholly consume the soul of a lower-tier deity. Zhang Yu understood, yet Mo Hu remained oblivious. Confronted with the peril of life and death, no individual can maintain a calm and rational mindset. Even deities are merely beings of greater strength. Zhang Yu was acutely aware of the limitations of the physical form. Even in a severely injured state, Mo required considerable effort for Zhang Yu to extract and obliterate his divine essence from his corporeal form. At this juncture, time was of the essence for Zhang Yu. The celestial obstruction star could not restrain Mo Hu for long. Once he freed himself to launch an assault, Zhang Yu would find himself in dire straits. Presently, Mo Hu's divine essence had detached from the corporeal vessel he had subdued, now exposed to the external environment, greatly simplifying matters. Behind Zhang Yu, the waiting foreign demon statue unleashed a chain of darkness from its mouth, swiftly ensnaring the divine essence of Mo Hu and drawing it towards the statue's maw. At that moment, Zhang Yu exhaled in relief, moving to intercept the approaching Mo Long. Once the demon statue consumed Mo Hu's divine essence, Zhang Yu would possess ample means to eliminate this lower deity, now reduced to mere spirit and divine essence, once he retreated to his own domain. Just then, having dealt with the celestial obstruction, Mo Hu arrived on the battlefield, forcefully breaching the defensive line established by Zhang Yu's wooden doppelganger. With an incredible speed, augmented by the principles of thunder, Mo Hu swiftly reached the demon statue, severing the chain that threatened to engulf Mo Hu and rescuing him from imminent consumption. Zhang Yu let out a helpless sigh, still unable to catch up. Was he? At this moment, Zhang Yu reluctantly addressed the group from the Abyssal clan, requesting their assistance in detaining Mo, thereby incurring a favor from the succubi. Elena smiled brightly, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected request, and expressed her eagerness to serve Lord Zhang Yu. Just as the Abyssal clan prepared to act, numerous divine beings from the Tianyuan continent swiftly surrounded them. Should the Abyss intervene, it would no longer be deemed a mere personal dispute between Zhang Yu and the dwarfs. Although the assembly was infuriated by Mo actions leading to this predicament, Zhang Yu's apparent collusion with the Abyssal clan could not be condoned. As an outsider, Zhang Yu's position was already precarious. Now, revealing his intention to seek aid from the Abyss defined him as an enemy. The gathered assembly could only resolve to execute him on the spot. Zhang Yu, colluding with the Abyss, how audacious you are, Kunsa remarked. Griffin followed suit, declaring, "It appears we cannot spare you. Today shall mark your demise." Zhang Yu cast a cold glance at the crowd, choosing silence over conversation. He felt no desire to engage with these individuals. Elena's words rang true. He had thoroughly discerned the true nature of the people inhabiting this continent. Seeking assistance from the Abyss was a reluctant decision for Zhang Yu, as the three divine beings had indeed surpassed the limits of what he could currently manage. It was already a considerable relief that the inhabitants of this land had refrained from attacking him, Any expectation of receiving aid was simply futile. To confront the trio of divine beings without invoking the abyss, he would have to disregard the system's warnings and forcibly merge with the immensely volatile Tintail's demon, which could potentially resolve his predicament. However, such an action bore tremendous risks. His mental capacity barely met the threshold required to embody the Tintail's Jinchuriki. Far from being able to master it flawlessly, a moment's inattention could lead to being overwhelmed by the Tintail's furious mental power and chakra. This predicament arose from the excessive nourishment he had infused into the Tintails. It had long surpassed the chakra it could handle, due to the relentless battles he had engaged in. Yet, this sacrifice bore immense potential rewards. Once he could fully harness the current Tintails, his transformation would yield a 6 paths level combat prowess, likely rivaling that of a peak mid-tier deity. Suddenly, a white figure appeared beside Zhang Yu, and a cool, unwavering voice resonated in the ears of those present. Do not entangle yourself with the abyss. You owe no one any favors, if you must owe. Let it be to me. I will help you confront him. Charlotte stood resolutely by Zhang Yu's side, her emotionless yet resolute tone cutting through the tension. How long have you been out of seclusion? Zhang Yu gazed at the long unseen Charlotte beside him and initiated a casual conversation. Although he had planned to remain in seclusion for a while longer, a vision transmitted from his avatar in the capital of Shiluan compelled him to emerge prematurely. After witnessing the images relayed by his avatar, Charlotte could scarcely fathom how events might unfold. She recalled the tale Zhang Yu had shared prior to her retreat, concerning a clan known as Uchiha. Observing the formidable aura radiating from Zhang Yu, Charlotte was unaware of his possession of a system. She merely comprehended the profound torment concealed within this surging power. Following Zhang Yu's guidance, Charlotte had come to accept the resplendent strength bestowed upon her by the divine essence of Michael within her being. She had also absorbed a considerable amount of Michael's memories from her previous life. As her understanding deepened, Charlotte could distinctly perceive the extraordinary bond between the external demonic figure and Zhang Yu, a connection she had been oblivious to before. If one were to articulate it, the bond between the external demonic figure and Zhang Yu resembled that of herself with the divine essence within her. In essence, should Zhang Yu wish to ascend to the divine tier, he could effortlessly merge with the external demonic figure at any moment. Charlotte dared not imagine the heights Zhang Yu would reach after assimilating the vast, malevolent energy contained within this behemoth. It was no wonder that the denizens of the abyss would take such significant risks to support Zhang Yu and garner his favor. Surely, Evelyn had also discerned that Zhang Yu's ascension to divinity was merely a matter of time. His potential was a mystery to all. However, one could surmise that Zhang Yu would at least commence as a peak mid-tier deity, with the upper tier not being an insurmountable challenge. Yet, was such an evil and chaotic power truly so easily mastered? Observing the external demonic figure behind Zhang Yu, Charlotte suddenly inquired, if I had not been here today, or if the abyss had not arrived, would you have integrated this colossal entity? Chapter 85. The target of all arrows. Zhang Yu gazed at Charlotte, a mixture of astonishment evident in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in acceptance of the situation. What must I do? Charlotte inquired of Zhang Yu. Detain Mamak, and I shall handle the rest, Charlotte replied, her gaze shifting to the distant figure of Mamak, having just rescued his son. Mamak believed that once he retrieved the divine body of Momohu and reintegrated the divine essence, it would not be a significant ordeal. Upon realizing that the abyss intended to intervene on Zhang Yu's behalf, Mamak felt a surge of elation. Now Zhang Yu's collusion with the abyss was inescapable, and there would be no refuge for him in the Tianyuan continent. Mamak could wield the power of the alliance to ensure Zhang Yu remained there indefinitely, settling both old grievances and new enmities in one fell swoop. However, Charlotte's unexpected intervention left Mamak utterly astounded. Surely, the high priest of the Church of Light could not be in league with the abyss. She was a direct disciple of the Goddess of Light. To dare label her as such might provoke a swift descent of the goddess herself to deal with him. What course of action should he take now? Charlotte was evidently resolute in her intent to aid Zhang Yu. Observing Charlotte's aura, he discerned that she hovered between the initial and mid-tier of lesser deities. Yet, her standing was incomparable. Her divine essence, belonging to Michael, far surpassed his own, which he had attained through the will of the plane. It was akin to comparing a Wuling Hongguang to a Ferrari. Both are vehicles, yet the disparity in performance is astronomical. As Mamak pondered the best resolution to this predicament, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the Dwarven Kingdom, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The divine vision revealed the chaos unfolding in the Dwarven capital. A colossal fireball ascended skyward, leaving devastation in its wake. the Akatsuki organization boldly made their presence felt in the territory of the dwarfs. It should be noted that explosive expertise was not solely the domain of Deidara. The recent cataclysmic explosion had originated from the seemingly innocuous Conan, whose 600 billion explosive tags, while not matching Deidara's artistic mastery, surpassed the might of C3 bombs. The outskirts of the capital were engulfed in a circle of black flames. Any dwarf daring to breach the fiery inferno would find themselves ensnared by Amaterasu's cursed fire, leading only to the certainty of death. Mama gazed incredulously at Zhang Yu, struggling to comprehend why he would take such an irrevocable course. Zhang Yu, must you truly push matters to such extremes? Zhang Yu gazed calmly at Momogo. From the moment your emissaries arrived at the headquarters of the Shao organization and began to eliminate our members, a vendetta was set in motion between us. Is this not a matter clear to you? Or do you still harbor some Na'vi hopes? As he surveyed the members of the Tianyuan Continent Alliance gathering behind Momogo, it became evident that, in order to prevent the situation from escalating further, they had no choice but to align themselves with the Tianyuan Continent Alliance, intent on capturing Zhang Yu first. Momoga, with a grim expression, addressed Zhang Yu, stating, "You are positioning yourself against the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. Do you truly understand the gravity of your actions? Considering you stand alone as a representative of the Shao organization?" Charlotte approached Zhang Yu with a troubled expression, followed closely by Elena and others, who also gathered behind him. Zhang Yu scoffed disdainfully. "With your motley crew behind you, I have long seen through the true nature of your kind. It is laughable that I once harbored any expectations of you. How amusing it is to reflect on that now, since we are all gathered here. Allow me to declare on behalf of the Shao organization that we are waging war against the dwarf clan, to the very last man, with no prospect of retreat. Should you find it within yourselves to meddle in this affair, consider yourselves equally declared upon. We shall fight to the bitter end." Zhang Yu's unwavering declaration caught everyone off guard. However, upon reflection, what terror could possibly stem from a mere organization devoid of divine-level powers, when Zhang Yu, despite his formidable prowess, was just one individual? At the moment Zhang Yu proclaimed his challenge, the members of the Akatsuki organization received the will of their leader. Simultaneously, in the eastern lands inhabited by the dwarves, countless white phantoms erupted from the ground, charging towards the dwarven cities and villages. Legendary tier avatars of these white phantoms, accompanied by numerous lesser versions, surged towards the dwarven stronghold, while the elite forces of the Akatsuki began their targeted assassinations of the dwarven clan's renowned warriors. The massacre commenced at that instant. It became clear to the assembled crowd what Zhang Yu's relentless resolve truly entailed. In that moment, aside from the remaining divine-level warriors of the dwarves, all others found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. The overwhelming tide of white phantoms, coupled with the devastating assaults from the Akatsuki's high-ranking forces, annihilated the dwarven elite with alarming ease. No race remained unshaken by fear. At that juncture, Magog and his companions received a message from the will of the plane, stating that in the battle against Zhang Yu, there would be no second voice on the entire Tianyuan continent until the malignant abyss was decisively eradicated. As an entity beyond the world, Zhang Yu remains untouched by the will of the realm, rendering this unstable factor a priority for elimination. Witnessing the massacre of his people below, Mogmog initially intended to gloss over the situation, planning to settle accounts with Zhang Yu later. However, the will of the realm had just pledged to assist Mogmog in elevating his strength to that of a lesser deity, while also enabling him to grasp a principle of existence. Contemplating this, Mogmog realized that should he ascend to a higher echelon of lesser deity status and master three principles, the dwarven clan, as long as it does not face extinction, would still stand as one of the formidable races in the Tianyuan continent. None would dare to underestimate the dwarven lineage. Great achievers are not perturbed by trifles. The will of the realm is indeed correct. This unstable factor, Zhang Yu, must be eliminated before the impending battle. To this end, the dwarven clan is willing to make certain sacrifices, as long as they can subdue Zhang Yu before causing irreparable damage to the Shao organization. The remaining members of the organization would pose no threat. To ease Mogmog's mind, the will of the realm began to bestow an unceasing flow of power from the principles upon him. Mogmog felt the divine power within him, bolstered by the will of the realm, steadily rising. Looking around at the renowned divine beings on the continent, he realized that they could no longer remain passive. The will of the realm had conveyed its decree to all. Even those unwilling to engage must now be involved. Zhang Yu, you have always been arrogant, believing yourself superior and dismissive of others. Today marks your demise. The repugnant visages of these individuals remain unchanged. Their brazen act of casting aspersions without regard for the circumstances is truly shameless. Chapter 86, Fusion of the External Path Demon Image. It seems that my previous relentless concessions have indeed granted these individuals undue favor. At this moment, Charlotte, with a grim expression, addressed Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I fear I can no longer assist you. The goddess of light has just conveyed a decree to me, instructing me to refrain from intervening in this matter. It seems the will of the realm has sought to negotiate. Zhang Yu could also perceive the stirrings emanating from the divine essence of Charlotte. The angelic race is subordinate to the followers of the goddess of light, and even the mighty Archangel Michael is subject to her dominion. It remains a mystery what promises the will of this realm has extended to the goddess of light, compelling even this semi-reclusive deity, who typically remains aloof from worldly affairs, to intervene, a condition that must bear considerable significance. Zhang Yu gazed up at the boundary of the world's bubble, pondering whether one wishes to employ my hand to propel this series of events. Is there no fear of things going awry? Such a sensation of being exploited by others is indeed quite disconcerting. At this moment, Zhang Yu has conceived the notion of leading the members of the Akatsuki organization away from this realm. In such a precarious situation, under the watchful eyes of numerous deities and with the will of the plane striving for transcendence, while various malevolent entities seek to claim their share, this continent appears increasingly perilous. Once he has annihilated the dwarven race, he shall guide the members of Akatsuki far from the Tianyuan continent. Zhang Yu directed his gaze towards the group heading into the abyss, contemplating that perhaps venturing into the depths was indeed a commendable choice. However, before embarking on such a journey, he felt compelled to reveal his own sharp fangs. I, Zhang Yu, am not the kind of individual who can be easily manipulated or sacrificed, not even by the will of the plane itself. Should one dare to scheme against me, they must be prepared to be drenched in blood. You should depart from here. I am genuinely pleased by your willingness to assist me. In this world, you may very well be the only one who truly considers me a friend. After this matter is resolved, I intend to leave the Tianyuan continent. From now on, exercise great caution. You should understand what I am referring to. Zhang Yu cast a gaze filled with complexity towards Charlotte, who was taken aback by the depth of Zhang Yu's understanding of these matters. It was only after inheriting the divine essence of Michael that Charlotte had come to grasp some of these secrets. From where, then, had Zhang Yu acquired knowledge of these enigmas that were considered hidden even within the realm of the divine? Before Charlotte could ponder this further, a gentle force whisked her away from his side. Zhang Yu turned to face the crowd, a mere collection of pitiful creatures confined within their bounds, reliant solely on their joyful tail wagging to curry favor with their master. Come, let us dance together here today. Charlotte seemed to sense Zhang Yu's impending action. Zhang Yu, be careful. Before she could voice her warning, the colossal outer path demon had already arrived behind Zhang Yu. While the assaults from the divine beings of the continent descended upon him, Zhang Yu's disdainful words stirred considerable emotions among the gathered crowd. Today, let me demonstrate what it truly means to uphold the reverence owed to the divine. A colossal golem merged with Zhang Yu's being. As the barrage of attacks fell and the smoke dissipated, Zhang Yu's figure vanished, replaced by a perfectly spherical white orb. A tumultuous surge of energy emanated from within the orb, and in a mere moment, it detonated. Clad in a pristine white robe, Zhang Yu now radiated an ethereal brilliance. The white fabric elegantly accented with black, resembling the intricate design of a magatama. In his grasp, he wielded a black six-path staff, while behind him hovered 9 enigmatic black orbs. Zhang Yu clenched one fist while wielding a staff in the other. He reveled in the tumultuous and potent dark chakra surging within him, unable to suppress his boisterous laughter. Is this the power of the 6 paths, second only to the Akatsuki clan? Indeed, it is unlike anything you foolish beings of the lower realm can comprehend. You dare to call it divine. Just moments ago, disregarding the system's warnings, Zhang Yu forcibly merged with the Ten-Tails outer path golem, far surpassing the pinnacle of the ninja world. He transformed into the first sage of 6 paths in this realm. Play your tricks and prepare to meet your demise. The fiery and temperamental Red Dragon Emperor, Griffin, materialized before Zhang Yu, ensnaring him with its powerful limbs. With a fierce blast infused with the laws of fire, it unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath directly towards Zhang Yu. Contrary to the anticipated scene of Zhang Yu being vaporized, he merely gazed at Griffin with a mocking glint in his eyes. Very well, you beings of the lower realm are utterly incapable of grasping what true sage power entails. Zhang Yu effortlessly raised his hand, sending Griffin soaring into the air. The formidable divine tier dragon succumbed to this strike, with several of its seemingly indestructible divine bones shattering. This was none other than one of Kaguya Akatsuki's signature techniques, the 80 Gods Airstrike, capable of shattering Sasuke's Susanoo, which wielded the power of the Six Paths, and simultaneously propelling the terrifying body technique of Six Paths Naruto. Zhang Yu channeled the mystical art of Escape Thunder Sect. A violet divine thunder erupted from his hand, instantly ensnaring the unsteady griffin. The mystical technique, Gale Escape Light Fong, unleashed a slender beam of purple light from Zhang Yu's mouth, hurtling towards Griffin with astonishing speed. Imo Malone, who mastered the laws of wind, sought to rush forward to offer aid, but found himself ensnared by the Escape Thunder Sect. Unable to advance even an inch, the beam of Gale Escape Light Fong penetrated Griffin's divine form without hindrance, severing half of his body along with his right arm as it followed Zhang Yu's pivot, had it not been for Griffin's indomitable will to survive, urging him to exert the full force of the laws within him to break free from the confinement of Escape Thunder Sect. He would have been reduced to 2 griffins, yet the peril was far from over. Zhang Yu, traversing the spatial channel constructed by Hades by Asaka, appeared instantaneously beside Griffin. In his hand, the seeking Dao Jade transformed into a Tang knife, which he swung towards Griffin. In a moment of urgency, Griffin could only raise his hand to defend, resulting, as anticipated, in the severance of his left arm by the blade forged from the seeking Dao Jade. With no time to spare, Griffin rolled and crawled desperately towards the ranks of the Heavenly Origin Continent Alliance. Zhang Yu did not pursue, having initially grasped the power of the Six Paths. He conducted a few simple experiments with various skills, and thus gained a rudimentary understanding of his current strength. Due to the Tintail's outer path golem absorbing an excessive amount of energy, this energy has accumulated within the Tintails, resulting in the formation of a nascent god tree fruit. Were it not for the fact that it has yet to transform into the god tree, this embryonic god tree fruit would no longer be merely a preliminary form. It should already be in a state of maturity. This is also the reason the system continuously warned Zhang Yu against hastily attempting to fuse with the outer path golem. Should he proceed with the fusion, the nascent god tree fruit would also be devoured by Zhang Yu. In strict terms, after fully digesting this incomplete god tree fruit, Zhang Yu has transcended the conventional Six Paths level. Presently, his strength hovers between the pinnacle of the Six Paths and the realm of the Akatsuki. Furthermore, this embryonic god tree fruit not only bestows upon Zhang Yu the totality of Madara's Six Paths abilities but also encompasses all the powers of Akatsuki Kaguya. Chapter 87. The complete Six Paths power beyond the laws. This is truly terrifying. It is widely known that divine powers excel in their ability to wield the forces of the laws freely in battle. Yet the skills of the Six Paths belong to a category of rules that, when compared to the laws, are significantly weaker. Everyone was astounded by the peculiar abilities exhibited by Zhang Yu. After all, mastering the power of rules is a domain reserved for the true gods. The more one understands, the more fear one feels towards Zhang Yu's displayed capabilities. The tumultuous emotions bubbling within the Abyssal Group and Charlotte were far more intense than those experienced by the pseudo-gods of the continent. At that moment, Eliana realized why her mother goddess had shown such keen interest in this seemingly insignificant epic tier human after just one meeting. Now Eliana comprehended that this human was entirely different from the others on the continent. To master the power of rules, even her mother goddess required the enhancement of the abyss to engage with such an entity. The rule power wielded by true gods differs fundamentally from the borrowed divine powers of others. For instance, she could merely summon the power of the laws from the river of rules at will, while true gods possess complete mastery over these rules, enabling them to exercise total dominion. What Zhang Yu manifests before them is indeed the power of rules, yet which rule he commands is beyond Eliana's discernment. The black passage of Huangquan by Osaka opened beside Mo who had already lost his physical form and existed in a state of soul. This skill, which can be unleashed without any prior movement and without the need to mobilize one's own energy, is something they had never seen, let alone heard of, much less defended against. Zhang Yu boldly appeared amidst the pantheon of gods in the Tianyuan continent. As the divine Luo Tianjing ensnared the divine essence of the Mo tiger, a powerful super-divine Luo Tianjing sent the others sprawling. Quite a fine source of nourishment indeed. Zhang Yu casually cast the divine essence of Mo Hu into the ethereal realm of the heavenly sovereign. A lower deity's divine essence, possessing the power of laws, could undoubtedly serve as substantial nourishment for the 10 divine trees. Witnessing Zhang Yu consign the soul and divine essence of his own son into an unknown realm, Mo was instantly consumed by rage. Unlike the death of Mo, this was his own flesh and blood. A torrent of divine power intertwined with the laws of thunder and strength surged forth as Gu swung his hammer towards Zhang Yu. Long before his ascension to divinity, Gu had begun nurturing his fateful artifact. With the endorsement of the will of the plains, he swiftly transformed this emblem of dwarven royalty into his own divine tool. However, as he unleashed a furious strike, Zhang Yu remained unfazed. 6 avatars of the Wheel of Tombs were more than sufficient for his amusement. Once again, the passage to the Yellow Springs appeared before the spectators, with Zhang Yu now targeting Mo's other son, Mo Long Dragon, quickly evade. Even amidst the assault from the 6 avatars, Gu did not forget to shout a warning to Mo Long, lacking the 6 paths of power that Zhang Yu wielded. The avatars could not pose a lethal threat to Gu merely through close combat. The nearest combatant was a divine tier warrior from the Northern Territory, a member of the royal family of the Northern Realm. Despite Tuo Bahong's reluctance, he had no choice but to rush to Mo Long's aid. However, when faced with Tuo Bahong's mighty strike, imbued with the law of the sword, Zhang Yu did not even glance in his direction. With a casual flick of the Dao-seeking jade behind him, he shattered the quasi-artifact longsword that Tuo Bahong held. As Tuo Bahong remained stunned by the destruction of his weapon, Zhang Yu has approached Mo Long's side. From the very beginning, Zhang Yu's objective has remained unchanged. He intends for Mo to experience the profound anguish of losing a beloved family member, a torment that now resides within his heart. Zhang Yu shall not eliminate Mo, for the will of the realm shall not permit the demise of its painstakingly nurtured champion in such a senseless manner. However, the fates of others are of no concern to the will of the realm. Yet, do you truly believe that the will of the realm can remain a passive observer, reaping the benefits amidst this unfolding conflict? A pure white bone spike gradually materialized in Zhang Yu's hand. In the next instant, this immaculate spike pierced through all the defenses erected by Mo Long, embedding itself within his divine body. It was only then that the 2 dragons, Kuan Sa and Kuan Su, arrived belatedly. Kuan Su engaged Zhang Yu in a strategic maneuver, while Kuan Sa hastily carried Mo Long away from Zhang Yu's vicinity. Yet, did they truly believe they could escape so easily? Those struck by the bone of shared demise face but one inevitable fate, devoid of any possibility for exception. Zhang Yu refrained from pursuing, standing with arms crossed, poised to relish the final moments of Mo Long's disgrace. Beside him, the fully unleashed Jin Gfaze struggled to maneuver around the 4 Dao-seeking jades. Tuo Bahong retrieved his, intending to advance, but was halted by the arriving shaman. Observing the visibly altered state of Mo Long within his dragon claws, Kuan Sa also ceased his rapid flight. Numerous cracks of varying sizes appeared on Mo Long's body, and feeling himself succumbing to carbonization, he was already taken aback by the condition of his divine form. He hastily extracted a plethora of healing elixirs from his storage space, pouring them into his mouth in a frantic attempt. Yet the multitude of remedies seemed to vanish into the abyss, yielding no discernible effect. Zhang Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile, relishing the agony of struggle that accompanies impending demise. Yet, Charlotte, who observed everything with furrowed brows, felt an inexplicable unease regarding Zhang Yu's current demeanor. Perhaps it was the bond of kinship that compelled Mama to suddenly break free from the encirclement of the Wheel Tombs avatars, rushing to the side of Mama Long. However, Zhang Yu, having seen through the entire charade, understood that it was the will of the realm granting Mama this reprieve, without external intervention. Mama would never have achieved such a feat, one wondered, though, what price Mama had paid for this newfound strength. But what did it matter? It bore no relevance to him. Casting his gaze towards the dwarven kingdom below, he noted that the members of the Akatsuki organization had already laid waste to most of the dwarven strongholds. From the moment Zhang Yu issued his command, he had informed his comrades that no distinction would be made between genders or ages, nor between humans, beast companions, or livestock. No living being was to be spared. The Akatsuki, being a mercenary organization, was deeply ingrained with the principle of vengeance. Although Zhang Yu did not possess the imposing personality of Madara, it did not imply that he was a man of gentle temperament. Mama gazed at his son, whose life force was dwindling to a mere flicker, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. Watching his son disintegrate into nothingness within his embrace, with both spirit and life essence vanishing completely, Momog's bloodshot eyes lifted to meet Zhang Yu's gaze. Chapter 88. Can you now begin to fathom the agony? Observing the expression etched upon Momog's visage, it was unmistakable. Yes, that was indeed the countenance of suffering. Now, perhaps he could begin to grasp the torment. Momog, with crimson eyes, fixated on Zhang Yu's frenzied expression. He admitted his regret. In the span of a single day, the once mighty dwarven clan, which had boasted 4 divine beings, had lost 3, including 2 sons. The dwarven populace was being mercilessly slaughtered by the Akatsuki, with casualties mounting beyond reckoning. Yet now, all Momog desired was for Zhang Yu to pay with his life. To this end, Momog forged a clandestine alliance with the will of the realm. The moment power surged into his being, he began to comprehend why Zhang Yu and the Abyssal clan deemed his kind as mere pets, false deities. However, having completed the transaction with the realm's will, there was no turning back. In truth, being a dog was not without its merits. At least on this continent, he had acquired the strength to look down upon all. With a commanding presence infused with the essence of thunder, Momog charged at Zhang Yu with relentless speed. In a single swing, he shattered 2 approaching Dao crystals, and thus, with the raw force of his strike, he unleashed a devastating blow upon Zhang Yu without reservation. The impact was tremendous, obliterating half of Zhang Yu's form into mere ashes. From the remnants of Zhang Yu's shattered divine form, dark matter surged forth, swiftly reconstructing his body. This is yet another extraordinary ability that Zhang Yu acquired after mastering the power of the 6 paths, the gift of immortality. Yes, indeed. So, loathe me. Resent me if you will. Zhang Yu raised his hand to halt the advancing Momogo, sending him flying with a single kick. Through this brief encounter, Zhang Yu discerned that the will of the dimension had temporarily bestowed upon Momogo the authority to manipulate the laws of thunder, effectively granting him a revocable administrator privilege. This endowment enabled Momogo to wield power that transcended the laws, emboldening him to confront the Tao-seeking Jade with audacity. Within the tempestuous realm of thunder that Momogo had conjured, only Zhang Yu could traverse with leisurely grace, while the other divine beings had retreated from this battlefield, joining the siege against the abyss in the realm of the lesser gods. Zhang Yu cast a glance at the formidable group from the abyss, his brow slightly furrowed. Nevertheless, he resolved to bear this debt of gratitude. After all, they had come with the intention of offering assistance, even if it had not materialized in a substantial manner. In the incredulous gaze of Momog, Zhang Yu invoked the yellow springs of Birizaka, arriving at the heart of the battlefield. With a single sweep of his hand, he repelled the assailants who were besieging the group from the abyss. Before Elena and the others could express their gratitude, he swiftly absorbed them into the space of the heavenly realm. Their presence here served little more than to invite a merciless beating, offering no real aid to his cause. He could release them later when he ventured into the abyss. This way, he could acknowledge the favor they had bestowed upon him. Momog, however, could not comprehend how Zhang Yu had managed to alter the medium of this space using the power of the Thunder Law. He wondered how Zhang Yu was able to carve a passage through the realm filled with such thunderous energy. As Zhang Yu gathered the abyss group into his own dimension, the others found themselves devoid of a target, exchanging awkward glances among themselves. To confront Zhang Yu was a prospect none dared to entertain at that moment. Momog was unconcerned with their hesitance. His lower deity status and divine body could not endure the prolonged exertion of controlling the rules. Although the will of the multiverse had granted him administrative privileges, the strain it placed on his divine form was excessively burdensome. His lower deity rank could not withstand it for long. Should he lose control of the rules, he would forfeit his means to contend with Zhang Yu. Moreover, at every moment, his subjects in the Dwarven Kingdom were suffering at the hands of the Akatsuki organization, and he knew he must expedite the resolution of his conflict with Zhang Yu to address this dire situation. Zhang Yu's gaze swept across the surrounding crowd, and those divine beings who met his penetrating stare instinctively recoiled from the palpable aggression emanating from his eyes. The fear instilled by Zhang Yu's enigmatic and unpredictable methods was undeniable. He had dispatched a low-ranking god with ruthless efficiency, akin to slaughtering mere fowl. Who among them would not tremble in fear? It is worth noting that the griffin, still alive, had already fled, and his divine form had yet to fully recover. Zhang Yu gazed upon the group before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of revulsion. He had no desire to engage with such individuals. The thought of ridding himself of them with a mere flick of his hand seemed far from regrettable. If they wished to avoid a grim fate, it would be wise for them to distance themselves immediately. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's menacing words, a palpable sense of trepidation washed over the crowd. Zhang Yu harbors genuine intentions of harm towards them. As long as I am present, he cannot lay a finger on you. Just as the group was engulfed in anxiety, Mogmog stepped forward before them. Subsequently, Mogmog's action served as a potent tonic for the anxious hearts of the crowd, instilling a renewed sense of courage within them. Zhang Yu's subsequent attacks were thwarted by Momoj, not because Momoj had grown stronger, but rather due to the waning aura of Zhang Yu. In the relentless battles, the continuous exertion of the Six Paths' power within him had inadvertently loosened his grip on the Ten Tails, which, unwilling to be consumed by Zhang Yu, began to spiral into a frenzy. The backlash from the Ten Tails inflicted damage upon Zhang Yu, whose once blazing presence now bore the weary semblance of a setting sun. Still formidable yet tinged with a sense of decline, the Ten Tails, absorbed within him, yearned to break free from Zhang Yu's constraints, desperately attempting to escape his body. Even the most oblivious of observers, Momoj, could sense Zhang Yu's distress, as he beheld the ethereal form within Zhang Yu, poised to erupt. Momoj realized it was the powerful summoning beast that had once belonged to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, the cycle of karma is inescapable. The powers you consume will ultimately turn against you. Gazing at the Outer Path demon statue that threatened to break free from Zhang Yu's form, a flicker of greed flashed in Momoj's eyes. If he were to acquire this extraordinary being, could he not, like Zhang Yu, wield the power that transcends the rules? Such an entity was a privilege reserved solely for the highest tier of deities. Upon observing the contemptuous demeanor of Momoga, Zhang Yu, fully aware of the latter's inner thoughts, let out a scornful snort. You covet this external demonic figure, do you? Very well, let us see you attempt to claim it. Zhang Yu beckoned to the distant Momoga. Setting aside the disparities in their cultivation systems, even if Momoga were to acquire the external demonic avatar, he would remain at a loss regarding how to transform into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, even supposing he possessed the knowledge to undertake such a transformation. The mere thought of it was laughable. This was not a matter of Zhang Yu underestimating Momoga, it was simply the harsh reality. The violent onslaught of the Ten Tails' spiritual energy, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of hatred and resentment, could easily shatter his soul into fragments. Furthermore, the immense chakra radiating from the Ten Tails alone could obliterate his physical form. Chapter 89, the Ten Tails rampaged. The agitation of the demonic avatar within intensified. While Zhang Yu could indeed quell the Ten Tails rampage if he took the time to focus, Momoga would never afford him such an opportunity. He understood the principle of striking when one is vulnerable. A swift application of sage art, release, thunder style, halted Momoga's advance. With a raised hand, he unleashed a deadly strike, but fortunately this attack was shattered by a divine thunder infused with the laws of lightning. Zhang Yu understood that this was the intervention of the will of the realm. He would not allow the agent he had painstakingly cultivated to perish at his hands. Moreover, the secret of the rule-manipulating power that resided within Zhang Yu was a source of envy even for the will of the realm. Zhang Yu gazed ahead at the dense array of thunder pools, his mind inevitably beginning to ponder. When the will of a world develops its own thoughts, it naturally harbors its own selfish desires. Can such a will still be regarded as the guardian spirit of this realm? It is laughable that the indigenous people of this continent remain oblivious, perceiving this self-serving dimensional will as their most formidable shield, entirely unaware that they are merely products of confinement. How tragic indeed. At present, his physical form was nearing its limits. Within the realm of his spirit, however, he fared reasonably well. Although he was influenced by the brutal emotions of the Ten Tails, he maintained a firm grip over it on a spiritual level. The enhanced sage body, transformed into the Six Paths, was well-founded, ensuring that the Ten Tails shell could not burst forth from within him in the short term. All he needed was a quiet place, free from disturbance, to subdue the Ten Tails. Once the Ten Tails were completely suppressed and transformed into the divine tree, his status as a sage of Six Paths would be secured. Yet the current circumstances offered no such conditions for Zhang Yu. Engaged in battle, he could not fully suppress the Ten Tails. The danger you speak of seems rather mundane, he remarked, taking a moment to jest at the system. He had anticipated that consuming such a vast amount of pure energy, which even contained the essence of a lower deity, would pose significant peril. Yet, it appeared to be rather ordinary. If the system possessed its own sentiments, it would surely have some choice words to express. Doesn't the system realize the nature of his spiritual strength? Even with Abido's meticulous preparations, he nearly succumbed to the frenzied Ten Tails onslaught, and without the poignant memories of Rin, he would have faced utter defeat. Surely the system must be aware of what it has infused into the Ten Tails. Demigods were one thing, but daring to directly implant divine-level essence into the golem was almost enough to bring forth the fruit of the divine tree. Had he not recently leveled up? providing a swift avenue for enhancing his spiritual power. Zhang Yu would have had no idea when he might transform into the six paths. It is indeed a pity that the system cannot articulate its thoughts. Zhang Yu indeed possesses a stroke of fortune. The demise of Deidara and Scorpion has had a profound impact on him. It is widely acknowledged that the abilities and evolution of the Sharingan are intricately intertwined with one's emotional state. After emerging from seclusion, the battle with MOing and witnessing the poignant customs and culture of this continent have stirred within Zhang Yu a deep-seated hatred and contemplation of humanity, which in turn has propelled his spiritual energy to unprecedented heights, continuously augmenting the power of his Rinnegan. Moreover, the energy of the Ten Tails has consistently been nourished by Zhang Yu with potent sustenance rather than derived from the consumption of tailed beasts. Thus, the Ten Tails inherently feels a semblance of affinity towards him, allowing Zhang Yu to absorb its essence with remarkable ease. Were one to substitute another lower deity in this scenario, it would be an entirely different tale. Even a supreme deity might hesitate before attempting to envelop the Ten Tails within themselves. Hence, this series of fortuitous events has culminated in Zhang Yu attaining the esteemed status of a sage of six paths. Any absence from this intricate web would render such an achievement impossible. At long last, Imomog has escaped the oppressive domain of the Inescape Thunder sect, gasping heavily for air. He had just sensed that. Had it not been for the subtle interventions of the will of the plane on several occasions, aiding him in deflecting Zhang Yu's assaults, he would likely have met a grim fate by now. Contemplating this, Mog's resolve strengthens. No matter how formidable you, Zhang Yu, may be within the realm of Tianyuan, what does your strength truly amount to? In this world, power dynamics and background reign supreme. With the backing of the will of the plane, how could he fear a mere insignificant figure like you? Zhang Yu, do you sense it? Today marks your demise. Zhang Yu scoffed with a derisive smile, remaining silent. The path to the underworld unfolded, yet this time the exit could not be directly opened behind Momok. The entire space within a 3-meter radius around Momok had been frozen by the will of the dimension. All spatial maneuvers within this range were rendered impossible. It truly seems that he has found himself a worthy master. For you, this dog is indeed quite fortunate. The will of the dimension, in its meticulous efforts to prevent its agent from perishing here, displayed remarkable dedication. Zhang Yu, however, felt a sense of helplessness. If the Ten Tails within him had not gone berserk, he would have had ample time to methodically wear down Momok. The will of the dimension might protect Momok momentarily, but could it safeguard him for a lifetime? What are you all waiting for? Can't you see that this fellow is at the end of his rope? Aren't you the least bit curious about the secrets he harbors? After exchanging a few blows with Zhang Yu, Momok addressed the onlookers who were still hesitating. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain. My apologies, Lord Momok, but the elven race has decided not to intervene any further in this matter. With that, Merlin turned and walked away without hesitation. Following Merlin's departure, many other divine beings also chose to withdraw. The grim fate of Griffin was still fresh in their minds. They dared not involve themselves further. The secrets surrounding Zhang Yu were indeed alluring, but it hardly seemed worth risking their lives for such knowledge. Seeing that he could not sway to Obahong, the high shaman Lingwei sighed in resignation and retreated. It is difficult to persuade a fool blinded by temptation. Lingwei could hardly fathom how such individuals had managed to ascend to the divine rank. Their abilities may be limited, yet their appetites are insatiable. Do they not fear being overwhelmed by their own greed? Momok now found himself in a precarious position. After attaining divinity, the formidable vitality of the Kuan and Kungsa dragon duo was comparable to that of average mid-tier deities. Although Griffin appeared severely wounded, with a few years of recuperation, he could easily return to his peak. What audacity did one possess to involve themselves in such a perilous conflict against a lower-tier human deity? Had they not seen how the elven clan had withdrawn early? Who knows if Zhang Yu has any hidden cards left to play? Casting a long, contemplative glance at Tuoba Hong, Lingwei lamented that the barbarian faction might soon lose a divine combatant. With a heavy heart, Lingwei turned away, preferring not to witness the unfolding turmoil. Chapter 90. A relentless pursuit. Momok had made it clear that he intended to use these individuals as cannon fodder. He would scarcely have time to escape himself, yet they were eager to rush forward and offer themselves. For the first time, Lingwei truly understood the adage, it is not the formidable opponent that one fears, but rather the incompetent allies. Zhang Yu gazed at the group of lesser deities lingering around him and Momoga. Leading the assembly was Kuan Sa Kuan Su, accompanied by the northern barbarian Tuoba Hong, alongside an orc deity whose name Zhang Yu could not recall, and a humanoid form of a bird-like magical beast. In total, 5 figures encircled him, strategically dispersed at a distance. These individuals were sufficient for their purpose, as their role was merely to assist him. The true effort to overcome Zhang Yu rested on his own capabilities or, perhaps, the support of the planes while behind him. As Zhang Yu sought to eliminate these relatively weaker lesser deities, Momo-gu consistently managed to approach him swiftly by elementalizing his body, intercepting Zhang Yu's advances. Whenever Zhang Yu attempted to concentrate on suppressing the restless energy of the Ten Tails within him, Momo-gu would disrupt him at opportune moments. The space, enhanced by the plane's will, was saturated with an abundance of lightning attributes, allowing Momo-gu, who mastered the laws of thunder, to thrive in such a combat scenario. Due to the constant distractions of battle, Zhang Yu's control over the Ten Tails weakened significantly. The ferocious Ten Tails inflicted considerable damage upon Zhang Yu's six-path body, leading to a marked decline in his current condition. It seemed clear that eradicating the dwarven race from this continent was unattainable, as Zhang Yu assessed his predicament. His numerous lethal strikes could be entirely thwarted by Momo-gu, and the interference of the planes will had repeatedly neutralized many of his attacks. If Zhang Yu wished to calm the tumultuous Ten Tails, these figures would cling to him like a persistent adhesive. While Momo-gu could not wield the power of the laws for extended periods, Zhang Yu's current state necessitated immediate suppression of the Ten Tails. Thus, he resolved to settle accounts with these adversaries only after he fully transformed into the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki. If he was determined to leave, none among these misfits could impede his path. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu soared toward the continent where the Dwarven Kingdom resided. Understanding Zhang Yu's intentions, Momo-gu swiftly blocked his path. Zhang Yu, you shall not escape today. This battlefield will be your final resting place. I shall rend you limb from limb to honor the countless brethren of my dwarven kin who perished. Remembering the tragic demise of his son before his eyes, Momo-ji's overwhelming hatred for Zhang Yu surged, leaving him unable to contain his fury. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that these individuals had yet to feel the sting of their actions. Without hesitation, he abruptly turned around, seizing the weaker member of the orc clan among them while they were still hurling threats. The 80 divine strikes left this lower deity momentarily dazed, and before he could comprehend the situation, the Tao-seeking jade behind Zhang Yu shattered his skull into fragments. The bloody divine essence laid bare before him. Zhang Yu, disregarding the injuries within his body, let out a wild laugh and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Was it not his intention to allow himself to depart? Very well then, let none of them leave. Zhang Yu unleashed the six paths, Earth Explosion Star, sealing this divine essence within it and casting the orb, along with the divine body, into the central space of the Heavenly Sovereign. In an instant, after vanquishing a low-tier deity, Zhang Yu's crimson gaze swept over the crowd, amplifying its lethality. Those who fell under Zhang Yu's piercing stare were struck with terror, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Momo-gu, disregarding any bravado, hurriedly stepped forward to confront Zhang Yu and apply pressure. Must you not find a moment's respite? Zhang Yu felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding the tailed beast within him that yearned to break free. It was truly awkward that it chose this precise moment to stir. Zhang Yu spat a mouthful of blood, locking eyes with the deities before him, akin to a fierce tiger contemplating its next prey. Before Zhang Yu could make a move, Magig seized the initiative and attacked. Zhang Yu struggled to suppress the turmoil of the Nine Tails raging within him, while Magig relentlessly wielded the power of the rules. Unable to withstand such exertion for an extended period in his inferior divine form, the contest between them now hinged upon endurance. Not far away, Charlotte anxiously observed Zhang Yu's condition within the battleground, her heart tightly constricted. She could distinctly sense that Zhang Yu's state was deteriorating, not in terms of combat prowess, but in an altogether different manner. During this period of confrontation, Zhang Yu has consistently exerted a firm dominance over the group led by Mamik. Were it not for the repeated interventions of the will of the realm, Mamik and his companions would have long faced devastating losses. Even if Zhang Yu had wished to withdraw, these individuals would have been powerless to impede his escape. After enduring prolonged and intense combat, compounded by the relentless assaults of the devoured golems within him, Zhang Yu's injuries have become grievously severe, necessitating immediate attention. Mamik, panting heavily, sensed a faint but unmistakable collapse of his divine body and essence, with sharp pains in his soul incessantly reminding him that he was nearing his limit. Yet, witnessing Zhang Yu also spitting blood, Mamik clenched his teeth and persevered, buoyed by the backing of the will of the realm. Convinced that he could not possibly succumb to Zhang Yu, Charlotte yearned to draw her sword and intervene, but the decree of the God of Light resided within her. The moment she entertained the thought of entering the fray to assist Zhang Yu, the majority of her power would be shackled within her divine essence. Which is why she remained anxiously on the periphery of the battlefield, unable to act, even if she could withstand a fraction of the pressure for Zhang Yu. He might momentarily divert his attention to tend to his own wounds. For the first time in her life, Charlotte harbored the desire to defy the will of the God of Light. She loathed this feeling. She longed to assist Zhang Yu. As the battle stalemated, a bloodthirsty Zhang Yu unleashed his full fury without reservation, engaging in a brutal exchange of injuries, trading life for life, abandoning his own defenses. He relied on his immortal form granted by the Six Paths to exchange wounds with Momik. However, Momik's divine body lacked Zhang Yu's remarkable regenerative capabilities, and the injuries inflicted by the seeking Dao Jade imbued with the power of the Six Paths were not easily remedied. Most of the injuries on Zhang Yu's body actually stem from the turmoil caused by the Ten Tails within him. His physique is on the verge of being torn apart. Zhang Yu was acutely aware that he was nearing his limits, on the verge of shattering his own teeth in anger. His gaze, brimming with resentment, swept over the multitude of divine beings surrounding him, as well as the unseen machinations of the dimensional while conspiring against him. The intensity of his hatred surged within him like an igniting catalyst, rendering the Ten Tails within him even more frenzied. Chapter 91. Charlotte's second divine spark. Charlotte gradually relaxed her clenched fist. Her pale knuckles began to regain their color, as if she had made a momentous decision. She propelled herself towards the battlefield where Zhang Yu stood. The divine spark within her blazed with increasing fervor, constricting her movements like a shackle. The God of Light forbade Charlotte from taking such actions at this juncture. Mog, ever vigilant, was the first to notice Charlotte approaching the conflict. Charlotte, what do you intend to do? Return to your original position. At that moment, Mog was in no better shape than Zhang Yu. Should Charlotte intervene in the battle, their collective objectives could very well be thwarted. Mog could not fathom the extent of Charlotte's current predicament, as the restrictions imposed by the God of Light on her divine spark had rendered her nearly incapacitated. Beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks. Within the depths of Charlotte's mental realm, the oppressive heat of her divine spark inflicted immense suffering, leaving her unable to act, her delicate features contorted in agony. Zhang Yu, please come over, Charlotte weakly implored, enduring excruciating pain. During the course of the battle thus far, she had come to understand many things, leading her to resolve not only to assist Zhang Yu in resolving the turmoil within her body, but also to prepare for any potential threats lurking within her own being. Zhang Yu gazed at Charlotte, his brow furrowing in concern. While others were oblivious to Charlotte's current predicament, Zhang Yu, endowed with the Rinnegan, possessed an astute perception that allowed him to discern the underlying issues within Charlotte. At that moment, the divine essence of the mid-tier deity belonging to Michael emanated an overwhelming power, akin to a seal that constrained Charlotte's movements. Zhang Yu was perplexed by the circumstances unfolding before him, and there was little time for contemplation. The Huangquan Biliangan was positioned behind Charlotte, and the will of the realm was not yet capable of altering the substantial medium within such a vast space, rendering Zhang Yu unable to traverse dimensions. Protecting the individuals before him was his utmost limit. He stepped forward and embraced the agonized Charlotte, questioning how he had found himself in such a predicament. Zhang Yushuan gently wrapped his arms around Charlotte's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly. Are you engaged in something rather novel? Observing Zhang Yuqiang struggling to maintain his composure, yet still finding time for jest, Charlotte shot him an exasperated glance. You should focus on your own well-being. Allow me to assist in suppressing that which resides within you. How do you intend to assist me? As soon as Zhang Yu's words fell, Charlotte in his arms suddenly tugged at his collar and pressed her lips against his. A divine essence, radiating an air of sanctity, was thus exchanged between the two and entered into Zhang Yu's spiritual realm. Before Zhang Yu could savor the unexpected kiss from Charlotte, she blushed deeply and retreated back into his embrace. The aura of Zhang Yu began to ascend steadily. Upon the arrival of the divine essence of Charlotte into Zhang Yu's spiritual realm, it radiated a gentle and sacred brilliance. The twisted and malevolent chakra of the external demonic figure seemed to encounter its natural nemesis in the presence of this holy magic. Zhang Yu seized this rare opportunity, utilizing the moment when the external demon statue was weakened and scorched by the divine power to completely suppress and transform it into a divine tree. This signified that Zhang Yu had fully mastered the power of the Ten Tails, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The steadily rising aura served as the most compelling evidence. In that instant, Moj felt utterly despondent, realizing that they were doomed. Zhang Yu had thoroughly quelled the turmoil within himself, leaving little hope for a favorable outcome for himself and his companions. Zhang Yu was on the verge of returning the second divine essence belonging to Charlotte, yet she was halted by Charlotte herself. With a sigh of relief, Charlotte gracefully floated away from Zhang Yu's embrace. Let it remain with you for now. I trust you to safeguard it well. Zhang Yu cast a glance at Charlotte, his expression a tapestry of complexity, as if he had intuited something yet remained uncertain. Rest assured, unless I meet my demise, I shall return it to you on the day you require it. Observing the nuance in Zhang Yu's demeanor, Charlotte smiled sweetly. Then I shall entrust it to you without reservation. Zhang Yu nodded and turned to face the fleeing group led by Momoge. Only after transforming into the perfect Jinchuriki could Zhang Yu be referred to as the Sage of Six Paths. Many skills that had previously eluded him were now at his disposal, without any reservations. Just as Zhang Yu was about to unleash the celestial technique to draw Momoge and his companions into his domain for a gradual reckoning, a spectral figure composed of radiant light materialized before them. A faint and intermittent voice echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Zhang Yu, let this matter conclude here. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Charlotte's expressions grew grave. They had not anticipated that the will of the plane had evolved to such an extent. The collision between the abyss and the Tianyuan continent had persisted for so long. Who could fathom how much primal power the will of the plane had secretly amassed during this time? It was now capable of manifesting in the real world in such a form. Could this truly still be considered the will of the plane? This was the foremost concern in the hearts of all present. As for those behind you, let them leave their lives behind. The Dwarven clan has been expelled from the Tianyuan continent. Let this matter conclude here. What do you think? Zhang Yu crossed his arms and retorted to the will of the dimension. No, it is impossible. I am not negotiating with you. Do not provoke me. The two ethereal shadows, transformed from the will of the realm, soared towards Zhang Yu, who stood resolutely. It is quite fortuitous that I am not here to consult you. The enigmatic figures were intercepted by a wave of the hand, as Zhang Yu formed a swift seal. Unleashing a rapid celestial technique, wind escape light fong that pierced through the corporeal form constituted of the realm's energy, cleaving it into two segments. Perhaps taken aback by Zhang Yu's sudden aggression, the ethereal figure hesitated for a fleeting moment. Almost immediately, an irate voice emanated from the apparition. Zhang Yu, how dare you lay a hand upon me? You seek death. Various energies of the laws surged towards Zhang Yu from all directions. Yet they were effortlessly repelled by the barrier formed from the Tao-seeking jade surrounding him. Once Zhang Yu fully harnessed the power of the Ten Tails, he attained the strength to engage in discourse on par with the higher deities. What may appear as formidable or even lethal law-based assaults to lower or mid-tier gods are, for Zhang Yu, merely trivial challenges. If these are the extent of your capabilities, I must admit, it is rather disappointing. Zhang Yu's tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm, and it took a considerable moment for the will of the plane to register his disdain. Chapter 92, Exile, Part 1. Upon realizing this, it dawned on the will of the plane that it was being looked down upon by the individual before it. After all, it was the will of the plane. How could a mere human, an insignificant creature, dare to scorn it? On the Tianyuan continent, even the supreme deities would yield to its authority. A prison forged by the rules enveloped Zhang Yu's surroundings, and the sensation of being ensnared in a quagmire rendered his movements cumbersome. Under the immense weight of billions of times gravity, his bones creaked ominously. Casting a glance towards Charlotte's direction, it was somewhat reassuring to note that the will of the plane had refrained from attacking her. Charlotte stood quietly beside him, her heart heavy with concern, yet she held unwavering faith in Zhang Yu's abilities. At that moment, Zhang Yu was enduring the tremendous pressure imposed by the will of the plane, and the rule-bound confinement made his actions laborious, with his bones protesting under the relentless strain. Zhang Yu was acutely aware that his foremost concern was the advanced sealing techniques, while he remained indifferent to ordinary injuries. Due to the nature of his divine body, Magik had lost the dominion granted by the will of the planes and was now merely a slightly stronger lower deity. Under Zhang Yu's command, the Tao-seeking jade pursued Magik and his entourage like a wraith, inflicting substantial damage upon them. Although his body underwent a qualitative transformation after ascending to the divine tier, the attacks of the Tao-seeking jade possessed a unique effect that rendered healing exceedingly difficult. The group's condition continuously deteriorated under the relentless assault of the Tao-seeking jade, leaving them weary and struggling to cope. In contrast, Zhang Yu, despite sustaining severe injuries from the powers of the laws and rules, was able to swiftly restore himself to his former state, with his combat prowess remaining undiminished. In this light, he felt little to worry about. Enduring the incessant attacks from the will of the plains, Zhang Yu directed the Tao-seeking Jade to commence its offensive against Magog's group. With his immortal body, he dismissed the threat of exposure to the will's onslaught. Having mastered the power of the six paths, Zhang Yu now feared only the advanced sealing techniques. For him, even a fatal wound was merely child's play. Magog, constrained by his divine body, could no longer wield the authority over the rules bestowed by the will of the plains. Presently, Magog was merely a slightly enhanced lower deity, incapable of disregarding the damage inflicted by the Tao-seeking Jade. Moreover, the harm caused by the Tao-seeking Jade was unlike that of ordinary injuries. While ascending to the divine tier brought about a significant transformation from a mundane physique to a divine body, enhancing defense, healing capabilities, and the absorption and utilization of energy. It also allowed for the fortification of the body through the mastery of law power, akin to an upgraded sage body. However, the enigmatic strikes akin to rules that accompanied the attacks of the Tao-seeking Jade rendered healing from its inflicted wounds exceedingly arduous, even for a divine body. The group found their state increasingly deteriorating, struggling to withstand the relentless attacks of the Tao-seeking Jade. In stark contrast, even when a significant portion of his body was crushed by the power of the laws and severely injured by the rules, Zhang Yu was able to rapidly recover to his original form, his formidable combat strength remaining entirely unaffected. In the distant battlefield where Momo Gu and others found themselves, Zhang Yu commanded the pursuit orbs to relentlessly chase after them. Initially, 3 orbs were besieging Momo Gu, but in the fleeting moment when Momo Gu brushed past Tuoba Hong, they abruptly diverted their assault towards him. In an instant, the 4 pursuit orbs erupted like the rain of scorpion venom, turning the unsuspecting Tuoba Hong into a veritable porcupine. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily aghast, and the will of the plane could not help but gaze in the direction of Tuoba Hong, only to swiftly avert its attention. If not for its faceless, energy-based form, Zhang Yu would have been curious to witness the expression of the plane's will at that moment. The planes will continue to exert pressure on Zhang Yu's position. Bearing the immense weight, Zhang Yu unleashed a super-phenomenal force to draw the spiked Tuoba Hong towards himself, eager to validate his inner suspicions. As Tuoba Hong was pulled into Zhang Yu's spatial domain, the chaotic forces of various laws, coupled with the extreme pressure and gravity, began to gradually unravel his divine form. At that moment, Tuoba Hong comprehended the depth of meaning behind Ling Yue's gaze before her departure, finally realizing the vast chasm that lay between himself and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu paid no heed to Tuoba Hong at that moment. His gaze remained fixed upon the will of the realm. Indeed, as Tuoba Hong, a being of divine rank, approached the brink of collapse, the will of the realm exhibited no inclination to alleviate the surrounding pressures to extricate him from his plight. It merely observed as the chaotic forces of the laws inexorably consumed Tuoba Hong. The sudden emergence of spatial rifts was no mere coincidence. While Momogu and his companions failed to discern the underlying truth, Zhang Yu was acutely aware that each rift's manifestation was deliberate. For the divine essence of a divine-ranked being was an invaluable boon. To validate this hypothesis, Zhang Yu drew Tuoba Hong closer to himself, pondering. What if this were the case? How would you choose? Zhang Yu thrust his palm directly into Tuoba Hong's chest. As the external demonic figure began to rapidly consume the essence of blood, flesh, and the divinity contained within Tuoba Hong. At this moment, the will of the realm could no longer remain passive. Zhang Yu, release him. In a flash, it appeared before Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his hand, and the six-path scepter shattered half of the humanoid form that constituted the will of the realm. Yet, Tuoba Hong before him was also seized by this will. The will of the realm glanced at the lifeless body of Tuoba Hong in its grasp and declared, "You have provoked my wrath." With a wave, it stored Tuoba Hong's corpse within the depths of the continent, and the energy-formed figure swiftly advanced towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was astounded by the actions of the will of the dimension. At that moment, he had indeed held back, for Tuoba Hong was, after all, a formidable figure of divine rank, and such an injury was not fatal. Thus, it seemed that the will of the dimension had unjustly placed the blame upon him. Clearly, in the eyes of the will of the dimension, these individuals were merely tools to be exploited at best. Zhang Yu's gaze swept over the group of Mog, and he couldn't help but feel pity for them. They were nothing more than wretched tools, utterly oblivious to how Tuoba Hong had met his demise. Once one possesses independent thought, can the will of a realm still be regarded as such? It is merely the machinations of an ambitious schemer seeking to usurp this land. Zhang Yu calmly surveyed the crowd before his gaze settled upon the embodiment of the Dimension's will. Your schemes are of no concern to me. In fact, your boldness earns you a modicum of my respect. However, when your machinations are directed at me, attempting to tarnish my reputation, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Zhang Yu's words left Momo and his companions somewhat perplexed. What did he mean by dung basin? Before anyone could respond, the will of the realm began to refute Zhang Yu, declaring, "You have slaughtered countless beings from my Tianyuan continent, including numerous divine entities. It is utterly absurd for a butcher like you to feign indignation at this moment. Is there truly any necessity for such theatrics?" Chapter 93, Exile, Part 2. Are you now able to articulate your thoughts clearly? I find myself disinclined to engage in further discourse with you. Zhang Yu formed seals with his hands, and yet, there is an element of truth in what you say. I am indeed an executioner. The divine tree realm descends. The ground, a myriad of miles away, was ruptured, and a colossal tree, soaring to the heavens, began its relentless ascent from the earth, ultimately coming to a halt not far behind Zhang Yu, its apex adorned with a bud poised to bloom, exceptionally resplendent. In contrast to your surreptitious and underhanded tactics, I prefer a more forthright approach. It is merely a matter of seizing the life essence of beings within this realm. What difficulty lies therein? Zhang Yu extended his hand towards his forehead, sneering as he pried open the white exoskeleton resembling a headpiece that adorned it. A tightly shut eye emerged upon his brow. Zhang Yu gazed at the blazing sun overhead, marking the zenith of noon. Yet, who decreed that the most formidable illusion could only be projected upon the moon and disseminated through its silvery beams? In the realm of Naruto, the infinite Tsukuyomi is universally recognized as the most potent illusion, and now, Zhang Yu audaciously seeks to unleash this terrifying illusion upon the Tianyuan continent. The sunlight serves as the medium for his illusion, while the Ten Tails, the primordial divine tree, lurks ominously, poised to devour the energy contained within all living beings of this land. It must be said that the creatures of the Tianyuan continent are far more formidable than those in the Naruto universe. Zhang Yu felt an inner delight. As long as he could consume the chakra fruits nurtured by these beings, what could the supreme god do? Even the Akatsuki, who transcended the six paths, had merely devoured a single chakra fruit. The peculiar aura emanating from Zhang Yu swiftly captured the attention of numerous divine beings present, creating such a significant disturbance that it drew countless gazes from across the continent. Even those divine entities not situated within the Tianyuan continent became aware of the extraordinary happenings unfolding there at that moment. Zhang Yu remained utterly indifferent to the gazes cast upon him, gracefully soaring to a position directly beneath the sun. He softly uttered 4 words, Infinite Tsukuyomi. As he completed his incantation, the blood-red Sharingan on his forehead, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened, projecting the ocular technique towards the sun of the Tianyuan continent. Instantly, a colossal phantom of Zhang Yu materialized above the world bubble of the Tianyuan continent, with the Sharingan enveloping the entire sun. The crimson projection of the Sharingan loomed high above, marking the official activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. That enigmatic and formidable illusionary power spread rapidly like a tide. People's gazes gradually dulled, their consciousnesses becoming increasingly hazy, as if they had sunk into an endless dream. The entire Tianyuan continent appeared shrouded in a mysterious veil, descending into an eerie silence. Within the stillness, only Zhang Yu's figure stood beneath the sun, a profound smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the divine tree began to stir, preparing to engulf these lost souls. Apart from a select few divine tier beings who managed to wrest themselves from the illusion through their divine essence, the majority of creatures on the continent succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi spell. At this moment, the will of the dimension began to take notice of the young man before it. From the moment Zhang Yu arrived in this world, the dimension's will had already detected this intruder, yet it had dismissed him as merely a legendary tier human. However, the means Zhang Yu displayed had escalated to a level that demanded earnest attention. The bizarre illusion had transcended the simple concern of preserving its agents. The power exhibited by the infinite Tsukuyomi far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Zhang Yu himself had not anticipated that the infinite Tsukuyomi could draw all beings below the divine tier into its illusory realm. Concurrently, the divine tree's realm began to extend its roots deeply into the earth of the continent, ensnaring and confining the myriad beings of the Tianyuan continent, subsequently siphoning the essence of their life force. Zhang Yu's extraordinary tactics left the group from the abyss utterly astonished. Even those beings beneath the divine rank residing in the abyssal tribe's stronghold fell victim to his scheme. More chillingly, even if these divine beings were to rescue the multitude of souls ensnared by the divine tree, what lay before their eyes were merely lifeless husks, devoid of their essence. The faces of the liberated souls, marked by wide and vacant reincarnation eyes, evoked a profound sense of dread. Charlotte stood behind Zhang Yu, observing the standoff between him and the will of the realm. She contemplated her own predicament, wondering if Zhang Yu might possess the means to resolve it completely. Frankly, Zhang Yu was indeed a man shrouded in mystery. When she first encountered him, he was merely at the legendary tier, yet, within less than a year, he had ascended to heights that rendered her gaze upward in awe. The will of the realm could sense the energy of the continent being siphoned by the towering divine tree that loomed behind Zhang Yu. How remarkable! It seems my prowess surpasses yours by a considerable margin. At this moment, Zhang Yu did not hesitate to mock the will of the plane opposite him. This action caused the plane's will to experience a complete mental breakdown. If the majority of the energy on the continent were to be plundered by Zhang Yu, then the path to his ascension as the supreme deity would be irrevocably severed. As the saying goes, obstructing one's path is akin to murdering one's parents. In the face of the enraged will of the plane, Zhang Yu remained utterly unfazed. While he acknowledged that he was indeed not a match for the plane's will on Tianyuan continent, it was equally powerless against him. The body of an immortal is not to be trifled with. After incessantly attacking Zhang Yu to no avail, the will of the plane gradually began to regain its composure. Realizing it could not eliminate Zhang Yu, it decided to see if it could deal with the peculiar tree behind him. The power of the rules began to converge upon the divine tree, yet Zhang Yu, who had already seen through everything, remained calm. The divine tree and the roots of the infinite Tsukuyomi were firmly within his grasp. In other words, unless it could eliminate Zhang Yu, or if Zhang Yu chose to lift the spell himself, all of the plane's will's efforts would be in vain. Zhang Yu, you know I will not allow such a thing to transpire. Speak your terms. Zhang Yu shook his head and replied, I possess no extraordinary conditions. I merely find this endeavor intriguing, do I not? The will of the realm, reluctant to concede, continued. I can deliver Mogmog into your hands and assist you in eradicating the dwarven race from the continent. Furthermore, I can assure you that the members of your organization may ascend to divinity on the Tianyuan continent, provided they possess the requisite strength. Even if they attain true divine status with their own divine realms, I may turn a blind eye. This is the utmost I can offer. In Chapter 94, Exile, Part 2, The Will of the Realm, tinged with urgency, only elicited a disdainful chuckle from Zhang Yu. There is no need. Even if your conditions are enticing, I firmly believe I can effortlessly achieve them on my own, without your assistance. As Zhang Yu's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in the minds of the divine beings present, their anxiety overshadowed their thirst for knowledge, as if they had inadvertently stumbled upon secrets best left undiscovered. At that moment, the assembly of divine beings, led by Mogmog, finally grasped the true essence of what a false god entailed. Yet, with such knowledge, could they truly hope to depart unscathed? Just as many divine beings were engulfed in remorse for their greed, an inexplicable clash of momentum erupted between the two who had remained silent for a prolonged period, violently casting the unsuspecting assembly several thousand meters away. Zhang Yu, I did not wish for this outcome. You have compelled my hand. A peculiar force began to emanate from all corners of the Tianyuan continent. I had not intended to reach this juncture so swiftly, for such actions would render the Tianyuan continent significantly vulnerable. Zhang Yu, you have left me with no choice. Do not regret this. A vast, pitch-black rift inexplicably materialized behind Zhang Yu, its eerie gravitational pull ensnaring him in an instant. Amidst the tumultuous spatial turbulence, Zhang Yu found that invoking the yellow springs of Birisaka required a considerable span of time, yet the present circumstances afforded him no such luxury. He could merely send a telepathic message to Charlotte before being mercilessly engulfed by the obsidian chasm. Long after Zhang Yu was consumed by the dark rift, it lingered ominously in the void, following the immense threat he posed to the Tianyuan continent. The will of the dimension was compelled to tear apart the protective bubble surrounding it, exiling Zhang Yu into the abyss. Although this action inflicted irreversible damage upon the world bubble, diminishing the Tianyuan continent's capacity to suppress the abyssal creatures to unprecedented lows, the dimensional will calculated that, given the current state of the world barrier, the mid-tier deities of the abyss could now traverse the dimensional passage to the realm of the Tianyuan continent. As the realization of this situation dawned upon the myriad deities of the abyss, their spirits began to stir with anticipation. For this represented an unparalleled opportunity to devour the bountiful Tianyuan continent after countless epochs. Meanwhile, the will of the dimension exerted every effort to close the dimensional rift it had unwittingly opened. With the loss of Zhang Yu's chakra supply, it began to gradually eradicate the lingering effects of his strange techniques through the power of the rules. The projection of the Magatama Rinnegan above the sun began to dissipate, signifying that, devoid of Zhang Yu's chakra, the infinite Tsukuyami was being extinguished and brought under the dominion of the dimensional will's regulatory power. The crystallized essence of power collected by the divine tree began to counteract, bestowing relief upon the beings of the Tianyuan continent still ensnared in illusion. The will of the dimension also resorted to minor techniques left behind in the realm of rules, altering the memories related to these events within the souls of Magog and his companions. It seemed as though everything was progressing toward a favorable outcome. Yet, only the will of the dimension understood that a more terrifying assault from the abyss was imminent. Should the Tianyuan continent fail to withstand this impending war instigated by the abyss, all the meticulous planning it had cultivated over countless epochs would dissolve into naught. Contemplating these matters, the will of the dimension felt a twinge of frustration. If it were not for the fact that Zhang Yu's abilities were exceedingly troublesome and posed a dire threat to its schemes, it would not have resorted to such mutually destructive measures. Now, it could only hasten the creation of a cadre of lower-tier deities to counter the initial onslaught from the abyss, and, if necessary, would personally intervene in the fray. At that moment, it nearly forgot about her, Charlotte. In the name of the goddess of light, I shall refrain from acting against you. Yet I hope you can manage your words wisely, discerning what ought to be said and what must remain unspoken. Charlotte's face bore an expressionless countenance as she cast a frigid glance at the energy embodiment of the will of the dimension. Subsequently, she swiftly soared towards the realm inhabited by the dwarves. Just before Zhang Yu was consumed by the rift in the fabric of reality, Charlotte received a transmission from him. Zhang Yu merely uttered a single phrase, "Take care of them, await my return." Charlotte remained uncertain whether Zhang Yu possessed the means to traverse back to the main world from the dimensional rift. However, at that moment, within the Tianyuan continent, the members of the Akatsuki, bereft of Zhang Yu's protection, were undoubtedly ill-equipped to withstand the frenzied vengeance of Mamak. These individuals were of utmost importance to Zhang Yu. Losing Scorpion and Daedara drove him to the brink of madness, his heart burdened with an equal measure of anguish. In the fleeting moment before Zhang Yu was engulfed by the rift, he pondered whether his transmission had reached Zhang Yu. Nonetheless, Charlotte, ensured the safety of these Akatsuki members. After Charlotte gathered the members of the Akatsuki, Mamak and his entourage arrived late, having been brainwashed by the will of the realm. They bore the marks of some slight injury. Yet, Mamak remained oblivious to this. In his perception, all his wounds were inflicted by Zhang Yu. Fortunately, that madman had been dealt with by the will of the realm itself. Watching as Charlotte led the perpetrators from the race of annihilation, who intended to despoil their ancestral home, right past him, Mamak stepped forward to obstruct their path. "What is your intention, Charlotte?" he demanded. Charlotte cast a disdainful glance at Mamak. "Nothing of consequence. I have spared these individuals." She had no desire to squander time with them, yet as they encircled her, she restrained herself from resorting to violence. The Akatsuki's collusion with the abyss had wrought such devastation upon the Tianyuan continent. To spare them would be an affront to justice. Moreover, the ringleader had already been personally dealt with by the will of the realm. These miscreants ought to accompany their leader to the same fate. "Are you, Charlotte, determined to defy the will of the realm?" "Humph." Charlotte scoffed. "You know the situation all too well. If you believe you can persuade the will of the realm to strike against me, feel free to attempt it. Or do you think your ragtag band of dwarves can engage the Church of Light in open warfare? Step aside." With an overwhelming aura, Charlotte pushed Mamak and his group aside, proceeding with the Akatsuki members in a confident manner. Mamak clenched his fists, only to release them in resignation. Returning to the dwarven enclave, Charlotte spoke the truth. The will of the realm would never turn against the Church of Light, and the battered dwarves could scarcely endure the costs of an all-out conflict. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only watch as Charlotte took the Akatsuki members away. Chapter 95. The dimensional rift. Within the dimensional rift lay a suffocating chaos. An endless void of darkness spread like thick ink, with not a single glimmer of light capable of piercing through this profound shroud. In the darkness, strange glimmers of light flicker intermittently, shifting between brilliance and obscurity, reminiscent of ghostly flames. The space here appears twisted into countless erratic lines, intertwining to form a dazzling abstract tapestry. Occasionally, illusory bubbles emerge only to dissolve instantaneously, as if carrying the weight of innumerable forgotten memories and tales. One can catch glimpses of indistinct remnants, seemingly the last traces left by objects once ensnared within this realm, faintly illuminating the dark with an ancient and enigmatic aura. There are also distorted geometric forms, fragments seemingly from another dimension, existing in an irrational manner. Amidst this chaos, it feels as though countless eyes lurk in the shadows, inducing an unsettling sensation, as if an unknown peril might leap forth from the darkness, ready to consume all. Here, there is no direction, no distinction between above and below, only endless confusion and mystery, as if inhabiting the most forbidden and perilous corners of the cosmos. The dimensional rift resembles a grotesque, twisted chasm, akin to a gaping maw in the abyss, exuding an unsettling and mysterious aura. The edges of the rift shimmer with an eerie luminescence, like concentric rings of entrancing light, subtly revealing chaotic and violent energy fluctuations, as if intent on ensnaring everything into that unfathomable void. The interior is profound and shadowy, seemingly harboring infinite nothingness and lurking terrors, as if serving as a passageway to another horrific world, evoking dread and trepidation. Zhang Yu found himself ensnared by the enigmatic gravitational pull of the dimensional rift, plunging headlong into what had long been acknowledged as the world beyond. Countless sharp winds mingled with chaotic spatial fluctuations, capable of tearing his form asunder and passing through him. Fortunately, Zhang Yu's celestial physique was far superior to an ordinary body. His extraordinary regenerative ability, coupled with the protection of the Tao-seeking jade, ensured that he would not succumb to death in the immediate aftermath. In this realm, the concepts of day and night were non-existent, only unknown entities surrounded him, pulsating as if they breathed, their forms shimmering with faint, iridescent light whenever they expanded. Within the sphere formed by the Tao-seeking jade, Zhang Yu sat in a meditative posture, meticulously organizing the insights he had gained following his breakthrough into the six paths. The newly acquired skills were immensely powerful. In his previous life, while indulging in anime, he often compared Kaguya with Madara, only to discover that Madara was indeed a worthy final boss. He possessed a meticulous mind, formidable strength, and unparalleled combat awareness, whereas Kaguya resembled a naive girl clutching a nuclear bomb, lacking the combat experience to match her devastating potential, earning her the playful moniker of the innocent sweet girl. Now, however, he not only possessed Madara's abilities and combat experience, but had also mastered Kaguya's signature techniques. As a being of the most formidable combat prowess known from the Naruto universe, with such a formidable arsenal of skills, Zhang Yu felt undaunted even in the face of higher deities in one-on-one encounters. Zhang Yu glanced at the newly appeared skill description on his character panel. The name of the jutsu, Edo Tensei, Uchiha Madara, had vanished, replaced not by Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara, but by the mere two characters, Zhang Yu. Through the system's notification, Zhang Yu realized that his spirit power, having ascended, now allowed him to completely master his own strength. This signified that this power now wholly belonged to him, which explained the transformation of the task card from a template into something uniquely his own. Zhang Yu continued to peruse the text, contemplating the formidable abilities of the Rinnegan, the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, the truth-seeking orb, Yin-Yang release, the Wheel of the Dead, the Sanzu River, the Heavenly Realm, the 80 Gods Airstrike, the Annihilation of Ashen Bones, the Immortal Body, and the Six Paths level binding technique. This extensive repertoire of skills encompassed instant annihilation, damage, defense, mobility, area control, and duplication, among others. The sheer comprehensiveness of such an arsenal left Zhang Yu in utter bewilderment. Zhang Yushuan effortlessly vanquished the boundary-less dimensional creatures nearby, surveying his surroundings with a hint of irritation. Aside from the bizarre and ever-twisting unidentified objects, the only remnants were these strange and troublesome ugly dimensional beings. Of course, this peculiar difficulty was only relevant to the average person. Zhang Yushuan was decidedly not an ordinary individual. Thus far, the most formidable creatures he had encountered could be likened to divine tier anomalies. Yet he shattered their forms with the casual grace of wielding the Tao-seeking jade. For the average divine tier being, these dimensional creatures posed a significant challenge. But for Zhang Yushuan, it was merely a matter of waving his hand, even less troublesome than dealing with lower-tier gods. These creatures lacked the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of their divine counterparts, rendering them susceptible to instant annihilation at his hands. In this abyss of dimensional rifts, shrouded in darkness, Zhang Yu could not ascertain how long he had been adrift. His thoughts drifted to Koyomi and her companions on the Tianyuan continent, pondering their current plight. Given his present circumstances, escape seemed impossible. The Huangquan Bosaka required coordinates to anchor upon, yet the will of the Tianyuan continent vigilantly guarded against his presence, rendering it incapable of perceiving its coordinates. While tearing open a dimensional rift from the outside was no simple feat, many had managed to accomplish it through various means. However, the notion of exiting from within the dimensional fissures remained an insurmountable challenge. Throughout countless epochs, no one had ever succeeded in departing from this forsaken realm. Thus, over time, it earned the moniker of the Exile's Domain, a place from which one could never return once entered. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Vigilantly aware of the imminent dangers lurking in his surroundings, he contemplated how to extricate himself from his current predicament. He endeavored to explore this enigmatic realm of exile through various means, hoping to uncover a glimmer of opportunity for escape. Yet, each attempt culminated in failure, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Throughout this protracted drift, Zhang Yu gradually acclimated to the peculiar environment, delving into the study of the distorted objects and bizarre dimensional entities, seeking valuable insights from them. Occasionally, he encountered formidable beings, yet through his strength and intellect, he consistently transformed peril into safety. Chapter 96, a plea for help from the unknown. However, as time progressed, Zhang Yu's concerns deepened. He remained oblivious to the safety of the Shao organization in Charlotte, unaware of the events unfolding in the Tianyuan continent. He yearned for an expeditious departure from this place, longing to reunite with those he cherished. Yet, faced with this seemingly insurmountable dilemma, he found himself ensnared in a web of helplessness. In a realm where day and night blurred into one, Zhang Yu could not discern how long he had been adrift. Zhang Yu resolved to randomly select a coordinate, intending to traverse through the Yellow Springs Baoyang slope. After all, being ensnared in this dimensional crevice, devoid of companionship and unable to discern day from night, was a maddening experience. Just as Zhang Yu began to search for a relatively stable area amidst the spatial turbulence, an exceedingly faint cry for help unexpectedly reached his ears. "Can you save me?" Initially, Zhang Yu presumed he was merely suffering from hallucinations due to prolonged isolation in this dimensional rift. However, from that moment onward, he continued to hear that delicate plea for assistance. "Are you speaking to me?" Zhang Yu's hoarse voice emerged from his lips, a sound that resonated sharply after what seemed like an eternity of silence. The sudden utterance was akin to two pieces of jagged metal scraping against one another, producing a jarring and discordant noise that even startled Zhang Yu himself. Zhang Yu waited for a while, yet received no messages in response. Zhang Yu could not help but feel a wave of disappointment and solitude. Indeed, after spending so long in this cursed place, he had begun to experience hallucinations. "Can you save me?" This voice resonated directly within Zhang Yu's mind, markedly clearer than the echoes he had been hearing previously. It was not an illusion, he could be certain of that. "Who are you? Why are you calling for my help? I beseech you, please save me. I am at my wit's end. You, with your immense power, must be able to rescue me." The voice remained faint yet, with its newfound clarity, Zhang Yu could discern the frailty and urgency within it. It belonged to a young girl, not much older than a child. Zhang Yu has long since lost track of how long it has been since he last heard the voice of an intelligent being. Whenever he feels the pangs of loneliness and yearns for conversation, he finds himself unable to locate any creature capable of engaging in meaningful dialogue. The beings nestled within the interdimensional rift cannot be said to have merely atrophied brains. Rather, it is more accurate to say that their cognitive faculties are similarly diminished. Communication has become a futile endeavor. Merely sensing Zhang Yu's presence compels those of greater strength, those of divine rank, as well as those of lesser tiers, to approach him for an encounter. Over time, Zhang Yu ultimately resigned himself to this reality. He would rather murmur to the system than interact with these cognitively impaired beings. When he encounters them, it suffices to send them on their way without the need for further exchange. "Why have you sought me out?" Zhang Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired of the person who approached him. After a prolonged silence, just as Zhang Yu began to doubt whether the individual had vanished, a fragmented voice emerged, saying, "You possess great strength. I require your assistance." Zhang Yu remained silent. "If I were to present a challenge even more arduous than the predicament you currently face, or if I were to embody individuals more malevolent than those you encounter, would you not feel fear?" The voice's owner lingered in silence for an extended period, As Zhang Yu began to sense that the other party might be on the verge of fear-induced surrender, the voice finally emerged. There is no situation more dire than the one at hand. Whatever assistance you require to extricate me from this predicament, provided it does not entail my annihilation, I am willing to accept. This response indeed posed a conundrum for Zhang Yu. The other party should have realized that as a being ensnared within the interdimensional rift, simply escaping would be the most favorable outcome. Rather than utilizing this point to coerce him, the individual earnestly contemplated the pros and cons of their potential liberation, not leveraging their entrapment to manipulate him. This afforded Zhang Yu a rather positive impression of this enigmatic entity. Nevertheless, his plans would not waver in the slightest due to this somewhat favorable perception. Furthermore, escaping the interdimensional rift was not beyond his capabilities. It merely entailed a greater degree of risk. Very well, though I remain unaware of your true nature, I can assure you that I harbor no interest in your consumption. The other party seemed to exhale in relief, their tone considerably brighter. My remaining strength is limited. I can scarcely create an exit that will endure for 30 seconds. Shortly, I will rend a fissure before you, and you must seize the opportunity to emerge. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the other party indeed possessed considerable strength. After all, the ability to tear open a dimensional rift is not something an ordinary lower deity could accomplish. The predicament faced by such an entity must be quite formidable. However, what did it matter? Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the six paths, what could possibly threaten him? No need, he said. Just provide me with your current coordinates, and I shall emerge on my own. Upon Zhang Yu's utterance, his counterpart was rendered speechless, astonished for an extended period. Throughout history, there had been no accounts of anyone emerging from the crevices of dimensions. Nonetheless, there was little skepticism directed towards Zhang Yu's claim. Before long, a sequence of codes detailing the coordinates of various realms was transmitted into Zhang Yu's mind through spiritual thought. The Tao-seeking jade formed a black sphere that enveloped Zhang Yu entirely. Within the spatial passage created by the yellow springs of Birizaka, there were no turbulent currents. His primary concern was the possibility of being ambushed at his destination. After all, one must always remain vigilant against deceit. After meticulously preparing everything, Zhang Yu plunged into the sole source of light within the space, which was the peculiar, distorted creature. The spatial turbulence within this entity was minimal, allowing Zhang Yu to swiftly activate the Huangquan Biliang Saka to escape. Outside, amidst the fierce spatial turbulence, he had no confidence in successfully opening the spatial passage of Huangquan Biliang Saka. It is crucial to understand that space has always been unstable, likening this instability to a flowing river. The dimensional rift where Zhang Yu found himself resembled a precipice waterfall. A moment's inattention could easily lead to the spatial passage being shattered by the turbulent currents, a perfectly ordinary occurrence. With a sudden thrust, the bone spear pierced through the creature's tissues, and in the blink of an eye, the once formidable keratin layer capable of withstanding the full force of a mid-tier deity's attack began to disintegrate into ash. Zhang Yu had to act swiftly. Racing against time to utilize Huangquan Biliang Saka to open a passage,